Chapter 1: The Life Choice Simulator. Brothers, muster your spirits, the County Magistrate has entrusted us with this task. If we execute well, our ascendance to greatness is assured. You speak true, the esteemed Mr. Do not unless share a close bond with the magistrate, but he also conducts business within Three Rivers Prefecture. Under ordinary circumstances, would hard livable to forge a connections with him. Ta speak frankly, the plight of Miss Do is unfortunate for Mr. Do, but for us brothers, it is a tremendous stroke of fortune. The magistrate has promised said that should successfully rescue Miss Do, Mr. Do will award dues with 200 taels as remuneration. 200 taels, if we split hat each of us would receive a 20 taels, which is equivalent to 2 years of our salary. Split what, if Yoni overhears, they might think Mr. Do cannot afford the payment. It's 200 taelsi. 200 taels each. The constables in the ranks would ned higher eyes, nearly gasping for breath. Thereson was clear, Mr. Das generosity was overwhelming. Not to mention 200 taels of 100 would be not to make their heads spin. Those Amera bandits from Black Wind Stronghold can just wait for their demise. Xiaolin, what are you doing? The leading constable turned around, eyeing Lin Chujiao, who had fallen behind and was lost in thought by their outside. Lin Chujiao quickly raised it, nothing, Captain. That's good to hear. Xiaolin, your father on Cheeto a great carry of him. Now that you have inherited disposition, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly. Indeed, Xiaolin, you are still young. Says if this opportunity with 200 taels in bounty you could join a Zektroplif for the peripheral training camp of the town's Martial Affairs Bureau. Once our martial skills sharpened, world will be your oyster, far better than spend in your life in Wulio County. Lin Chujiao cuckolded in response, feigning indifference. At that moment, however, all his attention was captivated by the translucent information panel that had suddenly appeared before him. Life Choice Simulators loading 125500100, loading complete. 3 simulation coins granted upon first load, current simulations 3. Only additional simulation coin will begin Tedley. No person will encounter numerous choices throughout here life different choices lead to different outcomes. For further details, the host may explore on their own. Indeed, Lin Chujio was a timid traveler. Having traversed into this world for several years, he had come to understand the Tigways aerial Mothai martial arts, where warriors could strike down ferocious tigers with a single blow, and legendary figures where he said Toso are through Heskies, cleaving mountain sand drivers with a mere wave off their hand, even capturing star sandmoon says if it were nothing. Of course, he had never encountered such powerful beings they were Remerla Telestohim. The strongest martial artist they had come into contact with was Captain Zhangda, the leader of this operation. Lin Chujio had witnessed Zhangda practicing Hekud Falero Bustwa Tur Buffalo at a single punch and Chitara wooden post as the Kasetha with a kick. According to Captain Zhangda, should he take an MRS step forward, he would fully master external energy, attaining the third realm of acquired martial artists. At that point, he would be recognized as a foundational martial artist, belonging to the ranks of the 9th tier. Just as Lin Chujio was about to embrace this world and commit himself to diligent training, the golden finger stealthily manifested a thought moment. Lin Chujio was not particularly surprised. After all, having experience said to Metravel, it was in Lyria sonable theta golden finger would awaken as well. If you were to voice any dissatisfaction, it would be thought this golden finger arrived rather late. Nonetheless, better later than ever. Hey, the soonest blazing, and imparked from her journey. There happens to be still a headlet stake a break. As Lin Chujiao explored the newly appeared simulator, the voice of T Constable echoed through Terranks. Let's go, let's go. Theta Celeris also struggling setting you past a lot the foot off Black Wind Stronghold do not fear that the bandits might take offense and dismantle his stand? Dismantling the T-stall would be mold wada fea pentoloxami company and decide to cough him up instead? Hey, why are you worrying? Perhaps they're a bit duisty of the grass by its burrow. Xiaolin, stop daydreaming and keep. The 8 Constable Cherie forward in a flurry. Yet if atment Lin Chijiar main dengrosid in the translucent information panel deep in hot. He was no certain that, apart from himself, new Neil Scudsi Thice information panel. Would I like to start the simulation? The simulator presented a prompt before him. Why not give a tree? Uncertain of the golden fingers function, Lin Chijio Madathis decision. With a thought, he mentally clicked on the information panel before him. Consume simulation coin 1, starting simulation. Line of text begin town fold within the information panel. At 18, you joined Heatum heading into the mountains, intending to assault Black Wind stronghold Dondra Skew Misdu. Choice 1 Donut rest, continue forward. Choice to rest 40, regain your strength before proceeding. No person will encounter numerous choices throughout here life and different choices lead to different outcomes. Please make your choice, host. Oh, I can participate in the choices? Lin Chijia observed this what drenched company and say had being the least experienced has certain likud no tact trashly. Iku stew. At 18 weary and parched, you decide to rest at the tea stall at the foot of the mountain. At 18 Willie at the tea stall, war drugged with Diala said with a soporific, and a banded masquerading as a Dr. Stev Sayu, letting toy ordemise. In just 3 sentences, Lin Chijio concluded this life. What is happening? Asada Metrovler had done just awakened this golden fingrin hadiatan licious potential to ascend to the pinnacle of life, only to bestabid to death aterod sideti stall? Congratulations, you survived for half estico fin sensuration a brief life, tragically and comically ended. Evaluation nothing worth commenting in. Additional reward none. Simulation concluded do make use a torton to follow in jitum. 1 The martial prowessel vel before the 2 The martial experience see before the 3 The memory is of life before the Lin Chijia's mind ways in disarray. The outcome of being stabed to death left them somewhat atalas. After pondering, he ultimately decided to choose a third option. Option Sony Antwa very flittily use after all, the self ha stabed to death bore no discernible difference in strength from the current self. In the next moment, a flood of memoria surged into Lin Chijia's mind. Heffeltasifa had experience said of every detail of how he drink Tian was drugged, crystal clear in his recollection. Xiaolin, come here, Arentio thirsty? Just as Lin Chijia finished the simulation, his tiamatashado redeciteth themselves at the tistol, waitin' for the Tedoctor to brutia. Lin Chijia shiarts capeta beat, and hurried over. Guest, your tea is ready. The Tedoctor lifteth the teapot, about approachable. Just as Lin Chijia rushed into the tistol, Hestimble Dan collided with the Tedoctor. Ah, dear guest, be careful. Thebruid tea splattered across tea ground. Clumsy as ever, Xiaolin, with a rush? Captain Zhang scolded light libute with severity. Theta doctor chuckled, unperturbed no worries, il berwanather pot for thegwists. Before he could finish a sentence, Lin Chijiao had snatched the teapot from the Dr. Shenzhen poured the remaining tea into Captain Zhang's bowl. Ah, guest, this. Ha, they say Xiaolin lacks finest, yethcm squite adept have flattering gore captain. Captain Zhang chuckled, poised to take the half-bowl lofty for a quick sip. However, Lin Chijiao swiftly seized the half-bowl loftia. Captain, im suther style it medrink first. With that, Lin Chijiao eagerly lifteth the tiacup and gulped down. You. Captain Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words. This young lad had he been too lenient with him? Ah, I feel dizzy. Just as Lin Chijio swallowed a mouthful loftia, Hisius rolled back and decolapsed to the ground with a thud. Thaddeus lay said with a soporific. Captain Zhang das heart sank shouted, drawing his saber from his waist and aimed it at Theta Doctor. Chapter 2 A Single Blow. Theta Doctor was swiftly dispatched. Theother patron sathidable, clearly bandit sindus, Derwaden weapons and charged forward. Yet Captain Zhangda, with his impending mastery of martial arts, was indeed formidable. Together with several constables, Haya fortlessly dispatched the bandits. Xiaolin, wake up Harry Wallright? As Linchugio was aken back to consciousness, had secret lay expelled the mouth fuloft rugged tia had swallowed, feigning drowsiness as peen desires. Captain, what on earth happened? Gazing at the Fallon bandits, Linchugio endeavored to appear astonished. Surely, the bandits from Black Wind stronghold received were dance at trap for Rushara. Thankfully, Yala Terra Scalari alla Keisterotherwise, Wemaith of Emitarend. Ha, you've got the Fortuno Fafulan Saphizer dealis over, Yuli Arnagreet Merit. He Linchugio smiled and sigin activate F life choice simulator. He begin to comprehend that the information within the simulator was not illusory, but rather preludito events to toward a town fold in reality. Had he not simulated the scenario beforehand, he might have found himself adaliata could be if in his sleep. Themora happendered, Themori alarmed Linchugio became, prompting him to instinctively initiate a new simulation. Consuming Simulation 1, commencing simulation. At 18, you joined Hedum entering the mountains, intending to storm Black Wind stronghold and rescue Mistu. At 18, while restingitatus delat the Futoft mountain, you see through Thebandite's disguise and cleverly alerty our teammates, leading to Thebandite's defeat. At 18, you arrive at the gates of Black Wind stronghold with the our comrades. Choisio in charge directly with our teammates, Hoderisto fear, choice to follow the captain John disarrangement and stealthily enter from the side of the stronghold. Please make your choice, host. Once again, a difficult decision loomed. Linchugio Farao disbrow in contemplation. Considering Thebandite's Ruzub masquerading gas merchants, it seemed to harbor de certain trepidation towards this group of constables. Thus, the strength of Black Wind stronghold might not be too formidable. Though Captain Zhang de was dilated short of reaching the first year of martial arts, Lin felt confident that, given his prowess, Hekudi Salihan let were 3 dozen bandits inageable. I coup C2. After careful deliberation, Linchugio opted for the second option. To launch a frontal assault through Timang gates imment foolish no matter how on elucidate. At 18, you heed Captain Zhang des plan and stealthily enter from the side of the stronghold. At 18, you infiltrate Black Wind stronghold and inadvertent listum blind to secret chamber, acquiring the nameless blade manual. At 18, as you delve deeper into the stronghold, you encounter a mysterious figure who strikes you with a punk, result in your demise. What hell? Dead again? Linchugio was on the verge of feeling despondent. Had chosen to enter the stronghold discreetly, so was Vatesicrol? What was hot mysterious individuals issue, they were but intruders it was soon reasonable for an to strike theather without cause. And what kind of power did the possess to kill him with a single blow? Linchugio bivad hot dish pedono having awakened an extraordinary ability as after crossing gover had diligent lie practice at his martial arts. Thothi un gest in theme terra constabulary of Wolio County, hua secondon lito Captain Zhang de terms of strength. Even Captain Zhang de could no t fortless lit dispatch him with hamira punch. Thus, the mysterious person he encountered might very well be first-year martial artist? Congratulations on surviving for an yarn de half iot your life remains tragically brief yet before your demise, yo witnessed the power of a first-year martial artist, which is not entirely without value. Evaluation still nothing noteworthy to commend. Extra word none. Simulation concluded to choose a torten and yon after following. 1. The level of martial prowess before the 2. The martial arts experience before the 3. The memory is of life before the With nothing worthwhile to choose from, had nuction beauty select the third item. The memory is from the simulation flooded into Linchugio's mind, as if he had levied the Rutem himself. In his mind, he recalled the moment the mysterious person struck the sound of his boneskriken jekode, azure joff power overwhelming him. Bang! Linchugio wasn't flying bethought punch, his rib cage shattered, heart ruptured clearly, there was no hope for survival. Such terror was this the might of a first-year martial artist, not to mention himself, even a ferocious deger would meet I send in their presence. What to do, cold has still to reproach Black Wind stronghold? Gritting his teeth Linchugio glanced at the remaining simulation coin and initiated the simulation onsmary. Here fused to believeth a thuas strulidum and todi. Consuming simulation 1, commencing simulation. At 18, you joined Hedam entering the mountains, intending to storm Black Wind stronghold Dandrescu Mistu. At 18, you heed Captain Jean Desplan and stealthily enter from the side of the stronghold. At 18, you infiltrate Black Wind stronghold and inadvertent listum blind to secret chamber, acquiring the nameless blade manual. Choision temporara liar treats some at times rational avoidance second led to broader horizons. Choice to continue deeper without entering the Tigersden. How can one obtain Tiger cub? Please make your choice, host. Lin Chugio frowned slightly. This time, the choice arose not before he entering the stronghold. Bujistashua was about to encounter the mysterious figure. Died a very opportunity for choice occur before pivotal moments of life and death? In the previous scenario, Hekazitapush de Parand met the mysterious person, resulting in his death. Be a punk. So hate Shudekus this time? Shudi continue to advance? Themara thought of the mysterious individual's terrifying strengths and shivers down Lin Chugio's spine. Clearly, he was a Turlayan capable of resisting in the face of such power. To survive, he must have a thunk known foe. Ikusion. At 18, you assess the situation and wisely withdraw from Black Wind stronghold. At 18, a great fire suddenly erupts at Black Wind stronghold, reducing Jito Shisayu Haidian Theshadow Sanjun wittingly witnessed the mysterious figure rescuing Mistu, while at Heother Constable Spirish within. At 18, fear grips your heart, and due to Rennet return to the county office seeking refuge in a secluded spot, you diligently practice the martial arts from the nameless blade manual. At 20, Yugan insights from practicing nameless blade manual, sensing thoughty worry on the verge of breaking through to the 9th rank of martial artists. At 20, you continue at a practice nameless blade manual, feeling thoughty war about to brain I through to the 9th rank of martial artists. At 20, the mysterious figure comes to confront you a struggle line resistance, due Terry overpowered Hestrike Gia with a punk and a uprish. How ridiculous, after hiding for 3 years, Hestil couldn't escape a thought punch? Waste this the Vado Cadavra punch? Congratulations on surviving for 3 years, abandoning your companions for sake of survival your life is pitiful and lamentable, yet before your demise, you witnessed the power of a first-year martial artist, which is not entirely without value. Evaluation not worth mentioning. Extra word simulation coins 3 for Yakir survived. Simulation concluded to make use a torten and yon after following. 1. The level of martial prowess before the 2. The martial arts experience before the 3. The memory is of life before the This time, ultimately could no tevade and untime litamies. However, after 3 years of arduous training, his strength should have improved. Moreover, surviving for 3 years granted him 3 simulation coin word. It seemed that 4 years survived, 1 simulation coin was awarded. Ikusion. This time, there was no hesitation. Lin Chugio felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through his body, every muscle saluted with energy. Clenching his fist, an unprecedented sensation of strength well adupe within him. He realized that there was merely a step away from the external strength of an rank martial artist. At that moment, his power event slightly surpassed that of Captain Jangda. Bang! Lin Chugio's fist smashed into a large stone by the roadside. With their sounding crash, the stone shuddered like a grinding millstone. Indeed, even without mastering the techniques from the nameless blade manual, his physical form had undeniably attained the prowess of a quasi 9th rank martial artist. Little Lin, what's the matter? Nothing, Captain, I just urgently need to relieve myself. Chapter 3. The 9th rank martial artist Lin Chugio was of course not truly in urgent need to relieve himself. However, the repeated simulations had revealed to him that this expedition to the Black Wind stronghold was indeed a perilous endeavor fraught with near-death experiences. The strength of the bandits within the stronghold was unknown to him, but the sudden appearance of the enigmatic figure was undeniably that of a genuine first-rank martial artist. Moreover, it seemed that this individual possessed a rather deranged mindset. Striking him upon their first encounter without provocation, even in subsequent simulations where they did not cross paths, this adversary had still managed to pursue him relentlessly for 3 years, ultimately leading to his demise. Resolving the enigma of this mysterious individual was imperative. Fortunately, he had just received a reward of 3 simulation coins, otherwise, he would have found himself trapped in a hopeless predicament, with neither heaven nor earth responding to his pleas. Continuing this simulation, at the age of 18, he prudently assessed the situation and withdrew from the Black Wind stronghold. By 20, he had made significant progress in mastering the Nameless Blade technique, sensing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough to 9th rank martial artist status. At 20, he discreetly relocated to a more concealed abode, dedicating himself to the rigorous practice of the Nameless Blade technique. In this instance, he opted to move ahead of time, intending to evade the mysterious figure's pursuit. At 21, his mastery of the Nameless Blade technique yielded further gains, inching him closer to the 9th rank martial artist threshold. By 22, he finally cultivated external energy, achieving the rank of 9th rank martial artist. However, at 22, the mysterious figure sought him out. He fought valiantly, but after a fierce battle, was ultimately overpowered. A single punch from his adversary led to his untimely demise. Lin Shujiao felt a deep sense of injustice. Why should he perish from a mere punch when they were both 9th rank martial artists? Yet, the outcome of this simulation was inescapable, leaving him with no recourse. Congratulations, you survived for 4 years, forsaking your companions for a life of mere existence, pitiful and lamentable. However, dying as a 9th rank martial artist is not without its value, the evaluation read, evoking a sense of melancholy. Extra rewards: simulation coins 4 years survived, simulation coins 5, for breakthrough in rank, but the simulation concluded, and he could choose to retain any one aspect. Though he felt a lingering resentment, Lin Shujiao wasted no time and selected to preserve his martial prowess. Instantly, as he fell to the back of the group, a surge of energy coursed through him, the sound of distant drums echoing within his very being. A potent force was poised to erupt within his sinews. Clearly, this was external energy with such power. Even standing still while a burly man struck him with a staff would pose no threat. Even sharp blades would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict harm unless wielded by a formidable warrior. Yet, it was still insufficient. The memory of that mysterious figure's punch haunted him like a nightmare. Personal wallet. 12. He opted to initiate another simulation, which would cost him 5 simulation coins. So the price has increased after reaching 9th rank martial artist status? Lin Shujiao mused, contemplating the limited number of simulations he could afford with his hard-earned coins. With a resolute heart, he decided to proceed, for this simulator was his only means of escape from his predicament. At 18, he wisely withdrew from the Black Wind stronghold. At 18, he secretly found a secluded dwelling, diligently practicing the Nameless Blade technique. Though his strength had not advanced, he compensated for his deficiencies in martial skills. At 18, he departed from Wuliu County for Sanjiang Prefecture, successfully joining the Town Martial Division due to his 9th rank martial artist status. At 18, he became an apprentice constable in the Town Martial Division, where he encountered the mysterious figure who stealthily struck him with a punch, leading to his demise once more. Lin Shujiao felt utterly defeated. This time, he had hoped to adopt a different strategy by joining the Town Martial Division for protection. Relying on the might of this powerful government organization, who could have anticipated that the very mysterious figure he had encountered in the Black Wind stronghold was also a member of the Town Martial Division? In a clandestine maneuver, this individual had seized the opportunity to strike him down once again. What grievances could possibly justify such relentless pursuit? Lin Shujiao recalled that in the previous simulations, he had never crossed paths with this person. Yet, the adversary pursued him as if sensing the scent of prey. The only explanation was that this mysterious figure must have obtained information about him through certain channels, subsequently tracking him down with unerring precision. It appeared that this enigmatic individual had a close connection to Mr. Du. The mysterious figure's infiltration of the Black Wind stronghold was evidently aimed at rescuing Miss Du. However, with their goals aligned. Why did this figure insist on eliminating him? The question perplexed him. This simulation yielded an evaluation even worse than the last. With not a single simulation coin to be gained, Lin Shujiao chose to retain his martial experience before his death. His strength may not have increased, but at least he had mastered the Nameless Blade technique. A stream of insight flooded into Lin Shujiao's mind, granting him the experience of diligently practicing the Nameless Blade technique. The power of the techniques within this Nameless Blade art far surpassed those he had previously learned. It could very well be a martial art of considerable caliber. Feeling the single blade strapped to his waist, Lin Shujiao understood that with a mere flick of his wrist, he could unleash an astonishing array of techniques. At that moment, even the Captain Zhang De would likely struggle to withstand a single strike. With the external energy of a 9th rank martial artist combined with his sharp blade techniques, his prowess was not to be underestimated even among his peers. In the blink of an eye, He had leaped from an unranked martial artist to a 9th-rank martial artist. Under normal circumstances, he would have been overjoyed, but the specter of the mysterious figure's punch cast a shadow over his heart, robbing him of any joy. Personal wallet 7. With only one simulation opportunity remaining, it was clear that joining the town martial division was not a viable path. I refused to believe that through sheer diligence I cannot surpass you, Lin Shujiao resolved. Initiating the next simulation. At-18, he prudently withdrew from the Black Wind Stronghold. At-18, he continued to practice the Nameless Blade technique, gaining new insights. At-20, he discreetly relocated to a more concealed dwelling, persisting in his rigorous practice of the Nameless Blade technique. At-21, he again moved to an even more secretive location, continuing his dedication to the Nameless Blade technique. At-22, he undertook yet another relocation to a more hidden retreat. Unwavering in his commitment to mastering the Nameless Blade technique, this time, Lin Shujiao resolved to persist through thick and thin, moving annually in adherence to the principle of shoot and change positions. Remarkably, after several years, he had successfully evaded the mysterious figure. At-26, he found that his mastery of the Nameless Blade technique had stagnated. Although his strength had grown significantly, he felt that the 8th-rank martial artist threshold remained elusive. At 26, the mysterious figure once again sought him out. He fought with all his might, and after a fierce battle, he struck the figure with a blade as the figure landed a punch upon him. They both perished. Damn it, though he still met his end. The distinctly different outcome of this simulation left Lin Shujiao feeling a sense of vindication. Previously he had been effortlessly felled by the mysterious figure's punch, but this time he had fought back, resulting in a mutual demise. Clearly the mysterious figure had limits and was not invincible. Lin Shujiao's spirits soared as he glanced at the simulation interface. Chapter 4, ascending to 8th rank. Before him, words materialized on the screen. Congratulations, you survived for 8 years, forsaking your companions for a life of mere existence. Pitiful and lamentable, however, dying in a mutual demise with your adversary is commendable. Evaluation, a cause for reflection. Extra rewards, simulation coins 8, 4 years survived, simulation coins 3, for defeating a 9th-rank martial artist, personal wallet 13. The simulation concluded, and he could choose to retain any one aspect. Lin Shujiao opted for his martial prowess. Although he had not broken through to 8th-rank martial artist status this time, it was undeniably an improvement over previous attempts. As expected, a warm surge of energy welled within him, and he felt significantly stronger. From this simulation, Lin Shujiao realized that no matter how many times he relocated to evade the mysterious figure, that individual would ultimately track him down, determined to extinguish his life. He found himself at an impasse. Nevertheless, with additional simulation coins awarded, he had enough to proceed with the next simulation. He was determined to prove that even a player with cheats could not surpass a mere native, continuing the simulations. At 26, he found that his mastery of the Nameless Blade technique had yet to yield any substantial progress. While his strength had greatly increased, the 8th-rank martial artist threshold still felt distant. At 26, the mysterious figure once again sought him out. He fought valiantly, and after a fierce clash, he was struck by the figure's punch while managing to land a blow with his blade. They both met their end. Lin Shujiao chuckled softly. At the very least, he had managed to ensure that the mysterious figure's life was also extinguished. Extra rewards, simulation coins 8, 4 years survived. Simulation coins 3, for defeating a 9th-rank martial artist, personal wallet 19. How amusing, not only did I not incur a loss, but I even profited slightly in simulation coins, Lin Shujiao noted, feeling as though he had discovered a clever strategy. Each time, he could earn a small profit in simulation coins. It felt as though he had become a perpetual motion machine. Your grinding experience is my favorite pastime, after choosing to retain his martial experience. Lin Shujiao proceeded with the next simulation. At 26, the mysterious figure sought him out once more. He resisted fiercely, and after a fierce battle, he struck the figure with a blade, sustaining grave injuries from the figure's punch. Although he ultimately succumbed after 5 days of suffering, he found it intriguing that this path seemed promising. While he had previously perished in a mutual demise, this time he had clearly outmatched his opponent. Even though he eventually succumbed to his wounds days later, he had at least lived to witness the mysterious figure's demise. That feeling was undeniably satisfying. Personal wallet 25. He decided to retain his martial prowess and engaged in 2 more simulations. In the first, he chose to preserve his martial experience. During the second simulation, he realized that he had reached the limits of his own strength. No matter how much he practiced during the simulation, He was no longer able to grow stronger. At this point, his prowess still seemed to fall one step short of that of an 8th grade martial artist. Clearly, he had encountered the legendary bottleneck in martial arts. If he did not break through, he would be unable to progress for the rest of his life. Personal wallet, 37. These two simulations had brought his simulation currency to a gratifying total of 37 coins. At least he could continue simulating. However, this time, Lin Chujiao chose to retain his memories of life. Although his strength could not increase, enhancing his chances of success in other aspects was not impossible. All the information regarding his battle with the mysterious figure flooded into Lin Chujiao's mind. He vividly recalled every detail, from the opponent's moves to how he was injured, as if he had experienced it firsthand. While the opponent knew nothing of his abilities, he was acutely aware of every technique the adversary had employed. With such thorough preparation, what changes would the next simulation bring, consuming 5 simulation coins? The simulation commenced. At the age of 26, the mysterious figure came seeking him. Their strengths were evenly matched, and after a fierce battle, leveraging his understanding of the opponent's martial arts, he evaded a fatal punch and struck back with a blade, resulting in the opponent's demise. At 26, after vanquishing a formidable foe, he felt a surge of exhilaration as he shattered years of stagnation and finally broke through to the inner strength realm. Becoming an 8th grade martial artist, returning to the county office as an 8th grade martial artist, he discovered that the previous county magistrate had already been promoted. He sought out the Du family only to find they had moved away. At 26, upon arriving in Sanjiang County, he was attacked by practitioners of demonic martial arts, resulting in his blood being drained and his demise. What a cursed fate! Before awakening this simulator, he had lived a peaceful 18 years. Free of turmoil, yet, after awakening it, he had met with death at every turn, never once escaping unscathed. Was this infernal simulator the harbinger of misfortune? Never mind, he would focus on the present. He chose to retain his martial prowess. In an instant, a torrent of inner strength surged forth, coursing through Lin Chujiao's meridians. He harnessed this inner strength and struck a nearby boulder with his fist. The surface of the stone remained unscathed, but when he gently nudged it with his toe, it shattered into powder with a resounding crack. Could this be the might of inner strength? Lin Chujiao felt that he could easily overpower 20 captains like Zhang De with just one hand. If an 8th grade martial artist was already this formidable, how powerful would the demonic martial artist who had attacked him in the simulation be? Personal wallet, 63. With the additional 20 simulation coins from breaking through to 8th grade, his total now stood at 63 coins. Should he continue simulating, consuming 20 simulation coins? Should he begin the simulation? As expected, upon elevating to 8th grade martial artist, the cost of simulation had indeed increased, with each simulation requiring 20 coins. Even his seemingly ample 63 coins would allow for a mere 3 simulations. Well, at the very least, he should be safe from danger at Haifeng, as long as he avoided Sanjiang County for now. Resolving this in his mind, Lin Chujiao temporarily halted the simulation. At that moment, Captain Zhang Di and the other constables had already moved quite a distance ahead. Behind them, Lin Chujiao shook his head. Captain Zhang De surely had no inkling that the fate awaiting him and his men was one of annihilation. Had it not been for his simulations, he too would never have imagined that a powerful 9th grade martial artist could exist in such a remote little mountain stronghold. As they pressed onward, it wasn't long before they arrived near Haifeng. Captain Zhang De came to a halt and spoke solemnly. What do you all think? Should we force our way through the front gate or sneak in from the side and rescue Miss Du first? Chapter 5. Confronting the mysterious figure. Here it comes. Indeed, the option that had appeared in the simulation process, reality once again demonstrated to Lin Chujiao that everything in the simulation was not entirely illusory. The constables exchanged glances. What are we afraid of? They're just a bunch of thieves. They might not even wield their weapons properly. You've just entered the realm, and we've all trained in martial arts for many years. Who could possibly stop us if we charge in? One enthusiastic constable exclaimed. Captain Zhang De regarded him coolly. What if we anger the thieves and they harm Miss Du? Can you take responsibility for that? The hot-blooded constable fell silent. While he was not afraid of charging in, he certainly did not wish to see Miss Du harmed, lest her father refused to pay them. With that thought, the constable hesitated and asked, Captain, I've heard that Miss Du is as beautiful as a flower. She's been in the stronghold for a while now. Could it be that? He did not finish his sentence, but his implication was clear to the other constables present. Captain Zhang Da's expression grew stern as he replied coldly, Our only responsibility is to ensure Miss Du's safe rescue. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, and do not seek knowledge that is not meant for you. Understood, understood, Captain, Zhang De nodded before slowly stating, very well, for Miss Du's safety, we will first sneak in from the side of the stronghold, find her, and then proceed accordingly soon. The roles were assigned. A few stayed at the front gate to draw the attention of the bandits. While Captain Zhang De, Lin Chujiao, and another constable stealthily approached from the side, they were clearly the three strongest individuals among the constables. The infiltration went smoothly, without incident, and the trio entered the stronghold from the side. Captain Zhang De lowered his voice, Xiao Lin, Xiao Wang, when we create a commotion at the front, we will split into 3 groups and search from different areas, aiming to find Miss Du first. If the opportunity arises, rescue her. If the situation does not permit, do not alert the enemy, and return here to regroup. Understood. Before long, a disturbance erupted within the stronghold. Evidently, Captain Zhang Da's strategy had succeeded, as the other constables created a ruckus at the front gate. Of course, they did not truly launch an assault. They merely shouted from a distance. As they split into 3 groups, Lin Chujiao followed the path indicated by his memories from the simulation, heading toward the familiar direction. Although he had already mastered the techniques from the knife manual, he decided to visit the secret chamber and retrieve that nameless knife manual, though he could not fathom why a small stronghold would possess such a valuable tome. It might prove beneficial for some future monetary gain. While the simulation process could grant him strength and experience, it did not bring him any wealth. Following the route etched in his memory, he pressed on. Soon, he arrived at a familiar location. Within the passage, Lin Chujiao's gaze sharpened as a figure subtly lunged at him from the side, attacking with a ferocious blow. A fist as large as a cauldron rapidly enlarged before his eyes. The opponent had no intention of employing any tricks. He aimed directly for Lin Chujiao's chest with a powerful strike. The force of the punch was palpable, and the formidable physique of a 9th-grade martial artist, propelled by external strength, exuded an overwhelming aura. The mysterious figure's expression was icy, with an indifferent glint in his eyes. Under the ferocious assault, the young constable before him appeared paralyzed with fear, standing frozen in place. The mysterious figure chuckled coldly to himself, confident that with this blow, even a fierce tiger would be left trembling. There was no way this mere constable could survive. In an instant, the heavy punch landed squarely on the young man's chest. However, contrary to the expected outcome of the opponent being sent reeling and spitting blood, nothing of the sort occurred. Instead, the opponent's skin quivered slightly, dissipating the force of the blow throughout his body. This strike, potent enough to fell a tiger, failed to inflict even the slightest harm. Tough as an ox, he had effectively neutralized an overwhelming force. The mysterious figure, momentarily taken aback, gazed incredulously at Lin Chujiao. He never expected that a mere county constable could have entered the realm and cultivated such powerful external strength. Given time, he feared he might not even stand a chance against him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "It's a pity that your talent was met with my presence too soon. A genius cut short is nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious figure lunged again, unleashing an even more forceful punch aimed squarely at Lin Chujiao's chest. As he threw the punch, the muscles in his arm writhed like a coiled serpent, causing the fabric of his sleeve to tear with a resounding rip. The speed of the strike was blinding, each wave of force crashing upon the next, creating a startling sound as the air was disrupted. Compared to before, this punch was easily twice as powerful. He had infused it with the secret techniques he had painstakingly honed over the years, making it his most formidable strike. The mysterious figure was confident that even if the young constable had also attained the 9th-grade external strength, he would surely meet his demise beneath this blow. However, as the punch reached its midpoint, in a fleeting moment, the mysterious figure noticed the young constable's lips curling into a slight, inappropriate smirk. What was happening? In that instant, an involuntary question arose in the mysterious figure's mind, yet his fist did not falter. With a resounding thud, the mysterious figure's secret punch slammed into Lin Chujiao's chest once more, but this time, the result was entirely different from the last. The mysterious figure felt that his punch's force had not been neutralized. Instead, it had struck true against his opponent's chest, yet, the sensation was somewhat different from before. At the moment the fist made contact, an inexplicable yet formidable force surged forth from the point of contact between the fist and the opponent's body, coursing up the arm with a violent intensity. A mouthful of reverse blood, mingled with visceral fragments, was expelled as the power transmitted through the fist swiftly reached the adversary's chest cavity, effortlessly shattering numerous internal organs. 8th tier internal strength. The mysterious figure managed to utter these words with great difficulty before slowly collapsing. His wide-open eyes filled with astonishment and resentment. Had he known earlier that his opponent was of the 8th tier, even with tenfold courage, he would never have dared to foolishly charge in. Alas, the world offers little in the way of foresight. The mysterious figure took his final breath. Meanwhile, the instigator of this encounter lightly brushed his chest garment, glancing at the resentful figure lying on the ground. Shaking his head slightly, the opponent may have lacked foresight, but he, possessing a life choice simulator, was afforded numerous opportunities for precognition. Through countless simulations, he had long been aware of the existence of this mysterious figure. Moreover, in numerous confrontations, he had already discerned the opponent's level of strength. To be candid, the mysterious figure in this scene was significantly weaker than the one he had encountered years later in the simulations. As an 8th-tier martial artist endowed with internal strength, he need not even shift his feet. Relying solely on the recoil of his internal strength, he had already instilled a sense of dread within his opponent. Leading to his demise, the once nightmarish figure was thus easily vanquished, collapsing at his feet. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within Lin Shujiao, yet the memories retained from the simulations brought him a sense of tranquility. Preventing any significant emotional upheaval, with a gentle lift of his foot, he stepped over the lifeless form of the mysterious figure and continued onward. With the mysterious figure slain, the Black Wind stronghold should pose no further major threats. Chapter 6: The Great Fire Within the Black Wind Stronghold. Lin Shujiao advanced cautiously. Despite the fact that in the simulated processes, this stronghold should no longer be a threat, he still gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand. Ever poised for action. To some extent, he placed his trust in the simulator, yet he harbored no intention of relying entirely upon it. To become complacent after acquiring such an advantage was not his life's motto. After walking a short distance, Lin Shujiao caught a glimpse in his peripheral vision and discovered two figures in a side room. He moved quietly into the room. Indeed, the two figures within had long since lost their life force. Judging by their attire, it was evident they were bandits of the stronghold slain by an unknown assailant. Could it have been that mysterious figure? A thought flickered in Lin Shujiao's mind, although in the prior simulations the figure had relentlessly pursued him to the death. It appeared they had indeed come to rescue Miss Du. No, wait, the internal strength of an 8th-tier martial artist granted him exceptionally acute senses. Even in the dimly lit room, he could clearly discern the condition of the two deceased. The bandits were slumped against the wall, their clothes soaked in blood. Lin Shujiao knelt down, turning the head of one bandit. 2 rows of bite marks were shockingly visible on the neck. Lin Shujiao's mind buzzed as a chill surged from his heart. At 26 years old, you ventured to Sanjiang County, only to be attacked by a practitioner of demonic arts, ultimately drained of your blood and perishing. This phrase inevitably surfaced in Lin Shujiao's thoughts. In a recent simulation, he had met a similar fate, succumbing to complete blood loss. However, in that instance, he had chosen to retain his power level, opting not to preserve the memories of the simulation. Thus, apart from that textual information, he had no further understanding of the practitioner of demonic arts. Concerning the two corpses before him, he was uncertain whether they had also fallen victim to the same demonic practitioner encountered in the simulations. But it seemed plausible there was a connection. Lin Shujiao's heart grew cold, nearly prompting him to flee, yet that thought was merely a fleeting moment in his mind. Quickly suppressed, the simulator initiated a new simulation. At that moment, Lin Shujiao paused his steps, preparing for the next simulation. Having witnessed the two corpses drained of blood, he comprehended that this Black Wind stronghold concealed a secret unbeknownst to him. In previous simulations, he had either been struck dead by the mysterious figure from the outset or had fled, only to be ultimately killed by the same figure. He had been entirely ignorant of the circumstances lurking deep within the Black Wind stronghold. Consuming 20 simulation coins, the simulation commenced. At-18, you are already an 8th-tier martial artist, entering the stronghold and slaying the blocking mysterious figure with your internal force. At-18, you delve deeper and discover the bizarre deaths of bandits drained of blood. At 18, you cautiously investigate, uncovering many corpses in similar conditions, yet ultimately find nothing. At-18, you rescue Miss Du, earning the respect of the county magistrate and generous rewards from Memor. Du. At-18, you were attacked at midnight by masked assailants. Engaging in a fierce battle, severing an enemy's arm and forcing them to retreat. Option 1, do not pursue the retreating enemy. Return home for a good night's sleep. Option 2, relentlessly pursue, vowing vengeance upon those who dare offend you. Choose option 2. At-18, you resolve to eliminate your foe once and for all, launching a pursuit, but alas, your lightness of foot proved inadequate, and you were easily outpaced. Lin Shujiao, what kind of choice is that? At 18, having gained the magistrate's endorsement and Mr. Du's support, you traveled to Sanjiang County, becoming an officer of the Town Martial Division. At-19, you accumulated merits and exchanged them for the grass above flying lightness skill in the Town Martial Division. At 20, you diligently trained in the grass above flying manual, significantly enhancing your combat prowess, yet the attainment of chi strength to become a 7th-tier martial artist remained a distant goal. At 20, assigned to investigate the atrocities of the Blood Demon sect. You were besieged by 4 formidable foes, including a one-armed masked man. On the brink of death, you comprehended a secret technique from the Nameless Sword manual, Black Tiger seeking the abyss, slaying 3 and wounding 1. But ultimately, you were unable to escape your fate. You died. Indeed, it was once again as such. This time, your life was even shorter than before. Congratulations, you survived for 2 years fighting against overwhelming odds and perishing. Yet your brief existence still shone brightly. Evaluation, slightly noteworthy additional rewards, Simulation Coins X1, Evaluation, Simulation Coins X2, Years Survived, Simulation Coins X18, Slaying 3 8th-tier martial artists, Personal Wallet, 64. Each simulation consumes 20 simulation coins. And though this time ended prematurely, I still earned 21 simulation coins, barely breaking even. It seems that after becoming an 8th-tier martial artist, slaying 9th-tier martial artists no longer yields rewards. The simulation concluded. And you may choose to retain any one of the following. Lin Chujiao pondered. After becoming an 8th-tier martial artist, his power level had not seen significant improvement until the age of 20. The memories from the moments prior to death were undeniably crucial, providing insight into the one-armed man. With that knowledge, he could act with purpose rather than blindly. However, in comparison, mastering the grass above flying lightness skill and the Black Tiger seeking the abyss technique greatly enhanced his strength, making them difficult to relinquish. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose to retain his martial arts experience. In an instant, a surge of information flooded his mind, and unbeknownst to him, he had already grasped the grass above flying and Black Tiger seeking the abyss techniques. Especially the grass above flying lightness skill, which preserved his insights from the manual exchange to the final moments of his training, as if imprinted into his very being. Would you like to continue simulating? Lin Chujiao hesitated slightly, yet he felt an intense warmth radiating from his body. A thought crossed his mind, and with a gentle push from his toes, he soared into the air like a swallow. With a resounding thud, he struck out, shattering the ceiling of the room, and his form floated effortlessly through the opening, landing atop the roof. Standing on the rooftop, Lin Chujiao surveyed his surroundings. The once intact Black Wind stronghold was now ablaze in several places, the flames growing ever fiercer. A weight settled in Lin Chujiao's heart. He had nearly forgotten that in a previous simulation, the stronghold ultimately succumbed to flames and was reduced to ashes, yet, the most recent simulation had not mentioned this detail. Upon realizing this, Lin Chujiao gained a deeper understanding of the LifeChoice simulator. It did not meticulously document every detail but recorded only certain critical junctures. Through textual information, Lin Chujiao could grasp the general progression of events. But only by choosing to retain simulation memories could he know every detail as if he had experienced it firsthand. Even with such a raging fire, not a single bandit emerged to extinguish it, which was decidedly illogical. As the flames roared ever more violently, continuing in a simulated state was not a prudent choice. Gazing at the inferno, Lin Chujiao no longer hesitated. With a light push from his toes, he leaped across the rooftops gracefully. He landed atop another room, striking down to cleave the roof open. A swift glance within revealed yet another 2 corpses, their deaths mirroring those of the previous 2. Lin Chujiao furrowed his brow, continuing to leap across 2 other rooms. One after another, many rooms bore similar conditions. Lin Chujiao's expression grew increasingly grave, his grip on the hilt tightening instinctively. It now appeared that the remnants of the Blood Demon sect, the one who had once ambushed him and lost an arm to his blade, were likely the very cause of the chaos unfolding within the Black Wind stronghold. It was highly probable that they still lurked within its depths. Lin Chujiao narrowed her eyes slightly. Although her heart was heavy, she felt no excessive fear. In the simulation process, that one-armed man had initially been unable to contend with her as an 8th-grade martial artist. Even when 4 individuals later surrounded him, it resulted only in a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, at this particular moment within the Black Wind stronghold, armed with the unique techniques of Grass on the Wind and Black Tiger's stealth, her strength was evidently superior to that of her adversaries. As long as she remained cautious, the situation should not prove to be overly troublesome. At the moment when the flames reached their zenith, Lin Chujiao cleaved through the roof of a certain room, finally glimpsing a different scenario through the gaping hole. In the room, a slender figure stood with her back turned to the entrance. From this vantage point, Lin Chujiao could clearly observe that the figure was clad in emerald attire, holding a brush steadily in hand, diligently sketching. A quick glance revealed that the painting on the table depicted a stronghold nestled within the mountains. Seemingly capturing the exterior of the Black Wind stronghold itself with a graceful leap, Lin Shujiao soared through the roof's opening, landing softly before inquiring, "Miss Du?" The delicate figure turned, revealing elegantly arched brows and pearly teeth. Framed by a face that was both enchanting and youthful, rising to her feet, the young woman parted her ruby lips, her voice as gentle as flowing water. "It is I. Are you the one sent by my father to rescue me?" Lin Shujiao nodded, maintaining a composed demeanor as she queried, with the conflagration raging throughout this stronghold, "How is it that Miss Du remains here, absorbed in her art?" Miss Du appeared momentarily taken aback. Responding softly, "I have been confined within this room and was unaware of the chaos outside." Lin Shujiao surveyed the room once more, observing the array of artistic materials, and smiled subtly. "It seems this room is well stocked with various supplies. Far from what one would expect in a bandit stronghold. It appears those brigands have taken some care for your comfort. Must you mock me, sir? I am indeed obsessed with painting to the point of madness. Which led me to sneak up here for inspiration, only to be captured by bandits, a misfortune of my own making." Miss Du replied with a faint smile. "However, their kindness towards me is merely for the sake of silver. Intending to use me as leverage against my father for a hefty ransom, you misunderstand my intent. I hold no ulterior motives," Lin Shujiao assured her, gazing at her endearing countenance, "yet the flames are drawing perilously close. We must cease our conversation and prioritize our escape. Please wait a moment while I roll up this painting," Miss Du said, turning to gather her artwork. Behind her, Lin Shujiao's expression suddenly turned grim. And in a swift, silent motion, she drew her blade and aimed a strike at the nape of Miss Du's neck. The strike was as swift as lightning, seemingly unremarkable, yet it contained years of martial prowess honed through countless simulations. Were this blade to land, it would spell doom not only for the defenseless Miss Du but even for the masked figure from her simulations who had wielded formidable power. Indeed, the signs uncovered upon entering the stronghold had ignited profound suspicion within Lin Shujiao regarding the woman before her. However, just as the blade approached, mere inches from her skin, Miss Du exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Lin Shujiao's gaze flickered, and the blade abruptly halted. To transition from extreme motion to utter stillness demands an extraordinary level of control. A skill Lin Shujiao had long since mastered. As the blade's edge sliced through a few strands of hair, they floated gently to the ground. When Miss Du turned back, having secured her painting, she found Lin Shujiao had sheathed her blade, appearing as unremarkable as before. After years of training, he could draw his sword with the sound of a dragon's roar or sheath it in complete silence. Catching his adversary off guard, oblivious to the peril she had just escaped, Miss Du gazed at him with a charming smile. "Sir, how shall we make our escape?" Lin Shujiao remained silent, crouching down with his back to her. Behind him, Miss Du's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she leaned forward, arms outstretched to encircle his neck. At that moment, Lin Shujiao turned to her, astonished. "What are you doing?" Miss Du's hands froze mid-air. "Surprised. Aren't you going to carry me out?" Lin Shujiao shook his head, patting the floor. "It would be improper for me to do such a thing. I merely wish to ascertain whether there is a secret passage here. If so, we can escape through it." For a moment, Miss Du appeared perplexed, feeling somewhat awkward. "You needn't worry too much, sir. I understand this is a matter of urgency and will not act coyly like a young girl." "Is that so? If Miss Du is so open-minded, then I shall not be concerned at observing Miss Du." Lin Shujiao spread his hands, revealing the absence of a hidden passage. "I apologize for my intrusion, Miss Du." As he approached her, Miss Du lowered her head slightly, her blush deepening. Boom! Having spent too much time, the fire had spread to the outside of the room, causing a wall to collapse with a resounding crash. Startled, Miss Du instinctively sought refuge behind Lin Shujiao, yet, he pivoted and swiftly positioned himself behind her, seizing the collar of her garment, and with a light push of his toes, leaped into the air. Boom! As the house crumbled again, Lin Shujiao nimbly darted to the side, propelling himself towards safety. In his grasp, Miss Du dangled, her expression one of shock. She had been prepared, yet at that moment, she realized that reality deviated from her expectations. Lin Shujiao, however, remained unfazed, feeling no remorse for his actions. Initially, he had attempted to gauge her true nature with a swift strike, but had ultimately gleaned little information, unable to ascertain whether she was indeed a member of the Blood Demon sect from his simulations. He refrained from delivering a lethal blow, yet his doubts lingered. To carry her on his back, placing her in such a risky position, Lin Shujiao would never consent to such a thing if she were truly a vampire. Even with his superior skills, he risked a perilous downfall. Within the Black Wind stronghold, of flames raged, nearly consuming the entire compound. Lin Shujiao soared above the inferno, and after several leaps, he landed on a cliff outside the stronghold. He released Miss Du and gazed silently at the chaos within. Such a conflagration, and yet no one appeared to be fleeing the stronghold. it resembled a ghost town even before the fire erupted. The remarkable eyesight of an 8th-grade martial artist allowed him to see the opposite side of the stronghold. There a throng of constables appeared beleaguered, yet their lives were spared. Beside him, Miss Du's complexion had paled slightly, and beads of sweat glistened on her brow. Lin Shujiao glanced at her, observing her chest rise and fall as her breathing gradually steadied. A glimmer of yearning flickered in her eyes as she asked, "Sir, was that what martial artists refer to as lightness skill?" "Indeed," Lin Shujiao affirmed, nodding. "I have not perfected my lightness skill. I hope I did not embarrass you." Miss Du shook her head, her gaze still filled with longing. "It felt wonderful. I truly hope that one day I can soar through the skies like you, sir." Lin Shujiao's eyes sparkled, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "So Miss Du harbors an interest in martial arts?" Miss Du countered with a shake of her head. "It is not martial arts that intrigue me, but if I possessed such abilities, I could venture out for inspiration and navigate perilous situations with ease." Merely for the sake of convenience in her artistic pursuits, surely Miss Du's family must have formidable guardians at home. Lin Shujiao mused, calmly observing the Black Wind stronghold, now reduced to ruins. He spoke in a low tone. "Upon entering, I encountered a skilled martial artist who seemed to be searching for you." Miss Du's eyes widened, brimming with confusion as she gazed at Lin Shujiao. After a moment's contemplation, she responded gently, "I do not possess the ability to discern the strength of martial artists. The most formidable among my father's guardians should be Master Ma, yet he lacks the capacity to soar through the air as you do." Pausing, she added, "Could it be that my father, concerned for my safety, has summoned additional powerful warriors?" Lin Shujiao studied Miss Du intently, his gaze causing her to shyly lower her head before he withdrew his penetrating stare. He realized that even after several attempts to probe her, he remained uncertain of her honesty. Was Miss Du truly just an ordinary heiress? In the next simulation, he vowed to retain his memories, for that would allow him to unravel the true identity of the masked figure. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Shujiao offered Miss Du a gentle smile. "Miss Du, I believe your father must be anxious. Let us take our leave." Chapter 8. One cannot generalize the physical qualities of individuals. Wulio County, Du Family Mansion. Within the inner residence, all present, including the county magistrate and officials, were gathered. In ordinary circumstances, a constable like Lin Shujiao would never have the privilege to attend a gathering alongside the county magistrate, yet today, they find themselves in the spotlight. Mr. Du raised his cup in a toast, profoundly expressing his gratitude. The county magistrate beamed with delight. After 3 rounds of drinks, the youngest constable, Lin Shujiao, was thoroughly intoxicated and utterly unconscious, just as Captain Zhang Di and the others were about to carry him back. Mr. Du waved them off with a smile. "No need for such trouble. Let the young constable rest here for the night. When he awakens, I shall arrange a carriage to send him home. My family may lack in many things, but we certainly have an abundance of guest rooms." Captain Zhang Di exchanged glances with the county magistrate, shaking his head repeatedly. "That would be quite inappropriate. The presence of numerous ladies in your household does not conform to decorum." However, Mr. Du chuckled heartily. "Nonsense. My daughter has been eager to wait for the young benefactor to awaken so she can express her gratitude." The officials present exchanged glances, taking in the strikingly handsome Lin Shujiao, who even in his inebriated state, radiated charm. A shared thought flickered in their minds. The constables gazed at Lin Shujiao with envy. What a lad, single-handedly storming a bandit stronghold to rescue a damsel in distress. And to top it off, he possesses an enviable physique, embodying the quintessential youthful hero that captures a maiden's heart. Thus Lin's gallant act of heroism must have won the affection of Miss Du? Surely this is the makings of a romantic tale. Ultimately, with the tacit approval of the county magistrate, Constable Lin Shujiao was permitted to stay. However, after leaving the Du residence, one constable in the group appeared rather disgruntled. "But I'm only 19, the prime age for a youthful hero. If I had found Miss Du first, wouldn't I have been the favored son-in-law of the Du family?" Upon hearing this, the other constables regarded him with bemusement. Shaking their heads in unison, the young man grew agitated. "What, you don't believe me?" "It's not disbelief," Captain Zhang decided, shaking his head again, patting the young man's shoulder. "Oh, Xiaowang, do you really think that simply saving a damsel will compel her to offer her heart? Isn't that so, Xiaowang? Don't you yet understand? One cannot generalize the nature of human relationships. When Xiaolin saves someone, it results in, the young lady has no way to repay, and thus offers her heart in gratitude. When you save someone, it translates to, the young lady has no way to repay, except to toil in the next life as a servant to repay this great kindness. Do you understand?" After another pat on Xiaowang's shoulder, Captain Zhang decided and turned away. The other constables followed suit, each one stopping by to pat Xiaowang's shoulder, casting sympathetic glances before departing. Left standing alone, Xiaowang was left in disarray. He finally grasped that the fault lay not with him, but with this infuriating, superficial world. As the constables faded into the distance, Lin Chujiao had already been settled into a guest room at the Du residence. The servants quietly closed the door behind them, and a gentle voice emerged from outside. Has young Master Lin been comfortably settled? Yes, miss, he has been settled in and is already asleep. Good, young Master Lin is my savior. Please take extra care of him. When he awakens tomorrow, be sure to inform me. Understood, Mississippi. As the voices faded, the rhythmic sound of Lin Chujiao's breathing filled the guest room. Unbeknownst to him, the hour had grown late, and the entire Du residence had succumbed to the stillness of the night. Outside the guest room where Lin Chujiao rested, several dark steel needles silently pierced through the papered window, embedding themselves in the bed. A muffled groan escaped the room, followed by an eerie silence. After a considerable time, the door creaked open, and a slender figure, cloaked in black and masked, swiftly entered the room. In an instant, the figure's fingers curled into claws. Lunging towards the bed, however, as the steel-like fingers grasped, they found only the soft texture of bedding, not the warmth of a body. Alarmed, the masked intruder attempted to retreat, yet it was too late. A shadowy blade descended from above, accompanied by Lin Chujiao's icy words, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." In that moment, the masked figure felt as though they were being targeted by a fearsome beast. Their hair standing on end as cold sweat broke forth, the blade struck with unmatched speed, akin to a tiger lurking in the dark. Lunging towards the intruder's back, the technique, Black Tiger dives into the abyss, derived from an obscure sword manual, shone brilliantly in this instant. Under the pressure of the strike, the masked figure struggled to shift, desperately throwing themselves against the right wall, which happened to be where the window was located. Yet, it seemed as if Lin Chujiao had anticipated every move. Mid-strike, his blade altered its trajectory, unexpectedly redirecting toward the window's edge. The masked figure, in that moment, collided directly with the edge of Lin Chujiao's blade. With a rush, blood splattered across the window frame as the intruder's right arm was severed at the shoulder. Falling to the ground, the severed limb unleashed a surge of blood, transforming into a mist that enveloped Lin Chujiao. The appearance of the blood mist was abrupt, yet Lin Chujiao remained unfazed, as if he had foreseen this outcome. Maintaining his composure, with a flurry of strikes from his single blade, he created a barrier of blade light that repelled the blood mist. Years of practice in simulated scenarios, combined with his prowess as an 8th-rank martial artist, allowed him to wield his blade with seamless precision. However, at that moment, the masked figure experienced a sudden surge of power. Their speed increasing dramatically, they crashed through the window, escaping into the night. Some technique akin to heavenly demon unraveling that unlocks hidden potential. Lin Chujiao remained unperturbed, glancing at the severed arm to confirm it belonged to a woman. Then, he too launched himself into the air. In the dark night, the masked figure, clad in black, had already leapt several dozen feet away, landing atop another building. Lin Chujiao deftly propelled himself off a branch in the courtyard, soaring towards the opposite rooftop. However, after the masked figure had activated their potential, their agility had escalated significantly, and within moments, they vanished into the night. Yet, Lin Chujiao was unhurried. Holding his blade, he gracefully traversed the rooftops until he arrived at a particular door. He knocked lightly with the end of his blade sheath, calling out, "Come out, there's no need to hide." Chapter 9. Come out, there's no need to hide. Come out, there's no need to hide. I know you are inside. His clear voice shattered the silence of the night. Lin Chujiao, gripping the hilt of his blade, gazed steadily at the door before him. He was not speaking idly, he stood confidently at this threshold, fully assured of his intuition. Indeed, during the daytime banquet, he had feigned drunkenness intentionally, seeking to probe Miss Du, or perhaps even the entire Du family. Alas, despite his ostensible inebriation, the Du family merely arranged for servants to settle him into a guest room. And after a day had passed, nothing transpired as he had anticipated. Ultimately, to be prudent, Lin Chujiao had conducted another secret simulation in the guest room. At 18, he feigned drunkenness, was settled into the Du family's guest room, and awaited for a night when he would be attacked by a masked intruder, leading to an intense battle where he would sever the enemy's arm and force their retreat. Choice 1. Let the defeated enemy flee and return to sleep peacefully. Choice 2. Pursue relentlessly, for those who offend me shall surely meet their end. He chose the second option. Eventually, Lin Chujiao tracked the masked figure to the outer quarters of Miss Du's private chamber. With a growing suspicion, he unsheathed his blade and struck open the door, only to find no sign of Miss Du, but rather the severed arm intruder. After another fierce confrontation, he pursued the masked figure beyond the city of Wuliu, ultimately exhausting the enemy's newfound potential, cleaving them in two. However, in their final moments of despair, the masked figure had clawed at their own face, rendering their features unrecognizable, although Lin Chujiao never glimpsed the intruder's true visage. The body he had dispatched was undoubtedly that of a young woman. All signs pointed to the fact that this was indeed Miss Du Shiji. The act of mutilating her appearance before death perhaps aimed to shield her father. Mr. Du, from disgrace. Of course, all these details emerged only after he chose to retain his memories post-simulation. Asa Constable Lin Shujiao possessed a certain understanding of the ultimate aspiration of constables, the Jinwu Division. Unlike ordinary constables, the Jinwu Division served as a formidable institution for suppressing the chaos of the world, tasked with confronting martial artists in the realm, especially those who defied authority and disrupted the order of the court. Should it be discovered that the Du family had ties to remnants of the Blood Demon sect, the Jinwu Division would undoubtedly dispatch officers to apprehend all members of the Du family. After the confrontation with the masked figure, Lin Shujiao returned to the Du residence, only to find that Mr. Du had vanished without a trace, leaving behind servants who were utterly unaware of any details. Upon sensing that Mr. Du appeared to be entangled in some troubling matters, Lin Shujiao, after joining the town martial division, relentlessly pursued the whereabouts of the man, albeit to no avail despite expending considerable time and effort. It was as if Mr. Du had completely vanished from the face of the earth since that fateful day. At the age of 18, serving as a constable for the town martial division, you received orders to apprehend the unruly 8th-rank martial artist. While passing by the banks of the Lansong River, you chanced upon two martial artists engaged in a duel. Driven by curiosity, you approached to observe, only to be struck by a backlash of energy from an attack, resulting in your demise. Ultimately, it was in this perilous pursuit of curiosity that Lin Shujiao concluded this simulation. Personal wallet, 50. This simulation consumed 20 simulation coins, yet yielded only the elimination of a single 8th-rank martial artist, returning a paltry 6 simulation coins, a true financial loss. He chose not to continue the simulation. At the very least, the memories retained from this choice granted him a deeper understanding of the affairs concerning the Du family. Lin Shujiao resolved to adopt a different approach the last time. His direct pursuit of the masked figure allowed Mr. Du ample time to escape, leaving Lin Shujiao with an enduring unease. The saying goes, one fears not the thief but the thief's intentions. With Mr. Du, who was associated with the Blood Demon sect, lurking in the shadows, Lin Shujiao felt an inescapable tension within. The room yielded no response, as if it were devoid of human presence. A man of honor speaks plainly. You had your arm severed by me, and waiting here will only render you weaker. Why not emerge so we may converse amicably? Lin Shujiao scoffed. Or perhaps you believe I lack the courage to breach your sanctuary. As he spoke, flames flickered not far behind him. Two servants approached, lanterns in hand, encircling Mr. Du. Lin, my young brother, what brings you here at such a late hour? Mr. Du inquired, his expression betraying a hint of dread upon seeing Lin Shujiao standing with a drawn blade before his beloved daughter. Lin Shujiao regarded Mr. Du, shifting slightly, yet maintaining a firm grip on the hilt of his sword, and calmly stated, I wish to consult Miss Du on certain matters. I kindly request that Mr. Du summon her forth. Mr. Du's voice trembled slightly as he replied, it is indeed a cold and heavy night. How about I have the kitchen prepare a soothing soup for you, young brother Lin, and let my daughter meet you tomorrow instead? I fear that by tomorrow, not only will Miss Du be absent, but you, Mr. Du, may be as well, Lin Shujiao retorted, shaking his head resolutely. At this moment, I must see Miss Du, father. Mr. Du sighed, unsure of how to proceed. When suddenly a softly dulcet voice emerged from within the chamber. With a crash, the door splintered open, revealing a fair and pale face behind it. Chapter 10, I have waited for you long enough. The figure that appeared was none other than Miss Du Shiji. However, contrary to Lin Shujiao's expectations, she was not clad in black attire, nor were her arms harmed. Instead, she wore a nightgown, her face ashen, and was being held captive by a man in black, the very one whose arm Lin Shujiao had severed earlier. Stop, brave sir. As long as you do not harm her life, I shall offer you as much silver as you desire. Mr. Du implored, his face drained of color in the lantern's glow. Silence, a mere rustic lacks the right to converse with me. The masked man disregarded Mr. Du entirely, fixing a cold gaze upon Lin Shujiao. Step back, or the delicate beauty before you shall perish at once. As he spoke, his fingers curled around Du Shiji's throat, as unyielding as steel. A simple push would lead to a gruesome conclusion. Lin Shujiao furrowed his brow. From the moment Du Shiji and the masked man appeared together, he sensed something amiss. His previous assumption that Du Shiji was aligned with the masked man now seemed a grave error. Could it be that the masked man was an entirely different individual? As thoughts raced, Lin Shujiao's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He smiled gently, yet his words were laced with ice. Though I have saved Miss Du once, it was out of duty to the county magistrate. At present, my relationship with Miss Du is rather tenuous. Do you truly believe it fitting to use her as leverage against me? the masked captor fell into silence. After a pause, a low chuckle emanated from behind Du Shiji ahead. You nearly deceived me, yet if you truly did not care, you would have acted already rather than engage in such idle chatter, elated by his own cleverness. The masked man continued, tell me, if Miss Du were to perish here today, would you find yourself in trouble? So fond of guessing, are we? Lin Shujiao slowly raised his hand, the blade pointing forward, and coldly replied. Then perhaps you should guess whether you will harm Miss Du first, or if I shall cleave you in two. As the words fell, Lin Shujiao indeed disregarded the captive Miss Du, pivoting on his toes to swing the blade forward. The glimmer of the blade danced in the night, swiftly traversing the distance between them. Just a step more, and the tip would reach the two figures before him. To his surprise, Lin Shujiao dared to strike boldly. Leaving the masked man momentarily stunned. No longer daring to harbor any hope, the masked man forcefully shoved Du Shiji toward Lin Shujiao. Retreating at full speed, the blade swung forward, nearly striking Du Shiji's face. She, propelled by the masked man's forceful shove, could not halt her momentum and collided directly with the blade's edge. In that instant, Mr. Du gasped in horror, while Du Shiji herself turned pale, bracing for death. Yet, astonishingly, Lin Shujiao's blade veered mid-strike, flipping over and gliding past Du Shiji as if he had deliberately held back. The blade passed by her, and Lin Shujiao's body spun like a whirlwind, trailing closely behind the blade. Utilizing his light-footed technique to its fullest, he aimed to capture the masked man. The sound of air being sliced was barely discernible as the fleeing masked figure suddenly turned mid-air, raising his remaining hand to unleash a flurry of blood-colored steel needles toward Lin Shujiao. Lin Shujiao's gaze sharpened, his blade slashing forward in a continuous arc, ringing as he deflected every incoming needle. However, this maneuver naturally slowed his forward momentum. With the gap created, the masked man managed to distance himself further. Yet, to Lin Shujiao's astonishment, the masked man did not continue to flee but instead charged toward him. In mid-air, the masked man curled his fingers into a claw, akin to a great eagle, launching himself at Lin Shujiao. Not only did he not retreat, he boldly initiated a counterattack. Faced with this sudden surge of courage from the masked man, Lin Shujiao did not flinch in the slightest, his blade slicing forward. With a decisive strike, the masked man did not shy away but instead collided with the blade head-on. Just a fraction more, and the blade would meet the masked man's body. However, at that moment, Lin Shujiao abruptly retracted his blade, twisting his wrist as if his back possessed eyes, delivering a strike behind him. In the darkness, a fierce tiger's roar echoed, as a shadowy phantom of a tiger lunged toward his rear. The sounds of two anguished cries pierced the air as Lin Shujiao spun his body, leaping sideways, his blade pointing toward the back, exclaiming joyously, Miss Du, I have waited for you long enough. Behind him, the two servants of Mr. Du lay sprawled in a pool of blood, their faces etched with disbelief. Meanwhile, Du Shiji had retreated a distance of 3 zhan, holding a golden hairpin, gazing at Lin Shujiao with astonishment. You knew all along? Her expression soured, as she recalled that fleeting moment when she and Mr. Du's two servants had launched a surprise attack intending to catch him off guard, only to be outmaneuvered and have those two servants slain instead. In truth, had it been a straightforward confrontation, the two servants would not have perished so swiftly. Lin Shujiao's gaze remained calm, unyieldingly meeting Du Shiji's eyes, and with a tranquil smile, he replied, From the moment I encountered you in Haifeng village, I suspected you. While appearing unfazed, Lin Shujiao's heart raced with relief. When he first saw Du Shiji held captive by the masked man, he nearly believed his prior suspicions were misplaced. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, he kept his guard up against her. When the masked man pressed forward instead of retreating, Lin Shujiao sensed the situation was more complex than it appeared. Indeed, his vigilance allowed him to detect the impending attack from behind. As an 8th-rank martial artist, distinguishing sound was a fundamental skill. A swift counter-strike thwarted Du Shiji's assault perfectly, simultaneously dispatching the two capable servants. This turn of events was undeniably a lucrative gain. Shiji, what have you done? Mr. Du stepped forward, anxious to address Lin Shujiao. Young brother Lin, it is all a misunderstanding. My daughter. However, Lin Shujiao merely raised his blade toward him, smiling gently. Mr. Du, a man of honor, speaks plainly. Spare me the pretense. As remnants of the blood demon sect, you possess considerable audacity, truly believing that this remote Wulio County would be devoid of martial division oversight, so you were aware all along. Mr. Du's countenance darkened, halting his advance. In that instant, a chilling aura erupted from him, as he declared, Since you know, then you cannot be spared. Chapter 11. How did you know? In the inner residence of the Du family. Night had fallen, the lantern had carelessly been tossed to the ground, its flickering flame casting shadows on the fluctuating visage of Du Yuan. As for the blood demon sect, do you alone possess this knowledge? Or have the constables been informed as well? He inquired coldly, his aura steadily rising. What do you think? Lin Shujiam did not provide a straightforward answer. At this moment, he finally understood why the mysterious figure in the previous simulations had been so intent on pursuing and eliminating him. Clearly they were fearful of any revelations he might make regarding the Blood Demon sect. The remnants of the sect lurked in the shadows, and for now, they still trembled at the might of the Jinwu division. The tale of Mistu being robbed by bandits from the Black Wind stronghold was a mere fabrication. In truth, Du Shiji had likely infiltrated the stronghold deliberately, using the bandits as a source of sustenance for her blood-sucking cultivation. It was uncertain whether the county magistrate's dispatch of constables to rescue her was part of her scheme. In any case, according to the original course of events, after Du Shiji had feasted on blood to enhance her skills, she was supposed to set the stronghold ablaze, thereby concealing her nefarious training. Alas, the unexpected complication of his presence had thwarted her plans. Very well, after eliminating you, I shall attend to the other minor nuisances at my leisure. Du Yuany's fingers curled menacingly as he lunged forward. With remarkable swiftness, he retreated just as quickly. In a fleeting exchange, Lin Shujiam's saber seemed to possess a will of its own. Penetrating the weakness in Du Yuany's stance and effortlessly slicing a gash across his chest, had Du Yuany hesitated even slightly longer, the outcome might have been far graver, perhaps resulting in a gruesome fate. How did you know? Du Yuany's face paled, his expression one of sheer terror. Lin Shujiam, an 8th-grade martial artist, indeed astonished him, yet, Du Yuany himself was also an 8th-grade martial artist, a seasoned veteran who had broken through for many years. Logically, he should have been able to suppress his opponent using his vast experience, coupled with the assistance of the other two. They should have easily bested Lin Shujiam. However, in that brief encounter he found himself entirely ignorant of Lin's martial prowess. While Lin seemed to have him completely figured out, landing a decisive blow, recalling the ambush that had resulted in the loss of an arm, he wondered whether their 3-to-1 advantage truly afforded them any chance of victory. Meanwhile, Du Shiji, who had intended to join the fray, was equally startled. Before her stood Lin Shujiam, a colossal enigma she could not decipher. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Shujiam's tactical acumen stemmed from numerous prior simulations. In those encounters, he had faced the members of the Du family not merely once or twice. The martial experience he retained allowed him to instinctively exploit the weaknesses of familiar foes, making his movements almost second nature. Although they were all 8th-grade martial artists, in this particular scenario, Du Yuany's defeat was hardly unjust. The atmosphere became tense and awkward. After a lengthy pause, Du Shiji seemed to reach a decision. Retracting her golden hairpin, Lin Gongzi, do you truly wish to eradicate us completely? Is there no possibility for peaceful coexistence between us? Her words elicited a quiet amusement in Lin Shujiam. To be candid, he had no inkling of her affiliation with the Blood Demon sect from the outset. In the simulations, it was she and her cohorts who had relentlessly pursued him, fearing exposure. Now, with the tides turned, they implored him for mercy. Absurd, the experiences from the numerous simulations had made it abundantly clear that the members of the Blood Demon sect were exceedingly diligent in concealing their whereabouts. In those simulations, he had initially scurried like a mouse for several years, yet ultimately could not evade the mysterious figure's pursuit. If he were to spare them now, once they regained their strength, they would undoubtedly resume their relentless pursuit of him. Given this, why not resolve the matter once and for all here? Lin Shujiam's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Du Yuany, contemplating his options, stepped forward. Lin Gongzi, I have been in business for many years and possess some modest wealth. If you could show me mercy just this once, I would willingly offer it to you. Du Yuany was indeed being overly modest. His business had flourished even in Sanjiang County, and even the county magistrate regarded him as an equal. It was hardly an understatement to say he had more than just a trifling fortune. Lin Shujiam seemed intrigued, instinctively stepping closer as he eagerly inquired. Really? Du Yuany reached into his bosom, declaring, I possess 30,000 taels in silver notes as a gesture of goodwill, to serve as a deposit for your consideration. Lin Shujiam took another couple of steps forward. In a sudden motion, Du Yuany drew forth an object from within his garments and hurled it towards Lin Shujiam. A dark crimson net, delicate as gauze, unfurled in an instant, enveloping several paces around and descending upon Lin Shujiam's head. In a swift twist, Lin Shujiam's lips curled into a slight smirk, as if he had anticipated this maneuver. He sidestepped deftly, employing his light footwork to evade the net, and in an instant, he had dashed to Du Yuany's flank. The glint of his blade flashed, and despite Du Yuany's vigorous leap backward, he still received a deep gash beneath his armpit. Blood streamed forth, and Du Yuany's complexion paled significantly. A wave of melancholy washed over him. This youth, seemingly far too young, had managed to outclass him in both strength and cunning. Facing this opponent, Du Yuany felt as though he was ensnared. Each step seemingly foretold by Lin. These thoughts flickered through his mind like lightning. At that moment Lin Shujian pressed his advantage, his saber relentlessly targeting Du Yuany's vital points. With a swift sound, Du Yuany found himself unable to defend. And his right hand, 4 fingers included, was severed at the root. The blood demon claw he practiced was indeed a supreme skill of the sect, although his mastery was not particularly high at present. His fingers were supposed to be hardened beyond metal, capable of effortlessly blocking ordinary blades without injury. However, Lin Shujian's saber, while seemingly ordinary, had become razor-sharp under the infusion of potent inner strength, effortlessly slicing through Du Yuany's half-formed blood demon claw. Blood sprayed into the dark night. A flea, Du Yuany barked sharply at Du Shiji, who was about to charge, and blood gushed from his severed fingers, and with an agonized cry, he was enveloped in a mist of blood. His aura surging to another level, clearly Du Yuany too had ignited his blood, temporarily unleashing his potential. In a flash, he vanished from Lin Shujian's sight, reappearing to his left side, an area where Lin's blade was vulnerable. The sudden surge of speed from Du Yuany startled Lin Shujian momentarily. However, he had no inclination to engage in a drawn-out battle, and with a flick of his toes, he retreated, targeting Du Shiji instead. It became evident to Lin that among the 3 present, Du Shiji was subtly in command. Therefore, adhering to the principle of capture the ringleader first, it was imperative to subdue Du Shiji without delay. Regrettably, while he retreated swiftly, Du Yuany pursued just as quickly. Enveloped in the blood mist, Du Yuany was no longer significantly slower, managing to keep pace with him, preventing an easy escape. With a resounding clang, Lin Shujian's saber clashed against the remaining claw of Du Yuany, producing a crisp sound. The claws, which could have been severed in a single stroke, now stood firm against Lin's blade due to Du Yuany's unleashed potential. Of course, this was merely a fleeting moment. Du Yuany understood that such a state of heightened ability could not be sustained, thus, he sought only to momentarily impede Lin Shujian, allowing Du Shiji to retreat safely. Take the Saintus away. Du Yuany spat a mouthful of blood, the blood mist surrounding him thickening further. Du Shiji, casting a final glance at Du Yuany and then at Lin Shujian, resolutely turned and leapt into the night. Beside her, the hooded figure with a severed arm, cloaked in blood mist, charged at Lin Shujian as well. Chapter 12, 7th grade Qi energy. With both adversaries having unleashed their potential, even Lin Shujian found himself compelled to focus solely on defense. Once the momentum of Du Yuany and the hooded figure began to wane, Lin Shujian executed a technique known as Black Tiger Digs for treasure, reaping their final chances. Regrettably, it had been far too long since Du Shiji had fled. He raced through the darkness for a quarter of an hour, ultimately having to concede that he had lost track of her. When Du Shiji was solely focused on fleeing, the other 2 had willingly thrown themselves into the fray to obstruct him, leaving him with limited options. And the modest Du family of Wulio County 5 8th grade martial artists were concealed. In contrast, the mysterious figure who had appeared at the Black Wind stronghold, with merely 9th grade prowess, seemed woefully inadequate. Lin Shujian had initially seized the initiative by eliminating 2 8th grade subordinates, and even against Du Yuany and the hooded figure, he had managed to achieve a 4-to-1 kill ratio while allowing one to escape. For an 8th grade martial artist, accomplishing such a feat was indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, the lack of a complete resolution left Lin Shujian with an unsettling feeling. Nevertheless, having reached this point, he deemed further contemplation futile and resolved to concentrate on the challenges ahead. Returning to the original battlefield, Lin Shujian commenced a meticulous search, eager to uncover any information related to the Blood Demon sect. Ultimately, he discovered a small crimson booklet on the person of Du Yuany and collected the previously discarded net-like object and steel needles. Finding a safe spot, Lin Chujiao commenced his next simulation. He did not bother to clear away the corpses of Du Yuany and the others, deeming it unnecessary. After all, these matters would inevitably be reported by the following day. Would you like to consume 20 simulation coins to commence the simulation? At 18, you cleaned the battlefield and acquired the blood refinement technique, the blood shadow net, and the blood shadow needle. Choose option 1, return to the county office and truthfully report to the county magistrate. Choose option 2, leave Wulio County alone and continue the pursuit of Du Shiji. Selecting option 1, at 18, you reported the affairs of the Du family to the county magistrate, who was initially skeptical. However, on that very day, multiple corpses were discovered within the county, all having perished from blood loss. In a state of alarm, the county magistrate promptly reported to the town military division. At 18, upon receiving the report, The town military division dispatched officers to investigate the matter of the blood demon sect, and as a first-hand witness, you were designated to accompany them. At-18, within the inner residence of the Du family. The officers from the town military division launched an aggressive attack against you. You attempted to retaliate, yet were overpowered and met your demise. Congratulations, you survived for 5 days, a brief and lamentable existence. However, before your death, you witnessed the prowess of a 7th-tier martial artist, which was not without merit. Evaluation, trivial additional reward, none. The simulation concludes, and you may choose to retain any one of the following. Upon choosing to retain your memories, Lin Shujiao felt as if he had experienced the simulation firsthand, fully aware of every detail that transpired during this process. In his mind, the strike from the officer of the town military division came crashing down. An invisible force spanning 3 zhang, leaving an imprint upon his heart. The outcome was evident. With that blow, Lin Shujiao was instantly slain. A 7th-tier martial artist had already cultivated their energy, capable of projecting it outward to attack from a distance. As the final realm within the postnatal 3 stages, the enhancement of energy at this level was truly monumental. It is said that even 10 8th-tier martial artists bound together might not be able to defeat a single 7th-tier martial artist in the energy realm. Perhaps even unable to engage in close combat. Once a martial artist reaches the 7th-tier energy realm, they are considered a minor expert among their peers. It is entirely reasonable for 8th-tier martial artists to falter against their 7th-tier counterparts. Lin Shujiao found it utterly absurd. Initially, the mysterious figure being an officer from the town military division could be overlooked, but how was it that, after the mysterious figure's demise, another officer sent forth was still affiliated with the blood demon sect? Had the town military division become the stronghold of the blood demon sect, Lin Shujiao felt utterly fatigued, yet he had no choice but to commence the next simulation immediately. If the town military division had truly been infiltrated to such an extent, he would face impending disaster in a few days. Would you like to consume 20 simulation coins to commence the simulation? At 18, you cleaned the battlefield and acquired the blood refinement technique, the blood shadow net, the blood shadow needle, as well as a considerable sum of silver. Discarding the land contract and silver notes, you took only gold and silver and departed. Choose option 1, return to the county office and truthfully report to the county magistrate. Choose option 2, leave Wulio County alone and continue pursuing Du Shiji. Selecting option 2. At 18, you departed Wulio County, pursuing Du Shiji, yet the latter seemed to have vanished without a trace. At 18, you even left Sanjiang Prefecture, seeking a secluded spot to diligently practice martial arts. Indeed, having perceived Sanjiang Prefecture as rife with traps, Lin Shujiao resolved to find a safe haven to hone his skills, thereby increasing his chances of breaking through. At 19, you practiced the nameless blade technique without making any progress, eventually setting your sights on the blood refinement technique. At 19, the blood refinement technique offered 2 methods of cultivation. One involved refining one's own blood essence, which was slow but resulted in purer power. The other entailed absorbing the blood of others, which was rapid but led to impure power, risking the danger of losing oneself to madness, unwilling to commit needless slaughter. You chose the first method. At 20, your progress in the blood refinement technique was slow, yet there was some advancement. At 22, you continued your practice, requiring substantial funds to purchase meat and blood-producing herbs, fortunately sustained by the wealth acquired from the Du family. At 23, after arduous training, you underwent a significant transformation leading to remarkable progress in your martial prowess, though you remained far from achieving the energy projection necessary to become a 7th-tier martial artist. At 24, having exhausted the wealth from the Du family, you faced a bottleneck in the blood refinement technique and resolved to find ways to earn silver. At 24, you sought employment at a moderately sized escort agency, displaying your martial prowess, which astonished the head of the agency, who immediately offered you the position of chief escort. The other escorts, unwilling to submit, were swiftly subdued by you, one by one. At 26, after 2 years of escorting without a single failure, you earned the trust of the agency and accumulated considerable wealth, allowing you to continue your practice of the blood refinement technique. At 27, you encountered the most formidable bandit, Taosan Louis, after a fierce battle. Faced with life-threatening danger, you broke through to the 7th-tier energy realm. Your blade energy surged across several zhang, striking down one after another, with Taosan Louis meeting no escape. At 27, the agency's reputation soared, and you gained considerable fame. The head of the agency expressed a desire to marry his daughter to you. Stealing a glance at her, you found her exceptionally striking and resolutely declined. At 28, Your progress in the blood refinement technique was commendable, advancing further in the 7th tier realm with your energy extending 10 zhang. At 28, the agency received a mysterious escort task, for which you were responsible. Unfortunately, news leaked, attracting numerous martial artists from the Jianghu to ambush the convoy. You valiantly slaughtered over 10 of the bandits, only to be ultimately cleaved in two by a sword chi that spanned dozens of zhang. This simulation process was quite lengthy, yet it ultimately concluded with an untimely demise. Choose to retain martial prowess. This time, having broken through to the 7th tier during the simulation, it is evident which aspect to retain. The surging internal energy coursed through your body, transforming into sharper energy. Lin Chujiu exhaled forcefully, unleashing a mist that shot forth like an arrow, striking a large tree before him with a resounding crack. The tree, as thick as an adult's waist, splintered apart. Gazing at the fallen tree, Lin Chujiu felt a surge of excitement. This was the might of energy, so terrifying. A 7th tier martial artist was indeed vastly superior to an 8th tier. Although the conclusion remained one of death, this simulation process not only yielded a breakthrough in realms but also garnered a significant amount of simulation coins, which was quite satisfactory. Lin Chujiu turned his gaze toward the information prompt of the simulator. Chapter 13, The Weapon Forging Tower. Before Lin Chujiu's eyes appeared a plethora of information. Congratulations, you survived for 10 years, a life not so brief, where even minor figures possess their own splendor. Before your demise, you understood that even among 7th tier energy practitioners, there can be vast differences, leaving you without regret. Evaluation. Commendable. Additional rewards. Simulation coins 5, rating, simulation coins 10, years lived, simulation coins 50, realm breakthrough. Simulation coins 66, defeated 11 8th tier martial artists, personal wallet, 141. This time, the simulation yielded a considerable number of simulation coins, and with the breakthrough to the 7th tier realm, Lin Chujiu felt quite satisfied. He intended to proceed with the next simulation without delay. A gentle reminder, the simulator's new mode has been unlocked. Please pay attention to the details. The simulator issued this prompt. Lin Chujiu's heart stirred as he scanned the semi-transparent information box of the simulator. Soon discovering a newly appeared option: simulation mode, simplified text version, immersive version. Simplified text version randomly extracts valid information, requiring only the selection of key nodes to swiftly navigate the simulation process. Danger, low reward, low. Immersive version personally enters the simulation process, with every decision leading to varying outcomes, bringing unpredictable changes to the simulation. Danger, high reward, high. Lin Chujiu concentrated his mind and clicked on this option. The current simulation mode is the simplified text version. Would you like to switch to the immersive version? Yes. Excited to try something new, Lin Chujiu was eager to proceed. However, he quickly realized he had overestimated the situation. The immersive version was not unlocked. Would you like to spend 1,000 simulation coins to unlock it? Lin Chujiu, having not yet unlocked it, what is the purpose of letting me view it? After much effort, he had managed to acquire 141 simulation coins, and the prospect of needing 1,000 coins to unlock the new mode left him momentarily speechless. Forget it, there is no need to dwell on it. I shall first make the most of the simplified text version to enhance my abilities as much as possible. Shaking the cloth pouch in his hand, Lin Chujiu nodded with satisfaction. He was not one to possess a fastidious mindset. Having become mortal enemies with the Du family, it was only right to utilize the enemy's wealth to elevate himself. In the simulation process, he relied on the gold and silver obtained from the Du family to purchase blood-replenishing herbs and quality meat to meet the needs of his cultivation of the blood refinement technique. Of course, the gold and silver were only spent within the simulation. In reality, they still remained in his possession. Perhaps I should prepare some resources before the next simulation. With this thought in mind, Lin Chujiu hastened forth, employing the grass above flying lightness skill to emerge from his hiding place and head towards a more populated area. By midday, Lin Chujiu had arrived at the heart of Sanjiang Prefecture. Swiftly ascending a small wooden building, although the building appeared quite dilapidated, Lin Chujiu dared not underestimate it. The weapon forging tower. Within, various divine weapons and martial arts manuals were sold, among other items, aside from the Jinwu division and the various major sects. This place is considered relatively accessible for martial artists seeking to acquire martial arts manuals. Logically speaking, given the Jinwu division's predatory stance towards the major sects, it should not permit the existence of organizations like the Zhuwu Tower. However, the Zhuwu Tower has managed to persist and thrive. Consequently, there are numerous rumors circulating among the martial artists regarding this tower. Some claim that the Zhuwu Tower possesses formidable strength, with its master being unparalleled in martial prowess. compelling even the imperial court to show a modicum of respect. Others speculate that the Zhuwu Tower is secretly established by the Zhenwu division. This would indeed make sense. After all, who would deliberately undermine their own business? Of course, Lin Chujiao remains unsure of the veracity of these claims. His intentions for coming here are quite straightforward. Does the young hero seek to purchase an adept weapon, a martial arts manual? Or perhaps elixirs to aid in his training? The attendant at the Zhuwu Tower gazes at Lin Chujiao with a smile. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Chujiao, adhering to his premeditated inquiry, asks, I wish to acquire a martial arts manual of merit. Do you have any available? The attendant scrutinizes Lin Chujiao for a moment before responding with a smile. For manuals of merit, you must ascend to the second floor. I trust you are familiar with our rules, young hero. It costs 100 taels to access the second floor, and regardless of whether the transaction is successful, this fee is non-refundable. Such extortion, the words of a rogue merchant surge in Lin Chujiao's mind. Nonetheless, he refrains from voicing his discontent, merely nodding as he retrieves 100 taels to hand over to the attendant. With the attendant's cheerful farewell, he proceeds towards the second floor. As for entering without payment? Such a notion never crossed Lin Chujiao's mind. He quickly discerned that the attendant on the first floor was a martial artist of the 8th rank. Thus, it stands to reason that a martial artist of the 7th rank or higher would be stationed on the second floor. Although he himself is also a 7th rank martial artist, his overall prowess is not currently comparable to that of seasoned practitioners. Having already irked a blood demon sect, he is perpetually on edge. Provoking the Zhuwu Tower would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, the Zhuwu Tower enjoys a good reputation, and he has never heard of any incidents involving coercive dealings. Lin Chujiao swiftly ascends to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the second floor appears much more spacious, with several large cabinets arranged in an orderly fashion. A small old man in his 50s or 60s sits in the midst of the cabinets, engrossed in a book. Excuse me, Lin Chujiao calls out to him. What can I do for you, esteemed guest? The old man replies, lifting his head to gaze at Lin Chujiao. Hello, I wish to purchase some martial arts manuals of merit. Preferably those that could assist in breaking through to the 6th rank of martial arts. The 6th rank of martial arts. The old man closes the book in his hands, scrutinizing Lin Chujiao with an appraising gaze. Taking him in from head to toe, TSK, to be so young yet already a 7th rank martial artist, your future is undoubtedly boundless, far surpassing this old man. It is evident that this old man on the second floor is also a formidable martial artist. The very fact that he can assess Lin Chujiao's skill level with a mere glance indicates that his own prowess is certainly not lacking. The old man, smiling amiably at Lin Chujiao, says such manuals are exceedingly rare. However, we do possess them. The question is, can you truly afford the price? Hearing confirmation of their existence, Lin Chujiao feels a surge of joy and replies, I have come prepared. The old man gazes deeply at Lin Chujiao, shaking his head. Very well, since you have already paid 100 taels to ascend, consider it a consultation. Fee. As he speaks, he produces a booklet from his robe and tosses it onto a table beside Lin Chujiao. This contains a catalog of everything available on the second floor. Take a look and see if anything appeals to you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Lin Chujiao nods in gratitude and quickly sits at the table. Flipping open the booklet, the first page reads, Martial Arts Manuals, Shijiang Level, Chapter 14, Shijiang Level Martial Arts. As Lin Chujiao peruses the catalog on the second floor, he finds himself momentarily overwhelmed. He suddenly realizes that despite having traversed this world for some time, he remains utterly perplexed by the classification of martial arts manuals. He recalls hearing the Constable Zhang mention that the martial skills they practice are considered subpar, generally only in the Zhenwu division. Various major sects, or the Zhuwu Tower, can one obtain manuals of merit. Lin Chujiao knows that manuals of merit are valuable, yet he has no understanding of their specific quality or advantages. Excuse me, could you enlighten me on what Shijiang level signifies? Shijiang level is the most basic classification among the martial arts manuals of merit, the old man replies, casting a glance at Lin Chujiao. The so-called classifications only apply to martial arts beyond the innate realm. For instance, the internal martial arts manual of Shijiang level allows one's true energy to flow like a mountain stream, ceaseless and profound. The stronger Huchuan level manuals enable true energy to surge forth like a rushing river. Unstoppable. Lin Chujiao is momentarily taken aback, noticing the spark of interest in his eyes. The old man douses his hopes. Do not even think about Huchuan level, that is only available on the 3rd floor. With your current capabilities, you certainly cannot afford it, and even if you could, you would not be able to safeguard it. A tremor runs through Lin Chujiao's heart as he comprehends the old man's implication. The world is fraught with danger. With his present strength, possessing a Huchuan-level manual could easily attract the covetous gaze of others. Although the Zhuwu Tower would not intentionally leak its secrets, there are few things in this world that remain undisclosed. The old man seems to be on a roll, continuing to expound in the Zhuwu Tower's second floor. In addition to internal martial arts manuals, other types of martial arts manuals also adhere to this classification system. For example, Shijian-level manuals correspond to martial artists of the 6th rank, which is the first stage of the innate realm, the true energy realm. Only those with true energy can fully harness the power of Shijian-level martial arts. To discern whether a martial art has reached the level of merit, it is quite simple. One must observe whether it culminates in a technique known as a finishing move. Lin Shujiao's thoughts drift to the unnamed blade manual's black tiger prowls the abyss, though he maintains a composed exterior. Indeed, the distinction between martial arts of merit and those of lesser quality lies in the ability to cultivate a finishing move. Mastering such a technique can exponentially enhance the effectiveness of the martial art. Lin Shujiao nods inwardly. It appears he was correct. The unnamed blade manual he acquired in the Black Wind Stronghold is indeed a martial art of merit. This particular art likely belongs to the Shijian level, and he may only be able to unleash its full potential once he cultivates true energy and enters the innate realm. With the booklet in hand, Lin Shujiao continues to browse a Mang Niugong, Shijian level internal martial art. Masculine, once perfected, one possesses the strength of a mighty bull, and when combined with masculine martial arts, it becomes extraordinarily powerful. Xin Bingjin, Shijian level internal martial art. Feminine, once perfected, one's true energy is icy and penetrating. Complementing feminine martial arts beautifully, Lin Shujiao discovers additional unfamiliar terms within the booklet. Excuse me, what do masculine and feminine martial arts refer to? Little fellow, you truly know nothing, the old man sighs, lifting his gaze in exasperation. It is no easy task to earn your 100 taels. Noticing Lin Shujiao's earnest attention, the old man finally concedes and begins to explain. The postnatal 3 realms are trivial and easily passed. But once one reaches the innate realm, after cultivating true energy, practicing martial arts cannot be so casual. One must be discerning. And how does one discern? Lin Shujiao diligently plays the role of the attentive student. Internal martial arts are categorized into 3 attributes based on the nature of the true energy cultivated: masculine, feminine, and neutral. Correspondingly, the martial arts designed for combat also fall into these 3 attributes. It is evident that masculine internal arts, when paired with masculine martial arts, can amplify their original effectiveness beyond measure, while pairing masculine internal arts with feminine martial arts may result in a significant decrease in potency. This is still the better scenario. If one practices incorrectly, it could even adversely affect one's own cultivation, leading to stagnation at best, or at worst, to demonic deviation. Lin Shujiao nods and inquires, then what of neutral internal arts? Must they only be paired with neutral martial arts? The old man shakes his head. Not necessarily. Neutral martial arts differ from the other 2 categories and can be paired with any type of martial arts without any diminishment. Of course, there will also be no enhancement. So that is how it is. Lin Shujiao feels that his expenditure of 100 taels to visit the 2nd floor was indeed worthwhile, even if he does not find a suitable martial arts manual this time. The knowledge gained from this visit makes the expense justifiable. The 2nd floor falls silent once more as Lin Shujiao continues to peruse the booklet in hand. Suddenly, a line of text captures his attention. Shuelian Gong, missing Shijian level internal martial art, neutral, rumored to be the foundational internal art of the Blood Demon sect. It has been lost for 300 years. Excuse me, what does missing mean? It means quite literally that we are aware of such a martial art, but due to various reasons, we have been unable to acquire it. What a pity. Lin Shujiao feigns a sigh, expressing just the right amount of regret. The elderly man chuckled. In our building, we not only sell martial arts manuals but also acquire them. You might want to pay attention. If you happen to encounter a manual that is missing from the catalog in the future, you can bring it to any branch of the Forge of Arms, and we will purchase it from you at an extraordinarily high price. Lin Shujiao's gaze flickered as he slightly lowered his head, attempting to conceal the emotional turmoil within. Little did the old man know that the missing blood refining technique was currently nestled in Lin Shujiao's embrace. However, he had no intention of revealing his possession of such a secret just yet. The Forge of Arms had an excellent reputation, but until Lin Shujiao's own abilities reached a certain level, he was reluctant to introduce unnecessary variables into his life. He turned the page and continued to peruse the contents. The sound of rustling pages echoed softly in the tranquil 2nd floor. Great ginseng posture, a stream-level internal skill, masculine, a unique internal technique that cultivates physical vitality without practicing true energy. Once mastered, one's vitality is robust, akin to that of a human ginseng, when paired with external martial arts. It can yield remarkable effects. Lin Chujiao's hand abruptly halted in its motion. Chapter 15. The deputy master's speculation on the second floor of the Forge of Arms. Lin Chujiao's unusual reaction caught the attention of the old man. "What's the matter, little fellow?" the old man inquired with a hint of surprise. Lin Chujiao managed an awkward smile and spread the pamphlet before him. "Senior, what do you think of this great ginseng posture?" "You have your eyes set on the great ginseng posture." The old man regarded Lin Chujiao, barely suppressing a laugh. "Yes, there's something wrong with the great ginseng posture." Lin Chujiao, seemingly oblivious to the amusement on the old man's face, continued earnestly, "Though it is indeed a stream-level internal skill, I personally advise against choosing it." The old man straightened his posture, noticing the slight bewilderment on Lin Chujiao's face, and shook his head. "Very well. Since it's 100 taels, I shall divulge a bit more. The great ginseng posture is unlike typical internal skills. It does not cultivate true energy, while it can significantly enhance physical vitality. Without the cultivation of true energy, it is ultimately futile. Only those martial artists who prefer external hard skills would laboriously practice this." Lin Chujiao fell silent for a moment, biting his lip before asking, "Can the great ginseng posture be practiced in conjunction with other internal skills?" A glint of excitement suddenly sparkled in the old man's murky eyes. "You have a good idea, young man. Your line of thought aligns perfectly with that of our deputy master." Lin Chujiao felt somewhat perplexed. However, the old man continued to speak animatedly, seemingly unable to stop. "Our deputy master is an extraordinary individual who loves to collect and study various martial arts from around the world. The great ginseng posture was among his collections. According to his calculations, he believes that practicing the great ginseng posture alongside the blood refining technique from the blood demon sect could yield remarkable results, greatly accelerating the cultivation process. Unfortunately, alas, unfortunately what?" Lin Chujiao inquired eagerly. The old man glanced at Lin Chujiao and finally burst into hearty laughter. "Unfortunately, the deputy master never managed to acquire the long-lost blood refining technique manual, and thus his speculation came to naught." "Is that so?" Lin Chujiao's heart raced wildly. An idea surged within him, one that he could no longer suppress. He possessed the blood refining technique manual himself. Therefore, perhaps he could attempt to realize the deputy master's unfulfilled speculation. Yet, he did not allow himself to display excessive excitement and casually asked, "Senior, how much is the great ginseng posture? You're interested in this?" The old man's spirits lifted, sensing a potential deal. Lin Chujiao pretended to deliberate for a moment before expressing uncertainty. "But it doesn't cultivate true energy, so perhaps I should just pass." The old man was unwilling to let such a cooked duck fly away, quickly interjecting, "Don't underestimate the great ginseng posture. It's an excellent foundational practice. Once you master the great ginseng posture, transitioning to other internal skills will pose no problem at all." "And how much is the great ginseng posture?" 1,000 taels, the old man began, "but since we have a connection, I'll let you have it for 800 taels." Lin Chujiao felt a mix of emotions, reflecting on his time as a constable in Wulio County. He realized that saving up 100 taels in a year was a significant challenge. 1,000 taels of silver seemed an astronomical sum. It was no wonder that Constable Zhang Di and his colleagues risked their lives for a mere 200 taels. For them, acquiring that sum could mean a life-altering opportunity. With a sigh, Lin Chujiao's attention returned to the old man, who asked, "So, young brother, how do you wish to proceed with the purchase? Will it be a copy purchase or an exclusive purchase?" "What's the difference?" "Quite simple. For a copy purchase, I will sell you a transcribed version. If you choose exclusive purchase, I will give you the original and remove its information from the catalog, ensuring that no one else can procure this manual from the Forge of Arms. Essentially, you would be the sole possessor of this manual in the world. Of course, the cost of an exclusive purchase is 10 times that of a copy. Is there any significance to that?" "The significance is profound. While internal skill manuals are relatively harmless if it pertains to martial arts that can turn the tide in battle, the more individuals who learn it, the more people will know your capabilities when you traverse the martial world. Should any grudges arise, it would indeed complicate matters during confrontations. Conversely, an exclusive purchase alleviates such concerns entirely. Merely purchasing a martial arts manual, yet it entailed such intricacies." Lin Chujiao found himself thoroughly convinced. The Forge of Arms truly possessed remarkable business acumen. "I shall opt for the copy purchase." After all, it was an internal skill manual, and Lin Chujiao had no intention of squandering his money. Very well, one copy of the Great Ginseng Posture, payment upon delivery. Moments later, Lin Shujiao received a copy of the Great Ginseng Posture while the old man pocketed 800 taels of silver. And both felt satisfied with the transaction. The old man's mood visibly brightened as he gazed at Lin Shujiao's copy of the Great Ginseng Posture, saying, "Do not underestimate the Great Ginseng Posture. This internal skill cultivates physical vitality and endurance, significantly enhancing resilience and resistance to impact. Once mastered to perfection, one can stand invincible at the third tier of the acquired realm. Is there anything else you require? I recommend an opening mountain fist, which is also a stream-level martial art and complements your Great Ginseng Posture splendidly." How much? The original price is also 1,000 taels, however, since you are purchasing both. I can offer you a discount, bringing it down to 800 taels. Lin Shujiao hesitated for a moment, not outright rejecting the offer but merely stating, "I'll consider it further." He sat at the table, once again perusing the pamphlet in his hand. While martial arts that could secure victory were undoubtedly important, the foremost priority was still the enhancement of his cultivation level. Without an elevation in cultivation, no amount of martial arts would prove beneficial. If an overwhelming sword energy were to strike from a distance, possessing numerous martial skills would ultimately lead to a grim fate. However, it was not the case that more internal skill manuals equated to better outcomes. He already possessed the blood refining technique and the Great Ginseng Posture. The effectiveness of their combination remained uncertain, so he decided against considering the purchase of additional internal manuals for the time being. Initially, he did not intend to acquire any martial arts for victory. Rather, he thought it prudent to use this opportunity to broaden his knowledge. Yet, as he turned to the final page of the pamphlet, his gaze was drawn in once more. Chapter 16, Heroes at Rest. White Tiger Blade Technique, a stream-level blade technique, masculine, featuring the ultimate move White Tiger Breaking Army, which appears to be a flawed version of the 5 Tiger Killing Blade from the Absolute Blade sect. Leaked by a former disciple, the striking words on the pamphlet triggered Lin Shujiao's memory of his Nameless Blade manual, whose ultimate move was Black Tiger Exploring the Abyss. Was it possible that the Nameless Blade manual he obtained from the Black Wind Stronghold bore some relation to this White Tiger Blade technique? Lin Shujiao maintained his composure and addressed the old man. "I shall choose this blade technique. Using a weapon feels more reliable than relying solely on bare fists. Is it also priced at 800 taels? Which one?" The old man's gaze shifted, and upon seeing the final page featuring the White Tiger Blade technique, he hesitated noticeably. "This is different. While the White Tiger Blade technique is also stream level, it is a flawed version of the 5 Tiger Killing Blade, and its value is entirely different. The original price is 2,000 taels, but for you, I can offer it at 1,600 taels. 1,600 taels, Lin Shujiao's eyelids twitched, revealing a pained expression. Although he had acquired a fair amount of gold and silver from the Du family, he could not afford to spend recklessly. He needed to save some for future expenses. 1,600 taels was simply too exorbitant. "I shall think it over." Seeing Lin Shujiao close the pamphlet, the old man grew anxious. "Wait, consider it a bit more. Perhaps tomorrow someone else might purchase this blade technique. If they happen to opt for an exclusive purchase, you will forever miss out on this martial art. Let bygones be bygones. When the time comes, I shall simply choose another martial art, young brother. Your line of thought is misguided. I must inform you that the White Tiger Blade technique is not akin to other creek-level martial arts. Once you have mastered it, training in the 5 Tiger Slaughter Blade will surely yield tremendous results with half the effort." Lin Shujiao felt a spark of hope and eagerly inquired, "Does your forging pavilion possess the 5 Tiger Slaughter Blade manual? Is it perhaps on the 3rd floor?" The moment the question left his lips, the elderly man before him exhibited a rather awkward expression. He chuckled nervously and replied, "It was indeed a possibility. However, the 5 Tiger Slaughter Blade is the exclusive skill of the Absolute Blade sect. They guard it fiercely. And despite the master's attempts to negotiate several times, they remain unwilling to part with it." Upon hearing such words, Lin Shujiao cast a sidelong glance at the old man, his expression speaking volumes. Without the 5 Tiger Slaughter Blade, was he merely boasting about the White Tiger Blade technique? Was that not an insult to one's intelligence? The old man, sensing his unease, lowered his voice significantly. "Although we do not have the 5 Tiger Slaughter Blade manual in our pavilion, the Absolute Blade sect does possess it. This sect is quite rare in that they are willing to accept disciples with skills. You could say they welcome all comers, should you have the opportunity to join the Absolute Blade sect in the future. Acquiring the 5 Tiger Slaughter Blade would not be a difficult endeavor." Though the old man spoke with conviction, Lin Shujiao remained skeptical. He was acutely aware that this fellow would undoubtedly embellish the truth to promote his business. Perhaps it was indeed possible to enter the Absolute Blade sect, and they indeed possessed the five-tiger slaughter blade, however, who decreed that merely joining a sect guaranteed access to the teachings of the five-tiger slaughter blade? Lin Shujiao dared not entertain such simplistic notions, since even the master of the forging pavilion had failed in his attempts to negotiate. It was clear that the five-tiger slaughter blade was of great importance to the Absolute Blade sect, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary disciples to obtain. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Shujiao was determined not to let go of the white tiger blade technique manual. A look of calculated indecision crossed his face. Alas, the difficulty of learning the five-tiger slaughter blade was daunting, and thus the allure of the white tiger blade technique seemed to diminish. Perhaps I should simply purchase the earlier mentioned mountain opening fist instead? Young brother, do not dwell on it too much. I see a kindred spirit in you and do not wish for you to forsake a golden opportunity over a trifling sum of money. One transaction was worth 1,600 taels, another merely 800 taels. The old man's heart raced as he gazed at Lin Shujiao, and with a determined resolve, he continued, how about this? I can see you genuinely desire it. Thus, I shall offer both the white tiger blade technique and the mountain opening fist as a package deal for a mere 2,000 taels. Consider it a half-sell, half-gift. Please, do not haggle further. What say you? Lin Shujiao blinked, his mind briefly calculating. It indeed seemed quite a bargain. It was only when the old man, beaming with joy, enthusiastically escorted him out of the forging pavilion that Lin Shujiao finally regained his senses. What the hell? I initially intended to buy just one book. How did I end up with all three after being swayed by the old man's words? Martial arts manuals are undoubtedly valuable, but one cannot overreach. Should an ordinary martial artist find themselves in such a predicament, they would be left in tears. Yet, considering his life choices simulator, Lin Shujiao nodded in agreement. Fortunately, as long as he could still cheat, it wouldn't pose much of a problem. The old man's face beamed with delight as his gaze drifted to a certain spot outside the forging pavilion, his eyes narrowing slightly as he asked, do you require an escort from the pavilion to see you out of the city? Lin Shujiao's gaze followed his, and he shook his head with a nonchalant smile. No need, they're merely buffoons. Compared to the hidden dangers lurking outside, Lin Shujiao harbored greater wariness towards the guards of the forging pavilion. With so many secrets in his possession, it was best to keep them from too many prying eyes. Well then, I wish you good fortune. Should you need anything else, do remember to return. It was not until Lin Shujiao's silhouette disappeared around the corner of the street that the old man finally withdrew his gaze. Returning to the second floor with a satisfied demeanor, he muttered to himself, heavens, could that not be some wealthy young master? Having secured this deal today, I need not worry about my monthly performance. At this point, Lin Shujiao had already ventured far away and could not hear the old man's words. He continued until he arrived at a secluded alley, where he suddenly halted and called out loudly to the empty street. Come out now, you've been tailing me for quite a while, you must be wearied. As his words echoed, a surge of energy suddenly cleaved through the nearby wall, and a figure darted toward him like a flash of lightning. Before the figure even arrived, the force of the attack was already upon him. The mighty blast tore through the wall, reaching Lin Shujiao in an instant. Yet, Lin Shujiao remained calm as he raised his blade and executed a gentle upward slash. In that fleeting moment, a blade aura, twice as formidable as the incoming force, surged upward toward the front. Boom! The collision of energies reverberated through the surroundings, sending shards of stone and dust flying. The incoming force was shattered, and the assailant, in a moment of crisis, executed a rolling maneuver to narrowly evade Lin Shujiao's blade aura. The blade aura severed half of the assailant's hair and continued onward, cleaving through the wall of the alley with ease. Lin Shujiao, silent and resolute, lifted his blade once more, preparing to strike down upon the figure that had tumbled to the ground. Hold, hero! Cried the figure, now sprawled on the ground in a state of panic. Lin Shujiao advanced, the tip of his blade resting upon the man's brow, and coldly inquired, what else do you have to say? Chapter 17, a blade bestowed upon a hero in the alley. Dust swirled and debris flew before Lin Shujiao. The figure knelt on one knee, hands raised in surrender, daring not to make any sudden movements. The youth, appearing to be in his mid-20s, held a blade as cold and radiant as the moon in his outstretched hands. Lin Shujiao's blade remained pointed, its tip mere inches from the youth's brow. A chilling aura seeped from the blade's tip. Of the youth held no doubt that should the force be unleashed, he would meet his demise with a shattered brow. Hero, you misunderstand, I harbor no ill intent. Lin Shujiao pressed the blade ever so slightly closer, piercing the youth's skin, and several drops of blood emerged. Cold sweat dripped from the kneeling youth as he heard Lin Shujiao's unyielding words. Do not take me for a fool, speak of something useful. Clearly Lin Shujiao had no intention of indulging in fabrications. Overwhelmed by the pressure, the youth raised his blade high and pleaded, "Hero, spare my life. Should you choose to let me go, I shall gladly offer you this treasured blade. Are you attempting to negotiate with me?" Lin Shujiao scoffed, the blade in his hand wavering slightly. "If I do not spare you, then this blade is still mine, is it not?" The youth was momentarily taken aback, realizing the validity of Lin Shujiao's words. After a brief pause, he trembled, his voice hoarse as he pleaded once more. "I am blind to my own folly. I beseech the hero to show mercy." Lin Shujiao showed no outward reaction, his gaze instead fixated upon the exquisite blade in the youth's hands. Intrigued, "A treasured blade, you say?" As he spoke, he flicked a finger, sending a surge of energy that struck the blade. The youth held the cold, moonlit blade sword upward, landing gracefully in Lin Shujiao's left hand. Gazing at the blade, Lin Shujiao lightly flicked his wrist, and its resonance echoed like a dragon's roar, the blade glimmering like a cold moon. He felt compelled to test its strength, casually striking it against his familiar blade. Crack! A light sound rang out as his well-used constable's blade shattered cleanly in two, the front half clattering to the ground. He glanced at his left hand, astonished to find the exquisite blade unscathed. What a fine weapon! Lin Shujiao couldn't help but marvel. Though the constable's blade was no divine artifact, it was forged from high-quality steel, a reliable weapon. The fact that this new blade could effortlessly sever the constable's blade without sustaining a scratch was indeed deserving of the title treasured blade. As long as the hero is pleased, the youth, still kneeling, adeptly flattered Lin Shujiao, adding, "This blade, Cold Moon, ranks 168th on the list of fine weapons. It is perfectly suited to a hero such as yourself." "Cold Moon, is it? Quite impressive. I shall accept it graciously." Lin Shujiao attempted to sheath the Cold Moon blade, only to find that his constable's sheath did not fit. He furrowed his brow slightly. The youth, witnessing this, felt a tremor of fear and quickly unfastened his own sheath, offering it up with servility. "I failed to consider this. Please, hero, take it." Moments later, Lin Shujiao sheathed the Cold Moon blade at his waist. Nodding in satisfaction, the youth discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, silently relieved. Seeing the satisfaction on Lin Shujiao's face, he believed his life was likely spared. In the youth's anxious state, Lin Shujiao's gaze fell upon him once more. "Now then, tell me, why were you following me?" As the words left his lips, an overwhelming aura surged forth, pressing down upon the youth like a mountain. Crack! Unable to withstand such pressure, the youth's other knee collapsed, and he fell prostrate on the ground, drenched in sweat. Despite being a 7th-tier martial artist, the disparity in power rendered him incapable of even standing before Lin Shujiao. Under the oppressive aura, the youth dared not deceive with falsehoods any longer. The hero, blinded by ignorance, observed the steward of the second floor of the armory tower escorting a fellow hero outside, and instantly surmised that this individual must have procured a substantial number of valuable items from that very floor. Lin Shujiao was momentarily taken aback, feeling an undeniable sense of helplessness. Despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, it appeared that the enthusiastic demeanor of the second-floor steward had inadvertently betrayed her. Do you know that steward? Her gaze remained icy, fixating on the young man before her, akin to a razor-sharp blade, chilling him to his core. The young man was startled, bewildered by the sudden coldness emanating from her. I had considered visiting the armory tower to acquire some suitable martial arts manuals, but alas, the prices on the second floor are exorbitant. One manual costs 1,000 taels, and the knife technique I fancied was priced at 2,000 taels, which is simply beyond my means. He hesitated, continuing, "Thus, upon witnessing the hero being escorted out by the second-floor steward, I naturally assumed he had made a purchase, and since he also wielded a blade, I momentarily entertained some dubious intentions." Lin Shujiao's heart stirred as she recalled a particular manual nestled within her embrace. Could it be that he sought the white tiger blade technique? If that were the case, he had indeed come to the right person. Regrettably, lacking the requisite skill, he had inadvertently delivered a precious blade into her hands. She caressed the hilt of the Cold Moon blade, her spirits inexplicably lifted. "Very well, considering you have presented me with this fine blade, I shall grant you a reprieve." The young man beamed with delight, hastily expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, hero." However, at that moment a dragon's roar echoed in his ears, and he was suddenly enveloped by the cold, moonlit flash of the blade. Startled, he attempted to retreat, but against the oncoming blade light, he was tragically slow. The force of the Cold Moon blade sliced through the air, extending over 10 zhang, cleaving the wall behind him in twain and leaving a fissure stretching into the distance upon the ground. Initially, Lin Shujiao's blade energy could only reach 10 zhang, yet under the enhancement of the Cold Moon blade, its potency surged by 30 to 40%. A blade worthy of the weapon rankings was indeed exceptional. As the young man came to his senses, a chill graced his cheek. Upon touching it, he found his fingers stained with crimson. Meanwhile, Lin Chujiu had already taken her leave, her voice resonating in the air. Death may be averted, yet the living must face their sins. A single cold moon is insufficient to bargain for your life. Should you contest this, feel free to seek me again. As her voice faded, so too did her figure vanish into the distance. The young man clutched his cheek in a daze, his gaze lingering on an ear that had fallen to the ground, an inexplicable sense of joy washing over him as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. At that moment, Lin Chujiu had already employed her likeness skill, soaring beyond the city walls. Her decision not to take the young man's life was guided by her own principles. He had offered his blade as a means of negotiation and had completely lost the will to retaliate. To slay him now would contradict her beliefs. Furthermore, within Sanjiang County, the eyes of the town guard were numerous. Inadvertently causing a death could easily attract their attention and turn against her. Thus, Lin Chujiu ultimately chose to sever only an ear. A slight punishment. If the young man possessed any sense, he would understand the importance of not pursuing her further. After all, what she required was merely time. Should he persist, Lin Chujiu was not one to shy away from confrontation. The simulator began to simulate. After finding a suitable hiding spot outside the city, Lin Chujiu eagerly initiated a new round of simulation. Chapter 18, 6th rank innate, consuming 50 simulation coins. Shall we commence? Observing the information that appeared, Lin Chujiu felt unsurprised. Clearly, upon breaking through to become a 7th rank warrior, the simulator had increased its rates. Personal wallet, 142. Currently possessing 142 simulation coins, she could only simulate twice. Confirm simulation. At18, you have become a 7th rank warrior, having purchased martial manuals from the armory tower, and you decide to seek a secluded place for intensive training. At18, you attempt to cultivate the great stance and make remarkable progress, significantly enhancing your vitality. At18, after a month of practicing the great stance, your vitality reaches its zenith, prompting you to transition to blood refinement technique. At18, with your robust vitality, your training in blood refinement technique yields unprecedented results. At 19, combining the great stance with blood refinement technique, your power escalates rapidly, and your energy easily surpasses 30 zhang. At19, while replenishing supplies in the city, you discover your likeness on the town guard's wanted list. Evidently a consequence of the Du family's incident. At19, you return to your hiding spot to continue your martial training. At24, having cultivated the great stance to a minor completion, you realize your physique has reached an astonishing level. With a single punch devoid of energy reinforcement, you can effortlessly exert several thousand pounds of force. At24, your practice of blood refinement technique also shows results, and your power advances swiftly, with energy reaching 90 zhang. You sense that you are on the cusp of breaking through to the next rank. At25, your energy stretches to 100 zhang, marking the limit of 7th rank, yet you remain just a hair's breadth away from 6th rank. At 25, feeling trapped at a bottleneck, you venture outside for leisure but inadvertently encounter a town guard officer on a mission. Choose one, surrender and accompany the officer back to cooperate with the investigation. Choose 2, draw your blade and declare that your fate lies in your own hands. Please make your selection. Lin Chujiu noted that the officers of the town guard were rather diligent in their duties. Throughout the simulation, it had been 6 or 7 years since her name appeared on the wanted list, and she never expected to be recognized during a singular excursion. Logically, although she had slain the members of the Du family, they were remnants of the blood demon sect. If she were to clarify the situation at the town guard, she would likely have a significant chance of clearing her name. The issue lay in the prerequisite of being able to articulate her case clearly. In truth, the incident involving the Du family had transpired many years ago, and she was undoubtedly labeled a fugitive by now. Moreover, within the town guard, there was no telling how many members of the blood demon sect lurked, and choosing to comply would be akin to walking into a lion's den. Furthermore, this was merely a simulation. In the real world, she needed to tread cautiously, yet within the simulation, such an approach seemed unnecessary. A bold strike could also yield favorable outcomes. Choice 2. Having made up her mind, Lin Chujiu resolved that her fate would be determined by her own will, not by the heavens. At25, you encounter a squad of town guard officers and draw your blade to engage them. Your blade energy spans 100 zhang, and upon the conclusion of the battle, the entire squad is annihilated. At25, the massacre of the town guard officers causes a tremendous uproar, prompting the town guard to dispatch stronger officers, vowing to capture you. At25, by the banks of the Lansang River, you encounter a new wave of town guard officers. After a fierce battle, you destroy their entire squad yet sustain significant injuries. Fortunately, the great stance aids you, and after several days of recuperation, you recover. At 25, following 2 intense battles that reverberate throughout Sanjiang County's green forest paths, the leader of the Jiangshui gang invites you to join their ranks. To which you readily agree. At 25, the town guard sends officers to negotiate, but the leader of the Jiangshui gang resolutely refuses. Enraged, the town guard mobilizes troops for a fierce assault on the water stronghold, resulting in mutual losses. At 26, leveraging your strength, you attain the position of the 4th officer within the Jiangshui gang. At 26, the town guard dispatches bronze badge officers to challenge the leader of the Jiangshui gang on the Lansang River. A fierce battle ensues, leaving both sides severely injured. At 26, as a spectator, you witness the capabilities of 6th rank innate warriors, and in that instant, your bottleneck dissipates, allowing you to seamlessly break through to the 6th rank of warriors. At 26, with the leader gravely injured, a mutiny arises within the gang. The bandits have already conspired with the outside world to exchange your life and that of the leader for a bounty. Armed with the leader, you unleash your blade energy and cut through the chaos, easily breaking free. At 26, upon escaping, you are confronted by a squad of town guard officers. After a fierce struggle, you slay a bronze badge officer, several iron badge and wooden badge officers, and flee with the leader despite your injuries. At 26, from the darkness, a figure ambushes you. Caught off guard, you are struck in the back by Du Shiji, who you hadn't seen in years, and you perish. Congratulations, you have survived for 8 years, a life not too brief, filled with exhilarating vendettas and glimpses of innate secrets, leaving no regrets in death. Evaluation: quite satisfactory. Additional rewards: Simulation Coins 10, Rating, Simulation Coins 8, Years Survived, Simulation Coins 100, Breakthrough Rank, Simulation Coins 384, Slaying 37th Rank Warriors, 1 6th Rank Warrior, Personal Wallet, 593. Despite the somewhat disheartening conclusion this time around, the substantial influx of simulation coins left Lin Shujiao feeling quite content. Upon choosing to retain her power rank, she immediately sensed her internal energy surging rapidly. Ultimately, her energy reached its peak before beginning to surge through her meridians. With a subtle sound inaudible to the ear, Lin Shujiao felt the blockage in her meridians burst open, and a torrent of energy forged a new pathway, exhaling a breath laden with impurities. She inhaled a breath of primal energy from the heavens. As this primal energy entered her chest, the overwhelming force within her surged even more violently. The flowing energy raced through her meridians, gradually transforming into a new essence. A quarter of an hour later, as Lin Shujiao reopened her eyes, they sparkled with an otherworldly brilliance, radiating an undeniable aura of power, feeling her internal state stabilizing. She extended a finger, pointing forward into the void. With a sound reminiscent of tearing silk, a brilliant white light shot forth, piercing through the door and directly impaling numerous trees ahead, vanishing into the unknown. Is this the innate talent? Is this the true essence? Lin Shujiam's toes lightly tapped, and his body leapt into the air, far more ethereal and swift than before, soaring over 100 zhang in the blink of an eye. After converting the internal energy into true essence, not only had his attack power and range increased, but his mastery of the grass-soaring lightness technique surpassed his previous capabilities by a considerable margin. I have attained the 6th rank of innate talent. Lin Shujiam gazed skyward, and the vast expanse of the heavens stirred his heart profoundly. Thus should my subsequent actions be altered accordingly. Chapter 19, Death Approaches in Wulio County. A figure approached slowly from afar, nearing the county office. A series of sharp blade draws echoed, as the Captain Zhang De led numerous constables, confronting this figure as if facing a formidable enemy. Lin Shujiam observed the multitude of constables before him and smiled gently. Captain, do not be alarmed. I come to see the county magistrate. Captain Zhang De scrutinized Lin Shujiam, sensing an uncanny change in him. His brows knitted into a frown. Frankly, Lin Shujiam had just rescued Miss Du from the bandits and was now regarded with distinction by both the county magistrate and Du Yuan. It seemed inconceivable that he would make such a choice at this critical juncture. Shaolin, put down your weapon and come with us to see the magistrate. In these past days, the magistrate has reported to the town marshal division. What you have done cannot end well. Lin Shujiam merely shook his head with a smile, disregarding Captain Zhang De's wishes, and continued forward with his sword. Halt! Captain Zhang De shouted, swinging his blade towards Lin Shujiam's head. Although Lin Shujiam had once been one of his constables, having followed him for many days, the gravity of the Du family case left no room for favoritism. With a sharp clang, the captain's blade halted mid-air, the edge resting against Lin Shujiam's fingertip. This mighty blow had been effortlessly deflected by Lin Shujiam with but a single finger. Captain Zhang De swiftly withdrew his blade, revealing a sizable notch where Lin Shujiam had blocked it. He gazed at Lin Shujiam in shock, disbelief etched across his face. In merely 2 days, Lin Shujiam seemed transformed, his power having surged beyond his imagination. Have you entered the ranks? Captain Zhang Da's heart trembled. The question escaping his lips instinctively, Lin Shujiam retracted his finger and smiled faintly. One could say I have entered the ranks. His single-fingered defense against Captain Zhang Da's formidable strike did not rely on the innate true essence of a 6th-rank warrior. Rather, it stemmed solely from the astonishing physical prowess he had acquired through rigorous training. With a smile, Lin Shujiam stepped forward again, and with each step, the constables retreated. In their eyes, this former colleague had become immensely formidable. Ultimately, Lin Shujiam found himself in the grand hall of the county office, casually taking a seat on a stool and closing his eyes to recuperate. Meanwhile, a constable had already dashed off to inform the county magistrate. Lin Shujiam remained unconcerned, deep in thought. In fact, prior to returning to the county office, he had conducted several simulations. Through these simulations, he had not only solidified his mastery at the 6th rank of innate talent but had also honed various martial arts such as the mountain opening fist and the white tiger blade technique to a commendable level. Throughout the simulations, he had discerned the intricacies of the Town Marshal Division in Sanjiang County. Within the Town Marshal Division, there were 3 ranks of constables, wooden, iron, and copper badges. In a county, the most powerful copper badge constable was held by a 6th-rank warrior. In one simulation, Lin Shujiam faced the strongest copper badge constable of Sanjiang County and emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Du Shiji, who had once ambushed him and caused his demise in a previous simulation, had cunningly refrained from reappearing. Perhaps, during subsequent simulations, Lin Shujiam had not found himself in a life-threatening predicament, leading Du Shiji to opt for concealment. However, from his earlier encounters, Lin Shujiam deduced that Du Shiji had likely also reached the 6th rank. His martial progress had been commendable, and the fact that Du Shiji could keep pace with him in the simulations indicated that she had chosen the path of blood cultivation, drawing strength from the life essence of others. Only by doing so could her prowess advance so rapidly, even rivaling his own in the simulations. After several simulations, Lin Shujiam concluded that there seemed to be no one left in the Town Marshal Division who could pose a threat to him. Hence, he resolved to return to Wuliu County to bring this matter to a definitive conclusion, otherwise, carrying the mantle of a wanted criminal in the Town Marshal Division, as he had in the simulations, would not bode well. The Town Marshal Division was a formidable institution established by the court. The absence of constables capable of dealing with him in one county did not imply the same for another. Given his current strength, it would be unwise to provoke the Town Marshal Division to the point of no return. In reality, only 2 days had passed since Lin Shujiam had returned to the county office. The incident involving the slaying of Du Yuanwei and others had occurred merely the night before and not long after. Sounds echoed from outside the hall. Lin Shujiam opened his eyes to see the county magistrate entering. Flanked by a middle-aged man whose imposing presence commanded attention. Clearly, this man was an innate warrior, likely a constable dispatched by the Town Marshal Division. The county magistrate did not approach too closely. Instead, observing Lin Shujiam from a distance, his tone severe as he bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Seize this scoundrel at once." However, the constables surrounding him exchanged glances, momentarily lacking the courage to advance. The county magistrate sensed something amiss and turned to the middle-aged man beside him, tentatively inquiring, "My lord." The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Lin Shujiam and suddenly burst into laughter. As the county magistrate looked on in confusion, he calmly remarked, "So it is an innate warrior. No wonder your subordinates hesitate to act. Though skilled, these constables would merely be throwing their lives away in the face of an innate warrior. I implore you, my lord, to lend your assistance," the county magistrate said, bowing slightly to the middle-aged man. Despite being a county magistrate, the middle-aged man held a rank above him as a constable of the Town Marshal Division, which served the court in suppressing the realm. The middle-aged man smiled nonchalantly, saying, "I come as commanded. It is only right." With that, he stepped forward, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his eyes keenly fixed on Lin Shujiam. "Will you surrender quietly, or shall I first sever your limbs before you do?" Lin Shujiam remained seated, his demeanor relaxed as he casually swung his feet, replying indifferently, "Is it truly necessary for a mere Yuanwei of Wuliu County to invoke the might of the Town Marshal Division?" The middle-aged man's gaze turned icy as he sternly declared, "As a constable of the court, you ought to benefit your community. Instead, you resort to taking lives and seizing wealth. This act carries grave repercussions, and the Town Marshal Division shall not tolerate it." With a low chuckle, Lin Shujiam met the middle-aged man's gaze directly, his words striking at the core. "What if I were to say that there are deeper implications? What if Du Yuanwei's family harbors a secret identity such as remnants of the blood demon cult that have evaded capture for many years? as soon as the words left his lips. Before the county magistrate and the constables could fully grasp their meaning, the middle-aged man let out a fierce roar and sliced forward with his blade to speak such heresy at death's door. "You shall be executed." A dazzling arc of light cleaved through the air, accompanied by a more formidable wave of blade energy that surged towards Lin Chujiam. A 7th-rank warrior, Captain Zhang De, with a discerning eye, was filled with dread. He realized Lin Chujiam was doomed. Although it was likely that Lin Chujiam had entered the ranks, the disparity between innate warriors was immense. It would be utterly reasonable for a 7th-rank warrior to annihilate a newly minted innate warrior. In that brief moment, Captain Zhang De couldn't help but lament, "Shaolin, that fellow was always the sharpest." At such a tender age, he managed to break through to the 9th rank, with limitless potential ahead. Yet, how could he have been so foolish as to harbor ill intentions toward the Du family? Such a promising future, now squandered. What a pity, however, just as this thought flickered in Captain Zhang Da's mind. The next moment, his already agape mouth widened further, as if it could fit 2 goose eggs. A sense of incredulity coalesced within his pupils. What he beheld was Lin Chujiam, with his fingers clenched into a fist, leisurely launching a punch forward. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the hall. A powerful shockwave surged forth, wreaking havoc around, sending tables and chairs crashing against the walls. The middle-aged man's blade energy shattered in the face of this seemingly earth-shattering punch. Even his gleaming blade splintered under the force of Lin Chujiam's fist. Lin Chujiam's fist, having already diminished in strength, struck the middle-aged man squarely in the chest. Bang! The punch, now carrying only a fraction of its former power, sent the middle-aged man soaring into the air, crashing through a row of wooden racks and collapsing onto the ground. Lin Chujiao ambled forward, her face adorned with just the right amount of disdainful smile. "How dare a mere iron metal constable act so arrogantly before me?" In Chapter 20, within the Grand Hall of the County Office in Sanjiang Prefecture, Lin Chujiao approached, looking down upon the iron metal constable of the Town Marshal Division, who lay on the ground, coughing blood. With just a single punch, she had effortlessly shattered her opponent's sword energy, rendering him incapable of further combat. The county magistrate and the constables present were momentarily stunned, unsure of how to react. Before Lin Chujiao could finish her words, the magistrate, under her piercing gaze, stumbled back several steps in fright. If even the iron metal constable of the Town Marshal Division had been felled by a single blow, how could a mere scholar like him muster the courage to stand before her? Lin Chujiao did not advance any closer. Instead, she smiled and inquired, "Magistrate, you share a close friendship with Du Yuanwei. Are you aware of his connections to the remnants of the Blood Demon cult? What nonsense are you spouting? The Town Marshal Division suppresses the realm. I advise you not to deceive yourself. Even now, it is not too late to pull back from the brink," the magistrate stammered, his voice trembling, clearly dissatisfied with the lack of the answer she sought. Lin Chujiao shook her head regretfully. "Indeed, it is rather implausible that Du Yuanwei, a remnant of the Blood Demon cult, could hide so seamlessly within Wuliu County. If you claim to be completely unaware." As her words fell, a resounding clang echoed as Lin Chujiao drew her sword, the brilliance of its blade dazzling the magistrate's eyes. In the instant the onlookers gasped in shock, her sword's edge was already pressed against the magistrate's brow. The magistrate felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his legs buckling as he struggled to maintain his footing. With a slight smile, Lin Chujiao retracted her sword, effortlessly lifting the still-lying iron metal constable. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am on my way to the Town Marshal Division of Sanjiang Prefecture. The mountains are high and the waters deep. Perhaps we shall meet again." With that, she lightly sprang forward, carrying the iron metal constable, and gracefully leaped out of the grand hall. After a few more bounds, she vanished completely from the crowd's sight. The constables hurriedly gathered around the magistrate to protect him. Head Constable Zhang Di, with a stiffened resolve, asked, "What shall we do now, magistrate?" The magistrate's face had turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Quickly send someone to report to the Town Marshal Division." Feeling utterly helpless, he knew that Lin Chujiao hailed from the county office of Wuliu. If they did not take a stand now, they too would likely suffer the repercussions of the Town Marshal Division's wrath. As for Lin Chujiao, having injured a constable and still daring to brazenly head towards the Town Marshal Division, it could only be said that the youth was blissfully unaware of the consequences. After making arrangements, the magistrate returned to his inner chamber, frowning as he muttered, "Isn't the Blood Demon cult perpetually listed on the wanted list of the Town Marshal Division? How much of what Lin Chujiao said can be taken as truth?" While chaos reigned in the county office, Lin Chujiao had already traversed a considerable distance with the iron metal constable in tow. The journey to Sanjiang Prefecture was not short, yet now that she had achieved a congenital state, her internal energy was nearly inexhaustible even if she had to sprint for days and nights on end. She would not falter. As she ran, the iron metal constable, who she held, scoffed, "Heh, are you truly foolish or just simple-minded? You dare to deliver yourself to the town marshal division, truly believing you can outmatch me? Who will save you from their grasp?" Lin Chujiao remained unfazed, a smirk playing on her lips. "In comparison to me, you should be more afraid of returning to the town marshal division." Right, if the remnants of the blood demon cult are indeed hiding within, what do you think their reaction would be if the chief knew? I know not what nonsense you speak. The iron metal constable closed his eyes. Seemingly unwilling to engage with Lin Chujiao any further, with a thud a dull sound resonated as Lin Chujiao struck the back of his neck, causing him to awaken from his stupor in agony. "What are you doing?" he demanded, eyes widening. Lin Chujiao blinked, contemplating for a moment. "Ugh, is the film industry deceiving me? It's supposed to be a simple chop to the neck that knocks one out. Why isn't it working? Be quiet, I need to focus on my journey and have no time for you," Lin Chujiao retorted, raising her palm like a blade and striking the same spot on his neck once more. The iron metal constable gasped, feeling as though his neck might snap from the blow, sweat pouring down his body, yet he remained conscious, showing no signs of fainting. "TSK, it truly doesn't work. I suppose I need to learn some pressure point techniques for convenience during such tasks." "You thought I thud." The iron metal constable fell utterly silent, fully aware that if Lin Chujiao continued her assault, he might not survive until they reached the town marshal division. "Have you quieted down? How intriguing. It appears that quantitative change leads to qualitative change." The iron metal constable, his body numb from the repeated strikes, fought to keep his eyes closed, trembling inwardly. As he was carried by Lin Chujiao, soaring through the air, he understood just how terrifying their speed was. To carry such a hefty individual while performing such agile leaps demonstrated her formidable strength. His body, weighed down by injuries, left him in a constant state of discomfort. And he began to feel drowsy. Suddenly, a thunderous sound jolted him awake, causing pain to throb in his ears, as a voice bellowed, "Who goes there daring to intrude upon the town marshal division?" Recognizing the familiar voice, the iron metal constable opened his eyes to see a slender figure with a short beard, brandishing a blade towards them. It was Lord Lu. A surge of joy filled the iron metal constable as he recognized one of the copper metal constables of the town marshal division. "Lord Lu, this person," he exclaimed, ready to elaborate, when suddenly a heavy blow struck the back of his neck, cutting off his words. After the blow interrupted his speech, Lin Chujiao declared loudly, "I possess information regarding the blood demon cult and seek an audience with Lord Lu." The blood demon cult. The slight figure hesitated, but upon noticing the person Lin Chujiao held, his expression shifted dramatically. "You scoundrel, how dare you harm a constable of my town marshal division? You shall not leave here unscathed today. All constables, heed my command. This scoundrel has harmed our iron metal constable. He must be executed without mercy." With a single order, numerous iron and wood metal constables charged forth from the town marshal division. As the clanging of weapons resounded, Lin Chujiao found herself encircled by over 100 constables. Despite the dire situation, she remained unperturbed, gazing at the multitude of town marshal constables surrounding her. She chuckled lightly. "Well, this is quite fortunate. It seems the majority of the constables are assembled here today." Through her previous encounters, Lin Chujiao had already uncovered the structure of the Sanjiang Prefecture's town marshal division. There were 3 copper metal constables, each commanding 6 iron metal constables, totaling 18 iron metal constables. Each iron metal constable also led 10 wood metal constables, amounting to 180 wood metal constables. As for the other trainee constables or newbies in the outer training camps, she did not count them. Nonetheless, the town marshal division boasted a formidable lineup. It was worth noting that a copper metal constable needed to attain the 6th rank of congenital realm to serve, while iron metal constables required the 7th rank, and wood metal constables needed at least to be 9th rank warriors, with a considerable number being 8th rank. Such strength rivaled that of a small to medium sect. Yet Lin Chujiao felt no fear. She boldly stepped forward. It seemed that in order to meet your chief constable, Lord Lu, she would have to fight her way in. Chapter 21. Amidst the encirclement of over 100 constables in the town marshal division, Lin Chujiao advanced step by step. The copper metal constable among them bellowed, wielding his blade in attack. The gleaming sword energy sliced through the air, reaching Lin Chujiao in an instant, though it was the same sword energy. The distinction between true energy and mere force lay in the former's higher density, with no loss in its release. The formidable sword energy that had been unleashed remained just as potent as it approached Lin Chujiao. Faced with such sword energy, Lin Shujiao did not draw her own blade. Instead, she took a deep breath and delivered a heavy punch with her right hand, the mountain-cleaving fist, which she had already mastered to a small extent. Met the 6th-rank warrior's sword energy in that moment. The terrifying clash of sword energy and Lin Shujiao's fist unleashed a shockwave, sending debris flying and leaving deep scratches on the stone floor below. The sword energy, condensed from congenital true energy, was sharp enough to rival a true treasured blade. Lin Shujiao shook her arm and glanced at her uninjured fist, revealing a satisfied smile. Not bad. The old man from the forging pavilion was not lying. This mountain-cleaving fist is worth its weight. As the copper metal constable unleashed his strike, the surrounding iron and wood metal constables shouted in unison. Charging forward with their weapons drawn, Lin Shujiao, with the cold moon blade at her side, held the iron metal constable in one hand and formed a fist with the other, charging into the fray. The resounding sounds of bang, bang, bang echoed as the Kaishan fist exhibited no external prowess to vanquish the enemy, yet, relying on the formidable physique honed through the Decanswang and the Kaishan fist, Lin Shujiao now charged like a fierce tiger among sheep. Facing no adversary, the iron plate officers swung their blades towards him, but with a single punch, he shattered their momentum, resulting in broken swords and bodies sent flying. As for the less formidable wooden plate officers, they fared even worse. A mere casual swing of his arm sent them tumbling in disarray. Over 100 officers besieged Lin Shujiao, only to be crushed under his overwhelming might. Before long, the ground was strewn with groaning and writhing officers. Remarkably restrained, Lin Shujiao claimed no lives. Among those still standing, only one copper plate officer remained. From a distance, he regarded Lin Shujiao, who stood like a demonic deity in the center, with trembling hands that could scarcely hold his blade. The opponent displayed no hint of externalized true qi, yet, relying solely on his robust physique and a formidable martial technique, he had felled 100 officers. Moreover, amidst the siege, he managed to exercise caution to avoid taking lives. Such prowess left the standing copper plate officer profoundly shaken. Are you a disciple of the Banshan sect? The copper plate officer, forcing himself to control his mounting panic, inquired. His question was not without reason. In a world teeming with sects, few specialized in external martial arts, with the nearest being the Banshan sect. Among the myriad sects, the Banshan sect maintained a relatively favorable relationship with the court. Many disciples from the Banshan sect served on the front lines, utilizing their extraordinary physique and martial prowess to dominate the battlefield and slay foes. Banshan sect, I am not, Lin Shujiao responded, lifting the unconscious iron plate officer and slowly approaching the copper plate officer. Will you step aside, or will you continue to obstruct me? With a slight smile playing on his lips, Lin Shujiao noted, let me clarify, you are a 6th tyrannate, and I may find it challenging to control my strength. Before he could finish his sentence, the copper plate officer had already leaped back, his blade cleaving through the air with a chilling aura aimed at Lin Shujiao. At this moment, it seemed the copper plate officer had forsaken the lives of his comrades. The blade's energy encompassed both Lin Shujiao and the iron plate officer he held. Unfortunately, Lin Shujiao's prior simulations were not in vain. His current strength had far surpassed that of a novice 6th-tier practitioner. With a resounding clang, his long blade was drawn, and the cold moon blade, seemingly unremarkable, swept forward. In an instant, a wave of blade energy, several times more potent than the opponent's, obliterated the incoming strike and, in the blink of an eye, slashed towards the retreating copper plate officer. The terrifying blade energy bore down, and as the copper plate officer felt the chilling presence behind him, despair clouded his eyes. However, just as the blade energy was a mere foot away from him, it suddenly shattered. The terrifying true qi surged wildly after the blade energy's collapse, erupting with formidable force behind the copper plate officer. Wah! Struck by the blow, the copper plate officer coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground. Although he had avoided being cleaved in two, injury was inevitable. No longer daring to linger, he fled toward the Jinwu division. Lacking even the courage to glance back, Lin Shujiao, observing this scene, offered a faint smile and followed at a leisurely pace. Just 2 days prior, the Jinwu division had seemed a radiant presence beyond his reach. Yet, in a mere span of 2 days, he had transformed from an insignificant martial artist into a 6th tyrannate. Now, he single-handedly exerted pressure over the entire Jinwu division, causing the copper plate officer to flee in terror. As footsteps echoed, Lin Shujiao, dragging the already unconscious iron plate officer, entered the inner hall of the Jinwu division. Inside, a middle-aged scholar sat composedly in a grand chair. The fleeing copper plate officer stood beside him, eyes wide with horror as he beheld Lin Shujiao's entrance. He was thoroughly frightened by Lin Shujiao. Lord Lu, it's him, the copper plate officer whispered urgently, drenched in cold sweat, although both were copper plate officers. There existed a significant disparity between them. The middle-aged scholar, as the chief officer of the Jinwu division, was not far from ascending to silver plate, making him vastly different from an ordinary copper plate officer. With a calm smile, the middle-aged scholar rose from his chair. Folding his fan, he inquired, "What brings you to intrude upon my Jinwu division with such a formidable presence?" As he spoke, his gaze scrutinized the young man before him. While the middle-aged scholar appraised Lin Shujiao was equally attentive, recognizing him from the simulation process as Lu Ani, the chief officer of the Jinwu division. As chief officer, he was expected to be the strongest within the division. Aside from him, there was another copper plate officer who had engaged in a fierce battle with the leader of the Lianjiang water village in the simulations. That officer's strength was formidable, far surpassing the one now fleeing in fright. Presently absent, his whereabouts remained uncertain, either on a mission or lurking in the shadows. Yet, Lin Shujiao felt no excessive concern now at the pinnacle of 6th-tier strength. He possessed ample confidence to escape unscathed, even against the siege of 3 copper plate officers from the Jinwu division. Of course, he did not intend to confront the Jinwu division with hostility. If dialogue could resolve matters, that would be ideal. Greetings, Lord Lu, Lin Shujiao said politely before casually discarding the iron plate officer onto the ground. With a deft touch, the officer landed softly, remaining in a deep slumber. This individual is a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, concealed within the Jinwu division, and I have apprehended him. Lin Shujiao wasted no time with pleasantries, directly presenting the matter at hand. As he spoke, his gaze was piercing, fixated on the chief officer Lu Ani. He was uncertain how deeply the Blood Demon sect had infiltrated the Jinwu division. It could very well be limited to the captured iron plate officer, or it might extend to the copper plate level, with the chief officer Lu Ani himself potentially being a member of the sect. Thus, Lin Shujiao deliberately chose this venue for their meeting. Here, with few outsiders present, if Lu Ani were indeed a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to silence Lin Shujiao. However, after Lin Shujiao's declaration, the inner hall remained eerily silent. As if a pin drop could be heard after a lengthy contemplation, Chief Officer Lu Ani finally let out a long sigh. To enter my Jinwu division with such ease, you truly are a prodigy. Yet, this matter does not concern you. Why should you wade into these murky waters? With a sigh, Lu Ani flicked his wrist, and the fan in his hand snapped open, spinning forth with lightning speed. Powered by his formidable true chi, its target was none other than the copper plate officer standing beside him. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting officer, his throat was sliced cleanly by the fan, leaving him unable to utter a word as he collapsed slowly to the ground. Even in death, his eyes bore a look of confusion, unable to comprehend why the chief officer had suddenly turned on him. Chapter 22, The Saintess of the Blood Demon sect within the inner hall of the Jinwu division. Lin Shujiao watched in astonishment as Lu Ani made his sudden move. His pupils constricted, and instinctively his hand grasped the hilt of his blade. For a moment, he found himself in a quandary. Was this chief officer of the Jinwu division truly a remnant of the Blood Demon sect? If not, why had he violently struck down one of his own copper plate officers? Conversely, if he was indeed affiliated with the sect, why did he remain unfazed, showing no inclination to direct his aggression toward Lin Shujiao? As Lin Shujiao grappled with confusion, Lu Ani shook his head, extending his index finger to lightly tap, unleashing a stream of true chi that struck the iron plate officer on the ground. This true chi coalesced, revealing its minimal lethality. Lin Shujiao made no attempt to intervene, sensing that the situation was taking an unexpected turn. Lu Ani cast a glance at him, as if to explain. Whispering, "This is a technique for sealing acupoints and cutting off meridians. The finger strike I just delivered will ensure he remains unconscious for at least half a day." Lin Shujiao regarded Lu Ani's retracted finger with a hint of envy. Clearly, he could not solely practice lethal martial arts. He needed to learn some auxiliary techniques for sealing acupoints. Had he possessed such skills, he wouldn't have struggled for so long trying to knock someone unconscious with a palm strike. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Lin Shujiao asked, his cold moon blade resting at his waist. Unafraid. He chuckled. "You don't intend to recruit me, do you?" Given that his sudden act of aggression had resulted in the death of a copper plate officer and the incapacitation of another, it was evident that he was planning something covert. "Indeed, that is precisely my intention," Lu Ani replied with a calm smile. "Young brother, I wonder if you might be interested?" Lin Shujiao's hand remained on the hilt of his blade, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if poised to draw his weapon. However, he soon released his grip, allowing his body to relax. "You are not a member of the Blood Demon sect," he asserted confidently. Lu Ani looked at Lin Shujiao in surprise and asked, How can you be so certain? Lin Shujiu smiled without responding to the question. In truth, his unwavering confidence stemmed from multiple encounters during the simulation process. Throughout those confrontations, possessing the blood refinement technique allowed him to discern that the martial arts employed by Luani bore no connection to the blood demon sect's practices. The blood refinement technique, indeed the foundational internal skill of the blood demon sect, had been cultivated to a remarkable degree through the refinement of his own blood, rendering his internal energy exceptionally pure. With this remarkably pure blood refinement energy, during the simulation, he could faintly sense the blood refinement characteristics within the true energy of the remnants of the blood demon sect with whom he fought. Be it the earlier Du Shiji or the captured Iron Badge Constable, their true energy was imbued with a peculiar restlessness, a consequence of training with mixed blood. The Copper Badge Constable, who had just been slain by Luani, similarly exhibited a hint of the unique restlessness characteristic of the blood refinement technique. In contrast, Luani's true energy was calm and serene, entirely dissimilar to the internal skills of the blood demon sect. Upon seeing Lin Shujiu's silence, Luani did not press further. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Since you have come to the town guard, you must wish to engage in a meaningful dialogue." He settled back into the armchair, gesturing for Lin Shujiu to take a seat on another chair. "You are Lin Shujiu, a constable from Wolio County. 3 days ago, you were ordered to rescue Miss Du from Haifeng village. And upon your return, you killed several members of the Du family that very night, causing Miss Du to vanish without a trace. Am I correct?" Luani spoke as if reciting a familiar dossier. Regarding Lin Shujiu with a gentle smile, Lin Shujiu was not surprised. Such news had undoubtedly been reported to the town guard by the county office long ago. Miss Du was the holy maiden of the blood demon sect. And this Iron Badge Constable on the ground was also a remnant of the blood demon sect, attempting to silence you, only to be captured by you, correct? Luani continued, as if recounting an event he had witnessed firsthand. Lin Shujiu was taken aback. "You have always known." There was no other explanation. He had learned of Du Shiji's identity as the holy maiden of the blood demon sect during the battle with the Du family that night. From the mouth of Mr.Du. Luani had presumably not been present at the scene. His knowledge of these matters indicated that he had long been privy to relevant information. Knowing all this, why do you still tolerate the Du family establishing roots in Wolio County, allowing them to lurk within the town guard, even permitting them to consume the blood of others for their training? Lin Shujiu's gaze turned cold as he looked at Luani, his expression clearly growing unfriendly. As the Grand Constable of Sanjiang Prefecture, Luani seemed to be fully aware of everything yet still allowed the Iron Badge Constable, a remnant of the blood demon sect, to venture into Wolio County. If Lin Shujiu's strength had been any weaker, would he not have been easily killed to silence him? The thought soured Lin Shujiu's impression of Luani. Luani offered no additional words, merely letting out a long sigh. After a prolonged silence, instead of answering Lin Shujiu's question, he posed another one. Having interacted with the Du family, what do you think of Miss Du's strength as a holy maiden of the sect? Lin Shujiu was somewhat perplexed but answered honestly. A small family like the Du family having so many 8th-tier martial artists is already quite rare. Miss Du's martial prowess is exceptional, but compared to the town guard of Sanjiang Prefecture, she remains insignificant. Indeed, Luani nodded, then inquired, "What do you think has allowed the remnants of the blood demon sect to remain on the town guard's wanted list for so long without being eradicated?" Lin Shujiu found himself unable to answer. Luani had not anticipated a response. He continued speaking, "What you have seen is merely the tip of the iceberg of the blood demon sect. If I told you that over the past several centuries, the town guard has eliminated no fewer than 100 holy maidens of the blood demon sect, what would your thoughts be?" Lin Shujiu was astonished by this revelation. So there are many holy maidens of the blood demon sect, and Du Shiji is merely one of them. Yes and no. Luani shook his folding fan, speaking in a grave tone. Each holy maiden of the blood demon sect is like Du Shiji, yet simultaneously none of them are. You can understand it as the holy maiden having countless incarnations. Each Du Shiji is merely one of her manifestations. Lin Shujiu was genuinely stunned by this revelation. What is going on? Shouldn't this world be one of martial arts? Has something unfathomable been intertwined with it? Seemingly sensing Lin Shujiu's shock, Luani chuckled softly. "It is only natural for you to be bewildered. After all, that realm far exceeds our imagination. Even we who have stepped into the 6th-tier innate level can scarcely grasp even a fraction of it." "Wait," Lin Shujiu furrowed his brow. "If Du Shiji is so formidable, how could I have repelled her? In the presence of such a powerful figure, we mere minnows should be easily crushed, shouldn't we?" "Not at all. Luani shook his head, his fan waving gently to it is not Du Shiji who is powerful but the Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect, or rather, the original Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect. Under Lin Chujo's gaze, Luani's expression gradually became distant, as if he were drifting back to a distant memory. According to legend, 300 years ago, the Blood Demon sect was annihilated by a formidable warrior known as the Great Sun Sword Saint, who used the Great Sun Come sword to extinguish all life from the Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect. Yet, in the end, hundreds or thousands of blood shadows escaped, each fleeing to different domains to hide away. If left unchecked, each of these blood shadows could potentially cultivate back into the Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect. Hearing this secret, Lin Chujo's emotions grew complex and difficult to articulate. Thus, he had not merely offended one Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect, Du Shiji, but had antagonized hundreds or even thousands of them. Possibly including that extraordinarily powerful original Holy Maiden. Why must life always be so arduous? Luani seemed to have discerned Lin Chujo's hidden worries and seized the moment to say, would you be willing to join the town guard? While the Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect may have many incarnations, at present, they can only lurk in the shadows. They do not yet possess the audacity to confront us directly. What would it mean to join, and what would it mean not to? Lin Chujo's gaze flickered as he regarded Luani. The Grand Constable Luani smiled slightly, as if he had already anticipated the outcome. If you agree to join, I happen to have a task for you. If you assist in its completion, I will help erase the incident in Wulio County and promote you directly to Copper Badge. What do you say? Care to consider it? Chapter 23, Luani's proposal. In the inner hall of the town guard, Lin Chujo regarded Luani with a glimmer of curiosity. What task? Ultimately, he posed this question, signifying his basic agreement with Luani's proposal for him to join the town guard. This had indeed been one of his motives for coming here, despite having the simulator as his advantage. Lin Chujo did not believe that confronting the town guard head-on was the optimal choice. Luani remained silent, merely beckoning with his hand. Drawing an energy, he summoned an object that had already perished on the ground, the Copper Badge Constable. Lin Chujo caught the item as it flew towards him and, upon closer inspection, found it to be a copper badge. What is this? Lu Siming, 42 years old, has been with the town guard for 14 years. Copper Badge Constable. Lin Chujo displayed a look of confusion, and Luani produced a dossier, tossing it into Lin Chujo's hands. As Lin Chujo remained perplexed, Luani continued, this is Lu Siming's profile, memorize it. Tonight, we will commence our operation. Lin Chujo expressed his bewilderment. Luani looked at him and nodded. Indeed, we have already uncovered a stronghold of the Blood Demon sect remnants in Sanjiang Prefecture. I suspect that the Holy Maiden Du Shiji is currently residing there as well. We will launch our operation tonight to dismantle this Blood Demon sect stronghold, and Lin Chujo still did not understand how this operation connected to the deceased Lu Siming. Luani swiftly clarified his doubts. There is no doubt that Lu Siming was an informant of the Blood Demon sect embedded within our town guard. You will impersonate Lu Siming to enter the Blood Demon sect stronghold, and we will coordinate our efforts to capture all the remnants inside. You want me to impersonate Lu Siming? Lin Chujo glanced at Lu Siming's lifeless visage, feeling somewhat uneasy. Are you serious? Ha! Luani laughed heartily, exclaiming, Lin Copper Badge, you are undoubtedly exceptionally handsome, and Lu Siming cannot even hold a candle to you. But fear not, for I, Lu, possess considerable skills in disguise. A friend in the martial world once bestowed upon me the title of the Thousand-Faced Scholar. At this moment, Luani had already referred to him as Copper Badge, seemingly confident that Lin Chujo would not refuse. Yet Lin Chujo was not so easily swayed. The thought of being an undercover agent felt perilously risky. Lin Chujo furrowed his brow. Why must I agree to you? However, upon hearing such words, Luani, who stood before him, remained utterly unperturbed. Instead, a subtle smile, imbued with profound significance, graced his lips. The young brother, of course, has every right to refuse. Luani leisurely waved the folding fan in his hand, casting forth a series of remarks that were nothing short of alarming. I have meticulously laid my plans, yet this unexpected turn of events instigated by you, young brother, will undoubtedly alert the denizens of the Blood Demon sect stronghold. If we do not act swiftly soon enough, those within the sect will disperse like shadows, vanishing from beneath our very eyes. While it is indeed a pity for me, the absence of the Blood Demon sect stronghold in Sanjiang County would bring me a sense of relief. Yet, I must ask, are you truly prepared to endure the vengeance of the Blood Demon sect? Based on the past experiences of the town's martial division in vanquishing the Blood Demon sect's saintly avatars, each stronghold invariably harbors a meticulously prepared blood pool once the Blood Demon sect's saintly avatar enters it. She will absorb the essence of the blood within, rapidly enhancing her power and cultivation. Lin Shoji, do you care to speculate whether, after such an enhancement, the blood demon sex saintly avatar will first seek to confront the town's martial division? Or will she come after you? Luani's words flowed languidly, laced with a hint of ominous foreboding. Nevertheless, Lin Shujiao could not dismiss them entirely. One point he spoke was indeed accurate, after Du Shiji's power was bolstered. If she sought a target for retribution, it was evident that he, rather than the town's martial division, would be a far more suitable choice, having slain members of the Du family and driven Du Shiji to a desperate flight. He had undeniably wrought havoc upon her previously tranquil existence. Such deep-seated enmity surely surpassed that of the town's martial division. Furthermore, and more crucially, he lacked any formidable backing, rendering him an easy prey. It is human nature to bully the weak while fearing the strong. He had not anticipated that within the so-called stronghold of the blood demon sect, there existed such a game-altering artifact as a blood pool. No wonder, even after leveraging the simulator to enhance his own abilities, Du Shiji's cultivation still managed to keep pace with his OWN.to leave a rival with boundless potential unattended posed an exceedingly high risk. It must be nipped in the bud without delay. Very well, I shall consent. Despite a tinge of displeasure, Lin Shujiao made this choice under Luani's somewhat insufferable smile. However, I have a request. Before we proceed to the blood demon sect's stronghold, please arrange for a quiet room where I may rest for a while, for I have traveled a considerable distance from Wolio County and am somewhat fatigued. Lin Shujiao's request was entirely reasonable, and Luani could hardly refuse. Very well, I shall first assist you in disguising yourself, after which you may rest and familiarize yourself with the dossier on El Siming. An hour later, Lin Shujiao sat in the room, gazing at the bronze mirror before him, astonished to the point of gaping. The reflection staring back was no longer the extraordinarily handsome visage he was accustomed to. Instead, it bore the countenance of a most unappealing figure. Although he had only briefly encountered the copper badge officer El Siming, the resemblance was unmistakable, as he now appeared identical to El Siming. Luani was indeed no braggart. His skills in disguise were remarkable, truly deserving of the title Master of 1,000 Faces. At this moment, Lin Shujiao had thoroughly memorized the details in the dossier. However, contrary to his earlier intentions of resting, he did not succumb to slumber. In truth, with his current pinnacle of 6th grade prowess, his vital energy was as boundless as a flowing stream, achieving a level of depth and continuity, having traversed from Wolio County to here, and cutting through the inner halls of the town's martial division. His internal energy remained abundant, showing no signs of depletion. His request for a room was merely a guise for his ulterior motives. Opening the simulator, Lin Shujiao concentrated his thoughts, and a semi-transparent interface materialized before him. Personal wallet, 1385. Prior to arriving at the town's martial division, he had undergone several simulations, accruing a substantial amount of simulation currency. Simulation mode, simplified text version, immersive experience version, with a decision already made. Lin Shujiao focused his mental energy on this option. The immersive experience version remained locked. Would he like to spend 1,000 simulation currency to unlock it? Yes, with the deduction of 1,000 simulation currency. The immersive experience version has been successfully unlocked. Immersive experience version. Physically enter the simulation process, where each decision leads to different outcomes, bringing unpredictable changes to the simulation. Risk high, reward high. Would you like to select the immersive experience version for simulation? Yes, the current basic consumption, simplified text version, is 100 simulation currency. The immersive experience version requires 3 times the simulation currency, totaling 300 simulation currency. Upon completion of the simulation, the 3 aspects of power level, martial arts experience, and life memories will all be retained, with a chance to obtain additional rewards. Shall we begin the simulation? Begins Chapter 24. I knew you wouldn't give up on me. I in the town's martial division. Lin Shujiao surveyed the authentic environment before him, instinctively clenching his fist. The sensation was undeniably real. Were it not for another thought lingering clearly in his mind, he might have believed that everything before him was indeed reality. Indeed, he had entered yet another simulation process, albeit with a notable difference. This time, he was immersed in the immersive experience version rather than the simplified text version, aside from his own awareness that this was a virtual simulation. Everything else bore no distinction from reality. Lin Shujiao closed and opened his eyes, and with a flicker of thought, he perceived a bizarre transformation occurring in the world around him. The flow of time began to accelerate rapidly. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Lin Chujiao noticed that the illumination in the room had dimmed, the time having jumped from just past noon to the evening instantaneously. Simultaneously, his mind naturally acquired the memory of having idly waited in the room for 3 hours. Within the immersive experience version of the simulation process, he found he could manipulate the strings of time at will. Eager to set forth, he skipped over 3 hours of wasted time, arriving at the moment of preparation for departure. Stepping out of the room, he cast a distant glance at the imposing figure of Chief Officer Luani standing afar, both parties sharing a silent understanding. Following the pre-arranged script, Lin Chujiao, assuming the guise of the Copper Badge Officer El Siming, rescued another Iron Badge officer from the town's Martial Division's prison. This Iron Badge officer had initially sustained severe injuries from his vital energy and had since been repeatedly incapacitated by Lin Chujiao's strikes to the neck, leaving him utterly exhausted. Yet, he was remarkably resilient. As one of the indispensable characters in Luani's script, although Luani had rendered him unconscious through acupoint sealing techniques, he simultaneously assisted him in channeling his vital energy, ensuring he could survive the return to the Blood Demon Sect's stronghold. Lord L, I knew you wouldn't abandon me, the Iron Badge officer exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he was carried along by El Siming. Though they were both spies placed by the Blood Demon Sect within the town's Martial Division, their statuses were worlds apart. I and the town's Martial Division of Sanjiang County, the spies of the Blood Demon Sect operated under a stringent hierarchy. Typically, the existence of other spies served solely to benefit El Siming. Should suspicions arise from the town's Martial Division, even if the other spies were to divulge their identities, they would still be compelled to ensure El Siming's continued concealment. Thus, the current situation was easily comprehensible. Lord El Siming, Kendi is willing to risk exposure to rescue me, the Iron Badge officer reflected, feeling a deep sense of camaraderie. Where are we headed now, despite having regained his life? The Iron Badge officer was still heavily injured, and merely expressing this question proved quite arduous. Back to the stronghold. That young fellow from Wolio County seems to have devised a significant scheme with Luani. We must report this to the Saintus. I know, that's the young fellow from Wolio County. I wonder where he learned such formidable martial arts at such a young age. The blood pool is already prepared. Once the Saintus emerges, he'll know what true martial prowess entails, he remarked, only to feel a sudden jolt throughout his battered body. At this moment, he gradually realized that he had been continuously carried by Lord El Siming. Why do I feel that this method of movement seems so familiar? In that instant, El Siming, still holding the Iron Badge officer, leaped effortlessly over the wall, his burden seeming light as he sprinted across the wild grasses beyond. This is the grass-soaring lightness skill, the Iron Badge officer chuckled softly. Perhaps the events of the day had been too shocking, leading him to form an absurd conjecture. It was merely the grass-soaring lightness skill that he found familiar. The young officer from Wolio County, he mused, must have learned this signature lightness technique of the town's Martial Division from somewhere. Reflecting on this, the Iron Badge officer felt a chill run down his spine. That's it, the young officer can perform the grass-soaring lightness technique. Perhaps it was arranged by Chief Luani in secret. We must promptly report this to the Saintus. The impostor El Siming nodded. Indeed, that makes sense. As they spoke, he shook his arms, adopting a more comfortable posture, and continued to dash forward. The ironclad constable, held aloft, nearly lost what remained of his life with the abrupt flailing of an arm. The journey thus far had not been particularly short. It was not until the stroke of midnight that Lin Chujiao finally arrived at the outskirts of the stronghold. The lengthy delay was not due to Lin Chujiao's lack of skill in lightness techniques. In truth, his abilities far surpassed those of El Siming, yet he had to restrain himself to the level of strength El Siming ought to possess, which compelled him to tread carefully, leading to his delayed arrival. Although referred to as the Blood Demon Sect's stronghold, it was merely a dilapidated temple. Lin Chujiao exhaled softly, and according to the dossier provided by Luani, he clapped his hands thrice, repeating the gesture 9 times in succession. In the stillness of the night, the sudden sound of 9 claps resonated eerily. Shortly thereafter, a shadowy figure leapt forth from the crumbling temple. When this figure first materialized, it remained within the temple. Yet in the blink of an eye, it was already before Lin Chujiao. El Siming, what brings you here at this late hour? The shadowy figure, its face shrouded in darkness, scrutinized the two before it. Its voice low and raspy, as though emanating from the depths of the earth. Elder Zhao, the town guard's Luani possesses remarkable foresight. We have come to report to the Saint Cest. Is this a matter for you to discuss? The figure known as Elder Zhao cast a cold glance at the ironclad constable, his brow furrowing. El Siming, what is truly going on? Lin Chujiao felt the blood-refining true energy within him flow smoothly. Effortlessly sensing Elder Zhao's cultivation level, the figure he referred to as Elder Zhao stood before him like a swirling impure mist of blood, casting a reflection in Lin Shujiao's mind. Clearly, Elder Zhao had also mastered the 6th rank of innate true energy. But his power was not overwhelmingly formidable, at least it paled in comparison to the town guard's chief constable Luani. Thus, Lin Shujiao, masquerading as the false El Siming, felt considerably relieved that his tone remained neither servile nor arrogant as he stated. Luani has likely gathered substantial intelligence regarding this stronghold. In the coming days, he is expected to take corresponding action, and I have come to alert the Saintess about this matter. Elder Zhao's demeanor was not amiable. He replied coldly, "Is this something that warrants your presence here at such an hour? You two have left without permission. Should Luani become aware, would it not raise further suspicion?" In response to his words, Lin Shujiao, pretending to be El Siming, chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Not merely suspicion. A junior constable from Wulio County has directly apprehended old Zhang. Had I not seized the opportunity to rescue him beforehand, he would likely be ensnared by those two by now." A junior constable from Wulio County. Elder Zhao expressed surprise. "Your name is Lin Shujiao. In Wulio County, the Saintess's movements were uncovered by you, was it not?" Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao felt a jolt of realization, and just as he struggled to find the right words, a gentle yet chilling voice echoed from the depths below, "Let him in." Chapter 25. Familiar in the desolate mountains at midnight, as that gentle and icy voice resounded, a subtle tremor was felt nearby. Elder Zhao cast a deep glance at El Siming and said, "Follow me." He then turned and walked not into the temple, but around it, proceeding several hundred steps to the right. Lin Shujiao trailed behind, astonished. He had initially believed the blood demon sect's stronghold lay beneath this dilapidated temple, only to discover otherwise. It was uncertain whether El Siming had been aware of this detail or not. While the dossier provided by Luani was comprehensive, it could not possibly encompass every nuance. If it did, Lin Shujiao would have to suspect that Luani himself was an agent of the blood demon sect. After walking several hundred steps to the right, Elder Zhao advanced forward, revealing a marshland enveloped in thick fog. He cast a glance at the ironclad constable held by Lin Shujiao, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Nevertheless, he addressed the constable, saying, "Open your mouth." The ironclad constable, nearly overwhelmed with gratitude, promptly opened his mouth wide. Elder Zhao then flipped his palm and flicked a pill into the constable's mouth with a deft motion. "Given your status, you should not be allowed in this sacred ground. However, considering your efforts, I shall make an exception today." Upon hearing Elder Zhao's haughty words, the ironclad constable's eyes widened in disbelief, his face flushed, bearing no resemblance to the near-death figure he had been moments before. "Thank you, Elder Zhao," he managed to utter with great difficulty. Lin Shujiao felt somewhat bewildered. Observing this scene, he found himself entangled in a dilemma. Should he also open his mouth? Was he to take a pill as well? What should he do? The dossier from Luani had mentioned nothing of this, and he was unsure how to proceed. At that moment, Lin Shujiao realized that playing the role was far more complex than he had anticipated. Just as he felt a surge of anxiety, Elder Zhao cast a glance his way and coldly remarked, "A 6th rank innate practitioner can withstand the miasma. There is no need to waste an antidote pill." With that, Elder Zhao snorted softly, releasing a crimson true energy that formed a protective barrier around him. He did not hasten into the fog but instead regarded El Siming with a cold gaze. At this moment, Lin Shujiao felt a wave of calm wash over him. Imitating Elder Zhao, he also released his true energy, creating a protective barrier around himself. Naturally, he refrained from using his full strength to align with El Siming's level. The same crimson true energy enveloped Lin Shujiao. Upon witnessing the identical crimson hue, the wariness that had long lingered in Elder Zhao's eyes finally dissipated. This was the blood demon sect's unique blood-refining true energy. Unmistakably authentic. Although El Siming was a member of the blood demon sect, he had been operating as a spy within the town guard and would not reveal the distinctive traits of blood-refining true energy. Among martial artists, this was an unwritten rule. Most practitioners kept their internal cultivation techniques a secret, often opting to exert only 80% of their strength rather than reveal their unique abilities. The relationships between internal techniques were complex. Once one's unique traits were exposed, it was all too easy for others to discern and exploit them. This posed a significant disadvantage for any martial artist. Consequently, many would only reveal their internal traits at the moment of unleashing their full power to vanquish an opponent. The Blood Demon sect, however, was an exception, due to an incident many years ago. The name of the Blood Demon sect and its blood-refining true energy had become widely known among martial artists, yet how to counteract blood-refining true energy remained a matter of much debate. After all, it had been seldom displayed before the public. Even the renowned Gaowu Tower had failed to collect the martial arts manuals of the blood demon sect, such as the blood refining techniques. Over many years as they approached the mist, Elder Zhao noticed that Lin Chujiao's true energy shield barely covered himself and did not envelop the ironclad constable. He gave a disdainful chuckle. It seems that playing the part of a spy has been too taxing. After all these years, your skills have not progressed. Lin Chujiao smiled slightly, choosing not to argue. Possessing pure blood refining true energy, he was able to perceive the subtle differences in their energies, while Elder Zhao, with his mixed blood refining energy, evidently lacked such acuity. Elder Zhao refrained from further commentary, leaping directly into the fog. Lin Chujiao hesitated not at all, promptly following suit, employing his lightness skill to keep pace. The marshland was exceedingly soft, yet both were sixth-rank practitioners traversing the waves with ease. Before long, Elder Zhao led Lin Chujiao to a thatched cottage. Let us go. Once again, Elder Zhao surprised Lin Chujiao by not entering the cottage. Instead, he jumped into a dry well behind it. The members of the blood demon sect seemed to enjoy employing deceptive tactics. Although the well's opening was not small, the ironclad constable held in Lin Chujiao's grasp would clearly struggle to fit through. Lin Chujiao tossed him upwards, leaping into the well himself, and the constable followed closely after. The ironclad constable, drenched in cold sweat, nearly gasped for air. Fortunately, upon entering the well, the space below opened up considerably, allowing Lin Chujiao to catch him once again. The constable, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, was almost moved to tears. "Thank you, Sir L. No need for thanks," Lin Chujiao replied, the voice resonating with an oddly familiar tone. As the already weakened constable engaged in strenuous thought, he pondered where he had heard such a familiar voice. Wait, wasn't Sir L his colleague in the town guard and also a member of the blood demon sect? They had interacted frequently, so familiarity was only natural. It seemed he truly was too gravely injured, his mind somewhat muddled. Beneath the dry well, a network of secret passages sprawled out, and Elder Zhao led Lin Chujiao, seemingly retracing their steps. At long last, Elder Zhao's footsteps came to a halt. At that moment, Lin Chujiao, who had been diligently memorizing the route, found herself harboring a bold conjecture, judging by the direction and distance traveled. Could it be that she had returned to the previously dilapidated temple? Was she now beneath the ruins of that very sanctuary? Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how she had heard Du Shiji's voice emanating from the depths of the crumbling shrine earlier. Indeed, Lin Chujiao had already discerned that the gentle voice resonating from the subterranean depths of the abandoned temple belonged unmistakably to Du Shiji, who had once escaped from her grasp in Wulio County. And now, in the depths below, that familiar frail figure seated upon the stone platform at the center of the vast blood pool was none other than her. "You have arrived," the once gentle voice echoed. And the frail figure upon the stone platform turned to face them. Chapter 26, I shed blood for the sacred sect. In the depths below, the figure at the center of the blood pool turned around. Amidst the shimmering crimson light, a familiar visage emerged. Without a doubt, it was Du Shiji, the very one Lin Chujiao had encountered before. However, in this current environment, the countenance of Du Shiji, while still exuding fragility and gentleness, was now imbued with an air of formidable authority. "Saintus," Elder Zhao lowered his head before Du Shiji, his face reflecting profound reverence. The iron plate captor, held in Lin Chujiao's hand, struggled to the ground. Kneeling with eyes full of yearning, Lin Chujiao did not comprehend their fervor. Yet, in truth, every stronghold of the blood demon cult was born from the incarnation of the Saintess, and Du Shiji, as one of her manifestations, was for them both a Saintess and a maternal origin. "Saintess, is the essence of the blood pool sufficient?" Elder Zhao inquired. Du Shiji's melodious voice flowed like water, infused with a peculiar undertone. "It should have been sufficient. But due to some unforeseen circumstances in Wulio County, we are now lacking a bit." Elder Zhao's gaze hardened as he replied, "Then I shall procure more." Just as he was about to depart, Du Shiji intercepted him. Her gentle gaze slowly shifted to the iron plate captor kneeling before her. "Why seek far when what is near suffices?" As her words resonated, Elder Zhao experienced a sudden epiphany. Instantly grasping her intent, with a hum, Elder Zhao, standing by the blood pool, thrust his palm forward, unleashing a wave of crimson energy that formed a colossal handprint, striking the back of the iron plate captor. The captor cried out in alarm as his body was propelled forward. In the next moment, he found himself suspended above the blood pool, hovering in the air, gazing down at the swirling crimson mists of the pool. The iron plate captor seemed to grasp something profound. "Saintess, I have shed blood for the sacred sect. You cannot treat me thus." Suspended above the iron plate captor, ensnared by Elder Zhao's immense palm of energy, was rendered utterly immobile. Thus, I must beseech you, as always, to shed blood for the sacred sect one last time, Elder Zhao sneered, and with a sudden force, the crimson energy surged from the iron plate captor's body, cascading into the blood pool below. Alas, how unsanitary! Lin Shujio lamented silently at the unfolding scene. Lord L, save me. At that moment, the iron plate captor finally recalled the Lord L Siming who had brought him here. Desperately seeking assistance, had he been in his right mind, he would have known that before Elder Zhao and the Saintess, even L Siming was utterly ineffective. What's the matter, Lord L? Do you intend to stand up for him? Elder Zhao, while restraining the iron plate captor in midair, cast a cold gaze upon L Siming, his eyes glinting with malice. It's not about standing up for him. Lin Shujio furrowed her brow, her mind racing to devise a suitable response as L Siming. The more the situation escalated, the more she realized that the dossier provided by Luani was utterly worthless. She had foolishly believed that memorizing the dossier would equip her to navigate this treacherous path. If not for her exceptional audacity, Lin Shujio would have already taken her leave. She glanced at Elder Zhao and then at Du Shiji, who bore a striking resemblance to the one she had previously encountered but now appeared subtly different, and slowly articulated, to shed blood and sacrifice for the sacred sect is indeed a glorious matter, yet to be so carelessly utilized as sustenance for the blood pool feels rather frivolous. I cannot condone such actions. Upon hearing Lin Shujio's words, the Elder Zhao's countenance shifted, his energy becoming increasingly turbulent, yet Du Shiji on the stone platform gestured for him to halt. Do you not understand why I intend to use him as nourishment for the blood pool? Du Shiji's gaze fell upon L Siming, her expression tinged with amusement. Indeed, while martial artists across the realm may label our sect as a demonic cult, believing us to act without restraint, I maintain that we operate by our own set of rules. Lin Shujio endeavored to immerse herself in L Siming's role, her voice resonating with authority as she questioned, might I implore the Saintess to elucidate the rationale behind such actions, even at the risk of alienating the hearts of the cult members? Rationale? Du Shiji regarded the iron plate captor with a hint of pity. The reason is simply that he is far too incompetent, having lurked within the Jinwu division for years without any accomplishments. He has little utility beyond serving as fodder for the blood pool. This, Du Shiji's response caught Lin Shujio by surprise. If the other party insisted on framing it in that manner, it seemed, after all, to hold some validity. However, while Lin Shujio accepted this reasoning, the iron plate captor, who was currently spewing blood midair, vehemently disagreed. Saintess, spare me, I have contributed to the sacred sect. As he uttered those words, the iron plate captor sank into profound weakness, teetering on the brink of collapse. Contributed? The gentle facade that Du Shiji had maintained shattered in an instant, morphing into wild, maniacal laughter. Yet, this fit of madness lasted but a fleeting moment. As her demeanor swiftly returned to calm, she turned her gaze to L Siming, her eyes reflecting inscrutable intent. As for contributions, there indeed exists some. Young Master Lin, he brought you to this stronghold, do you not consider that a contribution? Thump, thump, thump. Lin Shujio's heart raced wildly, yet on the surface she feigned confusion, turning to Du Shiji and furrowing her brow. Saintess, what do you mean by that? Nothing of consequence. In the next instant, the iron plate captor suspended above barely had time to emit a scream before his entire form erupted into a vast cloud of dense blood mist. The mist cascaded into the blood pool below, causing the blood water to churn violently, and countless blood-red phantoms soared from the depths of the pool, swirling around Du Shiji on the stone platform. Howling incessantly, Lin Shujio's expression shifted as a multitude of bloodhands emerged from the depths of the pool, seizing her body with unyielding grip. At this juncture, Lin Shujio realized with dread that she had been exposed. She cursed Luani, the chief captor of the Jinwu division, in her heart, and then curiously turned her gaze to Du Shiji on the stone platform. Miss Du, I failed to comprehend where I revealed my flaws. Lin Shujio genuinely sought understanding. Despite her relentless efforts, it felt as though she had been effortlessly unmasked. Or was it that Luani's claims of being a master of disguise were merely boastful? With his actual skills being rather limited, Du Shiji smiled gently. As for Luani, who was once known as the master of 1,000 faces, would I merely judge based on appearances? Then what do you rely on to discern? Lin Shujio feigned earnest curiosity. Given that Du Shiji had yet to launch an attack, she felt it imperative to understand the reasons behind her failure to disguise herself. Of course, it is the scent of blood. L Siming's blood is markedly aged, its scent foul and murky in stark contrast to yours, young Master Lin. Your blood is fresh and vibrant, imbued with a fragrant vitality that surpasses our previous encounter. Du Shiji regarded Lin Shujio with an unusual gleam in her eyes. Unconsciously, she licked her lips, as if savoring a most delectable feast. Is that so? Lin Shujio observed Du Shiji's momentary peculiarity, sensing that something was amiss. Thus, it was not that Du Shiji effortlessly saw through her disguise due to Lu Ani's inadequate skills, but rather that the former possessed an almost canine-like ability to detect the rich, vibrant scent of her blood. Thus, Du Shiji's assertion that her blood bore an even more fervent essence this time likely stemmed from her practice of the Grand Blood Technique, cursed Grand Blood Technique. It seemed it had truly transformed her into a veritable elixir of human essence. The dialogue between the two did not escape Elder Zhao's notice. Consequently, he was left bewildered, glancing back and forth between El Siming and the Saintess Du Shiji. Feeling a sense of panic, Saintess El Siming has indeed cultivated blood refinement chi, has he not? While appearances could be altered, the unique blood refinement chi of the blood demon cult was tangible and could not be feigned. Has he truly mastered it in less than 3 days since acquiring the scriptures? Within you, there must surely lie a great secret. Du Shiji fixed her gaze intently upon Lin Shujio, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Alas, regardless of the nature of your secrets, here within this stronghold, beside the blood pool, all that you possess now belongs to me. After uttering these words, the blood-colored phantoms that surrounded Du Shiji began to whirl with increasing speed. As one by one, the blood phantoms surged into Du Shiji's body, her aura visibly intensified, becoming overwhelming. Meanwhile, Lin Shujio remained firmly ensnared by the blood hands that emerged from beneath the ground. He let out a long sigh within. Realizing that one should never underestimate anyone no matter the circumstances, who could have anticipated that Du Shiji, who had been thoroughly bested just days prior, would now appear so formidable, even after having undergone several simulations. Allowing his power to reach the 6th rank of innate strength, Lin Shujio still perceived Du Shiji's current state as impressively strong. Fortunately, they were still within a simulated process, otherwise Lin Shujio could not guarantee he would maintain such a composed mindset. Luani, act quickly, or we are doomed. From below, Lin Shujio forcefully expanded his chest, allowing a phrase to erupt with the surge of his true energy, causing the underground to resonate ominously. Elder Zhao, who was nearby, was momentarily stunned by the force of his words. However, after this declaration, the surface offered no response. Luani, you scoundrel! Cursing internally, Lin Shujio abandoned his attempts to call out. Given the silence from above, continuing to shout would only render him foolish. Previously, Du Shiji's voice had reached the surface. With his cultivation, his voice should carry even further. If Luani had indeed set an ambush outside, he would surely have heard Lin Shujio's call of us. Only 2 possibilities remained: either Luani, the unreliable ally, had failed to organize swiftly, or he harbored ulterior motives, intending to use Lin Shujio as bait. Regardless of which scenario it was, neither was advantageous for Lin Shujio, who was entrenched in enemy territory. Luani has not arrived. Du Shiji smiled faintly, acknowledging that this decision was indeed prudent. With his 6th rank martial prowess, it was overly ambitious to attempt to dismantle a stronghold of the blood demon sect that possessed a blood pool. Lin Gongzi, cease your struggles and submit to me. As she spoke, Du Shiji extended her fingers, reaching out towards Lin Shujio. In an instant, the multitude of blood hands gripping Lin Shujio tightened their hold. The sheer force was such that even a boulder would be crushed under such pressure, for a flesh and blood body being gripped with such might would undoubtedly result in a fate of being reduced to pulp. Become a part of this blood pool and enter my body. Lin Gongzi, her voice suddenly ceased. Du Shiji stared incredulously at Lin Shujio, who remained unscathed despite the terrifying grip of the blood hands. Within their grasp, Lin Shujio's body felt as resilient as tempered steel, utterly unyielding, yet even tempered steel should have been malleable under such tremendous force. What is this? This resilience stemmed from Lin Shujio's mastery of the great stance and mountain opening fist. In terms of physical tenacity, he stood equal to those martial artists who only practiced external techniques. The grip of the blood hands was akin to a mere tickle. To injure him would require far more effort. I had not anticipated that you also practiced external techniques. I may have underestimated you. As the holy maiden of the blood demon sect, Du Shiji was no fool. She quickly discerned the underlying principles. But do you not realize that my sect's martial arts are the natural enemies of external techniques? As she spoke, Du Shiji's body began to levitate above the stone platform, after absorbing the blood phantoms into her form. Her aura surged to formidable heights. Blood moon, devoid of light, lend me your strength. As she softly chanted, the entire blood pool began to churn violently. Countless blood phantoms continued to converge above her, forming a blood-red crescent moon. Finally, a unique blood-red thread shot forth from this blood moon, connecting to Du Shiji's being. In an instant, her power soared to unprecedented levels, her original 7th rank martial prowess reaching the pinnacle of the 6th rank. The legends were indeed true. The Holy Maiden could draw strength from the projections of her other incarnations through the blood moon. At that moment, Elder Zhao's reverence for Du Shiji swelled to an insurmountable degree. Ignoring Lin Shujiao, he fell to his knees and shouted, "The blood moon returns, the Holy Maiden's might." As Elder Zhao's voice resonated, Du Shiji gazed down from her elevated position. "Lin Gongzi, come forth, become my sustenance, and assist me in ascending to the next realm." Chapter 27. Your heart is ruthless. At the edge of the blood pool, Lin Shujiao, ensnared by the countless blood hands, finally ceased his internal conflict. With a vigorous shake of his body, the immense strength cultivated from the great stance surged forth, and he seized the entangled blood hands, yanking with all his might. With this pull, his tremendous force erupted. Capable of snapping even a tree trunk as thick as a wrist, however, the situation was not as favorable as he had envisioned. The blood hands, resembling highly elastic rubber, merely elongated and deformed under his strain. Refusing to yield, clearly they were resistant to force. Relying solely on brute strength would prove exceedingly difficult to escape. Beneath the blood moon formed by the coagulated blood, a figure approached. In that moment, Du Shiji, surrounded by swirling blood shadows, resembled a dark, bloodthirsty demon as she soared toward Lin Shujiao. Under the infusion of potent energy, Du Shiji exhaled heavily, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, although she could borrow power from the blood moon's projection. Her physical form had its limits and could not absorb strength without restraint. Suspended in midair, Du Shiji extended her fingers into claws, far more resilient and sharp than metal, aiming for Lin Shujiao's head. Lin Shujiao felt a twinge of annoyance. He could not comprehend why the members of the blood demon sect were so fond of clawing at others. Nevertheless, despite Du Shiji's rapid increase in power, the pressure on Lin Shujiao remained manageable. With a powerful shake of his arms, although he could not break free from the blood hands gripping him, he was still able to act, with a loud exhalation. Lin Shujiao launched a punch forward, aiming directly at Du Shiji's face. The mountain opening fist, combined with the formidable physique cultivated through the great stance, exuded an overwhelming force. As Du Shiji tugged with one hand, a rush of blood surged from the pool, intercepting Lin Shujiao's fist. Bang! Lin Shujiao's punch, imbued with the might of the mountain opening fist, struck the torrent of blood, dissipating its terrifying force without yielding significant results. Du Shiji's claws continued their advance, now less than a foot from Lin Shujiao's forehead. Should she inch forward just a bit more, Lin Shujiao could very well meet a fatal end. In that critical moment, Lin Shujiao suddenly opened his mouth, releasing a brilliant white thread aimed straight for Du Shiji's eyes. The solidified true energy transformed into a blade-like sharpness, causing Du Shiji to feel a sharp pain in her brow. Compelling her to retract her hands and reach for the white thread with a sudden grasp, crack, her fingers, as hard as metal, caught the approaching white thread, squeezing forcefully at the white thread shattered, yet Du Shiji felt a sting in her palm. Having been cut by the true energy released by Lin Shujiao, clang! Seizing the moment, Lin Shujiao swiftly drew his cold moon blade from his waist. In the next instant, the terrifyingly sharp white glow filled the dark underground. White Tiger breaks the army. The technique he had mastered during the simulated process now revealed its terrifying power as Lin Shujiao unleashed the White Tiger breaks the army. It seemed as though a white tiger leapt forth amidst the ethereal light. True to its reputation as a stream-level martial art, the White Tiger Blade technique unleashed unprecedented ferocity now that Lin Shujiao had attained the 6th rank of true energy, unlike the Black Tiger's subtle shadow. This move excelled in its unyielding sharpness. Above the blood pool, the air shimmered with a scorching brilliance. The blood hands entangling Lin Shujiao were severed and destroyed in the blink of an eye by the relentless blade light. The fierce blade energy surged forward, targeting Du Shiji with the 6th rank pinnacle of true energy, the stream-level martial art, and the cold moonblade. All three elements converged. This strike, White Tiger breaks the army, represented the most powerful attack Lin Shujiao could currently unleash. He had no intention of holding back. He launched his full strength in this moment. Victory or defeat hung in the balance. Faced with the dazzling blade light, Du Shiji's complexion turned pale. An inescapable shadow of death loomed over her heart. She desperately retreated, wishing to distance herself from the impending blade as much as possible. The elegance with which she had approached was now replaced by utter disarray in her escape. However, this was a strike Lin Shujiao had meticulously prepared. An inevitable blow that could not be easily evaded. As the air was charged with tension, Du Shiji could barely let out a single cry of despair before her entire being was mercilessly crushed by the fierce blade light. The once formidable figure of the blood demon sex Satis vanished, leaving only a swirling mist of crimson, yet the white blade light, unsated after annihilating Du Shiji, surged forth, cleaving through the blood moon that loomed behind her, transforming it into a torrential downpour of blood. Ultimately, the blade light bifurcated the blood pool and stone platform, continuing its relentless advance. The underground stronghold of the blood demon sect was virtually obliterated by this strike. As starlight cascaded from above, accompanied by the gentle whispers of the night breeze, all of this signified a chilling truth: Lin Chujiao's strike had cleaved the very distance between the subterranean stronghold and the surface. If one were to gaze upwards, a gaping void revealed itself, allowing glimpses of the scattered stars in the night sky. Elder Zhao, still prostrated on the ground, trembled uncontrollably just as he anticipated witnessing the Saintess's might. She was erased by that one stroke. At this juncture, would it be too late for him to withdraw from the blood demon sect? Clearly he was overly optimistic following the obliteration of Du Shiji. Lin Chujiao seemed unsatisfied with the outcome of his blade, casually sweeping it backward. This time, he did not employ the energy-draining white tiger breaks the army technique, but rather unleashed a simple, ordinary blade light. However, it was evident that Elder Zhao was no formidable warrior. He was merely a standard 6th grade practitioner. To contend with him, no grand technique was necessary, just a straightforward strike would suffice. A flash of crimson light at his brow signaled Zhao's inevitable collapse to the ground. Was this the extent of the blood demon sect's stronghold? Lin Chujiao furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. He had anticipated a formidable challenge, yet he had swiftly dispatched the boss with a single blow. Although he had foreseen his own strength, he had not expected it to surpass even his own expectations. Wait, just as he intended to sheath his blade, Lin Chujiao halted his motion, observing the unfolding scene before him. The blood pool, cleaved in two by his strike, continued to churn and roil. Beneath the swirling blood, the remnants of the pool's liquid began to spiral inward at an alarming rate. Soon, a larger sphere of blood materialized before Lin Chujiao, a blood-colored moon. To be precise, indeed, the orb formed from the pooled remnants bore a striking resemblance to the earlier blood moon, differing only in size. The newly manifested blood moon slowly ascended, hovering above the underground stronghold. Though its purpose remained unclear, Lin Chujiao was not one to idly wait. Gripping the cold moon blade tightly, he unleashed another strike. With a surge of energy, he activated the white tiger breaks the army technique once more. Naturally, the significantly larger blood moon was cleaved apart, sending blood splattering in every direction. However, despite the overwhelming force of the attack, the outcome was not entirely satisfactory. Moments later, Lin Chujiao observed the blood that had been sent flying recoalescing, reforming into a blood moon once more. Following the moon's formation, a blood-red thread extended from it, connecting to the mist that had once been Du Shiji. Under the influence of this crimson thread, the scattered blood mist surged and swiftly coalesced into a human form. An ethereal voice emerged from the figure formed from the blood mist. Young Master Lin, how cruel you are. Chapter 28. You cannot outlast me within the subterranean stronghold of the blood demon sect. A figure enveloped in blood mist floated before Lin Chujiao, the mist draped like gossamer, rendering Du Shiji's enchanting silhouette both elusive and vivid. Clearly, at this moment, she was devoid of any garments. Her delicate, jade-like foot emerged from the blood mist, gently pressing upon the dark, muddy ground. The contrast of the black earth and her snow-white foot, entwined with the blood-red mist, presented an utterly bizarre spectacle. Lin Chujiao felt an unmistakable shift in Du Shiji's essence. When he first encountered her at the Black Wind Stronghold, she had radiated a gentle warmth, akin to a tender neighborly sister. During their previous meeting in the stronghold, she had exuded an imposing aura while standing above the blood pool. Yet now, after being cleaved into mist, the Du Shiji that stood before him bore an unsettling, otherworldly presence. Was it merely an illusion? Lin Chujiao's heart was filled with doubt, yet the grip on his cold moon blade tightened instinctively. Young Master Lin Du Shiji, now imbued with an eerie aura, began to speak, yet was swiftly interrupted by the onslaught of white blade light. It was evident that Lin Chujiao had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. When faced with uncertainty, his response was simple: to strike first. However, this time, the encounter did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. The blade light swept through, cleaving the graceful Du Shiji in half, yet, contrary to expectations, the severed halves of Du Shiji did not succumb to the absence of life force. Following the blade's passage, the divided Du Shiji effortlessly rejoined, forming a complete figure once more. A soft laugh escaped her lips. Young Master Lin, you seem to be in such a hurry. I still have words left unspoken. Despite the futility of his strike, Lin Chujiao maintained a composed exterior, though his mind was rife with questions. At this moment, Du Shiji exhibited no inclination to charge at him, prompting him to temporarily halt his assault and await her words. Young Master Lin, have you not realized that Lu Ani from the Jinwu department has yet to appear? Du Shiji's words were laced with provocation. Such a tactic was both crude and absurd, yet it proved effective. Lin Shujiao harbored no profound trust in Lu Ani, and in witnessing her delayed arrival, he realized he had been played. Fortunately, this was merely a simulation, and he remained calm despite the circumstances. Setting Lu Ani aside, he turned his attention to Du Shiji. What is this situation? Why can you not be killed? Within the simulated process, Lin Shujiao found his courage had swelled, often speaking without much forethought. However, upon posing this question, Du Shiji genuinely pondered for a moment before nodding and responding earnestly. This is the Blood Shadow Incarnation, a technique I mastered after cultivating the Blood Demon true skill. As long as I possess the Blood Shadow Incarnation, I cannot be slain. Lin Shujiao's gaze fixed upon her, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes as he replied with a gentle smile. Cannot be slain, yet, I have heard otherwise. Lu Ani mentioned that over the years, the Jinwu department has slain no fewer than 100 blood demon sex saintesses. Who then speaks the truth? Slain no fewer than 100 blood demon sex saintesses? Yet here I stand before you. What does that make me? Lin Shujiao merely smiled at her response, choosing not to delve deeper into that particular issue. Instead, he posed another question that perplexed him. Logically, having killed many of your sect, we should not be engaged in this amicable discourse. As he posed this question, Lin Shujiao's gaze bore into Du Shiji, his grip on the cold moon blade tightening, ready to unleash his might at any moment. Young Master Lin, you overthink matters. They were merely nourishment prepared for my re-emergence in this world. Killing them was of no consequence. Du Shiji shook her head with a smile, her gaze fixed on Lin Shujiao, an unusual emotion swirling in her eyes. From within the blood mist, her voice resonated. But what of you, young Master Lin? Are you willing to embrace the embrace of the Blood Demon sect? I can assure you, you are nothing like those foolish sacrifices. Feeling a sense of unease, Lin Shujiao regarded Du Shiji with a furrowed brow. May I inquire why you have chosen me? You discovered my secret. Du Shiji responded, her light laugh sending a shiver through Lin Shujiao's heart. I must thank you for your previous strike. It shattered my shackles, allowing me to return to my true self. Amid her light laughter, Du Shiji continued, as for why I chose you, it's simple. You cultivated blood refining true qi in just a few days. Such talent, if not welcomed into my sect, would be a tremendous loss for both the Blood Demon sect and yourself. Suddenly Lin Shujiao let out a long sigh. As Du Shiji looked on in confusion, he shook his head and said, now I understand why Miss Du holds me in such high regard. Why? Du Shiji's gaze flickered, her voice betraying a subtle tremor. Because you were stalling for time. As the words left his mouth, Lin Shujiao thrust the cold moon blade forward, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Du Shiji. She raised her hands like claws to intercept the blade light, yet faced with Lin Shujiao's full force attack, it was akin to an insect attempting to stop a chariot, utterly ineffective. Once again, Du Shiji found herself cleaved in two. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the two have swiftly reassembled into a single entity once more. A cold and unyielding voice echoed, do you still not understand? This is merely a futile endeavor. You will never be able to slay me. Who knows? Lin Shujiao smiled indifferently. If it were truly a fruitless effort, you would not need to remind me repeatedly. The only reason you do so is that you fear my relentless onslaught. As she spoke, Lin Shujiao struck again with her blade. White Tiger breaking army. Faced with this formidable attack, Du Shiji could not withstand it and was once again cleaved in two. After reassembling, even Du Shiji appeared somewhat hysterical. What if you've seen through me? With the skills of the stream level, I do not believe you can maintain this forever. When you exhaust your strength, that will be the moment you become my nourishment. White Tiger breaking army, Lin Shujiao unleashed her full force once more, severing Du Shiji in two again. Du Shiji was correct. Even at the pinnacle of the 6th rank, she could not utilize the stream level skills like White Tiger breaking army indefinitely. However, if she relied solely on ordinary techniques to defeat Du Shiji in her current state, it would likely require a fierce battle, confronted with Du Shiji, who was replenished by the blood moon. Engaging in a protracted struggle was evidently disadvantageous for Lin Shujiao. This time, Du Shiji's reassembly process was noticeably slower. The consecutive strikes had evidently taken effect. Lin Shujiao had anticipated this, seizing the moment while her opponent remained unformed. Her blade sliced through the blood mist, positioning itself between the blood moon and Du Shiji's fragmented body. There, a blood-red thread connected the blood moon to Du Shiji's remnants, with a swift motion. The cold moon blade decisively struck downward, yet, this seemingly frail blood-red thread did not sever cleanly. As the cold moon blade passed through, the blood-red thread instantly broke, only to reconnect in the next heartbeat. Du Shijia's form successfully reassembled young Master Lin. It is futile of the enchanting figure concealed beneath the veil of blood mist advanced, her form like a shadow swirling past Lin Chuzhou and clawing towards his head. With his attention momentarily diverted by the blood-red thread, Lin Chuzhou could merely leap in a desperate bid to evade the lethal grasp, yet could not escape unscathed, suffering a deep scratch across his back that burned with pain. Even with the formidable physique honed through rigorous training, he was easily breached by Du Shijia's claw strike, who had also reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank. As Lin Chuzhou prepared to unleash the White Tiger Sword technique, Du Shiji remained undaunted. Young Master Lin, it is futile. I possess an abundance of blood moon essence. You cannot outlast me. How can you say that without trying? Beneath the blood moon, Lin Chuzhou's blood refining technique operated at its peak, liberating the essence of the blood refining true energy without restraint. In the next moment, a violent shift coursed through his aura, vibrant as a crimson dawn, emanating from his pores and enveloping a radius of several feet around him. As he fully released the characteristics of the blood refining true energy, the blood moon above trembled violently, and a blood-red thread, as thick as a thumb, extended from it, directly connecting to him. Instantly, Lin Chuzhou felt an unceasing surge of power flooding in. His internal true energy rapidly recovering, overwhelmed with exhilaration, he laughed heartily. Haha, how interesting, now I too possess the essence of the blood moon. Let us continue our battle. Chapter 29, you are left with only one path. In the underground stronghold of the Blood Demon sect, a blood-red thread connected to Lin Chuzhou. The blood moon, formed from gathered blood, accepted him as one of its own, sharing its essence with both Du Shiji and him. Impossible, how could you also be favored by the blood moon? Du Shiji, witnessing this scene before him, expressed disbelief. Lin Chuzhou, oblivious to her shock, merely smiled lightly, brandishing his blade towards Du Shiji and declaring with hearty laughter, is it not entirely normal for someone practicing the blood refining technique to be able to absorb the essence of the blood moon? With his true energy restored, Lin Chuzhou felt no hesitation, striking out once more with White Tiger breaking army. However, this time, the blade's radiance was not the blazing white of before but a fiery crimson. As he swung, it resembled a colossal red tiger emerging from a sea of corpses, roaring as it lunged towards Du Shiji. Young Master Lin, await! Du Shiji called out in alarm, yet Lin Chuzhou remained unfazed, his blade continuing its relentless descent. The moment the blade's glow passed, the reformed Du Shiji was once again reduced to blood mist. This time, Lin Chuzhou had no intention of allowing her to reassemble. The cold moon blade struck repeatedly, each blow a manifestation of the most potent technique, White Tiger breaking army. Du Shiji, already transformed into blood mist, had no chance to reconstitute herself under the relentless barrage, her essence thinning further with each strike. Lin Chuzhou unleashed attack after attack, his true energy flowing forth like a torrential river. The balance between consumption and replenishment reached an exquisite equilibrium, and the blood moon above visibly began to shrink. Clearly, each of Lin Chuzhou's strikes consumed the essence contained within the blood moon. Soon, the blood moon, initially the size of a grinding wheel, had diminished to merely the size of a human head. And this was not the end. As Lin Chuzhou continued his onslaught, the blood moon shrank even more rapidly. Perhaps with just a few more strikes of White Tiger breaking army, this blood moon would vanish completely, and Du Shiji, who relied on it for survival, would likewise perish. The blood mist that had once been Du Shiji had already been reduced to an extremely thin state, evidently struggling to withstand the continuous onslaught of White Tiger breaking army. After yet another strike, Lin Chuzhou involuntarily exhaled a breath of frustration, momentarily slowing his pace. After reaching the 6th rank, a warrior's endurance had already significantly increased. However, the skills of the stream level were distinctly different. It was remarkable for an ordinary 6th rank warrior to execute such techniques several times in a brief span, yet, in that moment, Lin Chuzhou had unleashed them dozens of times, even with the replenishment from the blood moon's essence. His meridians were swollen and aching, feeling overwhelmed. Continuing to use such intense stream-level skills at this frequency could potentially damage his meridians to some extent, thus, he paused to catch his breath. As his true energy stabilized, it flowed like sweet dew into his tense meridians. Suddenly, Lin Chuzhou realized that his high-intensity use of the stream-level skills had yielded an unexpected benefit. He could sense that after dozens of high-intensity operations, the nature of his true energy seemed to have changed. The once slightly gentle true energy now bore a resilient and unyielding quality. Lin Chuzhou's heart stirred, and a sense of joy washed over him. He understood what this indicated. The next level of true energy was the Gang Qi, advancing from the 6th rank of true energy to the 5th rank of Gang Qi. This was characterized by its hardness and resilience. Capable of shattering anything, under the nearly overloaded usage of the stream-level skills, his true energy began to show signs of transformation. Although it would not happen immediately, it was at least a promising beginning. In high spirits, he looked ahead to see the blood mist slowly writhing and gradually gathering together again. Ultimately, Du Shijia's figure re-emerged before him. However, this reappearance was nothing like before. She appeared utterly disheveled. Her aura significantly diminished compared to earlier. Once bolstered by the blood moon to reach the pinnacle of the 6th rank, she had now reverted to merely the initial stage of the 6th rank. At such a level, Lin Shujia would not even need to employ the White Tiger breaking army to handle her. A sense of unusual foreboding arose within Lin Shujiao. Thus, he addressed Du Shiji. Miss Du, stop feigning. I do not believe that you, the mere saintess of the Blood Demon sect, possess only such limited abilities. Reveal your true trump card, so I may decide whether to continue fighting or surrender and join the Blood Demon sect. However, Du Shiji, who had previously ardently invited him to join the Blood Demon sect, reacted differently this time. After enduring Lin Shujiao's relentless strikes, her mindset had clearly become unbalanced. Join the Blood Demon sect? Beneath the veil of blood mist, Du Shiji's expression darkened, coldly stating, "You have thwarted my grand designs, destroyed my blood moon. Your only path left is to obediently become nourishment." With that, she abruptly raised her hands. Her jade arms coming together above her head as an eerie wave emanated from her form, expanding outward. At that moment, Lin Shujiao's heart raced, disregarding the pain in his meridians, and he executed another White Tiger breaking army with urgency. His response was swift, yet ultimately still a fraction too slow. The Crimson Blade's radiance was but a foot away from her form when Du Shiji's body erupted spontaneously, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. The self-detonation of her body released an immense power that temporarily halted the advance of the White Tiger breaking army's blade. While the blade's progress was momentarily obstructed, the blood mist swiftly surged upward. Merging into the blood moon. As this new blood mist integrated, Lin Shujiao abruptly discovered that the connection between himself and the blood moon had inexplicably severed, and he could no longer draw power from it. In that instant, a profound sense of impending doom enveloped Lin Shujiao. A terrifying pressure emanated from the blood moon hanging ominously above, instilling a sense of dread that coursed through the air. This inexplicable sensation compelled Lin Shujiao to abruptly retract his blade and leap backward, his light-footed agility reaching its zenith. In but a fleeting instant, he could have completely exited the ominous shadow cast by the blood moon. Alas, he found himself bereft of even that scant moment. A delicate hand, as ethereal as jade, emerged from the blood moon above, its arm as pristine as lotus petals, with fingers as tender as spring onions. Descending upon Lin Shujiao's head, though the hand appeared to be of ordinary size and was positioned at a considerable distance from him, inexplicably, it descended with such swiftness that it was almost upon him. In that harrowing moment, Lin Shujiao felt his blood surge and howl within him, his veins and bones lamenting in anguish. Merely the approach of that jade hand invoked the greatest terror he had ever encountered in his life. At this critical juncture, Lin Shujiao bit down on his tongue, regaining a modicum of control over his body amidst the tempest of pain. White Tiger breaks the army, in a display devoid of originality. He unleashed his most formidable strike yet, targeting the delicate hand descending from above. The blade's radiance erupted forth, this strike surpassing all previous ones, culminating in the pinnacle of Lin Shujiao's prowess. However, the jade hand continued its languid descent, effortlessly meeting the blade's brilliance, which shattered into nothingness upon contact. The hand pressed down, ultimately resting upon Lin Shujiao's skull. In an explosive release of suppressed power, the hand obliterated Lin Shujiao, scattering his form into a cloud of crimson mist. Chapter 30. What a young man! In the desolate mountains, not far from the Blood Demon sect's stronghold, two figures stood silently. Sensing the terrifying fluctuations emanating from ahead, one of them could not help but swallow hard. Shouldn't the Blood Demon sect's Saintess avatar possess only postnatal cultivation, even with the assistance of the blood pool? She could at most reach the 6th rank of innate strength. How could she wield such astonishing might? Hey old Zhang, have you never participated in a mission to capture the Blood Demon sect's Saintess avatar? Indeed, is it really that significant? Absolutely. If you had, you would comprehend what the Blood Demon sect's Saintess avatar truly represents, and you wouldn't pose such naive questions. TSK, the figure who had been startled earlier shook his head and diverted the conversation. Old Lu, didn't you say you had arranged for personnel to infiltrate? If they don't act now, your men will likely be reduced to ashes. Rest assured, that is inevitable. Did you not see the terrifying power the opponent unleashed? What is there to be calm about? Old Zhang turned to his companion with a look of confusion. Are you intentionally sending your subordinates to their doom? Old Lu, that's rather unkind of you. Old Lu smiled and shook his head. Not at all. Strictly speaking, that individual doesn't even count as one of my subordinates. I merely offered him an opportunity. If he seizes it, a copper token position would not be out of the question. If he lacks the fortune for it, then it is simply fate. Old Lu, if you continue this way, who would dare work under you in the future? Different circumstances, entirely different. Old Lu pondered for a moment before continuing. That young man has a clear background, yet his skills are a mystery. I cannot fathom their origin, thus I see this opportunity as a chance to test him. What now? Shall we attack? Not yet. The blood demon Sex Saintess, relying on the blood pool, possesses a near-immortal blood shadow incarnation. More alarmingly, by sacrificing her own blood essence, she can harness a portion of the strength from other high-ranking avatars. Judging by the intensity of that last strike, it is at least not below the 5th rank of the Qi condensation realm. Old Zhang's heart sank, his resolve wavering. Perhaps I should retreat. I was merely on a field assignment, and you hurriedly summoned me back. I had a feeling it would not bode well. Do not worry with the blood demon Sex Saintess's cultivation, even if she sacrifices her blood essence. The strength she can borrow will be limited. At most, she can manage 1 or 2 strikes. Besides, this mission involves more than just the 2 of us. There are others with iron and wooden tokens. Are you planning to send them in as cannon fodder? Old Lu, you are quite amusing. As Old Zhang commended him with a thumbs up. Old Lu rolled his eyes. You are overthinking it. I still aspire to rise higher. Even if this method were more convenient, I would not resort to it. Were it not for that young man not yet being a formal member of the town guard, I would not have employed such tactics. Old Lu shook his head. There are others who will join us in completing this mission. Who? As Old Zhang's question faded, he suddenly felt a tremendous weight on his shoulder, nearly toppling him to the ground. Startled by the overwhelming force, he instinctively turned to look. Before him stood a face as rugged as stone. The owner of this visage was tall, with hair that was a mix of black and white. Despite appearing to be in his 30s, he bore the marks of time etched with the trials of life's storms. Luin Pai, Old Zhang exclaimed, recognizing the man immediately. For this mission, they even sent a silver token? If memory serves, Luin Pai was dispatched to aid the border. Why has he returned to Sanjiang County at this moment? Lu De retracted his large hand from Old Zhang's shoulder, smiling as he addressed another figure. Luani, where is the blood demon Sex Saintess? Let us charge in directly and resolve this. I have another task to attend to. Luani, now devoid of his earlier nonchalance, replied gravely Luin Pai, please wait a moment. The blood demon Sex Saintess has just burned her blood to borrow power from other avatars. I advise we observe a while longer. Observe what? Lu De questioned, perplexed. You are all standing here unharmed. Why would she resort to burning her blood for power? Not to belittle you, but it seems you are not worthy of such treatment. Luani could only manage a wry smile. Meanwhile, Old Zhang interjected. Old Lu mentioned he arranged for a young man to infiltrate. I suspect it is that young man who has forced her into such a predicament. What young man could possibly compel the blood demon Sex Saintess to resort to burning her blood? Lu De clearly did not believe it. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, and a blade of light erupted from below, spanning nearly 200 zhang and cleaving through the air before them. They beheld a deep trench carved into the earth, unmistakably created by the blade's passage, releasing qi over 200 zhang. Even a peak 6th rank would struggle with that, and the ferocity of the blade energy suggests it is on the verge of transforming into a formidable force. Lu De, astonished, glanced at Luani. Are these people from your town guard in Sanjiang County? When did you become so extravagant as to send a quasi-5th rank young man to his demise? Luani was rendered speechless. However, Lu De had already propelled himself forward, his body charging like a rampaging bull. I cannot bear to see such a promising young man sacrificed in vain. Boom, a colossal jade hand emerged from the depths. Crashing down with tremendous force, boom. In the midst of the violent tremors, the ground ahead collapsed entirely, the massive jade hand disintegrating into a cloud of crimson mist, its power evidently exhausted and beginning to dissipate. Yet, a faint blood-colored shadow, nearly transparent, surged forth from the shattered remnants of the jade hand, speeding away into the distance. Lu De felt a chill in his heart, realizing the young man below would surely not survive. The preceding strike from the jade hand had been so powerful that even he, a genuine 5th rank martial artist, would have lost half his life had he received it directly. I in the town guard of Sanjiang County. Lin Chujiao opened his eyes. The immersive simulation felt as if he had truly been present in the scenario, experiencing it in its entirety, so vividly it was heart-stirring. In this simulation, the outcome was uncertain. Leaving Lin Chujiao momentarily at a loss for words. In the course of events, he had been forcefully struck by the jade hand summoned by Du Shiji, exploding into a mist of blood. Just when he assumed that was his end, he was astonished to find he had not perished completely, though shattered and scattered. His consciousness lingered. Instinctively he willed the blood mist to converge, and soon a new form materialized in the same spot. Aside from his clothes being absent, this newly formed body bore an uncanny resemblance to his original self. Having cultivated the blood refinement technique and having connected with the blood moon, he had unknowingly acquired a portion of the blood shadow incarnation's abilities. With his reformed body, he disregarded everything and called upon the cold moon treasured blade that had fallen to the ground, unleashing a new strike. White Tiger breaks the army. As the blade cut through the air, the blade energy spanned nearly 200 zhan, slicing past the jade hand and cleaving into the earth at a considerable distance. Regrettably, fate had other plans. This strike seemed to provoke the adversary's wrath. Du Shiji unleashed all the power of the borrowed jade hand in a desperate, cataclysmic blow. In that singular strike, the blood moon shattered, the underground collapsed, and Lin Shujiao ultimately vanished, unable to coalesce and revive once more. Lin Shujiao speculated that perhaps the blood shadow incarnation, which he had inexplicably mastered, was merely a truncated version that could only resurrect once. However, with this single strike, his jade-like hands were utterly exhausted, leading to a complete collapse. Of course, everything that transpired thereafter was beyond the comprehension of Lin Shujiao, whose simulation had ended. This simulation was an immersive experience. It had concluded, and he would receive Chapter 31, Blood Shadow Incarnation, incomplete. In the town of Sanjiangjin, having completed his first immersive simulation, Lin Shujiao began to assess his gains. Note: in this immersive simulation, all levels of martial prowess, martial arts experience, and life memories will be retained. And moreover, the rewards for defeating formidable foes will be tripled compared to the simplified text version. With the emergence of this prompt, a surge of warmth coursed through Lin Shujiao's body, revealing that his martial cultivation had advanced significantly, solidifying his foundation far beyond its previous state. At that moment, the true energy within him began to exhibit faint characteristics of formidable strength. If previously he had merely reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank, he could now be considered a quasi-5th rank martial artist. With just a gentle step forward, he would undoubtedly become a genuine 5th rank martial artist. Such an enhancement should not be underestimated. In fact, for an ordinary martial artist, transitioning from the pinnacle of the 6th rank to the threshold of the 5th rank might require years, if not decades, of diligent effort, yet Lin Shujiao accomplished this leap in the mere instant of completing a simulation. Naturally, the memories and martial arts experiences from his venture to the Blood Demon Sect's stronghold had been meticulously preserved. Lin Shujiao then turned his attention to the rewards from the simulation currency. He had nearly exhausted the currency he had saved for unlocking the immersive version. Without further income, he might find it impossible to initiate the next simulation. Congratulations on surviving for an hour, a fleeting life, yet resplendently marked by dozens of the strongest attacks, fighting valiantly until the very last moment of life. Although ultimately falling to a 5th rank martial artist, it was not a fault of his own, and could still be deemed tragically heroic. Evaluation: commendable additional rewards. Simulation currency 20, for rating. Simulation currency 72, for defeating one 6th rank martial artist. Simulation currency 300, for successfully destroying the Blood Demon Sect's stronghold. Martial arts divine ability, Blood Shadow Incarnation, incomplete. Did something peculiar intrude among these rewards? Lin Shujiao, momentarily distracted by the substantial simulation currency he had accrued, felt his attention drawn to a strange reward that had appeared. Martial arts divine ability, Blood Shadow Incarnation, incomplete. What could this be? Recalling an incident from the simulation process, Lin Shujiao began to form a hypothesis. Clearly, this must be the ability that allowed for resurrection in a mist of blood after being killed. Reflecting on the details of the simulation, Lin Shujiao understood that this was likely due to his practice of blood refining technique, which after connecting with the blood moon, had triggered such a transformation. Given his current mastery of the blood refining technique, all his vital essence could only support a single resurrection in the form of a blood shadow, yet, even if it permitted only one revival, Lin Shujiao felt he had struck a tremendous bargain. What could be more valuable than a life? His heart trembled slightly, and Lin Shujiao dismissed the notion of experimenting in the real world. In the simulation, if things went awry, he could simply restart. However, in reality, there would be no opportunity for regret. In this state of excitement, the modest amount of simulation currency he had acquired was not enough to elate him. Personal wallet. For 77. Although he had not earned much simulation currency, it was more than sufficient to initiate another simulation. Nevertheless, Lin Chujiao did not immediately re-enter the simulation. The recently concluded simulation evidently presented many issues that required careful contemplation and resolution. Throughout the previous simulation, even until his demise, Luani, who had promised to assist him, had not appeared. Clearly, he had completely regarded Lin Chujiao as mere cannon fodder. The martial world is perilous, fraught with traps. One must never let down their guard. Luani, I saw through your faade from the very beginning. After pondering for a while, Lin Chujiao reached a decision and initiated a new simulation. This time, he also chose not to select the simplified text version, opting instead for the immersive experience directly. Upon comparison, Lin Chujiao understood that there was no absolute superiority between the two simulation modes. They merely emphasized different aspects. If one wished to rapidly enhance their cultivation at a low cost, the simplified text version would be the better option. However, if one sought to focus on details and deliberately navigate significant plot points, the immersive version would undoubtedly offer greater operability. Consuming simulation currency 300, he commenced the simulation. With a slight smile, Lin Chujiao opened his eyes, surveyed the familiar surroundings, and stepped outside. A new simulation had begun. This time, he did not foolishly rush toward the blood demon sect's stronghold. Instead, his focus was directed toward Luani, who, in a nearby room, Luani, in meditation, was suddenly startled and called out. A silver flash shot forth from his folding fan and streaked toward the door without a moment's hesitation. Within the town's martial officer, no one could approach his resting place without his permission. Clearly, anyone attempting such an act would be an outsider unaware of the circumstances. As the great constable of the Sanjiangjin town's martial officer, Luani possessed considerable strength. In the blink of an eye, the silver needle pierced through the wall and appeared before Lin Chujiao. A 3-inch long silver needle, propelled by true energy, could easily penetrate even the hardest rock. Yet Lin Chujiao merely exhaled gently, and a white flash shot forth, knocking the incoming silver needle aside. The white flash continued unabated, explosively creating a large hole in the wall. Startled, Luani leapt up, folding fan in hand, facing Lin Chujiao. Lin, my young brother, is that you? Recognizing the visitor, Luani breathed a sigh of relief, though his astonishment grew. He was already aware of Lin Chujiao's formidable strength, yet this brief exchange made him suddenly realize that the other's power was far beyond his imagination. Perhaps his previous plans had been overly rash. Luani stowed his fan, but his vigilance did not wane in the slightest. He smiled and inquired, "Are you ready to set off, my young brother?" "The person is in the cell. I shall take you to retrieve him." However, contrary to Luani's expectations, Lin Chujiao merely smiled and shook his head. "No, I have some matters I wish to consult with you." "Lord Lu." In the midst of Luani's somewhat awkward smile, Lin Chujiao unceremoniously took a seat in the room. "Lord Lu, I have heard that the saintess of the blood demon sect can discern the true identities of others through their blood essence. I fear that my disguise may not be reliable." Luani's heart skipped a beat, though his expression displayed surprise. "Yes, there's such a thing. Who did you hear this from?" "Who did I hear it from?" Naturally, it was from the lips of the blood demon sect saintess, Du Shiji. Lin Chujiao would not casually overlook such vital information obtained during the last simulation process. His expression bore a somewhat ambiguous meaning as he seemingly casually remarked, "Lord Lu wouldn't deliberately send me to my death knowing this, would you?" "How could that be?" Luani replied earnestly. "I too have only just learned of this information. Otherwise, why would I ask you to infiltrate directly?" "Is that so?" Lin Chujiao fixed his gaze on Luani, and after a lengthy pause, he gently smiled and asked, "So what should we do about the infiltration now?" "Naturally, we must deliberate carefully." Luani struck his palm with his folding fan and stated solemnly, "If what you say is true, then we cannot treat the matter of infiltration lightly." It was evident that even with Lin Chujiao's inquiry, he had no intention of abandoning the infiltration strategy. "Lord Lu, I have an idea. I wonder if it is worth mentioning. Please do share." Under Luani's scrutiny, Lin Chujiao's face gradually broke into a peculiar smile. He slowly began, "That blood demon sect's iron plaque constable is actually of little use. How about you, Lord Lu? Disguise yourself as this iron plaque constable. Together, we can infiltrate the blood demon sect's stronghold. Whatever means they possess, they will have no choice but to surrender." Chapter 32. Why seek distant shores when the shore is near in the room? Luani blinked in disbelief. He was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chujiao's audacity, unsure of how to respond. "Does Lord Lu refuse?" Lin Chujiao maintained a smile, gazing warmly at Luani, yet, a closer inspection would reveal that Lin Chujiao's eyes were gradually filled with a coldness. "You send me to my death while you reap the rewards?" It was clear that Lin Chujiao had no intention of continuing as someone else's pawn. Luani felt awkward. He forced a smile and said, My young brother, it's not that I am unwilling, it is simply necessary for someone to command the constabulary outside." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shujiu had already begun to chuckle. "Then I shall not insist. But I do ask that you arrange for a bronze plaque to cooperate with me." A bronze plaque. Luani felt a tightness in his heart, completely unable to keep pace with the other party's line of thought. "After eliminating the Blood Demon Sect's spy, I found myself devoid of any capable personnel, otherwise, I wouldn't have to trouble you, Brother Lin." However, his words were once again interrupted by Lin Shujium. Lin Shujium chuckled lightly and proclaimed, "Where are there no available people? Is there not a 6th grade constable lurking in that corner over there?" Buzz. As soon as these words were uttered, Luani's mind was shaken violently, his brain ringing with a cacophony. The corner where Lin Shujium pointed also emitted a sudden sound of breath. Though faint, it was unmistakably clear to the ears of the two 6th grade martial artists. "Is that esteemed individual not coming out? Or are you a spy infiltrated by the Blood Demon Sect?" As he spoke, Lin Shujium's right hand had already reached for the hilt at his waist, seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Stay your hand, stay your hand!" A figure leapt forward, arriving before the two. Old Zhang, a look of well-timed surprise crossed Luani's face. "How did you return?" Lin Shujium stood by, smiling without saying much. He recognized this man. During his previous simulation process at Lianjiang Water Village, it was this Zhang Tongpai who had challenged the village's chief, resulting in both sides sustaining heavy losses, although Zhang Tongpai was not a chief constable. His strength was likely not far behind Luani's, making him a notable contender among 6th grade martial artists. So it's Zhang Tongpai. Lin Shujium smiled, saying, "Since Zhang Tongpai has fortuitously returned from a mission, why not have him accompany me to infiltrate the Blood Demon Sect's stronghold? This way, it won't disrupt your battle plans." Lord Luani and Zhang Tongpai exchanged subtle glances, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Ultimately, it was Zhang Tongpai who gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, I shall heed this young brother's suggestion, even if the Blood Demon Sect's stronghold is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. With the two of us joining forces and you supporting us from the outside, we shall surely break through." Luani cast a solemn glance at Lin Shujium and could only nod heavily. At long last, events unfolded as Lin Shujium had anticipated. Luani first assisted Zhang Tongpai in disguising himself as the Iron Badge Constable. To enhance the believability of the effect, Luani administered an unknown pill to Zhang Tongpai, rendering him utterly exhausted, as if he were on the verge of death. Additionally, Luani produced an incense made from undisclosed materials, soaking it in the blood of two Blood Demon Sect spies, then dispersing it over Zhang Tongpai and Lin Shujium. According to Luani, this would imbue them with the scent of the two spies, allowing them to deceive the Blood Demon Sect's sensitive-nosed Saintus. Witnessing this scene, Lin Shujium couldn't help but smirk coldly, expressing disdain towards Luani. During his previous solo infiltration, he hadn't been afforded such preparations. It seemed Luani never truly regarded him as one of his own. That promise of making him a copper badge was likely just a fanciful illusion. However, at that moment Lin Shujium had no intention of exposing this truth. The saying goes, it is good to lean against a big tree for shade. Should an opportunity to join the town guard arise, he would certainly not let it slip by. Although Luani had meticulously plotted, if he successfully completed the mission and returned, he would surely be pleased and not begrudge a copper badge position. Moreover, Lin Shujium indeed wished to return to the Blood Demon Sect's stronghold. Everything beneath the ground, including that blood moon, intrigued him deeply. Thus, he found himself once again standing before the dilapidated temple. As in the previous simulation, after exchanging a secret signal and engaging in a series of trivial banter, he followed closely behind Elder Zhao to the blood pool, holding Zhang Tongpai in tow. "You have arrived," came the gentle voice of Du Shiji, who turned back from the stone platform ahead. "Saintus, is the essence of the blood pool sufficient?" In this repetitive scene, Lin Shujium found amusement in Elder Zhao's words. At that moment, Elder Zhao resembled an actor on stage, faithfully reciting a script that had long been predetermined. Du Shiji replied, "It should have been enough, but there were some unforeseen circumstances in Wulio County, and now it appears we are still short." Elder Zhao responded, "Then I shall prepare some more." The two continued to play their roles faithfully. This time, however, before Elder Zhao could make a move, Lin Shujium intervened. No need. Lin Shujium smiled, looking at the Zhang Tongpai he was holding, and remarked, "Why seek far when the near is at hand?" Du Shiji looked at Lin Shujium in surprise, unable to fathom how he had anticipated her thoughts. When had Lu Siming become so astute? "Saintus, Lu Siming has come to present the essence of the blood." As he spoke, Lin Shujium unsheathed his sword with a clang, simultaneously tossing Zhang Tongpai towards the blood pool. The trajectory of the throw was precisely aimed at the blood pool. Then, Lin Chujiam swung his sword with a decisive strike. In midair, the thrown Zhang Tongpai trembled, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. Damn it, you think you're magnificent, you lofty one, treating me as a mere token of allegiance. With immense willpower, Zhang Tongpai suppressed the urge to evade, merely following the force of Lin Chujiam's throw towards the blood pool. Wait, you are not Lu Siming, just as a blinding white blade light cleaved through the air. Both Elder Zhao and Du Shiji were jolted awake, yet it was already too late. Lin Chujiam's white tiger-breaking army, fully unleashed, was immensely powerful. In the previous simulation, it had been sufficient to turn Du Shiji into a mist of blood. Furthermore, this time he had slightly improved in strength and was striking unexpectedly. In the balance of strengths, Du Shiji barely raised her hands to defend, but it was futile against such overwhelming force. As the white light passed, Du Shiji was unceremoniously reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Zhang Tongpai, left suspended in midair, was utterly taken aback that he had heard Luani mention that this young man was formidable. But he had not anticipated that formidable would reach such heights. The esteemed saintess of the blood demon sect, cleaved in one stroke. Why not simply step forward yourself and spare the need for assistance? Zhang Tongpai, act. Lin Chujiam's voice rang in his ears, and Zhang Tongpai's heart jolted. He quickly channeled his true energy and struck forth with a palm. The underground space instantly grew warm. Zhang Tongpai's martial arts focused on a fiery and vigorous palm technique. With this strike, the blood mist ahead seemed to be scorched by flames, its reformation noticeably slowing. Fortunate indeed, Lin Chujiam had not expected that merely pulling a person in would yield such a counter against the blood mist. Moreover, with an additional person joining in, he felt significantly more at ease. He countered with a swift strike, slicing Elder Zhao, who had already fled 10 zhang away, in half with his blade energy. In but an instant, the blood mist before him began to coalesce once more into Du Shiji's form. Although Zhang Tongpai's martial arts possessed some countering capability, his own power still fell short, failing to hold the opponent for long. Light Qinkuan, Du Shiji was evidently preparing to summon the blood moon again, yet Lin Chujiam was resolute not to follow her rhythm this time. With a swift strike, he severed the air, and before the incantation could be fully completed, Du Shiji was once again reduced to a mist of blood. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chujiam swiftly cleaved the blood pool in two and said to Zhang Tongpai, "Let us go." Go. Zhang Tongpai was momentarily stunned. Not fighting anymore? What are you talking about? Recalling the terrifying attack summoned by Du Shiji in the last simulation, Lin Chujiam had no intention of remaining here as a live target. As he spoke, he had already leaped back 20 zhang. You really aren't. Continuing, Zhang Tongpai looked at the thin blood mist, reluctant to abandon the easily attainable victory. Since you're not fighting, I shall gladly accept the credit for slaying the blood demon Sec Saintus. With a face full of delight, Zhang Tongpai unleashed another fiery palm strike. Lin Chujiam shook his head, continuing to retreat. His gaze towards Zhang Tongpai was filled with sympathy. It was evident that this Zhang Tongpai lacked experience and was unaware of the terrifying nature of the blood demon Sec Saintus. After retreating 300 zhang, Lin Chujiam stopped beside a certain figure, Lord Lu. It turned out he had already arrived. Lu Ani gazed at Lin Chujiam, astonished. Brother Lin, what is happening? Lin Chujiam shrugged. Zhang Tongpai and I have joined forces to turn that blood demon Sec Saintus into mist. Zhang Tongpai mentioned seizing the opportunity to claim the credit for her defeat, and I thought it best not to contest him. Let us merely watch, for I believe Zhang Tongpai's palm technique is quite remarkable. And that blood demon Sec Saintus cannot withstand it. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying rumble emanated from ahead, as a jade hand emerged from the underground stronghold, crashing down with immense force, causing the entire stronghold to collapse. Lu Ani's complexion instantly turned as pale as paper. Chapter 33, 5th grade martial artist in the Wild Mountains, within the eyes of Lin Chujiam and Lu Ani. That jade hand before them displayed astonishing combat prowess, while Lu Ani's face turned ashen with shock. Lin Chujiam merely squinted slightly. This was his first time observing the jade hand's display of power from a third-party perspective. In the previous simulation, as the target of that jade hand, he had been within the stronghold, directly turned into a mist of blood by a single slap, even with the incomplete blood shadow incarnation. It merely allowed him to resurrect once and prolong his existence for a short while. What transpired thereafter, he who had succumbed to death and exited the simulation process, was of course beyond his knowledge. In this moment, witnessing the formidable offensive prowess of the jade hand, he could not help but marvel inwardly. No wonder he had been reduced to a mist of blood with a single strike earlier. Judging by the current might of the jade hand, it was evidently beyond the capabilities of a 6th-tier martial artist. The bronze medal left behind in the stronghold had likely been reduced to mere flesh and blood by now. Lord Lu, what shall we do now? Lin Chujiao inquired, turning toward Luani, casting the question toward him. As an outside aide, such matters should not solely burden him. Luani, with a solemn expression, gazed into the stronghold. Speculating that Zhang Tongpai had likely perished by now. He glanced at Lin Chujiao beside him, momentarily uncertain whether the latter was genuinely uninformed or merely feigning ignorance, yet, since the holy maiden of the blood demon sect had been driven to employ such measures, it was inevitable that she would prepare to flee in the next moment. They must intercept her before she could escape, otherwise Zhang Tongpai's sacrifice would be in vain and this operation would be deemed an utter failure. Lin, my young brother, assist me in stopping her, Luani called out, unfurling his folding fan with a swift motion. Lin Chujiao stole a glance at Luani and discerned that his agility did not quite match that of a 6th-tier martial artist. As his initial speed was rather unremarkable, all right, he replied, leisurely employing his lightness skill, trailing half a body length behind Luani as they soared forward. After all, who couldn't indulge in a little idleness? The two figures advanced at a leisurely pace. At this rate, the holy maiden of the blood demon sect might easily escape before they could catch up. Suddenly, a cacophony of snapping branches erupted from the dense forest nearby. A figure, charging forth like a raging bull, burst through the underbrush. This figure surged forward in a straight line, powerful feet pounding the earth, sending shards of rock flying as every tree in his path was forcefully uprooted. Luin Pai, upon catching sight of this figure, Luani felt an immediate wave of relief wash over him, quickening his pace and smoothly abandoning his earlier idleness. Lin Chujiao felt a jolt of surprise. Instinctively accelerating his steps. It was evident to him that the figure now appearing was unmistakably a 5th-tier martial artist. To confront the holy maiden of the blood demon sect, the Zhenwu division had indeed enlisted a formidable 5th-tier martial artist. With the involvement of a 5th-tier martial artist, he now realized that he had been conscripted as cannon fodder in the previous simulation. With this understanding, Lin Chujiao became considerably more vigilant, gripping the hilt of his sword. He focused intently on the back of the 5th-tier martial artist, cautiously trailing behind at a safe distance. He observed as the 5th-tier martial artist charged forward, leaping above the jade hand, with a single fist raised. He struck downward. Boom! A terrifying sound reverberated as shockwaves rippled outward for dozens of yards. Debris, rocks, and fallen branches were sent flying in all directions alongside them. The figure of the 5th-tier martial artist was also hurled away. Having charged forth like a bull, only to be sent sprawling like a helpless lamb, the 5th-tier martial artist landed with a crash, carving a long trench into the ground before finally coming to a halt. He swiftly regained his footing and charged once more. In truth, all of this transpired within the blink of an eye. Lin Chujiao and Luani had yet to close the distance. Whether it was due to insufficient lightness skill or some other reason remained unclear. With a fierce roar, the 5th-tier martial artist was once again at the jade hand's side. Lin Chujiao noticed that after the previous strike, the solidity of the jade hand had significantly diminished. The blood mist that constituted the jade hand was visibly thinner than when it had first appeared. Boom! The 5th-tier martial artist struck the jade hand once more. This time, he only staggered back a few steps. A marked improvement compared to the previous encounter. The three onlookers understood clearly that the jade hand was rapidly weakening. Luani, be cautious, do not let her escape, the 5th-tier martial artist shouted, charging ahead once more. Indeed, this time the jade hand seemed intent on evading him, abruptly exploding into 3 blood shadows that darted off in different directions. Clearly, with the remaining strength of the jade hand, splitting into 3 shadows was its utmost limit. If any of those shadows managed to escape, this operation to capture the holy maiden of the blood demon sect would be deemed a failure. Stop her, the 5th-tier martial artist cried out again. Pursuing the nearest blood shadow, even as a 5th-tier martial artist, he found it challenging to manage all 3 fleeing shadows simultaneously. After all, unlike the situation with the holy maiden of the blood demon sect, he could not split himself to pursue them all. Lin, my young brother, I rely on you, Luani urged, hastening after the nearest blood shadow. In an instant, the 3 individuals each had their own tasks. Almost immediately they diverged, each pursuing a different blood shadow, just as Du Shiji had intended. If the 3 of them clustered together, she would have to contend with all 3 simultaneously, and given her dwindling strength, that was not a favorable choice. The 5th-tier martial artist was undoubtedly the strongest among them, even though the blood shadow he pursued darted away with astonishing speed. After a brief moment, he ultimately caught up. Boom! With an unleashed punch, the blood shadow exploded, dissipating into the air. However, upon witnessing this, the 5th-tier martial artist's expression soured considerably. It was clear, the shadow he had pursued was a decoy. To say it was a mere illusion was somewhat inaccurate. But the primary power and imprint of the Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect were evidently not embedded in this fleeing shadow. Clearly, the Holy Maiden had played a clever ruse, using the weakest shadow to draw in the strongest among them, while her true imprint was concealed within the other two shadows. At this point, even if he were to turn and race back with all his might, it would be too late. Luani, can you handle it? The fifth-tier martial artist furrowed his brow, his mood considerably bleak. To be frank, he had no definite confidence that the other direction would hold the imprint of the Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect. Unbeknownst to him, Luani was facing a similar predicament. When Luani cautiously engaged and ultimately shattered the blood shadow he was pursuing, he discovered that it was not the location of the Holy Maiden's imprint. The imprint was surely within the other two shadows. Although he too felt a twinge of concern, his mood was not as heavy as that of the fifth-tier martial artist. At least, there was a 50-50 chance that the Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect's imprint lay within the shadow pursued by Luin Pai. Let us hope so, Luani sighed inwardly, turning back to retrace his steps. Regardless of the outcome, this operation had cost them a bronze medal, and he needed to exhibit his sense of responsibility. At this moment, Lin Chujia was uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. After a brief pursuit, he quickly stumbled upon a shocking revelation. The imprint of the Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect was clearly concealed within the very blood shadow he was chasing. From the shadow ahead, he unmistakably sensed the unique fluctuation of the Blood Demon sect's power. Having cultivated the blood refinement technique, he sensed it through a peculiar connection, initially believing he could successfully remain idle. Lin Chujia was suddenly compelled to confront the reality. Young Master Lin, it seems we are truly fated. The blood shadow ahead abruptly halted, and a familiar voice reached him. Chapter 34, I am also a fifth tier. Observing the blood shadow transform back into a jade hand, Lin Chujiao could only raise the cold moon blade in his hand. With events having unfolded to this point, there could be no possibility of peaceful coexistence between them. Did you not deliberately choose me? What do you mean by fate? Who are you trying to deceive? Lin Chujiao chuckled lightly, his internal energy surging as he prepared his ultimate move, the White Tiger Breaking Army. There was no other option. This was his strongest technique, and he intended to end matters with a single strike. This turn of events is all thanks to you, young Master Lin. How could I not repay the favor? The voice echoed from within as the jade hand soared upward, reaching above Lin Chujiao's head before descending with a powerful strike. Lin Chujiao's gaze remained unyielding, his determination steely as he unleashed the White Tiger Breaking Army. Slicing upwards. At this juncture, while the jade hand still possessed formidable strength, it had clearly expended much of its power, lacking the earlier ferocity. What was there for Lin Chujiao to fear? Boom! The jade hand collided with the White Tiger Breaking Army, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that surged outward. Lin Chujiao's arm snapped with a resounding crack, the force of the palm rendering his arm limp and unable to grasp the cold moonblade, which fell helplessly to the ground. Meanwhile, the jade hand was poised to strike down once more. Though its aura had diminished considerably from the previous blow, the subsequent strike bore even greater force. Clearly, the jade hand intended to unleash its remaining strength in a final bid to resolve the conflict. Yet beneath the jade hand, Lin Chujiao's expression remained remarkably calm. With a deft flick of his toe, he managed to catch the falling blade with his other hand. With a swift motion of her left hand, she unleashed a powerful strike, once again executing the formidable technique known as the White Tiger Breaking Army. In her most potent state. As her attack clashed with Lin Chujiao's, the presence within her jade-like hand momentarily lost its focus. Given the martial prowess displayed by her opponent, it was inconceivable that they could be unaware that the blow she was about to deliver was a culmination of her utmost refinement, its power far surpassing that of her previous strikes. If struck by this blow, the outcome would undoubtedly be a gruesome demise. She found it difficult to comprehend what emboldened her opponent to engage her so recklessly. If that is the case, then perish resolutely. Her jade hand descended with tremendous force. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted upon collision. Within 100 feet, trees splintered, and earth and stones were sent flying. The jade hand completely shattered, dissipating into a thin blood shadow. Gradually the blood shadow took form, revealing the figure of Du Shiji. However, this time, she was so weak that even the veil of blood mist that usually cloaked her could barely sustain itself. Yet, as she gazed towards another mass of blood mist below, Du Shiji smiled with satisfaction. Ultimately, I have triumphed. Observing Lin Chujiao, who had transformed into blood mist under her strike, Du Shiji's spirits lifted considerably. Young Master Lin, I shall graciously accept this exquisite essence of your fragrant blood. Although I have lost a blood pool stronghold, the acquisition of such rare blood essence is certainly not in vain. I anticipate that absorbing your blood essence will allow me to ascend further. Having said this, Du Shiji's graceful figure glided downwards. In her blood shadow state, she was unlike any ordinary martial artist. Her current power level was merely that of a postnatal warrior, yet she could accomplish feats that many innate warriors could only dream of, after the ultimate strike of her jade hand. Her formidable energy had dissipated along with its shattering pa. Upon landing, Du Shiji extended her hand to gather the blood mist left behind by Lin Chujiao, only to find it impossible to coalesce. In her bewilderment, the blood mist before her rapidly converged, instantly forming a silhouette. With a beckoning gesture, the cold moon treasure blade resting nearby was drawn to her by her vital energy, flying into her grasp. Then, Lin Chujiao effortlessly swung the blade. How could the blood shadow transformation, even as her body was cleaved in two by a single stroke? Du Shiji remained astonished by the unfolding events, with a surge of vital energy. The cold moon treasure blade quivered slightly, and the severed remnants of Du Shiji's form, which had barely materialized, were once again scattered into a cloud of blood mist. Lin Chujiao did not hesitate. Immediately launching another strike, he was well aware that Du Shiji possessed the same blood shadow transformation technique, having inherited it from the blood demon sect's holy maiden of Ur, making her mastery in this regard far superior to his own. Faced with uncertainty on how to counter her, Lin Chujiao resorted to the most straightforward approach. One strike after another, he relentlessly slashed at the blood mist before him, compressing and flattening it, since his own blood shadow transformation afforded him only a single chance at resurrection. It was unlikely that Du Shiji's more authentic version would grant her infinite opportunities for revival. Although this reasoning was sound, after dozens of strikes, Lin Chujiao found himself flustered as he realized he could not dispel the last remnants of her blood mist. He feared that Lu Ani and the fifth-tier martial artist would arrive shortly. At that moment, caught in a peculiar state of blood shadow resurrection, it would be challenging to explain the situation to them. Should they discover his connection to the blood demon sect, he could very well find himself dealt with alongside the holy maiden. Contemplating this, Lin Chujiao resolutely expelled a surge of vital energy. Drawing the remaining wisps of blood mist into his grasp and leaped forward. He intended to remove the blood mist first, seeking alternate means of disposal, whether by fire or water, anything to ensure Du Shiji's complete elimination. Unfortunately, his understanding of the blood demon sect's peculiarities was still insufficient. The moment he seized the last wisps of blood mist, he felt a chilling sensation in his palm, followed by an intense heat. Looking down, he discovered that the blood mist had vanished without a trace. A coldness surged from his palm, traveling towards his heart. Simultaneously, he heard Du Shiji's voice echoing within him. "Young Master Lin, you belong to me now." The voice held a blend of coldness and delight, causing Lin Chujiao's heart to plummet to the depths of despair. He realized that this time, he was undoubtedly doomed. Who could have anticipated that Du Shiji of the blood demon sect would possess such cunning? Able to burrow into his body like a rat through the earth in the brief time she was held captive, blood demon soul snatching, the chilling, mournful voice resonated once more, leaving Lin Chujiao in a daze. As if his very soul were on the verge of extinguishing. No, it was more accurate to say that his soul's flame had already been snuffed out. As the words blood demon soul snatching echoed, the wisps of blood mist that had entered his body had already seized control, snuffing out the flame of his true soul. Yet now, he existed within a simulated process. The soul within the simulation had been extinguished. But the one controlling the simulation, his own soul, remained intact. How intriguing! After only a few days of practicing the outer sex blood refining technique, he had already cultivated blood refining true chi to such a level. Was he inherently suited for the cultivation of the blood demon sex techniques? If young Master Lin were not opposing my sect but instead joining, perhaps the glory of the sect's former leader could be revived. Moreover, how had this powerful physique and abundant vitality been cultivated, surpassing even my own inherited body? After seizing Lin Chujiao's body, Du Shiji murmured to herself, revealing her astonishment. As she observed the simulated process, Lin Chujiao felt the blood within him surge, his vital energy flowing along an arcane path. The vital energy, which had previously reached a bottleneck, began its ascent towards greater heights. The resilient and robust sensation within the vital energy intensified. Clearly, it was undergoing a transformation into the formidable energy known as Gaowu. At last, a powerful aura emanated from Lin Chujiao's body, sending shockwaves rippling outward. In that moment, after Du Shiji's refinement, Lin Chujiao's power surged to the fifth tier of Gang Qi. From that instant onward, he was a fifth-tier martial artist. If only his body were still his own. Lin Chujiao couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Now, how was one to reckon with the simulated process in the absence of his own body? attempting to reclaim control over his physical form, he found it utterly futile within the simulated process. His soul was undeniably extinguished, and Du Shiji, as the blood demon sect's holy maiden from centuries past, utilized her uncanny methods to evade detection effortlessly. Thus, he could only observe with a calm demeanor. The scene soon shifted again. As trees fell in the forest, a figure charged forth like a ferocious tiger, the fifth-tier martial artist from the town martial division reappearing before them. Behind him, Luani raced to keep pace. Albeit with some difficulty, unlike the fifth-tier martial artist, he did not need to clear a path through the trees, clearly finding it much easier. Brother Lin, where is the holy maiden of the blood demon sect? No, wait, your power has broken through. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Lin Shujiao, Luani was taken aback. However, before him, Lin Shujiao merely smiled, brushing back his hair. The fifth-tier brute practicing external hard techniques and a sixth-tier lackey, you both arrived quite promptly. Luani's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, you are the holy maiden of the blood demon sect. The fifth-tier martial artist's expression darkened, his voice cold and unyielding, blood demon soul snatching. Indeed, you possess some knowledge. Lin Shujiao disdainfully glanced at the cold moon treasure blade in his hand, casually tossing it to the ground as he curled his fingers into claws, his expression now icy. I, too, am a fifth-tier warrior now. You shall not return today. Chapter 35, Blood Lotus of Woe in the Desolate Wilderness. Du Shiji, having usurped Lin Shujiao's body, wore an expression of malevolence, clearly harboring murderous intent toward the two from the town martial division. The garments formed from blood mist fluttered without wind, resembling vibrant wildfires, scorching the eyes of the two martial artists. The fifth-tier martial artist from the town martial division clasped his fists before him, unleashing a wave of icy energy. If you had fled immediately after the soul snatching, I would have been powerless against you. However, you made the grave mistake of waiting for us here. Lin Shujiao chuckled, his eyes turning blood red, his face adorned with a bewitching aura. You speak grandly. One might think your strength is formidable enough to secure my fate. Luani, observing the fifth-tier martial artist, felt a wave of concern wash over him. The holy maiden of the blood demon sect spoke the truth. He had witnessed their previous confrontation, and it was evident that the Jade Hand's assault had forced Luin Pai into retreat, placing him at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, the fifth-tier martial artist from the town martial division merely shook his head, undeterred by fear. You are a master from centuries past, even if you are merely a fragment of your former self. Lu De, do not presume to compare. However, you are currently in a temporary state of soul snatching. Your body is hardly suitable for exerting much power. How formidable can you truly be? You possess considerable insight. Lin Shujiao replied, his gaze growing icy, yet I assure you, eliminating you will be more than sufficient. As the sound faded, Lin Shujiao's figure swayed, and the blood mist-enveloped silhouette had already arrived directly before the fifth-tier martial artist of the town martial division. After breaking through to the fifth tier, Du Shiji's control over his body exhibited an overwhelming explosive power far surpassing any moment before. His fingers curled, radiating a fierce crimson glow, the vital energy manifesting a density that exceeded that of true energy, transforming into a genuine divine weapon as it reached for the fifth-tier martial artist ahead. Boom! The fifth-tier martial artist of the town martial division thrust both fists forward, forcibly blocking the crimson vital energy. As a practitioner specializing in external martial arts, he had forsaken the capability to project vital energy outward in exchange for an extraordinarily resilient physique and the terrifying might to split mountains and seas. Lin Shujiao's blood-red vital energy struck the arm of the fifth-tier martial artist, producing a sound reminiscent of a blow to the most resilient of metals, eliciting a wince. Time passed, an hour, then two. A day, and then 2 days. He utilized the simulator's feature to bypass these inconsequential intervals. After all, upon the conclusion of the simulation, all memories would be retained, and Lin Shujiao lacked the patience to continue observing. Observing others recklessly controlling his body while he, the original owner, could only passively watch was understandably disheartening. As the simulation concluded, a prompt appeared. Would you like to replay the simulation's outcome? Indeed, after swiftly bypassing time, the simulation process had reached its terminus. Yes, Lin Shujiao understood that the so-called end of the simulation merely signified the demise of the body within the simulation. To be honest, he was somewhat curious about how the body, having been possessed, met its end. If it were 2 days later, it would surely not be at the hands of the fifth-tier martial artist of the town martial division. As for Luani, a sixth-tier martial artist, apologies, but even though he held the position of chief enforcer in the town martial division of Sanjiang County, Lin Shujiao had not considered him significant, merely viewing him as an afterthought. As Lin Shujo chose to replay the simulation's conclusion, in an instant, his perspective soared to an aerial vantage point above a familiar scene. At Lianjiang Water Stronghold, Lin Shujo exclaimed in surprise as he recognized the setting before him. It was the very stronghold he had joined during a previous simulation. However, the current scene within the stronghold was one of carnage, filled with despair and gloom. A familiar yet unfamiliar figure darted through the stronghold like lightning. It was familiar because this figure was indeed himself. Yet strange due to the bizarre shape he now possessed, within the stronghold Lin Shujo, under the control of the possessor, was drenched in blood, surrounded by an oppressive blood mist. He resembled a bloodthirsty beast, draining the life essence from each bandit's neck. Yet, while he reveled in the delight of blood consumption, a tempest brewed above the stronghold, and a terrifying swordlight descended from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous command that stirred the river waves to heights of 3. Zhang Bull Demon, how dare you rampage? As the swordlight fell, it seemed to saturate the entire realm. Lin Shujo, shrouded in dense blood mist, found himself with no escape. Damn the master, how can there be a master here? The swordlight flashed, and Lin Shujo, watching the replay, heard a murmur, followed by an explosion that blossomed into a blood-colored lotus. The detonating blood lotus unleashed a terrifying power unbefitting a 5th-tier martial artist, countering the descending swordlight. Then, a faint blood shadow surged from below, darting away at high speed. Demoness cry, blood lotus? How long has it been since I last saw it? The being wielding the sword above murmured, recognizing it as a technique of the Blood Demon sect. Was that just the avatar of the Blood Demon sect Saintus? But why does it appear as a male? Decisive indeed, sacrificing all its blood essence to block my sword light, thus enabling its escape as a blood shadow. The simulation process thus concluded. The current simulation was an immersive version, retaining all aspects of power level, martial experience, and life memories. In an instant, Lin Shujo felt true energy surging within him, becoming intensely heated as it rapidly transformed into vital energy. Ultimately, when all of his true energy converted into vital energy, Lin Shujo's cultivation firmly broke through to the 5th-tier vital energy realm. Remarkably, despite having only broken through to the 5th-tier martial artist 2 days prior in the simulation, Lin Shujo discovered that his current level of power far exceeded mere entry into the vital energy realm. The quantity of vital energy within him resembled that of a 5th-tier martial artist who had solidified their foundation over many years. Du Shiji, as the avatar of the Blood Demon sect Saintus, indeed possessed unfathomable means. The life memories and martial experiences from the simulation swiftly integrated with Lin Shujo's current self. In a moment of thought, Lin Shujo grasped the reason for his rapid advancement in power. At that time, outside the desolate mountains, leveraging the strength of a 5th-tier martial artist combined with the bizarre methods of the Blood Demon sect Saintus, Du Shiji ultimately slew both the 5th-tier martial artist of the town martial division and Luani. Furthermore, having sustained some injuries in that battle, she returned to Sanjiang County, directly killing villagers in several hamlets along the way to absorb their blood essence for her recovery. However, the useful essence within the blood of untrained commoners was exceedingly scant. Completely unrestrained, Du Shiji, controlling Lin Shujo's body, directly assaulted the town martial division of Sanjiang County. In the face of her 5th-tier strength, the town martial division was akin to an unguarded sheepfold, with each enforcer becoming a delectable lamb offering their blood essence. Having become addicted to slaughter, Du Shiji aimed for another location abundant in martial artists. The nearest target was, of course, the Lianjiang Water Stronghold. When Lin Shujo replayed the death outcome, what he witnessed was the massacre of the Lianjiang Water Stronghold by Du Shiji. Unfortunately, it was indeed a stroke of ill fortune, as the first time she let herself go, she encountered a passing master martial artist, the postnatal 3 realms of 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers, the innate 3 realms of 4th, 5th, and 6th tiers, and the master's 3 realms of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd tiers. In the presence of a master, regardless of which tier they belonged to, the fate of a 5th-tier vital energy martial artist was, of course, predetermined. However, Du Shiji proved to be the worthy saintess of the Blood Demon sect, employing a plethora of tactics, ultimately self-destructing her acquired body from Lin Shujo to successfully escape with a single move of the demoness Cry Blood Lotus. As Lin Shujo reflected on these memories, his heart trembled slightly. Yet he suddenly realized that his previous confrontation with Du Shiji at the Du residence had been rather rash. Fortunately, he had not forced her into a corner. Otherwise, should she have unleashed a demoness Cry Blood Lotus, he certainly would not have been able to withstand it. Extracting himself from the memories of the simulation, Lin Shujo shook his head. Well, let us see what other rewards this time brings. Chapter 36. This comes at another price. Within the town martial division, Lin Shujo began to assess his gains. By his estimation, besides breaking through to the 5th-tier vital energy realm, His other rewards should not be insubstantial either. Congratulations, you survived for 2 days, a remarkably brief life, skillfully employing strategies such as watching from the sidelines, fishing in troubled waters, and the death of a friend means nothing to a Taoist. Displaying both bravery and cunning, unfortunately, your insights remain shallow, and you unwittingly came into close contact with the avatar of the blood demon Sect des Saintes, suffering possession and committing the heinous act of slaughter and bloodsucking, ultimately leading to your demise at the hands of a master. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Tragic indeed. Evaluation, not worth mentioning. The additional rewards: simulation currency 200 for breaking through realms, simulation currency 648 for killing 5 6th-tier martial artists and 2 5th-tier martial artists, simulation currency 300 for successfully destroying a blood demon sect stronghold, blood refinement technique, intersect, and the ultimate move, Demoness Cry. Blood Lotus, personal wallet, 1325. This bounty was so substantial that Lin Shujiu nearly leaped with excitement. The Demoness Cry Blood Lotus, a technique capable of withstanding a strike from a master, had become his to command, though he was temporarily unaware of its rank among martial arts techniques. Its capability to counter a master's attack suggested it was likely above the stream level. However, employing this technique required self-detonation and the sacrifice of all his blood essence, thus Lin Shujiu was certainly not inclined to use it unless absolutely necessary. What Lin Shujiu valued even more was the blood refinement technique. It turned out that the blood refinement technique manual he acquired from the Du family patriarch was merely a diluted outer sect version. This time, after being possessed by Du Shiji, she had sorted through the blood refinement true energy within him, enabling the simulator to capture the flow of true energy and upgrade the diluted outer sect blood refinement technique to an inner sect level. The advancement of the technique, being the foundation of various martial arts, held significant implications. This unexpected twist of fate had turned misfortune into fortune, yielding a remarkable profit. At this moment, Lin Shujiu even entertained a bold idea. Perhaps he should continue simulating once more, allowing Du Shiji to possess him again, fully exploiting the opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Shujiu ultimately shook his head. According to the memories retained, he understood that Du Shiji, as one of the avatars of the blood demon Sect des Saintes, indeed had her limitations. The Du family had lain dormant in Wuliu County for many years, and Du Shiji herself did not possess particularly high cultivation. Until he forced his way into her domain, she had only chosen to retreat rather than fight to the death with him. At that time, Du Shiji was likely only at the 7th-tier martial artist level. Perhaps it is mere coincidence, or perhaps it is the result of self-awareness hastening one's progress. Regardless, Du Shiji has returned to the blood demon sect's stronghold to absorb the essence of blood from the blood pool, and he should ultimately reach the pinnacle of 6th rank strength. However, he still falls short of breaking through to the 5th rank's true chi realm. It is evident that the strength he borrowed from the blood moon to resist 5th rank warriors is not something he can maintain under normal circumstances. After seizing control of himself, his own strength was precisely stuck at the threshold of the 5th rank, and he happened to be cultivating a flawed version of the blood refinement technique. Coupled with the robustness of his blood and vitality, Du Shiji was able to streamline the true chi within his body in one vigorous effort, assisting himself in advancing to the 5th rank. Even if he were to attempt it again by then, he would have already become a 5th rank warrior within the simulated process, and it would be utterly impossible for Du Shiji to easily help himself break through to the 4th rank. If the elevation of realms were so effortless, why would Du Shiji have concealed himself for so many years? Upon realizing this, Lin Shujiu directly opened the door and made his way to the location of Chief Inspector Luani. This time, he approached in reality rather than choosing to enter a simulated scene. After his cultivation had reached the 5th rank, a single ordinary simulation now required an expenditure of 200 simulation coins. The immersive experience version demanded an even greater cost, consuming 600 simulation coins. Until he clarified some important matters, Lin Shujiu had no intention of recklessly commencing a new simulation. Knock, knock, knock. This time, Lin Shujiu knocked politely on Luani's door. Moreover, before approaching, he had already called out loudly, "Lord Lu, it is I." Inside the room, Luani, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, felt a jolt in his heart and narrowly halted the flick of his folding fan. Had he waited a moment longer, the concealed silver needles hidden within the fan would have shot forth, striking outwards. The concealed mechanism of the fan was exquisitely crafted, and with the strength of his true chi in hand, its power was undeniably formidable. That he was confident that even a 6th rank warrior of the same tier, caught unprepared by one of his needles, would meet their end on the spot. Yet, since it was Lin Shujiu outside, an essential part of his scheme, there was no need to harm him. "Lin, my young brother," the the door was opened through the manipulation of true qi, and Luani stood up within the room. He retracted his fan and smiled as he inquired, "Are you ready to set out, young brother Lin? The person is in the cell. I will take you to retrieve him." However, Lin Chujia merely smiled and shook his head. "No, I still have some matters to discuss with Lord Lu, and please bring along that Zhang Tongpai as well." At these words, Luani's heart trembled violently, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Lin Chujia. How did he perceive the presence of Zhang Tongpai lurking nearby? How did he know that it was indeed Zhang Tongpai? Just how much did he comprehend about the situation in Sanjiang County's Town Marshal Division? Had he discerned the entirety of Luani's plot? A multitude of thoughts swirled in Luani's mind, and in an instant, dozens of ideas flitted through his consciousness. Lin Chujia was well aware of the shock the other felt. He cast a glance at Luani, completely disregarding the hurried contemplation on his face, and chuckled lightly. Lord Lu's schemes are unparalleled, yet how could he overlook such an obvious detail? In the moment, Luani's pupils constricted sharply. A powerful aura surged forth from his body. As he trembled, Lin Chujia laughed heartily. "That Zhang Tongpai is of 6th rank cultivation, is he not? Before a 5th rank warrior, no matter how well he hides. What use is it? My perception is keen, and the entirety of Sanjiang County's Town Marshal Division is laid bare before my eyes." The sudden eruption of his aura rendered Luani breathless. From the corner of the room, Zhang Tongpai approached with his shoulders slumped, looking as downtrodden as a mouse under the gaze of a cat. "Zhang Yuanlong, the Town Marshal Division's copper token, has come to pay respects." He had intended to address him as senior, but upon seeing the youthful countenance before him, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Luani was trembling all over, his fingers gripping the fan, turning pale. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse to the point of startling even himself. "Young Lord Lin, were you not of 6th rank before? How is it that you have fallen to 5th rank in such a short time?" His astonishment was not unwarranted, it was truly incomprehensible. Clearly, when the other had stormed into the Town Marshal Division, he had still been of 6th rank cultivation, while such strength was indeed impressive for a youth. Allowing him to be hailed as a prodigy, Luani believed that with his own abilities and methods, he could still outmatch the other, even if he were to make a concerted effort along with Zhang Tongpai. It would be akin to pinching a snail with 3 fingers, absolutely foolproof. Thus, in the original plan regarding the Blood Demon Sect's stronghold, Luani had primarily regarded Lin Chujia as a tool to be utilized. Even though the latter was also a 6th rank warrior, Luani had not considered him an equal. However, the situation had drastically changed. In the blink of an eye, the other had transformed into a 5th rank warrior? How utterly confounding. Lin Chujia wore a cheerful smile and waved his hand dismissively. "I had not anticipated this either. When I met with Lord Lu earlier, I was indeed of 6th rank, but upon returning to my room, I inadvertently broke through while practicing my daily cultivation." Luani and Zhang Tongpai exchanged astonished glances, then subtly regarded one another, falling into a momentary silence. The chasm between true qi and the 5th rank was one that many 6th rank warriors spent years attempting to cross, often to no avail, thereby wasting their lives. The two present had been 6th rank warriors for many years, yet still had no idea when they might reach 5th rank, yet this young man before them claimed to have inadvertently broken through? Was that even plausible? Zhang Tongpai let out a long sigh, unwilling to relent, and asked, "May I inquire your age, esteemed sir?" He knew little of Lin Chujia, and after posing the question, he gazed at him with eager anticipation. Perhaps this so-called youth was merely adept at preserving his youthful appearance, while in reality he was an ancient monster who had cultivated for many years. Facing this inquiry, Lin Chujia smiled bashfully. "In a few months, I shall turn 19. An 18-year-old 5th rank warrior." A chill coursed through Zhang Tongpai's mouth, rendering him speechless for a long while. He had finally given up hope. Meanwhile, Luani took a deep breath and swiftly adjusted his mindset. A joyful smile adorned his face as he spoke. "It is indeed a joyous occasion for young hero Lin to break through to the 5th rank at such a crucial moment. Clearly, it is fate. As long as you lend your strength, that blood demon Sect's holy maiden shall have no chance of survival." A fate. Luani's enthusiastic words were abruptly cut short by Lin Chujia's unrelenting interruption. "Lord Lu, are you perhaps misunderstanding something? The holy maiden of the blood demon sect possesses unfathomable abilities. Why must I take the risk of acting?" Luani's complexion turned pale at once, his heart quivered as he stammered. "Young hero Lin, we had clearly agreed upon this." After Lin Chujia had attained 5th rank, it was evident that his mindset had subtly shifted. Not only did he now prefer to address Luani as young hero, but his manner of speaking was also cautious, devoid of the previous air of dominance and control. In response, Lin Chujia simply smiled. "What was agreed upon in the past is no longer relevant. I was a 6th rank warrior then, but now I am a 5th rank warrior. He fixed his sharp gaze upon Luani, penetrating deep into the other's heart. To enlist the services of a fifth-rank warrior, a different price must be negotiated. Chapter 37. This is not difficult at all. Inside the town martial division, Luani found himself momentarily lost in thought as he regarded Lin Chujia. Frankly speaking, he had never anticipated that Lin Chujia would utter such words. However, upon reflection, he suddenly realized that what Lin Chujia said was indeed reasonable. After all, the individual standing before him was now a fifth-rank warrior, an entity that could be considered the pinnacle of combat strength within a county. To treat him with the courtesy befitting a sixth-rank warrior was simply untenable. Moreover, hearing Lin Chujia's remarks brought a hint of secret delight to his heart that he feared that the other might be indifferent to desires. As long as the other could articulate demands, everything would be manageable. Young hero Lin, what are your requirements? Please feel free to state them. Our town martial division shall spare no expense to eliminate this menace. Luani wore a beaming smile as he looked at Lin Chujia. As for the earlier proposition of offering the other a position as a copper token inspector, he no longer dared to mention such a thing. A fifth-rank warrior would find even a silver token position more than sufficient. How could one possibly settle for a mere copper token? Indeed, just as this thought began to form in his mind, Lin Chujia offered a slight smile and said, I have long held a great admiration for the town martial division. I wonder if my current level of cultivation would suffice to join the town martial division as a silver token inspector. Oh, Luani awkwardly chuckled, responding somewhat uneasily, with your prowess and talent. It would certainly be more than enough. However, the appointment of a silver token inspector is beyond my authority. It requires reporting to higher-ups. So you lack the authority. Lin Chujia waved his hand dismissively. Then we shall wait for someone with the authority to arrive before proceeding. Upon hearing this, Luani suddenly became anxious. With a resolute grit of his teeth, he proclaimed, I implore you, young hero, to lend your assistance forthwith. Should we delay any further, the night will stretch interminably, and I fear the blood demon cult's stronghold will be scattered to the winds. The cult's saintess will once again vanish into obscurity. And who knows when we might recover her next? Luani's words held considerable wisdom, yet Lin Chujia remained indifferent. He shook his head, expressing a tinge of regret. This won't do, nor will that. It seems quite challenging for me to assist you. In truth, his mind was already occupied with thoughts of the fifth-tier warrior, Luin Pai, who had emerged during the last simulation. Luani was being somewhat unscrupulous, despite having already invited a fifth-tier warrior. He still sought for Lin Chujia to take the lead, expecting him to charge forth as cannon fodder without offering any rewards. What an absurd notion! After pondering for a moment, Lin Chujia continued. Never mind, the matter concerning the silver plate can wait. Surely your Sanjiang County's martial office can mobilize some funds to assist me in acquiring a few martial arts manuals on the third floor of the weapon forging pavilion? Once I have mastered them and grown stronger, dealing with the blood demon cult saintess will become a mere trifle. This was Lin Chujia's primary objective. A mere county martial office, with its strongest chief constable barely at the 6th tier, held little allure for him now that he had ascended to the 5th tier. However, as a martial office within a county, it certainly possessed some degree of funding. As a 5th tier warrior, he could feasibly resort to forceful means to seize what he desired. Yet, such actions were unnecessary. While it may be easy to plunder a county's martial office, there remained the higher state's martial office to contend with, and he would not wish to irreparably offend such a powerful institution of the court. Luani found himself momentarily at a loss. Generally, a fifth-tier warrior was considered a formidable figure. Even on the grand stage of the state government, they would not be regarded as mere nobodies. Warriors who reached this level were often the backbone of martial families or influential figures within various sects, and they would inevitably begin to care about their reputation. Openly extorting money was behavior unbecoming of a fifth-tier warrior. However, the issue lay in the fact that the fifth-tier warrior before him was neither a stalwart of a martial family nor a renowned sect elder, but merely an inexperienced youth who had fortuitously broken through. Luani was somewhat apprehensive about these young individuals, for he recognized that rules, concerns, and compromises held no meaning in their eyes. They seemed perpetually prepared to overturn the table, inducing a sense of dread. Young Lin, since you have taken an interest in the third floor of the weapon forging pavilion, you must be aware that it houses invaluable martial arts manuals of the river level. Noticing Lin Chujia's silence, Luani steeled himself to continue. The stream-level martial arts are suitable for 5th and 6th tier practitioners, while river-level martial arts are tailored for 4th and 5th tier warriors. Differing vastly in rarity, Lin Chujia remained silent, merely observing Luani. With no alternative, Luani sighed softly and said, the price of river-level manuals is several dozen to even 100 times that of stream-level manuals. Even if we were to deplete the funds of the Sanjiang County Marshal Office, we could purchase at most 1 or 2 manuals, and then what? Lin Chujiao scoffed, so you are unwilling to part with it. What happened to your promise to spare no effort? The sardonic laughter echoed in the ears of the 2 constables present, causing their faces to flush crimson. Lin Chujiao spoke the truth. Luani was indeed hesitant. The significance of the river-level manuals was extraordinary. Even if it were not as exaggerated as he claimed, acquiring one would consume a substantial portion of the current funds of the Sanjiang County. These funds were crucial for the daily operations of the marshal office, and should Lin Chujiao drain them all at once, it would undoubtedly lead to complications in future operations. A misstep could even result in reprimands from above. As the chief constable of the Sanjiang County Marshal Office, Luani was understandably reluctant to take such risks, yet he could not directly convey this to Lin Chujiao, thus Luani carefully chose his words. Saying, "Young Lin, it is not that I am being stingy, but the matter at hand is of great importance. Moreover, the issue with the blood demon cult Saintus is pressing. Even if we were to acquire the manuals, you would not be able to master them proficiently in such a short time, thus yielding no enhancement to your combat power." The more he spoke, the more he felt justified, his voice gradually rising. "Young Lin, if you trust my words, assist me in dealing with the blood demon cult Saintus first. Once that is accomplished, I shall certainly present you with the river-level manuals and wholeheartedly support your appointment as a silver-plate constable in the state government. In fact, the state's marshal office also possesses river-level manuals. With this merit, it would not be impossible for you to receive instruction without spending any unnecessary funds." Observing Luani's earnest demeanor, Lin Chujiao chuckled. Despite all his words, it was clear that Luani was someone who only acted when he saw tangible benefits. Both options demanded sacrifice. One merely required payment upfront, while the other required it post factum. Lin Chujiao was not inclined to indulge him. No sooner had Luani finished speaking than Lin Chujiao turned on his heel and strode towards the exit of the marshal office. Luani was left momentarily stunned. Young Master Lin, having always prided himself on his intellect, Luani was bewildered at this moment. The 5th-tier warrior, who should have been the main force against the blood demon cult Saintus, was now simply walking away. Negotiations were meant to involve bargaining, to take a step forward and retreat 3, yet Lin Chujiao had abandoned the discussion entirely. Were the youth of today truly so fickle? "Younger Lin, shall we not discuss this further?" As Lin Chujiao was about to walk away, Luani's heart raced, prompting him to call out urgently. Unfortunately, at that moment, Lin Chujiao seemed resolute in his decision to abandon the matter. He did not even glance back but waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. I recognize that my request may indeed be somewhat unreasonable. I shall not impose upon you, Lord Lude. I wish you success in eradicating this great menace to Sanjiang County." At this, Luani was truly alarmed. A 5th-tier warrior was a rare sight during his tenure as chief constable of the Sanjiang County Marshal Office, and if he did not act swiftly, this opportunity would be lost forever. "Young Master Lin, young Master Lin." With a deep breath, Luani resolved himself. "I am not being unreasonable, young Master Lin, not at all." Lin Chujiao's departing steps halted at once. In the next moment, he flickered and appeared before Luani. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this figure, Luani's heart trembled as he fully grasped the formidable power of the 5th-tier warrior before him. Only then did he come to realize that he was indeed negotiating with a powerful 5th-tier warrior. The remnants of his self-importance as chief constable and the hidden schemes in his heart felt utterly laughable in the face of such overwhelming martial prowess. "Are we to settle for silver notes or gold ingots? Shall we proceed to collect them now?" In an instant, Lin Chujiao's demeanor shifted, and he bore no hint of embarrassment. After all, as long as he felt at ease, the awkwardness would fall upon others. "Silver notes." Luani finally made a decision, glancing at Zhang Tongpai beside him before retrieving a stack of silver notes from his pocket and handing them to Lin Chujiao. "Here are 10 notes, each worth 5,000 taels, totaling 50,000 taels. This is the maximum amount I can authorize. Any more would be beyond my capabilities." Lin Chujiao's eyes lit up as he deftly plucked the stack from Luani's grasp. After tucking the notes into his bosom and giving them a pat, he smiled. "Lord Lu, you are too kind. 50,000 taels is already immensely generous. I must ask, do these funds for the marshal office's daily operations typically rest with you?" Had he known it would come to this, perhaps he should have sought a more discreet opportunity to simply seize the silver notes and avoid the obligation of confronting the blood demon cult Saintus. However, such thoughts felt somewhat ungracious, for dealing with the Saintus du Shiji was an unavoidable responsibility for him. As Lin Chujiao observed Luani staring blankly at his empty palms, feeling the sting of having lost 50,000 taels, He fell into a profound silence. It was Zhang Tongpai who quickly interjected, clarifying Lin Chujiao's earlier question. The funds were originally meant to be stored in the treasury, however, Lord Lu has always served as the accountant. And the chief accountant of our Sanjiang County Marshal Office has traditionally been held by him. Lin Chujiao's gaze fell upon Luani, whose expression was somewhat dazed, and he could not help but chuckle. So this fellow was an accountant by trade, which explained his penchant for calculations. He calculated everything, even seeking to include himself in the equation. Thankfully, he was not one to hold grudges. Had he encountered someone with a worse temperament, Luani would have found it difficult to escape the consequences of his earlier schemes. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Chujiao declared, "Very well, I shall accept Lord Lu's kindness. I will visit the weapon forging pavilion first. And rest assured, I shall not be absent in capturing the blood demon cult Saintus." With that, Lin Chujiao's feet propelled him into the air, soaring gracefully like a bird taking flight, effortlessly leaping to a distance of 100 zhang. Once the true energy transformed into the formidable qi, its explosive force surged considerably. Although it remained the lightness of grass upon the wind, its execution far surpassed its previous incarnation. Lin Xiaoxia, Luani raised his head. A phrase lingering on the tip of his tongue, yet Lin Chujiao's figure had already vanished from sight. It was only at this moment that he awoke from his reverie, regret washing over him like a tide. Observing the swiftness of the lightness skill and the decisiveness of the departure, he realized that had the other party truly intended to abandon the transaction, he would have had no opportunity to call out to them. Meanwhile, Lin Chujiao happily strode towards the forging pavilion, pocketing the 50,000 taels of silver notes. Chapter 38. A truly fitting gift of the blade in Sanjiang County. A figure approached the vicinity of the forging pavilion. It was none other than Lin Chujiao, who had come from the Jinwu division, clutching the 50,000 taels of silver. Instead of entering the pavilion directly, he stood outside, observing. This moment of observation revealed details he had previously overlooked. Surrounding the forging pavilion, figures lurked in the shadows from various directions. With Lin Chujiao's current prowess, he could easily discern the strength of these individuals. Most were late-stage practitioners of the acquired realm. Yet one possessed the innate strength of the 6th rank. These individuals encircling the forging pavilion were not necessarily there to become patrons. Rather, their intentions were likely directed towards those customers who had purchased goods within. As a power that spanned numerous vast territories, the forging pavilion could, in theory, dispatch these miscreants with little effort, yet, they seemed to turn a blind eye to the schemers lurking at the entrance. Suddenly, Lin Chujiao's gaze flickered, and he recognized a familiar face among the crowd. With a swift application of his lightness skill, he appeared behind the familiar figure in the blink of an eye. Casually tapping the individual on the shoulder, startled, the assailed individual bent low, drawing a blade in a swift motion, slashing backward with deadly intent. The sharp blade's energy surged toward Lin Chujiao, yet he remained unmoved. A thin layer of formidable qi enveloped him, forming a protective barrier that easily deflected the attack. This was a common application of formidable qi, allowing practitioners to project a defensive shield against external threats. The assailant, realizing the anomaly mid-strike, turned to find Lin Chujiao's visage, his face draining of color in an instant. "Hero," he stammered, hastily discarding his weapon and prostrating himself on the ground. The prostrate figure, missing an ear, was none other than the youth who had attempted to rob Lin Chujiao earlier, only to have his own ear severed in the encounter. Faced with Lin Chujiao once more, fear gripped him. "What business do you have with me?" the youth inquired, eager to appease. This query left Lin Chujiao momentarily silent. In truth, he had no particular agenda. He had merely recognized a familiar face and felt an inexplicable joy akin to encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Prompting him to greet the young man, however, the youth's thoughts were a mystery only the heavens could fathom. After a pause, Lin Chujiao asked, "What is your name?" "I am Song Dao," the youth replied, "a name I chose for myself. Intending to dedicate my life to the way of the blade and become the strongest swordsman is Song Dao." "Indeed, a most fitting name," Lin Chujiao remarked, disregarding the latter part of the statement. He then inquired, "And what brings you here? Do you perhaps have another blade to bestow?" This question struck a nerve, and the youth lamented, "Alas, no, that was my ancestral treasure, the only one I possessed." Understanding the situation, Lin Chujiao smiled lightly. "So are you planning to lie in wait here, hoping to ambush someone for the white tiger blade technique?" Upon hearing this, Song Dao's eyes widened in shock. "How did you know I sought the white tiger blade technique?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Chujiao offered a cryptic smile. "There are few things I remain unaware of." This statement, imbued with an aura of wisdom, left Song Dao momentarily awestruck. After stunning the youth with his words, Lin Shujiao casually continued, "You have been lurking outside the forging pavilion for quite some time. You must be familiar with this area. Are there any quiet and secluded spots nearby?" Joy surged in Song Dao's heart as he recognized that this hero indeed sought his assistance. Having narrowly escaped death after his previous failed ambush, he was quite the astute individual that he quickly rose and said, "You have indeed found the right person in me, though the area around the forging pavilion is complex. It is as familiar to me as my own home. I could find my way with my eyes closed." "Let us hope it is as you say," Lin Shujiao replied, maintaining his enigmatic smile. "If you manage this well, the white tiger blade technique may yet be within your grasp." Song Dao, invigorated by the prospect, quickened his pace, leading Lin Shujiao to a dilapidated courtyard. "Is this the secluded spot you spoke of?" Lin Shujiao asked, observing the rundown premises with a neutral expression. Song Dao nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. This was the residence of the former leader of the Great Blade Hall before his passing. "It has been many years since anyone has set foot here, so it should meet your requirements for seclusion while being close to the forging pavilion. What is this Great Blade Hall you mention?" Lin Shujiao inquired, his interest piqued by the name. However, Song Dao shook his head, whispering, "It is merely a small faction where brothers gather to make a living. It hardly qualifies as a sect, having spent the last decade and more as an officer in Wuliu County." Lin Shujiao was still unfamiliar with many matters in Sanjiang County. He sensed that there was an unusual connection between Song Dao and the Great Blade Hall, yet he deemed it prudent not to dwell on every detail. Especially now that he had attained the rank of a fifth-grade warrior, there was no need for excessive caution. He could not afford to hesitate. "Very well, you may leave now. I shall rest for a while," Lin Shujiao said, waving his hand gently. Song Dao, not daring to linger, obediently departed. Although he had lost his treasured blade and suffered the loss of an ear, he harbored little resentment towards Lin Shujiao. Having navigated the streets of Sanjiang County for many years, he understood the harsh truths of survival. Now that he could perceive a glimmer of strength in Lin Shujiao, he resolved to let go of the remnants of his anger. If complete absolution was impossible, he would at least conceal it well. Entering the decrepit courtyard, Lin Shujiao settled into a room. He was not blind to the youth's underlying motives, however, he chose not to dwell on them unduly. In the face of absolute strength, such trivial thoughts were ultimately inconsequential. Should the youth dare to harbor any ill intentions, he could swiftly eliminate them. Despite only being a fifth-grade warrior, Lin Shujiao was beginning to cultivate a vague understanding. His martial journey required an unwavering momentum rather than a petty preoccupation with schemes and calculations. This was not his path, however. He had more pressing matters at hand, which constituted the primary reason for his arrival. "Open the simulator," he commanded, and instantly, a familiar translucent information panel appeared before him, switching to concise text version. He commenced the simulation, consuming 200 simulation coins. Beginning simulation. After breaking through to the 5th grade warrior, the price of the simulator has increased to 200 simulation coins per session. Lin Shujiao had his own considerations and decided to test the waters with the concise text format rather than the immersive version this time. At 18, you have become a 5th grade warrior and have settled in Sanjiang County, setting out for the Forging Pavilion. At 18, you ascend to the 3rd floor of the Forging Pavilion, spending 50,000 taels of silver to purchase 5 bottles of blood melding pills. Leaving in high spirits, choose 1. Continue directly to confront the blood demon Sex Saintus. Choose 2. Sharpen the knife before chopping wood. First absorb and digest the blood melding pills, and proceed gradually. Choose 2. At 18, after acquiring the blood melding pills, you return to the dilapidated courtyard, where the youth Song Dao diligently attends to your needs, allowing you to focus on your cultivation. At 18, this is your first experience with the pills, and the effects are immediate, greatly enhancing your capabilities. At 19, in just 5 months, you have nearly exhausted the blood melding pills, and your power has significantly increased compared to before. At 19, emerging from seclusion, you discover that you have once again made it onto the wanted list of the Jinwu Division. With some reluctance, you gather information and learn that 5 months prior, during the battle on the desolate mountain, both sides had their strengths, and the saintess of the blood demon sect made her escape unscathed. At the tender age of 19, in the town of Sanjiang, a conflict erupted between the local Wuxi and the Lianjiang water village for reasons unknown to you. Finding it rather trivial, you resolved to depart in pursuit of a grander stage. Just before your departure, the young man Song Dao unexpectedly sought you out in a dilapidated courtyard, pleading for your assistance. Responding to his earnest request, you deftly dispatched the current leader of the Didao Hall with a mere gesture, leaving behind a tome of the White Tiger Blade technique before making your exit. Upon arriving at the Sihai mansion at the age of 19, You discovered a far more expansive arena. By20, you had begun to shine, securing the 67th position on the innate rankings. However, you soon realized that the esteemed Cold Moonblade was erroneously listed as the 168th on the weapons ranking. A deception orchestrated by the young Song Dao. At20, you stumbled upon the blood refinement technique from the Blood Demon sect, which had inexplicably made its way onto the list of extraordinary skills, prompting you to abandon any thoughts of replacing your internal cultivation. As your prowess continued to grow, you ascended to the 56th position on the innate rankings by 21. A talented member of the Liu family, a martial lineage of Sihai Mansion, challenged you, and after a fierce struggle, you ultimately struck down the Liu prodigy. Sensing impending danger, you discreetly concealed yourself, contemplating a hasty departure from Sihai Mansion. Yet, to your astonishment, the elders of the Liu family ambushed you, displaying no regard for honor as they attacked with lethal intent. In a desperate bid for survival, you fought your way through, severely wounded, and sought refuge in a small fishing village. It was then that you grasped the arduous reality of traversing the martial world without a formidable background. Determined to cultivate in seclusion, you vowed not to emerge until you achieved invincibility. At 29, you felt your internal energy had reached its zenith, yet the threshold to the next level remained elusive. By 32, you found yourself still unable to breach that barrier. At 36, although you attained the pinnacle of the 5th rank, no signs of breakthrough emerged. Realizing the futility of isolation, you finally stepped out from the fishing village despite lacking invincibility, upon learning of a duel challenge from a master on the innate rankings. You eagerly attended to witness the spectacle. The clash of sword and fist illuminated the arena, and you discerned that to progress further, you must cultivate a martial spirit within, a unique understanding of your own essence. This journey proved fruitful. Simultaneously, the Liu family members were present, and upon being recognized, you found yourself encircled. Instead of fleeing, you drew your blade and fought valiantly until the last moment, vanquishing the Liu family members in full view of the onlookers. However, exhaustion claimed you, and you succumbed to death. As this simulation concluded, Lin Chujiao chose to retain his cultivated prowess. Feeling the surge of internal energy swell to the current limits, his mastery solidified at the pinnacle of the 5th rank. During this simulation, he also acquired a substantial amount of simulation currency. With a deep breath, Lin Chujiao steadied his emotions amidst the dilapidated courtyard of Sanjiang. Once calm, he reached into his robe and felt the stack of silver notes, 50,000 taels. Intact, this was Lin Chujiao's plan. While 50,000 taels might merely procure a river-level manual, the restrictions were too cumbersome for direct expenditure. Thus, possessing a simulator allowed him to seize opportunities without relinquishing his wealth. Having tasted success, he promptly initiated a second simulation, expending 200 simulation coins to commence anew. At 18, he ascended to the 3rd floor of the weapon casting tower, purchasing 5 bottles of the innate blood melting elixir. Departing in high spirits, once again, he chose to lay low and refine his skills. However, by 19, the effects of the elixir began to wane as his body developed a resistance, rendering it less effective. By the 5th month, the elixir had lost all potency, yet the surging energy coursed through him, elevating his physical prowess to new heights. At 20, the Liu family's genius challenged him, but he dismissed the threat with ease, dispatching the Liu prodigy with a mere flick of his finger. Yet, when confronted by an elder from the Liu family, he fought fiercely until the very end, annihilating the Liu clan members before achieving 4th place on the innate rankings. Confronted by an even older master from the Liu family, wielding formidable prowess, he fell in battle, yet not before inflicting a grievous wound upon his opponent. This simulation proved brief, as Lin Chujiao had a clear objective in mind. He opted not to acquire new martial manuals, but rather to continue utilizing the blood-melting elixir, aiming to fully exploit its effects. Ultimately, he chose to preserve his martial experience, allowing all knowledge of the 3-in acupoint technique to flood into his consciousness. At that moment, he extended his finger forward, releasing a subtle yet potent surge of energy. Indeed, the simulator proves to be remarkably effective. The skill of acupoint sealing and meridian cutting feels as though he has personally practiced it for many years. Now deeply imprinted within his very being, thereafter, further contemplation becomes unnecessary. Lin Chujian continues with the subsequent simulations. A banknote of 50,000 taels has yielded the equivalent of 100 million taels in utility. Techniques such as the wind-chasing moonstepping, golden bell shield, azure spirit heart-sealing palm, sanglong 3-stage fist, yin-yang fatal blade, golden light illusory sun sword, and the blazing burst spear, among countless others, have all been thoroughly explored within the martial arts forge. The 50,000 taels in his possession have been utilized beyond measure. Each simulation garners him several hundred simulation coins at most, or at least breaks even, and after so many iterations, his stockpile of simulation coins has reached quite a commendable amount. Personal wallet, 4465. Even with this simplified and swift textual rendition, after so many simulations, Lin Chujin feels a wave of vexation wash over him, nearly overwhelming him. Although fatigue accumulates within him, the rewards he reaps render it all worthwhile. Through this relentless grind akin to a gaming devotee, he has honed his skills in every conceivable form of weaponry: swords, sabers, spears, staves, fists, palms, fingers, and legs, even including his protective martial arts, each practiced to the utmost limit. He can now be considered virtually devoid of weaknesses, rightfully deserving the title of a hexagonal warrior. The only slight drawback remains his cultivation level, which still lingers at the peak of the 5th rank. Despite his vital energy brimming to the point of saturation, without comprehending the essence, he cannot ascend to the realm of a 4th-rank martial artist. To master the essence, one must first cultivate the spirit within. It seems that hiding behind the simulator offers no assistance in nurturing such spirit, Lin Chujin mutters to himself, rising to leave the dilapidated courtyard. From the moment he stepped in until his departure, scarcely an hour has passed in reality, yet his overall perception has transformed entirely. At this moment, he finds little excitement towards fellow 5th-rank martial artists. Even those 4th-rank warriors who have grasped a portion of the essence pose no threat to him. Only those 4th-rank warriors who have traversed far along the path of spirit can exert pressure upon him. "Hero, are you leaving already?" Just as he steps out of the courtyard, he encounters the young Song Dao approaching him. At this moment, he bears an array of tools on his shoulder, evidently intent on dutifully arranging the courtyard for Lin Chujin's comfort. Lin Chujin glances at Song Dao, then with a soft chuckle, lightly waves his hand, causing the cold moon treasure blade at his waist to tumble before Song Dao's sheath, and all of the blade's hilt plunges into the bluestone floor, embedding itself a foot deep. "Hero, this is..." Startled, Song Dao's body trembles with excitement. A manual is tossed into his hands, the cover emblazoned with the character's white tiger blade technique. "Hero, I cannot accept such a generous gift," he exclaims, lowering his head and raising the white tiger blade technique manual with both hands, offering it back to Lin Chujin. In that fleeting moment of thought, he arrives at this difficult decision. To be honest, he feels a genuine sense of trepidation. His acquaintance with this youthful hero has not been born of particularly favorable circumstances, and assisting in finding a place to stay was merely a small favor done in passing. How could he accept such a lavish reward with a clear conscience? Yet, in response to Song Dao's demeanor, a knowing smile graces Lin Chujin's face. He certainly has his reasons. For Song Dao, this is merely a trivial act of helping someone find temporary shelter. However, for Lin Chujin himself, the small courtyard serves as the very place where he has tirelessly exploited the martial arts forge's resources through endless simulations. He only considers the benefits he has accrued. At this moment, the cold moon treasure blade and the white tiger blade technique have become superfluous to him, hardly worth mentioning. He has long mastered the white tiger blade technique, and the cold moon treasure blade is a weapon that doesn't even rank among the top 100 in the weapons list. He could shatter it with a single punch, rendering its existence inconsequential. Yet, these are precisely the items that Song Dao yearns for, and using them to repay his kindness is perfectly fitting. He offers no further explanation to Song Dao, swiftly employing the wind-chasing moonstepping technique, allowing himself to float away as if gliding through the air. With clarity of thought and a heart unburdened, he feels a subtle stirring within, as if the profound essence is gradually taking root. The blood demon cult Saintess, would she afford her avatar the chance to flee if I were to confront her now? Contemplating this, Lin Chujin hastens back to the Jinwu Division. Chapter 41. As long as young Master Lin can show leniency at the Jinwu Division of Sanjiang County. Chief Officer Luani gazes at Lin Chujin before him, his heart quivering slightly. He had long been aware of the other's breakthrough to the 5th rank, however, after merely a short span of over an hour. Upon seeing Lin Chujin again, he finds himself struggling to bear standing before him, his hair standing on end, cold sweat pouring forth. This sensation surpasses even what he has felt in the presence of the silver badge officers within the Jinwu Division. Thus, how could it be that the 18-year-old Lin Chujin, having just recently broken through to the 5th rank, possesses strength that surpasses those silver badges who have labored in this field for many years? How is this possible, young hero Lin? Are you prepared? Luani endeavors to suppress his inner trepidation, attempting to appear cheerful. He had been prepared for Lin Chujin to abscond with the funds, yet unexpectedly, This young hero adheres to his commitments and arrives as promised. Lin Chujian nods with a smile, although his stockpile of simulation coins is considerable. Without comprehending the essence, continuing to simulate would scarcely yield any further enhancement in strength. Given this, it would be prudent to resolve the matter promptly, alleviating the burden from his mind. Then please follow me, young hero Lin. I shall disguise you first, though time is somewhat pressing, my skills are still sufficient to manage. Luani feels a surge of joy, but before he can finish his sentence, Lin Chujian interrupts. Disguise? There's no need. Lin Chujian strides towards the exit. As Luani stands in a state of bewilderment. Lin Chujian tosses back a remark. I shall take my leave first. If you have the silver badge officer arrive, please let him come as well. With that, Lin Chujian steps into the void and swiftly soars away, leaving Luani behind, utterly astonished. He realizes that the higher-ups have dispatched a silver badge officer. Within the Jinwu division, Luani once again feels the situation spiraling beyond his control. Lin Chujian had known about their arrangement for a silver badge officer all along. Would he still exert himself to assist? In Sanjiang County, Lin Chujian employs the river-level lightness skill, wind-chasing moonstepping, moving gracefully through the gentle breeze. He is fully aware that his abrupt statement will bring immense shock and confusion to Luani. However, this is an essential step. After multiple simulations, Lin Chujian has gained confidence in handling the blood demon cult Saintus, Du Shiji, on his own, yet, this does not mean he should allow Luani to take advantage of him. He can assist in confronting Du Shiji, as it closely intertwines with his own interests. However, he must also express his own stance. Therefore, mentioning the existence of the silver badge officer serves to inform Luani that his little schemes are entirely within Lin Chujian's control. With Luani's shrewdness, he will undoubtedly refrain from showing any semblance of disdain towards him in the future. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chujian accelerates his pace, swiftly arriving at the dilapidated temple within the desolate mountains. Despite this being his first visit in reality, the myriad occurrences within the simulator evoke a sense of déjà vu. This time, he does not carry another Iron Badge officer. He still remembers the secret signal to summon Elder Zhao of the Blood Demon cult. Yet he is disinclined to use it. Drawing upon the impressions from previous simulations, he extends a hand, focusing on the space before him, and slowly strikes downwards. A boom. Instantly, a tremor akin to an earthquake reverberates as his hand descends, unleashing hundreds of feet of blade energy from above. At the peak of the 5th rank, his vital energy is fiercely radiant, descending upon the world like a blazing sun. This first execution of the White Tiger breaking army technique exudes an intensity far surpassing all previous attempts. As the earth shakes and the mountains tremble, the dilapidated temple is instantly reduced to dust, vanishing forever within these desolate mountains. Where the temple once stood, a terrifying chasm, 2 zhang wide, now gapes open before him. And beneath this chasm lies a hollow pit. Through the fearsome opening created by his strike, Lin Chujian glimpses a vast blood pool below. Indeed, the impressions gained from the simulation process were accurate. The position he has struck is perfectly aligned. At the center of the blood pool beneath, a frail figure sits upon a stone platform, now gazing upwards in shock upon recognizing Lin Chujian's visage. Du Shiji's expression shifts from astonishment to incredulity. She never anticipated that their paths would cross again so soon, and in such a manner. She below, and Lin Chujian above. How could it be you? Du Shiji, unable to comprehend, utters a phrase devoid of substance. Why could it not be me? At long last, confronted by Du Shiji in the tangible realm, Lin Chujiu found himself at a loss regarding his sentiments. Instinctively responding with a rather trivial remark, yet, it was evident that time did not favor a nostalgic exchange between the two. Bold lunatic, how dare you pry into the secrets of the holy sect? As in the previous simulated sequences, the clandestine stronghold of the Blood Demon sect was sparsely populated, consisting solely of Du Shiji and Elder Zhao. Of course, upon casting a glance at the horrifying and eerie blood pool, Lin Chujiu harbored a certain suspicion. Perhaps the others had long since been transformed into sustenance for the sanguine basin. Elder Zhao lunged forward, showcasing the prowess of a 6th-tier martial artist with remarkable finesse. The crimson true energy surged, revealing his profound mastery of blood refinement techniques. Lin Chujiu remained motionless, casually exhaling a breath. A white ribbon shot forth, instantaneously reaching Elder Zhao's front, with eyes wide open in fury. Elder Zhao valiantly resisted. However, it was futile. Under the overwhelming advantage of the astral energy over true energy, he was pierced through the chest by the white ribbon, falling back like a kite with severed strings. Utterly silent, after effortlessly dispatching Elder Zhao, Lin Chujiu regarded Du Shiji below with a calm demeanor, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Yet, Du Shiji found it exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure. Ignoring the fallen elder Zhao, her gaze fixated on Lin Shujio, her pupils constricting sharply. Fifth-tier astral energy. Indeed, Lin Shujio nodded with an air of tranquility. However, hearing his affirmative response, Du Shiji struggled to maintain her composure. The individual before her had previously been merely an 8th-tier martial artist. How had he, in just a few days, mastered the astral energy characteristic of a 5th-tier martial artist, even as the saintess of the Blood Demon sect? Capable of utilizing numerous incarnations, it would be arduous for her to achieve such rapid progress without ample lessons from the blood pool. Lin Shujio's strength truly intimidated her. Young Master Lin, must we truly meet in life or death? Du Shiji decided to initiate a dialogue, asserting that should Lin Shujio show mercy, she would assuredly repay the favor in the future. As she spoke, her demeanor exuded sincerity. Miss Du, I have previously slain your father and several members of the Du family, compelling you to reveal your whereabouts. I find it hard to believe that you would possess such a good-natured temperament. Willing to let bygones be bygones, Lin Shujio shook his head, clearly skeptical. What if I were to say that Du Chun was merely a follower I developed, not my biological father? Surprisingly, Du Shiji did not display anger at Lin Shujio's sharp retort. Instead, she calmly revealed a certain secret. Yes, that's so. No wonder I noticed your lack of sorrow. Lin Shujio nodded thoughtfully, then earnestly stated, perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest, before his words could fully escape. He clenched his right fist and struck downward. Boom! A terrifying wave of astral energy surged forth with his punch. Du Shiji had not anticipated his sudden aggression. Her form hovering above the blood pool was instantly obliterated into a mist of crimson. On the ground, Lin Shujio's next punch had already descended. Miss Du, regardless of what you say, I firmly believe that for a faithful encounter such as ours, one must perish for the other to find peace. Chapter 42. Truly, is it you? The fist technique Lin Shujio employed was the Sanglong Sandai fist. Unlike the external hard techniques such as the Kaishan fist, Sanglong Sandai fist was a legitimate martial art. Capable of fully harnessing the power of a 5th-tier martial artist's astral energy, it was evident that this was a river-level martial art he had painstakingly cultivated on the 3rd floor of the weapon forging tower. The strength of a river-level martial art was undeniably extraordinary. With a single punch, Lin Shujio felt his astral energy surging within him like a turbulent tide, crashing forth in relentless waves. Each strike was akin to a tempest, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake for whatever stood before it. Du Shiji met a similar fate. Under Lin Shujio's Sanglong punch, her form was shattered into a cloud of blood mist, devoid of any ability to resist. Yet, upon confronting this blood mist, Lin Shujio did not allow himself to rejoice prematurely. With a swift motion, he unleashed another punch, still utilizing that Sanglong Sandai fist. Each successive punch was more potent than the last. Boom! The resounding roar echoed through the desolate mountains as the blood mist was engulfed by the astral energy, transforming into a more dispersed, ethereal crimson haze. This punch did not cease in its momentum, crashing down into the blood pool below. Like a mountain crashing into water, the pool of blood erupted outward with tremendous force, spraying in all directions. The basin that contained it was reduced to a chaotic pit under the might of his strike. Clenching his fist and feeling the depletion of his astral energy, Lin Shujio let out a sigh of regret. Had he been able to unleash the ultimate technique of the Sanglong Sandai fist, it was likely that a single, gentle punch could have obliterated this blood demon sect stronghold along with Du Shiji. Indeed, the Sanglong Sandai fist was formidable. However, as a river-level martial art, its ultimate technique was beyond the capabilities of a mere 5th-tier martial artist like him. For the time being, this was a slight disappointment. He estimated that in order to execute the ultimate technique of a river-level martial art, he would likely need to attain comprehension and become a 4th-tier martial artist. The blood mist ahead began to coalesce once more, prompting Lin Shujio to act without delay, delivering punch after punch with fervor. As he struck repeatedly, he began to experience an unusual sensation regarding the flow of his astral energy. Sanglong Sandai fist was a vigorous martial art, brimming with the sensation of surging tides. As this experience washed over him, Lin Shujio felt as though a mighty river surged within, his blood crashing against the banks with fervor. Could this be intent? Instinctively, he sought to grasp this profound feeling. Regrettably, this sensation was elusive. As Lin Shujio concentrated on it, it vanished like snow on a warm spring day, leaving no trace behind, though the feeling dissipated in an instant. Lin Shujio did not lament excessively. Capturing even a glimmer of intense essence was commendable. He did not harbor the greed to fully comprehend it all at once, returning his focus to the present. He unleashed another punch, the sound of crashing waves becoming increasingly audible, and its power evidently amplified. The initial inkling of understanding was not without merit. at the very least, he had made further progress in mastering that Sanlung Sandai fist. With a resounding crash, the sound of surging waves reverberated, scattering the surrounding blood mist once more. This time, the unleashed astral energy surged like a tide, further dispersing the blood mist into minuscule fragments. In the presence of Lin Shujio, now at the peak of the 5th tier, Du Shiji appeared to possess little to no means of retaliation, just as Lin Shujio prepared to strike again. The dissipated blood mist quivered violently, and a dark blood shadow stealthily emerged, shooting away into the distance. Had this been their first encounter with such a scenario, Lin Shujio might have been somewhat flustered. However, having undergone numerous simulations, he understood that this was Du Shiji, the saintess of the blood demon sect, attempting to abandon the remaining essence of blood and escape in her incarnated state. He was uncertain of the consequences of allowing her to flee. Yet it was evident that this was something he needed to prevent. With a swift leap, he propelled himself into the air, the chasing wind and moonlight step, or river-level lightness technique, when fully unleashed. Promised remarkable speed, the dark blood shadow had evidently fled at an astonishing pace, yet Lin Shujio, employing the chasing wind and moonlight step, managed to closely pursue Dai in the blink of an eye. The blood shadow and Lin Shujio had distanced themselves from the stronghold. In a flash, two figures hastening from Sanjiang County were taken aback, halting in their tracks as they gazed at the retreating forms. What was that just now? Zheng Tongpai stared in astonishment at Lin Shujio, who had vanished into the distance. Liu Ani was equally taken aback, shaking his head as he forced himself to regain composure. Indeed, it is him. If I am not mistaken, the blood shadow ahead is undoubtedly the incarnated imprint of the blood demon sect saintess. We should turn back and follow. There is no need to proceed further. All right. Zheng Tongpai remained silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring with their strength, do you really think we can keep up? This soul-searching question rendered Luani speechless. Eventually, he struggled to shake his head, stating Luin Pai is on his way here. He happens to be ahead and should be able to intercept them, regardless of whether we are of assistance. We must at least show our intentions. The two exchanged glances, mutually understanding each other's thoughts, and then dashed forward with renewed determination. Boom! As they drew nearer, the thunderous roar of explosions filled their ears. In the distance, a colossal jade hand descended from the sky, crashing down with such force that trees were uprooted, and dust filled the air. Zhang Tongpai instinctively swallowed hard, whispering, I think we should just stay here. Luani, unusually taciturn, merely nodded in silent agreement. Clearly, the incarnated imprint of the blood demon sect saintess was employing her most formidable techniques. With their current strength, advancing would be tantamount to courting death. Uncertain, one wonders whether Lin Shujio, a 5th-grade martial artist, can withstand the unrestrained assaults of the blood demon sect saintess. As the clouds of dust dissipate, Lin Shujio finds himself standing upon a carpet of fluttering autumn leaves. Gently descending to the ground, Miss Du, your methods are indeed quite intimidating in their power, yet your speed and accuracy leave much to be desired. Earlier, when the blood demon sect saintess's clone imprint was pursued, Du Shiji, with fierce determination, unleashed her jade hand attack without hesitation. Alas, while the jade hand's power was formidable, its speed fell short, allowing Lin Shujio, employing the wind-chasing moon-treading technique, to effortlessly evade it. Master Lin, I acknowledge your strength, but do you truly wish to pursue a path of mutual destruction? Allow me to offer you a word of caution. The outcome may very well be a burden you cannot bear. The voice of Du Shiji, somewhat hoarse, emanated from the jade hand. Driven to such desperation by Lin Shujio, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her previously gentle tone, now tinged with exasperation, yet Lin Shujio merely smiled faintly, replying, Miss Du, do not attempt to intimidate me. Without the sustenance of the blood pool, how long can the meager essence contained within this clone imprint sustain such assaults? Who says I possess only that little essence? Came the derisive laughter from the jade hand, which suddenly detonated, transforming into 3 smaller jade hands. One larger hand advanced toward Lin Shujio, while the 2 smaller ones darted off in different directions. Lin Shujio furrowed his brow, fully aware of Du Shiji's intentions to eye in those other directions. One was the pursuing Luani and Zheng Tongpai, while the other figure charged forth like a rampaging bull. Indeed, it was Luin Pai, a presence previously encountered during the simulation. To attempt to seize essence to replenish oneself, such naivety. With a cold snort, Lin Shujio bent his fingers and forcefully flicked them forward. Bang! The 2 sounds merged into one as 2 invisible forces struck the smaller jade hands, causing them to shatter simultaneously. The thunderclap finger, another martial art of the river level mastered by Lin Shujio, was swift as lightning. Though its power may not rival that Sanglong threefold fist, in terms of attack speed, it was unparalleled among Lin Shujio's various martial arts. It was the most suitable response to such an unexpected turn of events. In that moment, Lin Shujiao found himself grateful for the diligence of his past efforts. Indeed, the rewards of hard work are plentiful. A hexagonal warrior without weaknesses is truly formidable. Yet, another jade hand had already approached Lin Shujiao. And following a premeditated explosion, a dozen blood shadows surged forth from all directions, aiming to envelop him. Master Lin, how naive you are. Chapter 43, we shall meet again in the desolate clearing. As Du Shiji triumphantly uttered those words, the dozen blood shadows had already pounced upon Lin Shujiao in an instant. For this moment, she had evidently plotted for a considerable time, the earlier transformation of the jade hand into three. Launching attacks in other directions was merely a ruse to divert Lin Shujiao's attention, compelling him to engage with the flying jade hands and leaving him oblivious to the imminent changes nearby. In the blink of an eye, as the jade hands transformed into multiple blood shadows, they descended upon Lin Shujiao, ready to invade his very being. Should they penetrate his body, the consequences would be dire. Elation surged within Du Shiji, already difficult to contain. The Lin Shujiao before her had progressed far too swiftly in his cultivation, evidently a prodigious young talent. If she could seize his body, the loss of the blood pool would pale in comparison. Blood Demon Soul Seizure. At that moment, she summoned her remaining strength to execute this long-conceived strategy. Success would herald a vast expanse of possibilities, fundamentally altering her desperate fate. Yet alas, her expectations were dashed as events unfolded contrary to her desires. As the blood shadows lunged toward Lin Shujiao, attempting to penetrate his form, they were met with an unexpected barrier. Lin Shujiao's skin was as tough as gold or iron, impervious to their intrusion. Du Shiji discerned the robustness of his physique, clearly indicative of some form of external martial training. However, she believed this did not suffice to withstand the blood demoness assault. No matter how formidable the external techniques. It was inconceivable that a martial artist of Lin Shujiao's caliber could have cultivated to the extent of sealing all his pores. As long as they could make contact, the blood shadows would infiltrate. Yet, at that moment, the situation had evidently spiraled beyond her control. As Du Shiji pondered in confusion, a golden light began to emanate from Lin Shujiao's exterior, rapidly expanding outward. In an instant, a thick layer of golden radiance enveloped him. Extending 3 feet from his skin. Likewise, the blood shadows were repelled to that same distance. This formidable golden light formed a protective barrier around him. Only then did Lin Shujiao gently curl his lips into a smirk. Replying, Miss Du, your aspirations to seize my body are far too fanciful. The golden bell shield, with the blood demon soul seizure foiled, a voice colder than the chill of winter echoed amidst the dissipating blood shadows. Although Du Shiji's figure remained unseen, Lin Shujiao could easily imagine her gnashing her teeth in sheer fury. Indeed, it is the golden bell shield. I did not expect you to recognize it. Observing the astonished faces of the two figures standing at a distance, Lin Shujiao felt no urgency, surprisingly engaging Du Shiji in conversation. Her demeanor was evidently far from pleasant. As the blood shadows coalesced once more, they formed her silhouette, the crimson veils billowing like flames. Her expression darkening. Of course I recognize it. The Golden Bell Shield is a renowned defensive martial art of the Mahayana Temple, a prominent sect in millennia past. Few martial artists in the world would remain unaware of this technique. The figure formed from the blood shadows appeared notably insubstantial, and a new expression of puzzlement crossed Du Shiji's face. While attaining 5th grade mastery is commendable, how is it that you have also mastered boxing, lightness techniques, finger techniques, and even the Golden Bell Shield? Each of these requires extensive dedication and time to cultivate. At your age, how have you managed to master them all? Lin Shujiao merely smiled in silence. There was no need to elaborate. The Golden Bell Shield was indeed a product of his relentless efforts in the forge of martial arts, although it was a formidable technique from the Mahayana Temple. It had long since spread among numerous disciples, and the temple could only turn a blind eye for ordinary martial artists. Mastering one technique demands immense effort, but for Lin Shujiao, it merely entailed additional simulations. It was precisely because of this formidable defensive martial art that he could confidently allow Du Shiji to approach him. After all, having been possessed once, he would never allow himself to fall into such a predicament again. He refrained from further comment, instead clenching his right fist and delivering a seemingly slow yet swift punch of the Sunlong threefold fist. At that moment appeared distinctly different from before. As his fist struck forth, the sound of surging tides grew ever stronger. Boom! The punch landed, leaving Du Shiji, who stood within arm's reach, with no chance to evade. In truth, after such a prolonged escape, coupled with her earlier division of the Jade Hand, the essence within her clone imprint had been nearly depleted. She resigned herself to inaction. Under the might of Lin Shujiao's Sanglong threefold fist, only the faintest remnant of her shadow remained, swaying precariously in the torrent of his force. On the verge of vanishing entirely, clearly under this blow, Du Shiji, who had relentlessly pursued Lin Chujia throughout the simulation, was about to be utterly obliterated, yet, at that moment, there was no trace of fear upon her countenance. Instead, she bore a semblance of relief. Master Lin, we shall meet again. With a whoosh, the second stage of the Sunlong threefold fist erupted, and the blood shadows before him shattered, scattering like leaves in the wind. In this world, Du Shiji would exist no more. Observing the spot where she had vanished, Lin Chujiao's gaze was tranquil, his expression calm. He slowly retracted his fist and whispered, "Even if we do meet again, it will not be you." He understood her implication. The blood demon Sex Saintess's clones were scattered throughout the world. While he had eliminated one, many others remained, however, even should other blood demon Sex Saintesses appear. They would not be the Du Shiji of the present. Those clones might possess lesser power, or perhaps even greater. Such distant matters did not occupy Lin Chujiao's thoughts. He was solely focused on the task at hand. He turned his attention forward, where three figures had gathered, approaching him with timely precision. A wry smile graced Lin Chujiao's face, concealing his thoughts in an inscrutable manner. Among the trio stood Lu Yinbai, a fifth-grade martial artist, who regarded him with narrowed eyes, exuding an air of caution. Lin Chujiao's clash with the blood demon Sex Saintess had not gone unnoticed by him, even in their brief encounter. It was evident that Lin Chujia was no ordinary fifth-grade martial artist. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Luani, truly deserving of the title of a great chief constable, suddenly burst into hearty laughter amidst the somber atmosphere. Congratulations to Lin Yinbai. To single-handedly slay the avatar of the blood demon Sex Saintess, such prowess is indeed astonishing, he exclaimed. Yinbai. Lin Chujia found herself momentarily unable to follow Luani's train of thought, her expression darkening. Did you not say that you had no authority over the promotion to Yinbai? How is it that I am now referred to as such? Sensing Lin Chujiao's imposing aura, Luani could not help but shudder internally. Stealing a glance at Lu Yinbai, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Young hero Lin, you need not worry. With your accomplishments, your promotion to Yinbai is already a foregone conclusion. The remaining formalities are merely a formality." However, Lin Chujiao ignored Luani, her gaze fixing upon the fifth-grade martial artist. "What do you think, sir?" Despite Luani's frantic gestures, Lu Yinbai, a fifth-grade martial artist, nodded heavily. While it is true that the promotion to Yinbai requires upper-level notification, given young hero Lin's achievements, the Jinwu division will undoubtedly welcome you with open arms should you wish to join. Having witnessed Lin Chujiao's strength, Lu Yinbai evidently accepted her prowess. Directly addressing her as young hero, Lin Chujiao nodded and turned to leave. Since she had not yet officially taken office, there was no need for her to clock in immediately. Yet, just as she lifted her foot to depart, Lu Yinbai's voice called out from behind her, "Young hero Lin, please wait. I have a matter to request." Chapter 44. I just need to relieve myself by the banks of the Lansong River. Lin Chujiao stood alongside Lu Yinbai, gazing at the surging waters. Lu Yinbai's request was indeed related to their current mission. Initially, Lin Chujiao considered declining. Although she would soon become a Yinbai constable, she was not yet in that position. To rush to assist at the mere request of another would seem undignified. However, a single remark from Lu Yinbai changed her mind. This matter pertained to the frontier soldiers, as there were spies colluding with the sea tribes, intending to harm the frontier forces. That simple statement prompted Lin Chujiao to re-evaluate her decision. This world comprised numerous great domains, each occupied by various factions engaged in perpetual conflict. Lin Chujiao found herself within the realm of the Great Xin dynasty, which bordered multiple factions, with many frontiers to consider. Lu Yinbai was referring to a region adjacent to the sea tribes. The Great Xin dynasty had once endured a catastrophic war with the sea tribes, resulting in heavy casualties. Following that brutal conflict, both sides exercised restraint, entering a phase of recuperation. Lin's father had participated in that battle, suffering severe injuries that led to the loss of a leg. Yet, he ultimately survived. Afterward, he returned to his hometown of Wulio County and became a constable. Despite his disability, he remained one of the most formidable constables of his time. However, his health deteriorated due to the injuries sustained in that war, and he passed away prematurely. Thus, if this was within her capabilities, Lin Chujiao found it difficult to refuse. Lu Yinbai, we shall accompany you. Beside them, Luani's eyes flickered as he inquired of Lu Yinbai. Although he held the position of chief constable in the Sanjiang County's Jinwu division, he still had to lower his stance before a Yinbai. Not necessary. With your capabilities, you would be of little assistance. I might even need to divert my attention to look after you, which would be cumbersome, Lu Yinbai declared, dismissively waving his hand, seemingly disregarding the feelings of the two bronze constables. Lin Yinbai, let us proceed. When he turned to Lin Chujiao again, his demeanor had completely shifted. Furthermore, he followed Luani's example, directly addressing Lin Chujiao as Yin Bai. This not only bridged the distance between them but also fostered a sense of belonging to the Jinwu division. Encouraging greater dedication. Let us go. Lin Chujiao glanced at the two bronze constables, nodded, and leaped toward the river. The river wind howled, and in an instant, she had soared over 100 feet. Liu Yin Bai's lightness of foot was astonishing. Once again feeling the overwhelming pressure of Lin Chujiao's strength, the two bronze constables exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment. Meanwhile, Liu Yin Bai had already leaped onto the river's surface, with a resounding crash. Liu Yin Bai's muscles coiled tightly as he propelled himself off the water, sending ripples and explosive sounds reverberating through the air. Each leap seemed to send him soaring 10 feet further, powerful enough to crack the water's surface beneath him. Is this considered lightness of foot? The bronze constable Zhang, stunned by Lin Chujiao's earlier display, was momentarily taken aback by Liu Yin Bai's performance. I'm not entirely sure. Before joining the Jinwu division, Liu Yin Bai was a disciple of the mountain moving sect. So you know how that goes. From high above, gliding on the wind, Lin Chujiao observed Liu Yin Bai's impressive display on the water's surface and nodded in approval. Quite interesting. Descending, she lightly tapped the water's surface with her toes, sending a fish that had just emerged to the surface plunging back down before leaping forward once more. Even a fifth-grade martial artist could not sustain flight indefinitely. It was only natural to seek leverage after traversing a distance. The startled fish, frightened by the sudden disturbance, dove deeper into the water. After 7 seconds of fleeting memory, it attempted to resurface. With a thunderous roar, the water erupted with turbulent waves, accompanied by an overwhelming force that surged through. The fortunate koi, caught in this sheer power, was instantly rendered dazed, its body drifting aimlessly. Liu Yin Bai, of course, was unaware that his focused passage had left a certain koi utterly bewildered. The two continued on. Swiftly arriving at their destination, Lin Chujiao's emotions were somewhat conflicted. This place was, unexpectedly, the Lianjiang Water Fort, where she had spent considerable time during the simulation years ago. The Lianjiang Water Fort had invited her to join, and its leader was a man of notable character. Lin Chujiao found it hard to believe that such a man could be colluding with the sea tribes. Liu Yin Bai, are you certain that the spy is the leader of the Lianjiang Water Fort? Liu Yin Bai nodded. The intelligence I received clearly states, the individual is the leader of the Lianjiang Water Fort. Secret supplies have been transported to the fort. The informant, who risked their life to relay this message, leaves no room for doubt. Shall we proceed with direct action? Lin Chujiao inquired, not wishing to dwell on the past connection she had with the fort's leader, given the gravity of the situation concerning the frontier. She understood the necessity of making the right decision. Not yet. Liu Yin Bai shook his head. To ensure absolute caution, we need a plan. I will charge in head-on, while you, with your remarkable lightness of foot, should flank them and cut off their escape routes. Lin Chujiao found Liu Yin Bai's seriousness somewhat perplexing. Liu Yin Bai, to my knowledge, the leader of the Lianjiang Water Fort is merely a 6th-grade martial artist, comparable in strength to bronze constables like Zhang De. Such caution truly warranted. Yet Liu Yin Bai, with a grave expression, waved his hand dismissively. Though the leader may lack strength, there could be accomplices from the sea tribes nearby. Precautions must be taken. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Lin Chujiao felt somewhat exasperated, sensing that she had been misled. Nevertheless, it did not seem too late. She deftly leaped backward to Lin Yin Bai. Liu Yin Bai glanced at the Lianjiang Water Fort ahead and then at Lin Chujiao, who was retreating, momentarily taken aback. Having come this far, could it be that Lin Chujiao was having second thoughts? It was fortunate he had heeded Luani's advice and refrained from disclosing the full truth prior to their arrival. Curse you, Luani, your schemes may be effective, but what of the fist? Thankfully, Liu Yin Bai's greatest fear did not materialize. As Lin Chujiao soared backward, she called out, Liu Yin Bai, please wait. I need to relieve myself. Without acknowledging Liu Yin Bai's astonishment, she sought out a secluded patch of reeds and dove, and Lin Chujiao had no intention of actually relieving herself. Once within the reeds, she initiated a simulation. Consuming 200 simulation coins, she began the process. Without comprehending the intent, further simulation would not enhance her strength. However, it could serve other purposes. Outside the reeds, Liu Yin Bai did not have to wait long before Lin Chujiao emerged, exuding an air of confidence. Having chosen to retain her memories from the simulation, she offered Liu Yin Bai a serene smile. Liu Yin Bai, let us begin. Chapter 45. Half-sea people outside the Lianjiang Water Fort. Liu Yin Bai watched as Lin Chujiao approached. Sensing that she had undergone a transformation, there was an aura of confidence about her, as though she had a well-laid plan. Nonetheless, Liu Yin Bai did not dwell on it, given Lin Chujiao's earlier display of strength against the blood demon sect Saintus. A certain level of confidence was only natural. Lin Bai, I entrust everything to you. With that, Lu Yingbai turned and charged toward the Lianjiang waterford like a rampaging bull, observing Lu Yingbai's ferocious advance. Lin Chujiao could not help but shake her head. Truly a warrior returning from the frontier, she mused. This resembles less of a martial engagement and more of a full frontal assault. Meanwhile, as Lu Yingbai surged ahead, Lin Chujiao remained unhurried, leisurely following in his wake. If Lu Yingbai were to glance back at this moment, his head would undoubtedly be filled with question marks. This was not in accordance with their previous agreement. He had instructed Lin Chujiao to remain behind, intending for him to lie in wait as a trump card. Unfortunately, having already mastered the strategy of the instance through simulation, Lin Chujiao did not adhere to his plan at all. With a thunderous crash, Lu Yingbai charged like a rampaging bull into the outer wall of the Lianjiang water fortress, breaching it and crashing through the opening into the interior. He found himself within the confines of the fortress. But the strange scent wafting to his nostrils left him momentarily dazed. Something is amiss, Lu Yingbai remarked, not pausing to consider why Lin Chujiao had followed him inside. He merely uttered those words in a daze. Indeed, there was something unsettling. The atmosphere within the Lianjiang water fortress felt eerily calm, and there was a faint hint of blood in the air. Could it be? A shiver ran down Lu Yingpai's spine as he abruptly turned to Lin Chujiao. Don't, Lin Chujiao said, shaking his head with irritation. Stepping past Lu Yingpai and moving forward, this left Lu Yingpai behind, watching Lin Chujiao navigate the fortress with an ease that suggested profound familiarity, as if he were strolling through his own garden. Bewildered, Lu Yingpai could only follow in Lin Chujiao's wake. As for their previously agreed upon battle plan, what was that? Following Lin Chujiao's lead, the two quickly arrived outside the assembly hall of the Lianjiang water fortress. Sensing the sounds emanating from within, Lu Yingpai prepared to rush in, only to be gently restrained by Lin Chujiao. The latter's demeanor clearly indicated that he should wait and assess the situation first. Thus, the two concealed themselves outside the assembly hall, listening intently. Both were fifth-grade martial artists, possessing excellent control over their own bodies, and as long as they were determined to hide, it was not difficult to avoid detection by those inside the assembly hall. Through a small hole poked in the paper of the window, they could observe the interior. The assembly hall was in disarray, with spilled drinks soaking the floor and a dozen individuals sprawled out. Unconscious or worse. An elderly man with a goat-like beard sat at a table, drenched in sweat, pointing accusatorily at a middle-aged man across from him. Gu Pengfei, you are despicable. Can you truly face the ancestors of the Luoshui sect after this? The middle-aged man remained unfazed, responding calmly. Shu Pengfei did not wish to resort to such measures, but if you, as a fifth-grade martial artist, do not employ some tricks, I fear you cannot be restrained. Do you think this mere poison can kill me? Pengfei, you may excel in many respects, but your understanding of fifth-grade martial prowess is woefully inadequate. The goat-bearded elder scoffed, his gaze turning icy. Even if I am poisoned, you must still keep me at bay. There are others in the fortress, and you cannot manage both fronts. However, the goat-bearded elder was met with no trace of surprise on Gu Pengfei's face. His expression remained calm, even bearing a hint of chilling resolve. What sent shivers down the goat-bearded elder's spine was Gu Pengfei's cold retort. Naturally, there are those who will deal with you. Shu, have you been drinking to the point of oblivion that you failed to notice something amiss? The scent of blood. At Gu Pengfei's suggestion, the goat-bearded elder inhaled deeply, and thanks to his heightened senses as a fifth-grade martial artist, he detected a series of unusual scents. Those are your brothers from the Lianjiang water fortress, whom you have painstakingly nurtured for so long. Are you truly prepared to destroy them all today? A flicker of pain crossed Gu Pengfei's eyes, yet he took a deep breath, hardening his tone once more. Since they have chosen a different path, they are no longer my brothers. The foundation of the Lianjiang water fortress pales in comparison to this matter. As such a dramatic scene unfolded within the assembly hall. Outside, Lu Yingpai watched with rapt attention. He raised an eyebrow and conveyed his thoughts to Lin Chujiao. I never expected Gu Pengfei to collude with the sea tribes, even resorting to treachery against his own sect and betraying his brothers. What a disgrace! Should we charge in and deal with him now? As a fifth-grade martial artist, it was no challenge for him to communicate through thought. Lin Chujiao merely smiled faintly and replied non-committally. It would be a shame to miss the spectacle. Let us observe a while longer. In the midst of their silent exchange, the assembly hall witnessed a new development among the dozen or so individuals sprawled on the ground. One began to stir. Gu Pengfei was taken aback, gazing at this unfamiliar figure and exclaiming, "You weren't poisoned." Poisoned? The individual rose, twisting his neck and revealing a peculiar smile. With your pathetic human poisons, how could they possibly harm me? I merely indulged in the flavors of your kind for too long and became intoxicated. You humans. Gu Pengfei's pupils contracted in shock as he realized, you are a half-sea person. With that exclamation, he sprang from his seat, his feet spinning like a top, and launched a flurry of strikes at the half-sea person's cheeks. The sounds of impact echoed throughout the hall, and the pale blue energy radiated outward with each kick, turning the assembly hall into a chaotic ruin. However, despite the onslaught, the half-sea individual remained unfazed, extending a hand to grasp Gu Pengfei's leg and flinging him aside with tremendous force. With a crash, Gu Pengfei's body shattered through the assembly hall's wall, creating a large hole, and he was sent hurtling outward, nearly plummeting into the river below. At the side of the gaping hole, two figures stood. Wide-eyed, Lin Shujiu and Lu Yinpai, who at that moment had little interest in Gu Pengfei, their gazes were fixed on the half-sea individual within the hall, and as they observed the scales sprouting on his hands and neck, their expressions grew icy. Half-sea person, Chapter 46. This punch will be powerful. Within the assembly hall of the Lianjiang water fortress, Lu Yinpai's gaze remained locked on the half-sea individual as he addressed Lin Shujiu. Lin Shujiu, I was mistaken. The true threat does not lie with Gu Pengfei, but with his Shu and this half-sea person before us. Indeed, Lin Shujiu showed no sign of surprise at Lu Yinpai's abrupt change of perspective, responding with a calm acknowledgement. Gu Pengfei, I never anticipated you would make such preparations. The goat-bearded elder within the assembly hall glanced at Lin Shujiu and Lu Yinpai, and in a fleeting moment turned to the half-sea person beside him. Esteemed guest, I must trouble you. No one present here can be allowed to escape today. The half-sea person's gaze fell upon Lin Shujiu and Lu Yinpai, and he erupted into manic laughter. How amusing! I can sense the vigor and strength of these two. They bear a resemblance to us half-sea folk. I find myself quite excited. Esteemed guest, do be cautious. If I am not mistaken, those two are the Silver Badge Enforcers from the Jinwu Division. Should they manage to escape, we shall face the terrifying repercussions of the Jinwu Division's wrath, which we are not yet equipped to withstand. The goat-bearded elder cast a cold smile at the now recovering Gu Pengfei. Gu Pengfei, you truly are regressing. I had thought you possessed some backbone, yet you have secretly allied with the Jinwu Division. Suppressing the tumultuous energy surging within him, Gu Pengfei responded with steely resolve. If you can collude with foreign tribes, why can I not cooperate with the Jinwu Division? In truth, as he uttered these words, doubt knotted his mind. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. As the leader of the Lianjiang water fortress, he had maintained a tacit understanding with the Jinwu Division, avoiding any conflicts. He had hoped to resolve this matter independently without tarnishing the reputation of the Luoshui sect. Little did he expect that among the individuals brought by his Shu, there would be a half-sea person with physiology entirely different from that of humans. The poison had proven ineffective, leading to his failure. While he contemplated arguing with his Shu, he was met with a cold expression from Lin Shujiu. Gu, stop wasting breath. If we delay any longer, your brothers will be doomed. A chill ran down Gu Pengfei's spine as he glanced around, biting his lip before sprinting away. The individuals present clearly possessed the strength of 5th-grade martial artists, and as a 6th-grade true Qi practitioner, his presence here would only serve to highlight the strength of the others without contributing further. Gu Pengfei's sudden departure did not go unnoticed by the half-sea individual. With a guttural sound, the half-sea person spat a glob of viscous phlegm, which transformed into a lethal projectile aimed at Gu Pengfei. The projectile whistled through the air, resonating with a sound that indicated it possessed the force of a 5th-grade martial artist's attack. And Gu Pengfei's 6th-grade strength would be insufficient to withstand it. With a roar, Lu Yinpai propelled himself forward like an arrow, intercepting the spittle with a punch that struck it head-on for the first time. Lin Shujiu's expression altered, as a golden light enveloped him, expanding outward in a protective aura. Struck by a powerful punch from Lu Yinpai, the half-sea creature's thick phlegm erupted instantaneously, scattering droplets that shot out in all directions. The first to bear the brunt was Lu Yinpai himself, who found himself drenched in a deluge of the viscous spray. Observing Lin Shujiu's application of the golden bell shield, Lu Yinpai expressed his confusion, saying, Lin Yinpai, fret not, these droplets are not particularly potent. With our physiques, we have nothing to fear, just look. He carelessly wiped his face and approached Lin Shujiu, displaying the remnants of the spray. Lin Shujiu turned pale and swiftly leaped back, distancing himself by 2 zhang. It dawned on him that these warriors were rather unconcerned about hygiene, especially Lu Yinpai, who practiced the external hard techniques, a true anomaly among anomalies. Meanwhile, Gu Pengfei, retreating in haste, heard a resounding boom, and the chill that had enveloped him vanished entirely. He dared not linger any longer and accelerated his escape. Indeed, he is a practitioner of the external hard techniques, he mused. My father once defeated a practitioner of the same, and I had the fortune to taste it. I must say the texture of hard technique practitioners is unparalleled, a flavor I cannot forget. Is that so? Then I believe what unfolds next will be etched in your memory for life. Following this chilling statement, Luin Pai shattered the ground beneath him and charged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at the half-sea creature. With a thunderous crash, his fist landed heavily upon the creature's chest. However, a look of horror began to creep into Luin Pai's eyes. The half-sea creature's torn garments revealed thick scales underneath, which effectively absorbed Luin Pai's formidable strike. Leaving the creature standing resolutely without so much as a step back. Impossible, Luin Pai murmured, his eyes widening in disbelief. Not convinced? Come again. I shall allow you to strike a few more times. My father always said that ingredients must be allowed to move before preparation to enhance their flavor. The old man with the goat-like beard, still seated nearby, burst into laughter. At the height of his amusement, he nearly gasped for breath. Ha, you lot are from the Town Guard's Silver Medal Division, yet you lack knowledge of the half-sea creatures? They not only cultivate certain martial arts of humanity but also possess the formidable physique of the sea folk. Among those of the same rank, they are the strongest. No fourth-rank spirit warrior can compare. No matter how many fifth-rank warriors there are. Luin Pai's countenance fell, clearly realizing the truth of the matter. Although he had ventured to the borders, facing a half-sea creature of the same rank was a first. He had assumed that his years of diligent training in hard techniques would guarantee his superiority, yet, in this moment of confrontation, he understood how naive he had been. Luin Pai, I will hold him off. You must seek out and destroy the secret supplies. Gritting his teeth, Luin Pai unleashed another flurry of punches upon the half-sea creature. At this juncture, he no longer sought victory but merely wished to delay the creature, granting Lin Shujiu a chance to locate and obliterate the secret supplies. If he could accomplish this, the journey would not be in vain. Given Lin Shujiu's remarkable agility, he had faith that this task was within reach, as long as Luin Pai did not lose his composure and charge recklessly like himself. After a futile assault, Luin Pai was sent flying into the air by a kick from the half-sea creature, and as he glanced at Lin Shujiu drifting past him, a question stirred within him. Wrong direction, it's not this way. As he crashed to the ground, he heard Lin Shujiu's voice, the strongest fifth rank. Allow me the opportunity to correct you. With those words, a ferocious sound akin to surging tides filled the hall. Watch closely, foul salted fish, this punch will be formidable. In the gathering hall of the Liang River water stronghold, the tumult of waves reverberated. Lin Shujiu was not in haste to unleash a rapid assault. Instead, he gradually gathered strength, amplifying the power of his impending strike. The half-sea creature, sensing the rising tide of Lin Shujiu's burgeoning force, smirked with disdain. To employ a wave-like punch against a half-sea creature, shall I label you a dreamer or merely naive? The old man with the goat-like beard, observing from the side, wore a similarly derisive expression. When it came to understanding the tides, what could rival the half-sea creatures, save for their kin, the half-sea creature? Poised to absorb the punch's impact, even spread its arms wide, relishing the moment. Interesting, you evoke a fleeting sense of returning to the embrace of the ocean. Meanwhile, Luin Pai, witnessing Lin Shujiu still gathering his strength, felt a surge of urgency. Luin Pai, this is a half-sea creature. This wave-like punch will be ineffective against him. Switch to another style of martial arts. However, it was too late. At this moment, Lin Shujiu resembled a rebellious traveler. Once he made a decision, not even 9 oxen could drag him back. The sound of the tide grew ever louder. The force of the punch manifested in 3 successive waves, each more potent than the last. Lin Shujiu executed that Sanglung sandy fist with full vigor, delivering a triple force strike. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. As Lin Shujiu released his punch, he exhaled a breath that resonated with the force of his blow. Ethereal blue energy coalesced into the form of a colossal wave, surging forward with violent intent. In that moment, Lin Shujiu experienced a profound realization. His body and fist had transformed into the very essence of the tumultuous sea. Boom! The already formidable punch intensified, reaching unprecedented heights. Surging waves crash upon the shore. The ultimate technique of the Sanglung sandy fist, which had never before been successfully executed, emerged seamlessly within his fist. In that instant, it felt as though a great river had descended upon the scene. Outside the water stronghold, the waters of the Longsong River roared in unison, the torrent from the river merging with Lin Shujiu's punch. Hurtling towards the half-sea creature, like a river crushing through, the half-sea creature stood as the hardest of shores, yet under such overwhelming force, it too trembled in fear, with the power of a natural disaster. Everything in the path of Lin Shujiu's punch was swept away, obliterated by the oncoming tide. Nothing could withstand even a moment's resistance, even the half-sea creature, who prided itself as a favored child of the ocean. was no exception. Within that colossal wave, it was but a tiny boat tossed amidst the storm, utterly powerless to dictate its fate. Its body was hurled backward, ravaged by the impact of the tidal punch. The might of that sun-lung sandy fist was truly staggering, as even the half-sea creature, renowned for its strength, could barely endure the onslaught, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. In the gathering hall, the old man with the goat-like beard trembled before the imposing figure of Lin Shujiu. "You are a fourth-rank spirit warrior." After uttering this question, he felt as though all his strength had been drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. He had assumed that fourth-rank warriors were too preoccupied with their own affairs to descend upon this humble Sanjiang county, allowing him to act with impunity. Little did he know a genuine fourth-rank warrior capable of manifesting martial intent stood before him. Martial intent? No, merely a nascent form. Lin Shujiu shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the punch he had just delivered. He had felt on the verge of grasping an elusive essence, yet just as he sensed he was about to reach the pinnacle of his potential, the momentum within him abruptly ceased. At that moment, as the half-sea creature was sent reeling, Lin Shujiu sighed in resignation, understanding the reason behind the stunted surge of his inner energy. The power of that punch had proven sufficient. It alone was enough to subdue the half-sea creature. The motivation for further cultivation of his inner energy had dissipated, as the half-sea creature could provide only a limited sustenance for his growth. Crack! The half-sea creature tumbled from the crumbling cliff face. Lin Shujiu extended his hand, grasping at the air, and a spiraling vortex of energy coalesced, swiftly ensnaring the half-sea creature. Luin Pai, who had already positioned himself behind Lin Shujiu, marveled at the display. How many powerful martial arts does this Lin Yinpai truly command? The swirling energy akin to a tornado dissipated, and the half-sea creature, resembling a lifeless fish, fell with a thud to the ground. Lin Shujiu gazed at the half-sea being before her and lightly inquired, "Luin Bai, is it permissible to kill him?" As her words fell, the half-sea creature quivered, emitting a strange seer-white eye in the midst of this cry. The scales on its body rapidly proliferated, completely enveloping its face in dark, scaly armor. What was once a human visage morphed into that of a fish. This was evidently a transformation specific to the half-sea creature, akin to a power enhancement that augments both offense and defense. However, it was still of no consequence. Lin Shujiu's punch was simply too formidable, with the prowess of a river-level martial art propelled by the essence of her punch. Had he been an ordinary human warrior rather than a physically superior half-sea being, he would likely find himself buried 6 feet under. Despite lying limply on the ground, the half-sea creature's words were imbued with defiance. "Ha, human, you dare not kill me!" Lin Shujiu disregarded the half-sea creature's bravado and instead turned her gaze to the old man with goat-like whiskers beside her. "You say I dare not kill him? What is your perspective?" Under Lin Shujiu's piercing gaze, the old man felt a chill run through him, yet he steeled himself against the discomfort and nodded, saying, "Indeed, I advise you to think carefully. You have no idea how powerful his father truly is." "How powerful?" "A 4th grade, Lin Shujiu replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing her lips as she added, "Soon, I too shall break through and become a 4th grade warrior." The old man with goat-like whiskers shook his head in a mocking manner. "4th grade? You are mistaken. This esteemed guest's father is one of the current sea kings of the half-sea clan. Even human masters would not dare show any disrespect in his presence." His derisive laughter continued. "I urge you to reconsider. Can the trifling Sanjiang county truly withstand the wrath of a sea king?" Lin Shujiu paid no heed to the old man's warnings and instead turned to Luin Bai, asking Luin Bai, "Is the Sea King truly formidable? Do we have any master-level experts in the town martial division, and how does the strength of the gold medal captains measure up?" "The Sea King is indeed powerful, and the gold medal captains are all 4th-grade spirited warriors, but they are not a match," Luin Bai replied with a sneer. "However, our town martial division represents the court's authority over the 9 provinces. How could we lack warriors of comparable strength? The captains above the gold medal are figures that even master warriors fear. Oh, so this fellow can be killed." As she spoke, Lin Shujiu suddenly raised her hand, slicing it downwards with her palm like a blade. An unmatched, sharp energy cleaved through the air, and the half-sea creature's large fish head was instantaneously severed from its body. The head rolled twice on the ground, and within its 2 bulging, pale eyes remained a lingering confusion about the world. Luin Bai stood dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold, utterly distraught. "You can kill him, but I did not mean for you to do it right now. We haven't even extracted their plans yet." In the gathering hall of the Lianjiang water village, Lin Shujiu shrugged her shoulders. "You never specified when I could kill him. I merely acted on impulse." What could Luin Bai do in response? Gazing at Lin Shujiu's innocent expression, he sighed and shook his head. Fine, it's done now. The deed is done, what more can be said?" However, Lin Shujiu had already turned her attention to the old man with goat-like whiskers, Her face adorned with a knowing smile. Rest assured, I have long prepared a backup plan. Hey, old man, do enlighten me. What is your plan? At that moment, the old man appeared somewhat dazed, his eyes remained fixated on the ground. Watching the half-sea creature's rolling head, unable to regain his composure. He had anticipated Lin Shujiao would act, but he had not expected her to do so swiftly and decisively. Should one call it the fearlessness of youth? Or did she truly disregard the formidable Sea King, akin to a master? As his heart trembled, the old man strove to maintain his composure, suppressing the slight tremors of his body. Youngster, when I was reveling in the world, you were still in your mother's womb. Adjust your attitude. Want to know our plan? If you can converse civilly, perhaps I might share a tidbit if I'm in a good mood. Though fear gripped his heart, the old man's head remained held high, his expression one of haughty pride. After witnessing the demise of the half-sea creature, he realized one thing: now he was the sole possessor of the entire plan. Thus, he became a valuable bargaining chip. If they desired to learn the plan, they would inevitably have to go through him. By maintaining a firm stance, he could negotiate with them, ensuring his own safety. The living him was undoubtedly more valuable than the deceased. It must be said, the old veteran was indeed astute. Luin Bai's brow furrowed tightly. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Lin Shujiao's palm struck the old man's face with tremendous force. The old man lost control, his body flying off the chair, spinning twice in the air before crashing down to the ground in a disheveled heap. Clutching his swollen face, he spat out a few bloodied teeth. Staring incredulously at Lin Shujiao, his eyes filled with terror. He simply could not fathom how, despite holding the initiative, she dared to treat him thus. I prefer to communicate through action rather than words. Lin Shujiao remarked, did I not say that actions often carry more persuasive weight than mere words? She extended her palm, flexing her fingers, and offered a bashful smile. I have spoken civilly, if the esteemed elder has been persuaded. Might you share the plan with me? Behind her, Luin Bai buried his face in his hands in despair. He had known that Lin Shujiao would undoubtedly ruin everything. At that moment, a question arose in his mind: was it truly wise to endorse this young Lin as the captain of the town martial division? Events were indeed unfolding in the very direction he had dreaded. The old man with goat-like whiskers sprawled on the ground, began to chuckle coldly, his expression taking on a madcap glee, as if he had nothing left to lose. Very well, you are impressive, a young hero with formidable skills, but I would rather die than divulge even a shred of information. What can you truly do to me? No one could doubt the old man's resolve. While it is true that all humans possess a fear of death, a warrior who has reached the 5th grade possesses an indomitable spirit that cannot be underestimated when hope is lost. The determination to perish alongside it is not something the old man would lack. However, despite the seemingly deadlocked situation, Lin Shujiao merely chuckled, her words light and airy. Is it not simply a jar of Sea King's blood? Why all the secrecy? Sea King's blood? Upon hearing this phrase, Luin Bai's body jolted, his expression turning grave. The old man's pupils dilated in shock, as if he had seen a ghost, trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at Lin Shujiao. Muttering impossible, how could you possibly know? Lin Shujiao smiled enigmatically, for she had already gleaned this information during previous simulations. Of course, the means by which she had extracted the details in those simulations were not for others to know. In essence, what transpired in reality was merely a formality. Everything that followed then unfolded in a logical sequence. Once the psychological barriers were breached, the old man's resolve crumbled, leaving nothing but a willingness to divulge everything. At the riverside Lianjiang water village, Luin Bai held the old man with goat-like whiskers firmly, his expression heavy as he addressed Lin Shujiao. Lin Bai, this matter is of great importance. I must return to the Sihai Prefecture promptly. Perhaps even report to the esteemed captains in the state. You will have to manage things here in Sanjiang County. I will also report your promotion to Silver Captain. Lin Shujiao nodded with a smile. Rest assured, as this matter involves the jurisdiction of the state, it naturally requires timely reporting. I will handle Sanjiang County appropriately. Thank you for your assistance. Understanding Lin Shujiao was not yet the true Silver Captain of the Town Martial Division. Luin Bai took out his own captain's badge and handed it to her. Though Luani is not unwise, it is prudent to lend you my badge for the time being. With this badge, you can command the various captains of Sanjiang County. Lin Shujiao accepted it without hesitation, calmly watching Luin Bai depart across the waves. She understood his urgency. The plans she had extracted from the old man with goat-like whiskers were nothing short of shocking. The Sea Clan had allied with some half-sea beings and a few humans to pour Sea King's blood from their domain into the rivers and seas of the human realm, thus contaminating the waters. It was said that this Sea King's blood had been processed through special methods, capable of causing mutations in normal fish if they were to come into contact with it. Clearly, the drinking water sources of the humans were also part of their contamination scheme. Evidently, these tainted drinking waters, once consumed by humans, could lead to dire consequences. The old man with goat-like whiskers and the half-sea creature before her, possessing fifth-grade strength, were merely responsible for a small segment of the entire plan in Sanjiang County. Within the state capital and other counties, similar events would inevitably transpire, fortunately, as disclosed by the elder with a goat beard. The aquatic tribe scheme currently extends only to a single human state adjacent to their territory. Naturally, as a fifth-tier martial artist, the elder is not the principal figure in this plan. His knowledge is likely limited. Serving merely as a point of reference, Lin Shujiao exhaled softly, and behind him came the sound of footsteps as Gu Pengfei, the chief of Lianjiang Water Fortress, approached. "Thank you, young hero, were it not for your timely assistance, Pengfei would have met a bitter end, and Lianjiang Water Fortress would have been utterly destroyed." Turning around, Lin Shujiao regarded Gu Pengfei, with whom he had shared a brief connection during a prior simulation, and felt a profound calmness within. He gestured dismissively, indicating the matter was trivial, and inquired, "Have you found the items? Most have already been cast into the river, while a small portion has been routed through other channels to the main city of Sanjiang County. If we act swiftly, we should still be able to intercept it. Is the information accurate?" Gu Pengfei hesitated for a moment before nodding, a pained expression crossing his face. "Those men were brothers I once brought along. After questioning them, I personally saw them off." "Understood," Lin Shujiao replied, nodding. He then took flight, soaring over the waters of the Lancang River. "Young hero, I will accompany you." "There's no need." Gu Pengfei, taken aback by the rejection, stood momentarily dazed before recalling, and shouted towards the river's surface, "Young hero, it's the Dadao Hall." "I know," came Lin Shujiao's voice in response, as his figure, riding the wind, had already transformed into a mere speck in the distance. Chapter 49. Who gave you courage? In the dilapidated courtyard near the forging hall of Sanjiang County, Lin Shujiao sat in a room, eyes closed in meditation. Not much time had passed since he returned from Lianjiang Water Fortress. The sun was now high in the sky. Suddenly, Lin Shujiao opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the incense burner before him, where a stick of incense he had lit earlier had just burned out. According to the prior simulation, the moment had come for the anticipated individual to arrive. Indeed, faint sounds reached his ears, emanating from beyond the courtyard. "Come in." Lin Shujiao spoke serenely, his voice carrying through the air. And with a gentle wave of his hand, the door creaked open. Through the ajar door, he sat within, exuding an aura of a reclusive sage. However, apart from the earlier faint sounds, there was no further noise from outside. The figure he had expected to burst into the courtyard, calling for help, had not materialized. "What is happening? Did something go awry?" Lin Shujiao was genuinely perplexed. According to the previous simulation, at this moment, Song Dao from the Dadao Hall should have rushed into the courtyard seeking his assistance. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint, raspy voice emerged from the entrance of the courtyard. Lin Shujiao sprang to his feet, his figure flashing to the door. A severely injured figure lay gasping on the ground at the entrance, a young man. Song Dao precisely as he had envisioned, yet the state in which he appeared differed significantly from what Lin Shujiao had imagined. In the last simulation, although Song Dao had been somewhat disheveled, he had at least appeared vigorous. Now, he seemed on the verge of collapse, as if even speaking loudly would leave him breathless. Thus, a discrepancy had arisen between the simulated process and the real world. Lin Shujiao furrowed his brow, swiftly contemplating the situation. He was not entirely unprepared for this outcome. If he were to pinpoint the divergence between reality and the previous simulation, it lay in how he had dealt with the half-sea people. Before entering Lianjiang Water Fortress, he had conducted a simulation. In that instance, to extract information regarding the Sea King's blood, he had refrained from immediately slaying the half-sea individuals. In the unfolding reality, now fully aware of the plan's details, he no longer deemed it necessary to spare the life of the half-sea person. With a swift stroke, he had dispatched the half-sea individual, perhaps triggering a chain of events that diverged from his previous expectations. "Hero, help me!" Song Dao lay on the ground, clutching the cold moon treasure blade, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Shujiao. "Take your time and rise. We shall discuss things slowly." Despite Song Dao's dire state, Lin Shujiao, possessing the keen senses of a fifth-tier martial artist, detected a peculiar change occurring within him. A powerful force surged through Song Dao's body, though he appeared on the brink of death. The vitality within him surged with unprecedented vigor. This was at odds with the progress of the simulation. Lin Shujiao found himself at a loss for specifics. Perhaps sensing Lin Shujiao's presence, Song Dao's anxiety diminished considerably as he attempted to rise from the ground. Unfortunately, as he exerted himself, the veins in his arms bulged, and the skin split with a resounding crack. Blood flowed from the ruptured skin, and Song Dao's body trembled with immense pain. Outside the courtyard, new sounds echoed. That rascal has indeed made his way here. Tighten the encirclement and don't let him escape. You lot, surround the area. I'll ensure he has nowhere to flee. Amidst the chaotic shouts, a dozen men, each wielding gleaming cleavers, appeared in the alley near the courtyard. With a rush, 7 or 8 men circled around, surrounding the courtyard, leading the charge. For burly men approached, they had certainly noticed the young figure standing there. But his overly youthful visage did not inspire much caution in their hearts. To I and the renowned sex and martial families, prodigious young talents were common, yet this was merely the small Sanjiang county. It seemed improbable that such scions would appear in such a remote locale, only to be encountered by these ruffians. Kid, hand that fellow over to me, and sever an arm. I'll spare your life. The leading man, a seasoned ruffian, wasted no time with pleasantries. Lin Chujiao glanced at the men before him, then shifted his gaze back to Song Dao. Are they pursuing you because of the Sea King's blood? Though the unfolding events deviated from the simulation, he resolved to get straight to the point. Unwilling to waste time, you know of the Sea King's blood? This revelation not only shocked Song Dao but also ignited a murderous intent in the eyes of the men surrounding Lin Chujiao. Kid, we intended merely to cripple one of your arms, but since you're aware of the Sea King's blood, you must be eliminated. Kill. With a wave of his hand, the 3 cleavers beside the leading man swung toward Lin Chujiao. He did not even need to move. With a mere glance, an aura reminiscent of an ancient beast descended upon the scene, instilling terror. With a clattering sound, the 3 men dropped their cleavers, unable to withstand the pressure. Collapsing to the ground in a heap, sweat pouring from them, the only one still standing, albeit barely, was the commanding man, his grip on the cleaver trembling, betraying his inner turmoil. Sweat beads dripped from his forehead. He forced himself to steady, raising the blade threateningly at Lin Chujiao, proclaiming fiercely, Kid, I don't care who you are, meddling in the affairs of our Dadao Hall will not end well for you. Thud, Lin Chujiao stepped forward, his footfall resonating like thunder in the man's heart. The cleaver slipped from the man's grasp, and he too fell to the ground. Not a single one of you possesses innate talent. Yet you dare to act so arrogantly before me. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? There was no need for further inquiry. It was I. A new figure emerged at the courtyard's entrance. Striding with purpose, a long blade resonating at his back. Approaching Lin Chujiao, he clasped his fist and declared loudly, Hua Ming pays his respects to the young hero. This Song Dao is of my Dadao Hall. Dealing with him is our internal matter. I kindly ask the young hero to return him to me, and I shall be immensely grateful. And you are? Lin Chujiao regarded the newcomer with an air of indifference. The man, still courteous, replied, I am Hua Ming, the hall master of the Dadao Hall. Lin Chujiao nodded, a glimmer of interest in his smile. A true innate chi cultivator. No wonder you managed to survive under the watchful eye of Luani. Upon hearing Lin Chujiao pierce through his cultivation level and the condescension directed at Luani, the chief constable of Sanjiang County, Hua Ming's eyelids twitched as uncertainty crept into his heart. He dared not act rashly, and, in a rare display of humility, slightly lowered his head, earnestly pleading, This Song Dao has committed the grave offense of rebelling against the hall, and I beseech the young hero to understand the predicament of Hua and grant me a favor. The moment Hua Ming's words escaped his lips, a voice arose from the ground before him. He cast his gaze downward and beheld Song Dao, whose eyes had turned completely white, fixating on him with lifeless, fish-like orbs. You treacherous wretch, betrayer of your master. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, Song Dao emitted a bizarre cry and lunged violently toward Hua Ming. Lin Chujiao's attention flickered as he noticed that Song Dao's condition was most unusual. The exposed skin on his body had, unbeknownst to him, become entirely covered in scales reminiscent of something familiar. Chapter 50. You should worry about yourself first. In the dilapidated courtyard, Song Dao suddenly entered a peculiar state and launched an assault on Hua Ming. Hua Ming felt an overwhelming wave of dread wash over him, and, filled with alarm, he desperately retreated. His right hand instinctively reached behind him, attempting to draw the long blade strapped to his back. However, the figure charging at him was relentless, making it exceedingly difficult for him to unsheath his weapon in time. At that moment, regret washed over him. Had he known better, he would not have foolishly strapped the long blade to his back. In times of crisis, there was simply no time to draw it. Fortunately, his formidable strength at the 6th-tier True Chi realm was no mere illusion. He propelled himself sideways and narrowly evaded the attack. With a resounding crash, Song Dao barreled forward, crashing into the wall of the alleyway, causing it to collapse. Despite the astonishing power he exhibited in this state, his agility seemed significantly diminished. At last, Hua Ming managed to draw the long blade from his back. He had no intention of holding back. He wielded the sword and struck directly at Song Dao. A wave of blade energy spanned 20 zhang, cleaving down upon Song Dao. Lin Chujiao furrowed his brow but refrained from intervening. Simply standing by to observe. In that moment, he sensed that, after crashing through the alley's wall, Song Dao emanated a powerful aura that was far beyond his natural capabilities. Hua Ming's strike was formidable. Yet it would not inflict any harm upon Song Dao in his current state. Indeed, with a strange low growl, Song Dao charged forward, meeting Hua Ming's blade energy head-on. The sharp wave of energy struck him, merely tearing his garments, yet failing to breach the peculiar scales that now adorned his body. With another resounding crash, Song Dao collided with yet another wall. However, it was evident that his consciousness was slipping away. This latest attack was again evaded by Hua Ming. After several ineffective charges, Song Dao, covered in scales, let out a pain roared. He ceased his assault, standing in the center of the arena, howling toward the heavens as tears streamed from his lifeless eyes. Even in this state, he clung desperately to the cold moon treasure blade, refusing to let it fall. Yet, in his current condition, it was doubtful he would even remember how to wield it. Suddenly, Lin Chujiao noticed that as tears flowed from Song Dao's eyes, the scales covering his body began to show signs of receding. Although his limbs and torso remained cloaked in scales, those on his face had subsided beneath his skin, disappearing entirely thanks to this change. Clarity returned to Song Dao's eyes. He instinctively raised the cold moon treasure blade. Hua Ming, too, recognized this transformation. He lifted his own long blade, striking first. However, the blade's trajectory was not characterized by the typical lethality of ordinary swordsmanship. Instead, tendrils of verdant true qi spiraled around Song Dao's body, weaving in and out like vines, encircling him multiple times. In the blink of an eye, dozens of these green blade energies had formed, creating a massive cage-like structure that constricted inward. Lin Chujiao understood that these seemingly vine-like energies possessed the sharpness expected of blade qi. Should Song Dao become ensnared, it remained uncertain whether the scales on his body would provide any protection. He recognized that the techniques employed by Hua Ming were clearly of the stream gorge level. Moreover, this particular maneuver was undoubtedly the ultimate move of that level. It was rather surprising that the mere leader of the Blade Hall had mastered such advanced martial arts. Even more astonishing was the feeling within Lin Chujiao's body, as his own true qi stirred unexpectedly, as if the long-forgotten techniques were yearning to be unleashed. He could hardly suppress the urge to act. Yet he ultimately restrained himself, for he perceived that Song Dao within the verdant cage was also preparing to strike. The cold moon treasure blade glimmered with a chilling radiance as a wave of white blade energy surged forward. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the verdant cage was severed in an instant. The fierce blade energy continued unabated, slicing directly toward Hua Ming. Alarmed, Hua Ming hastily raised his long blade to block the attack. However, even the finest tempered steel could not withstand the ferocity of this assault. With a sharp crack, the long blade shattered, and Hua Ming narrowly rolled aside, escaping with his life. Yet, though he had evaded death, he could not save his arm, which was severed at the shoulder, falling to the ground amidst a spatter of blood. Ha! You wretch, today is your day of reckoning. With merely a single strike, Song Dao appeared utterly drained, nearly collapsing under the weight of exhaustion. Leaning heavily on his blade, however, gazing at the fallen Hua Ming, who had lost an arm, he reveled in his triumph, laughing unabashedly. The disarmed Hua Ming looked upon the mirthful Song Dao with horror, his voice trembling as he cried out, "Impossible, you, a mere 7th tier, how could you, even with the aid of the Sea King blood, possibly break my ultimate move, Green Tiger entwining the soul, with a spurt of reverse blood?" Song Dao, his face smeared with crimson, wore a mocking grin. "When you betrayed and murdered the old hallmaster, you surely did not anticipate that the Green Tiger blade technique he brought from the Absolute Blade sect had a natural nemesis. Did you, a nemesis?" Song Dao regarded Hua Ming, whose eyes were filled with eager anticipation, and slowly opened his mouth. "Well, I shan't tell you. Carry that question with you to your grave." Hua Ming's expression turned dark as he was toyed with by Song Dao. Having trained for years in the Green Tiger blade technique to attain the rank of 6th tier true qi, he was now the leader of the hall, and could not be so easily disregarded. Resolving himself, he turned to Lin Chujiao and said, "Young hero, you have seen it. This person has undergone a bizarre transformation, becoming something akin to an otherworldly entity. I implore you to assist me in vanquishing this fiend, and the Blade Hall shall reward you handsomely, and the Town Martial Division will surely recognize your contribution." After their earlier encounter, he had noted that Lin Chujiao had refrained from intervening, suggesting a less than favorable relationship with Song Dao. Moreover, with Song Dao consuming the Sea King blood and transforming into a non-human entity, slaying such a being seemed righteous, leaving him confident that Lin Chujiao would lend his aid. As he spoke, He felt a peculiar tingling sensation across his body and instinctively reached up to scratch his face. As he did so, he noticed the sympathetic gaze Lin Chujiao directed at him. I advise you to worry about yourself first. Chapter 51. I may hesitate in the dilapidated courtyard. As Hua Ming collapsed to the ground, he was suddenly enveloped by rapidly growing, strange scales. Hua Ming was undoubtedly filled with dread, but Lin Chujiao, standing nearby, had already discerned the unfolding events. Clearly Hua Ming had also been tainted by the Sea King blood, whether due to the earlier blade energy or the reverse blood expelled by Song Dao. It was evident that Hua Ming was transforming before Lin Chujiao's eyes, becoming a half-fish, half-human entity much like Song Dao had before him. You wretch, today is your day of reckoning, since you have become this way. We shall depart together. With somber words Song Dao struggled to approach Hua Ming, yet, a sudden change transpired. Just as Song Dao intended to deliver a final blow to end this matter, the seemingly incapacitated Hua Ming sprang to life. Leaping up, Hua Ming appeared unscathed, his strength and speed seemingly surpassing his former self. With a resounding crash, Hua Ming slammed into Song Dao's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward as blood spewed from his mouth upon impact. In the brief encounter just now, he not only sent Song Dao flying with a heavy blow but also deftly seized the cold moon treasure sword from his opponent's grasp. A fierce and menacing aura suddenly surged from his body. The body of Hua Ming was completely shrouded in scales, covering his neck and face. However, at this moment, he still managed to maintain a considerable degree of clarity. He felt the powerful strength continuously emanating from within him. And his laughter was wild and fervent. Aha, so this is the power of the Sea King's blood. I should have utilized it myself long ago. My innate cultivation surpasses yours, and the extent of power I can absorb far exceeds yours. What do you have to fight against me? His arm, which had been severed at the shoulder, had remarkably stopped bleeding, and he could even feel the flesh stirring, as if it were on the verge of regrowth. Nonetheless, the miraculous rebirth of flesh and blood did not occur, yet, in that moment, Hua Ming's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. He could sense that despite the loss of an arm, his overall strength had not diminished but had rather increased. Now, he felt capable of facing not just a 6th-tier warrior of the same level, but even a 5th-tier warrior of the formidable realm. Therefore, his gaze fell upon Lin Chujiao, who was closest to him. Kid, aren't you regretting it now, regretting not killing me from the very beginning? A look of extreme exhilaration appeared on Hua Ming's face, and he could not help but laugh with fervor. Let me teach you what the treacherous world of Jianghu truly means. With a single hand wielding the cold moon treasure sword, he swung it forward, unleashing wisps of verdant sword energy that once again descended upon the scene. Yet, this time, the sword energy was tremendously more powerful than when he had dealt with Song Dao. Likely tenfold in strength, with such formidable might even a 5th-tier warrior might struggle to withstand it. However, Lin Chujiao did not attempt to block it. He stepped forward, his fist thrusting forward flatly. The familiar sound of surging tides echoed throughout the arena. The threefold tidal fist descended with force. Before the fist even arrived, the resilient cage woven from the verdant sword energy was already torn apart by the tidal fist's might. As the tidal fist advanced, it collided with the blade of the cold moon treasure sword. Upon contact, this renowned blade, once praised by Song Dao as a weapon of distinction, emitted a mournful cry and shattered instantaneously. This blade, honed through countless trials, was reduced to countless fragments that shot out in all directions. At that precise moment, Lin Chujiao's fist reached Hua Ming's side. Feeling a surge of instinct, Lin Chujiao subconsciously restrained a portion of his strength. With a resounding thud, his fist struck Hua Ming squarely in the face. The face, covered in resilient scales, could not withstand the force of the blow, and the slightest teeth and blood flew as Hua Ming was sent hurtling backward like a lifeless fish. Lin Chujiao's fist shimmered with golden light, indicating that he had activated his protective martial art, the Golden Bell Shield. While the blood was a concern, the Sea King's blood was rather strange. Lin Chujiao could not allow it to touch his skin. Perhaps because this strike was not a full-force technique, and he had restrained his strength somewhat, Hua Ming did not perish immediately upon hitting the ground. After receiving Lin Chujiao's blow, he seemed dazed, emitting a roar that was almost inhuman. A foot pressed down firmly on his back, forcing him back to the ground as he attempted to rise. No matter how he howled and struggled, he remained utterly immobilized. The weight of the foot upon his back was as heavy as a mountain, rendering him incapable of moving even a fraction. A chilling whisper came from behind him. You seem to have misunderstood something, Lin Chujiao said leisurely. I have killed pure half-sea people before you, a mere counterfeit, dare to fantasize about controlling your own fate. Trapped beneath Lin Chujiao's foot, Hua Ming found himself unable to break free. At that moment, however, the blood within his severely injured body began to surge and boil with an eerie vitality. In the blink of an eye, his skin cracked open in large patches, and even the resilient blood vessels of a sixth-tier warrior could not withstand the sudden pressure. Bursting one after another, Hua Ming, who still bore some semblance of humanity, was rapidly transforming into something inhuman due to the terrifying changes occurring within him. This was clearly the work of the Sea King's blood. Perhaps due to the severity of his injuries or the depth of his resentments, he was influenced by the Sea King's blood far more than Song Dao had been. Lin Shujiao's gaze flickered as he prepared to send him off to the netherworld. At this moment, Hua Ming's form could no longer be regarded as human. However, before he could make his move, Song Dao, having fallen to the other side, struggled to approach with a severely wounded body. "Hero, could you grant me the chance to send him off myself?" Song Dao's condition was evidently not much better. "All right." Lin Shujiao glanced at him and nodded, retracting his foot from Hua Ming the moment the heavy weight was lifted. The dazed Hua Ming instinctively rose, attempting to pounce on Lin Shujiao. Unfortunately, Song Dao was already prepared. His scales rapidly proliferated, completely enveloping his arm in bizarre armor. Fueled by a torrent of resentment, Song Dao's arm lunged forward. Though he was initially just a postnatal warrior, the armor allowed him to easily breach the defenses of the innate warrior Hua Ming, driving straight into his chest cavity with a sudden pull. He extracted a still-twitching organ from the gaping wound in Hua Ming's chest. In the eyes of Hua Ming, which were gradually regaining clarity, Song Dao's arm exerted force, and with fingers covered in scales, he crushed Hua Ming's heart right before his eyes. As blood splattered, Hua Ming's body rapidly lost its vitality. Before drawing his last breath, he spat out his final words to Song Dao: "Is it worth it? For that old man who has long since passed away, you too shall not live." Watching Hua Ming collapse to the ground, his life force extinguished, Song Dao broke into a joyful grin. "It is indeed worth it. From that day forth, I vowed to make you pay the price, and I have ultimately succeeded." With a cracking sound, the blood within Song Dao began to surge violently, and his blood vessels began to burst. It was evident that he was on the brink of following in Hua Ming's footsteps, yet at that moment Song Dao forcefully suppressed the agony of his transformation, tearing away the pant leg of the deceased Hua Ming to retrieve a piece of beast hide scroll. He then thrust the scroll into Lin Shujiao's hands. "This is the Qing Tiger Sword Technique Manual. Heroes may not require it, but I have nothing else to repay you." Lin Shujiao silently accepted it, observing the increasingly deteriorating state of Song Dao, and instinctively asked, "What about you? What do you plan to do?" In truth, such a question was superfluous. Hua Ming, as a sixth-tier warrior, could not withstand the onslaught of the Sea King's blood and rapidly transformed into something inhuman, ultimately being slain by Song Dao. Meanwhile, Song Dao's physical condition was actually worse than Hua Ming's, as he had consumed even more of the Sea King's blood. His complete transformation into something inhuman was an inevitable conclusion. Or rather, from the moment Song Dao decided to ingest the Sea King's blood, that outcome had already been sealed. "I know I secretly overheard their plans and understand the dangers of this Sea King's blood, but is this not a great opportunity for me?" Song Dao's willpower was truly formidable. Even though his body had nearly lost all semblance of humanity, he still maintained a clear mind. "I know I am about to become a monster when that time comes. You will undoubtedly kill me without hesitation, right?" Lin Shujiao paused for a moment. In the murky gaze of Song Dao, he rarely shook his head and replied, "No, before killing you, I would likely hesitate for a moment." Song Dao managed a difficult laugh. "What a pity, humanity is such a greedy existence. We clearly agreed to have no regrets, yet in the end, we still find it hard to let go." With another couple of laughs, Song Dao remarked, "I won't let you hesitate any longer." Just as his eyes began to cloud over completely, Song Dao suddenly turned his right hand, decisively thrusting it into his own chest. In front of Lin Shujiao, Song Dao extracted his own heart and crushed it into fragments. Lin Shujiao gazed at him with a complex expression but did not intervene. The vitality of Song Dao's body had already been ravaged by the Sea King's blood to the point of near extinction. Even if he did not take his own life, once he ultimately lost his sanity and his body fully transformed into something inhuman, Lin Shujiao would still have to deal with him. Since Song Dao had made such a resolution, Lin Shujiao felt it was only right to respect his decision. Even after crushing his heart, Song Dao had not entirely lost his life. It seemed he suddenly remembered something. Glancing anxiously at the beast hide scroll in Lin Shujiao's hand, and said, "The Absolute Sword Sect." However, that was his limit. He finally collapsed to the ground, his life force extinguished completely. He did not manage to finish his final sentence. "The 5 tiger sabers of the Absolute Sword Sect." Lin Shujiao looked down at the beast hide scroll recording the Qing Tiger Sword technique, and a guess formed in his mind. But just as that thought began to surface, Lin Shujiao sensed a powerful force rapidly gathering before him. His body instinctively reacted. A layer of golden light enveloping him as the defensive martial art, the Golden Bell Shield, was activated in an instant. With a thunderous explosion resonating before him, a fierce force erupted within Song Dao's body, shattering his form into countless pieces while unleashing a rampant power that surged outward in all directions. The surroundings, including the lifeless body of Hua Ming and other members of the Dadao Hall, were not spared. They were all reduced to mere flesh and bone in the wake of this cataclysm. In that instant, Lin Shujiao activated his protective Golden Bell Shield, emerging unscathed from the chaos. However, at that moment, a fist-sized mass of viscous ethereal blue liquid surged forth from the epicenter of the explosion. Racing away at an astonishing speed, Lin Shujiao's expression darkened to an extreme, yet he had no time to dwell on it. With a swift push off the ground, he soared into the air like a great bird. This viscous blue substance was unmistakably the blood of the Sea King. During the previous simulation, when the blood of the Sea King was acquired, it had been contained within a specialized vessel and had not been ingested by Song Dao. In that simulation, the blood of the Sea King was ultimately delivered in its container to the Jinwu division, leaving Lin Shujiao with limited knowledge of it. Thus, he had never anticipated that the blood of the Sea King would possess a semblance of sentience. Enabling it to flee on its own, the blood of the Sea King was of paramount importance and could not be allowed to escape his grasp, though the speed of the blood's escape was remarkable. Lin Shujiao's lightness of foot was equally impressive. The two maintained a considerable distance between them, racing forward in a high-speed pursuit. Lin Shujiao's countenance grew grim as he discerned that the direction of the fleeing blood of the Sea King led directly to the riverbank. Clearly the entity sought refuge in the waters. Should the blood merge with the river, it would render his efforts nearly futile. As he continued to chase, he quickly closed the gap, and in the blink of an eye. He was merely a few miles from the riverbank. However, at this juncture, Lin Shujiao had only managed to reduce the distance by a few paces. If this continued, it would be increasingly difficult for him to catch up before reaching the river's edge. Nevertheless, even a few paces were sufficient. Lin Shujiao's face revealed no trace of the anxiety one might expect. His extensive training allowed him to always find suitable countermeasures when needed. With a sudden thrust of his foot, he executed the wind-chasing moon-stepping technique, propelling himself forward with relentless momentum. In mid-air, he flicked his fingers with precision. The swift and furious thunder finger technique was unleashed once more, with a resounding crack. The fleeing blood of the Sea King trembled violently, scattering into droplets instead of remaining a cohesive mass. The dispersed blood, having seemingly lost its autonomous sentience, struggled to reassemble itself, desperately attempting to coalesce once more. During this struggle, Lin Shujiao had already drawn significantly closer. As the blood of the Sea King reformed into a complete entity, it appeared to regain its sentience, resuming its flight toward the riverbank. Unfortunately for it, Lin Shujiao, now much closer, would not allow such an opportunity. With another resounding strike, the thunder finger once again proved effective, causing the blood to scatter anew. Lin Shujiao edged even closer. At that moment, two figures appeared in the distance. Without needing to approach, Lin Shujiao could clearly discern their identities: two bronze badge captains from the Jinwu division, Luani and Zhang. Evidently, they had been stationed by the riverside. And when both Lu Yingbai and Lin Shujiao had completed their tasks and departed, neither had remembered to inform them, leaving them waiting by the river until now. Lin Yingbai, we come to assist you. The two bronze badge captains may not have known the specifics, but upon witnessing the dire situation, they quickly understood the urgency. They rushed forward, intending to intercept the blood of the Sea King. However, just as they reached the midpoint, Lin Shujiao had already sent the blood scattering once more, leaping forward to encase the reassembling blood within a barrier of his QI. Luani and the others maintained their forward momentum. Momentarily speechless and caught in an awkward predicament, their assistance had proven rather superfluous. Observing their discomfort, Lin Shujiao remained unfazed. He nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "This blood of the Sea King is exceedingly perilous. Your cultivation levels are insufficient. It would be best for you to maintain your distance." The two bronze badge captains exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. In just a couple of days, the shift in their identities and powers had left them somewhat bewildered. Although Lin Shujiao's words may have been true, they couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. "I shall take the blood of the Sea King and devise a plan for its handling. You should return to the Jinwu division for now." With that, Lin Shujiao turned to depart. Luani, in a moment of urgency, called out, "Lin Yingbai." To be frank, they were not truly bronze badge captains at this moment. Given the significance of the blood of the Sea King, it would be far safer in Lin Shujiao's possession than left with him. Understanding the concern reflected on Luani's face, Lin Shujiao merely smiled gently. producing the silver badge gifted by Lu Yinbai and displaying it before Lu Ani and Zhang. Regarding this matter, Lu Yinbai has entrusted me with full authority. I trust you have no objections. Lin Yinbai speaks with weight. If that is the case, we shall defer to your arrangements. Though Lu Ani held the rank of captain, he had no choice but to acquiesce in the presence of a silver badge. Very well. With those light words, Lin Shujiao stowed away the silver badge, encasing the blood of the Sea King in his chi before soaring away. Upon returning to the desolate ruins where the explosion had occurred, Lin Shujiao shook his head and departed without a backward glance. Though the loss of life was tragic and the demise somewhat heroic, Song Dao had successfully slain Hua Ming, achieving his goal. Thus finding a measure of satisfaction in the world of martial heroes such as the Wei, Lin Shujiao felt little regret. Though they had shared a brief acquaintance, there was no need for excessive mourning. After dispelling the faint sense of melancholy in his heart, Lin Shujiao made his way to the Dadao Hall, quickly locating the specialized vessel still remaining there, guided by the memories of his previous simulation. After resealing the blood of the Sea King within the vessel, a profound sense of relief washed over him. At that moment, gazing at the blood of the Sea King contained within the vessel, he fell into silence for a time before commencing a new simulation, consuming simulation currency 200, beginning simulation, chapter 53, absorbing the blood of the Sea King. Within the Dadao Hall, Lin Shujiao initiated a new simulation. At 18 years old, you are already a 5th-tier martial artist, and you possess the blood of the Sea King. Choose 1, submit the blood of the Sea King to the Jinwu division for processing. Choose 2, delay submission and explore its mysteries yourself. Select 2. As1 who possesses a simulator, Lin Shujiao certainly would not forego this rare opportunity to delve into the secrets of the blood of the Sea King. At 18, you observe the blood of the Sea King, discovering that its essence contains extraordinary power. After much consideration, you ultimately refrain from ingesting it directly. However, your body, having undergone the blood refinement technique, exhibits a strong craving for it. At 18, you attempt to absorb the essence of the blood of the Sea King using the blood refinement method. At 18, you successfully refine and absorb the entirety of the blood's essence, resulting in a cataclysmic transformation in your physical strength. You feel that without utilizing your chi, your single hand could overpower several of your former selves. At 18, the foreign power contained within the blood of the Sea King is overwhelming. Your body cannot endure it, leading to a horrific transformation into a half-fish, half-human form. After enduring 7 days of agony, you ultimately succumb to explosion and perish. Excellent. Yet another creatively disastrous simulation. Lin Shujiao did not opt to retain his martial prowess. Preserving such abilities would not only include the skills acquired by the end of the simulation but also the altered state of his body after absorbing the blood of the Sea King. Clearly, retaining that state would likely lead to a similar explosion in reality. This was evidently not a wise choice. After opting to retain his memories, Lin Shujiao gazed at the blood of the Sea King, still quietly resting in its specialized vessel. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved not to abandon his pursuit. He proceeded with the simulation. At 18, you attempt to absorb the essence of the blood of the Sea King using the blood refinement method. At 18, you successfully refine and absorb 1/10 of the blood's essence, resulting in a significant increase in your physical strength. You feel that without utilizing your chi, you can barely match your former self. At 18, despite the formidable foreign power within the blood of the Sea King, your body remains capable of withstanding it, leading to a miraculous transformation that allows you to breathe freely in water. At 18, you submerge yourself, discovering that your body surpasses that of a fish. In a single day, you traverse the 3 rivers without needing to surface, feeling utterly invigorated. At 19, you completely absorb the blood of the Sea King within your body, leaving no residual effects. At 19, you continue to refine and absorb a portion of the blood's essence, resulting in yet another notable increase in your physical strength. You feel that without utilizing your chi, your power now equals that of 2 of your former selves. At 20, you completely absorb the remaining portion of the blood of the Sea King within you, leaving no lingering effects. At 20, a conflict erupts between the sea tribes and humanity as the 7 Sea Kings of the East Sea march towards Donglan Prefecture. Choose 1. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every man. Actively engage in the great battle of mankind against the sea. Choose 2. A man of action remains still when the time is not yet ripe, prioritizing self-preservation while continuing to absorb the blood of the Sea King. Select 2. Since this is merely a simulation, Lin Shujiao bears no psychological burden, focusing solely on maximizing his benefits. At the age of 25, you have completely absorbed the essence of the Sea King's blood. Although your cultivation remains at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, your overall strength has transcended the limitations typically associated with 5th rank martial artists. At this age, the rivers have undergone dramatic changes. With numerous fish species mutating into subaquatic beings emerging from the waters to prey upon humans. In the coastal regions, many humans have also undergone transformations. By the age of 25, the coastal territories of Donlin Prefecture have devolved into a battleground for the human and aquatic races, where you encounter a formidable sea tribe warrior whose strength is comparable to that of a 4th rank human martial artist. When the sea warrior, without provocation, launches an attack against you, a fierce battle ensues. Although you have yet to master the spirit within you, your body, reinforced by the Sea King's blood, enables you to engage in a fierce duel that results in mutual destruction. He perishes, and you should have met the same fate. However, thanks to your blood shadow avatar, you sacrificed one of your blood shadows to claim his life. At 25, having slain a sea warrior at the cost of your own life, you are taken aback to find that he has allies. You are soon surrounded by 3 additional sea warriors and a host of their kind. In the depths of despair, you unleash the blood lotus of despair, sacrificing your vital essence to obliterate all sea creatures within several miles. You die in the process, your personal wealth. 7155. In this simulation, having defeated 3 sea warriors who were higher in rank, combined with the vast number of other sea creatures annihilated by your blood lotus, you are rewarded with a substantial amount of simulation currency. However, at this juncture, Lin Chujiao's focus has shifted beyond mere simulation currency to more gratifying gains through a meticulous process of repeated refinement during the simulation. Lin Chujiao has finally managed to completely assimilate the Sea King's blood. Moreover, as he utilized a blood refinement technique to absorb its essence, the negative effects previously associated with the Sea King's blood have been eradicated. Even after absorbing the Sea King's blood, your physique will no longer transform into a non-human form. Unlike Hua Ming and Song Dao, the newfound ability to swim freely in aquatic realms is indeed a significant boon. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chujiao chooses to retain his cultivation level. Suddenly, a peculiar power courses through his body. This essence, derived from the Sea King's blood, has been absorbed in a manner best suited to his physique. The infusion of the Sea King's blood occurs silently and seamlessly while his energy cultivation remains at the 5th rank's pinnacle. Lin Chujiao clenches his fist and feels a newfound strength coursing through him, one that far surpasses his previous capabilities. He exerts force into his arm. Although the surface of his skin appears unchanged, a careful examination reveals a faint, intricate pattern, a dense arrangement resembling minute scales. This intricate pattern flickers momentarily before swiftly vanishing, leaving Lin Chujiao's arm restored to its normal human appearance, yet the sensation of power remains palpable within him. Without hesitation, he raises his other hand, forming it into a knife, and unleashes a blade of qi that slices downward. The sound of metal striking metal reverberates, and upon inspecting his right wrist, he finds no mark left from the qi blade strike. Previous individuals who absorbed the Sea King's blood, such as Song Dao and Hua Ming, could indeed sever their opponents in a state enveloped by scales. It is evident that their absorption was superficial compared to his own. Within the simulation, he managed to defeat a sea warrior equivalent to a 4th rank martial artist while relying solely on the strength of a 5th rank martial artist. This highlights the significant enhancement the Sea King's blood has afforded him. Though the Sea King's blood is merely the size of a fist and not abundant, its complete absorption has resulted in a remarkable amplification of his prowess. The Sea King's blood is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, at this moment Lin Chujiao, having cultivated the blood refinement technique, finds no lingering desire for this particular essence. Clearly this indicates that the Sea King's blood can no longer provide any enhancement to Lin Chujiao's physique. Observing the Sea King's blood contained within a specially crafted vessel, Lin Chujiao smiles faintly and stores it away. In this simulation, the conflict between humans and sea tribes has ignited, rendering the coastal prefecture's battlegrounds and instilling a sense of urgency within Lin Chujiao. It is apparent that this is intricately linked to the Sea King's blood incident. Although he has secured a portion of the Sea King's blood, the simulation's trajectory suggests that much of it has successfully infiltrated the rivers and human water supplies, inciting dramatic changes. Thus, the Sea King's blood in his possession may hold extraordinary significance. It is imperative that he hands it over to the Town Marshal Division, leveraging this formidable institution to seek potential solutions. As for the impending full-scale invasion of the sea tribes into Donglin Prefecture, there remains over a year before that occurs, alleviating any immediate concerns. Having clarified his thoughts, Lin Chujiao realizes that his tasks are quite simple. First and foremost, he must submit the Sea King's blood, and the most vital pursuit remains singular: to strive diligently to enhance his own strength. As great upheaval looms, only by fortifying his capabilities can he establish a firm foothold in this world. He retrieves the beastskin scroll of the Qing Tiger Blade technique acquired from Song Dao, nodding in resolve, intending to engage in another simulation, although the Qing Tiger Blade technique may not be exceptionally potent for him at present. Mastering various skills is never detrimental. He hypothesizes that the unnamed blade manual capable of executing the Black Tiger's shadow technique, derived from the Heifeng stronghold, could be the Black Tiger Blade technique. Coupled with the White Tiger Blade technique and the Qing Tiger Blade technique, he has now grasped three seemingly interconnected blade techniques. Perhaps the ultimate acquisition of the 5 Tiger Sabers from the Supreme Blade School is not an unattainable dream, as it is a secret manual coveted even by the deputy head of the Forging Martial Tower. Should he ever possess it, it would surely be a remarkable achievement. With that, he activates the simulator for the next round of simulations. Chapter 54, Young Master Xiangxi High Prefecture. Lin Chujiao employs the wind-chasing moon-leaping step, soaring forward with the wind. 2 days have elapsed since the incident at Lianjiang Water Stronghold, after absorbing the essence of the Sea King's blood through the simulation process. He has also refined the Qing Tiger Blade technique to its current limits. During that simulation, he diligently practiced all available martial arts repeatedly. However, apart from the substantial enhancement granted by the Sea King's blood, the cultivation of other martial arts has ceased to yield any further increase in his strength. Despite his efforts within the simulation, he has yet to comprehend the essence of martial arts. Unyielding in his pursuit, Lin Chujiao attempts 2 more immersive simulations, yet the outcomes remain unchanged. Neither the simplified text version nor the immersive version aids him in grasping the essence. To become a 4th-rank martial artist with the spirit of intent, he must refine his skills in the real world. Initially, he planned to submit the Sea King's blood and then rest, but unexpectedly news arrived from the upper echelons of the Town Martial Division. They sent a message via a long-range courier, summoning Lin Chujiao to personally deliver the Sea King's blood to Sea High Prefecture. Reports indicate that the matter of the Sea King's blood has garnered significant attention from the higher authorities. The Town Martial Division has even dispatched a specialized investigator to Sea High Prefecture to investigate the matter. Lin Chujiao is the individual specifically requested by this investigator. It is said that Lu Yinbai reported relevant information, piquing the investigator's interest in Lin Chujiao. Initially hesitant, Lin Chujiao ultimately decides to set forth with the Sea King's blood. Although the Three Rivers County is currently safe, it has become a small pond unsuitable for his growth. Aside from Lu Yinbai, who has come for a mission, and an elderly man from Lianjiang Water Stronghold, finding another 5th-rank martial artist is nearly impossible, let alone one who has cultivated the spirit of intent to the 4th rank. To comprehend the essence and become a 4th-rank martial artist, relying solely on self-isolation is impractical, thus, venturing into a broader realm is imperative. Fortunately, he has laid a solid foundation, based on the transmitted information. Lu Yinbai is trustworthy. His identity as a silver badge investigator has been recognized by the higher-ups, solidifying his position, while the gold badge investigators are formidable 4th-rank martial artists. Lin Chujiao, having absorbed the Sea King's blood, should be able to hold his own. The strength of the investigator, however, is beyond his expectations, yet Lin Chujiao harbors no excessive worries. After all, the Town Martial Division is a legitimate governmental institution. As a silver badge investigator, he is now part of their ranks. Provided he refrains from any outrageous actions, he should not have to fear the investigator's scrutiny, and may even leverage the resources of the Town Martial Division to enhance his own capabilities. The journey from Three Rivers County to the capital of Sea High Prefecture will take Lin Chujiao approximately half a day. Given his pace. If he pushes himself, he could arrive in time for dinner. However, he is not in such a rush for his inaugural visit. He intends to bring a token gift to the Town Martial Division of Sea High Prefecture. He stops at a halfway inn, the Zhanghai Inn. Seeing the identical name of the inn from his previous simulation, Lin Chujiao nods in acknowledgement, yet, to ensure accuracy, he instinctively inquires, "Young lad, has the heroic lady Yang Qingxue taken residence in this inn?" The innkeeper chuckles, casting a subtle glance in his direction. Was the young hero also drawn here for the renowned heroine Yang Qingxue? Confirming that the information was indeed correct, Lin Chujiao smiled ambiguously and replied, "I suppose so." The innkeeper, guiding Lin Chujiao inside, engaged in conversation. "Young hero, you have arrived at just the right time. The esteemed heroine Yang Qingxue has already graced us with her presence since noon today. In fact, since yesterday noon various heroes have gradually made their way here. you could say you are somewhat late, Lin Shujiao chuckled. I hope it's not too late. By the way, could you bring me some tea and snacks? Of course, but young hero, do you wish to stay at the inn? We have a bit of a shortage of rooms today. I must check if I can allocate one for you. No need to trouble yourself. Lin Shujiao cast a meaningful glance at the inn's interior and added, I still have to continue my journey tonight. That is wise. Although young hero possesses remarkable martial skills, one must always exercise caution when traveling at night. Nodding with a smile, Lin Shujiao approached a particular table. My good brother, may I join you here? Feel free, replied a burly man, casually tossing his thick iron rod onto the table with indifference. Lin Shujiao took a seat. Treating the subtle threat from the man as inconsequential, the atmosphere was lively, filled with a cacophony of conversations. It is indeed a long life, encountering all manner of events. The famed beauty Yang Qingxue, known from the Rouge Register, unexpectedly engaged in a gamble with the notorious flower thief, young Master Xiang, which is truly unexpected. This is not unusual, as a female disciple from Bai Shui Peak was wronged by young Master Xiang, leading to her tragic demise out of shame and anger. It is only natural for Yang Qingxue, as the leading disciple of Bai Shui Peak, to seek justice. Regrettably, young Master Xiang's whereabouts remain unknown. She has never laid eyes upon his true form, leaving her with no recourse but to challenge him through provocation. Do you think young Master Xiang will show up? I believe he will certainly come. The female disciple from Bai Shui Peak was not particularly striking, yet he dared to risk offending them by tarnishing her reputation. Now, young Qingxue is a true beauty, so how could he possibly let this opportunity slip by? One must commend young Qingxue for her audacity, coming here alone to stake her honor on a gamble. If anything goes awry, Bai Shui Peak would surely become a laughingstock. What laughingstock? Do not forget that while young Qingxue is a beauty from the Rouge Register, she is also among the top 50 in the innate ranking. Young Master Xiang is merely ranked 98th. In terms of raw strength, he cannot compare to her. Who can say for certain? Young Master Xiang may fall short in raw power, but he is famed for his enigmatic fragrance and enigmatic fragrance veil steps, which do not adhere to the conventional rules of the martial world. Hey, as the day draws to a close, is it possible that young Master Xiang is simply too afraid to come? Who knows? He might very well show up. After all, no one here has ever seen his true face, with so many people in this inn. It is entirely possible one of them is him. As they spoke, several gazes began to drift toward Lin Shujiao. To be candid, aside from those hiding away in their rooms, if anyone among them were to be young Master Xiang, Lin Shujiao would undoubtedly be the most likely candidate. Although young Master Xiang's appearance is not known, it stands to reason that anyone worthy of the title must be youthful and handsome. This newcomer, a young man, fits the description rather well. Lin Shujiao was well aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. He smiled and shook his head, saying, My good brothers, I understand I am quite handsome, but that is a gift from my parents. I cannot help it. Please do not unjustly accuse me of being that young Master Xiang. A piercing gaze fell upon him, and Lin Shujiao turned to see a striking woman descending the staircase from the second floor. He raised his hands in surrender. Heroine Yang, please do not glare at me. I assure you, I am not young Master Xiang. It turned out that amidst the lively discussions, young Qingxue, who had been residing in a second-floor room, had emerged, her attention now fixated on Lin Shujiao. You appear to be merely 17 or 18, your youthful visage akin to a novice in the martial world. Young Master Xiang has been famous for many years and logically, it is unlikely to be you. Yang Qingxue approached the table, her gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing into Lin Shujiao. However, having heard that young Master Xiang's martial arts were inherited from the Fragrant Veil sect, a school renowned for its beauty techniques, it was not surprising if he appeared as a youth of 17 or 18. Not with one hand resting on her sword, she pressed on. Explain to me how, despite my deliberate change of appearance, you recognized me at a glance. The other martial artists at the table exchanged glances and began to murmur amongst themselves. That really young Qingxue, she looks nothing like the portrait from the Rouge Register. Observing young Qingxue, who seemed ready to draw her sword at any moment, Lin Shujiao remained unruffled. Having simulated such situations before, he was well prepared. Please, do not rush, allow me to finish my meal, and I promise I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. With a smile, Lin Shujiao turned to the burly man at the table. My good brother, is it acceptable for heroine Yang to sit here for a moment? The burly man laughed heartily. To share a table with the heroine from the Rouge Register is indeed a rare privilege. Though the coldness in Yang Qingxue's eyes lingered and her hand remained poised on her sword, she ultimately took a seat at the table. Lin Shujiao then waved to the innkeeper. Hey, why are you dawdling? Hurry and bring my meal. Chapter 55. Have you thanked too soon? At the Jianghayan, the heroine Yang Qingxue sat beside the table, watching as Lin Shujiao savored his meal with great delight. Her hand never wavered from its position on her sword, her radiant face perpetually shrouded in frost, emanating an unsettling chill that could raise goosebumps even from several paces away, yet the striking young man before her appeared entirely unfazed. Enjoying his meal with gusto, the burly man at the table, initially intimidated by the cold aura exuding from Yang Qingxue, could not help but be drawn in by Lin Shujiao's hearty appetite. "Little brother, it seems you have quite a generous portion. It would be a pity for you to eat alone. Mind if I join you for a bite?" "Yes, I do mind." Lin Shujiao glanced coolly at the burly man. Sliding the dishes closer to himself, resembling a protective creature guarding its food, the burly man chuckled in disappointment, removing a wine gourd from his waist and placing it on the table. "I was merely jesting. How could there be food without wine? This is fine aged Huadier wine, and I'll gift you the remaining half." "No, thank you." Lin Shujiao pushed the wine gourd away, saying, "When traveling, how could I recklessly consume another's offerings? What if it were poisoned? I would find myself in dire straits." As soon as these words left his mouth, Yang Qingxue, seated at the table, let out a cold laugh. "You consumed the meal the innkeeper brought without a second thought. If it were drugged, you would already be incapacitated." Laughter erupted around them, as Lin Shujiao's attempt to feign the demeanor of an experienced martial artist, despite being a novice, amused the crowd. Lin Shujiao chuckled. Not dwelling on the matter, instead, he scrutinized the burly man with a knowing look and remarked, "Perhaps you are the one who was young Master Xiang, intending to poison the wine and incapacitate both me and the heroine, thereby achieving your goal." As his words fell, the burly man slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding thud, causing the dishes to rattle dangerously. "How dare you insult me?" The burly man, visibly angered, exclaimed. "The white Lu may not be particularly handsome and have never garnered the attention of heroines. I would never stoop to such vile deeds." Growing increasingly agitated, the burly man uncorked the wine gourd and tilted it upside down, pouring its contents onto the ground. "Enough. I extend my invitation for you to share my wine, and yet I am met with such humiliation. If you claim the wine is poisoned, then I shall waste it." With a clatter, the clear wine flowed from the gourd, spilling onto the floor, its enticing aroma wafting through the inn. Among the gathered martial artists, few did not appreciate a good drink. At that moment, the intoxicating scent of the spilled wine beckoned, and several patrons inhaled deeply, their cravings stirred. "Such a shame for this fine wine." Soon after, the sounds of clattering echoed as many martial artists, having yet to truly indulge, seemed to become intoxicated and slid down from their seats, creating a chaotic scene on the floor. The only ones remaining upright were Lin Shujiao and the two at his table. "You scoundrel! Did you poison it?" Yang Qingxue sprang to her feet, her long sword drawn halfway, aimed threateningly at the two men at the table. The burly man's expression shifted dramatically, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Shujiao. His face filled with shock. "You scoundrel, did you poison it?" Then, with a clatter, he too collapsed onto the floor. Only Lin Shujiao and Yang Qingxue were left standing. Clearly, Yang Qingxue could not be the flower thief. Thus the identity of young Master Xiang became evident. Yang Qingxue fully unsheathed her sword, aiming it directly at Lin Shujiao's chest, while Lin Shujiao remained seated, having no intention of standing, with a pair of chopsticks extending like lightning. He deftly secured Yang Qingxue's long sword between them. Yang Qingxue exerted herself to pull it back, only to find that her sword was as if forged into those chopsticks, utterly immovable. Her own strength was not so feeble. She merely lamented the inexplicable poisoning she had just suffered, leaving her with only 30 to 40% of her usual prowess. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke erupted from below, exploding between Lin Shujiao and Yang Qingxue. The sweet fragrance filled Yang Qingxue's nostrils, draining her remaining strength, leaving her utterly devoid of power as she slowly crumpled to the ground. At that moment, a figure darted out from beneath the table, hoisting Yang Qingxue up and swiftly making their way to the inn's entrance. It was the burly man. At that instant, with the beautiful heroine Yang Qingxue on his shoulder and a mournful iron rod in hand. He appeared quite pleased with himself. "Ah, little brother, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had such an easy time," he boasted. Just as he finished his flattering remarks, the burly man felt a whisper tickle his ear. Sending a jolt of fear through him, without a moment's thought, he swung the heavy iron rod in a reflexive motion. With a loud crash, a punch from the figure beside him collided with the mournful rod. In that instant, the burly man felt his grip shatter, the iron rod sent spinning away, its final destination unknown. Realizing he was no match for his opponent's raw strength, he harbored no thoughts of fighting back. With a flicker, he transformed into countless afterimages, darting toward a window on the opposite side of the inn. The burly man's lightness of foot was remarkable. Even while carrying Yang Qingxue, he moved as fluidly as a wisp of smoke. Though poisoned, some skilled Jianghu heroes managed to remain seated on the floor, maintaining a semblance of clarity. The burly man's movements, graceful like a wisp of smoke, clearly showcased the renowned melee Shanglu step of the Shanglu sect. Unexpectedly, the illustrious flower thief, Xiang Gongzi, turned out to be a burly man. The many Jianghu heroes were momentarily at a loss for words. However, unfortunately for him, Lin Chuzhou's pursuit was relentless, and the melee Shanglu step paled in comparison. Just as Xiang Gongzi reached the window with Yang Qingxue in tow, Lin Chuzhou was already waiting for him there. "You just arrived, huh?" A single sentence shattered Xiang Gongzi's composure. Throughout his career, he had encountered many opponents stronger than himself. Yet, no one had ever matched his speed and lightness of foot, all trailing behind his melee Shanglu step, eating his dust. With this skill, he had managed to ensnare numerous Jianghu heroines and had lived to tell the tale. Even after being placed on the wanted list of the Jinwu division, he felt no fear, fully aware that the gold medal captors had their own urgent tasks and would hardly be interested in a mere flower thief. As for the silver medal captors, while many were formidable, none had ever matched his speed. Thus, he had always held a firm confidence in his melee Shanglu step. Unfortunately, at this very moment, that confidence was wavering. Before him stood a youth of merely 18 or 19 years, whose lightness of foot surpassed his own. "Here you go." Seeing his path blocked, Xiang Gongzi swiftly decided to abandon the hard-won Yang Qingxue. With a forceful toss, he propelled the delicate heroine into the air, sending her directly towards Lin Chuzhou. Chapter 56. "Because I can't be bothered to bring you over, young master, I would appreciate your assistance." As her body was hurled skyward, Yang Qingxue, unable to muster any strength, faced Lin Chuzhou, her eyes filled with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. With great difficulty, she uttered a humiliating request she had never dared to imagine before. Yet, as mortifying as it was far better than being unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Moreover, the young man before her was tall and handsome. A brief contact with him seemed not entirely unacceptable. However, in the instant her body flew toward Lin Chuzhou, she caught a glimpse of a seemingly disdainful expression on his face. Then, she felt a sudden force acting upon her body, with just a flick of his hand. She was uncontrollably sent flying to the side. Lin Chuzhou, unimpeded, dashed straight ahead. With a crash, the illustrious heroine Yang Qingxue, known for her beauty, landed against a nearby table with an audible thud. Instantly, greasy dishes and spicy liquor splattered all over her. Yang Qingxue sat up from the overturned table, brushing the greasy five-spiced pork off her face. Utterly dazed, she had never envisioned that as a heroine traversing the Jianghu, she would find herself in such a predicament. Meanwhile, Lin Chuzhou, the instigator of this chaos, had already soared gracefully from the inn's entrance, pursuing Xiang Gongzi into the night. Inside the inn, a confused heroine remained, questioning her existence. Under the moonlight, Xiang Gongzi fled desperately. The melee Shanglu step was executed to its utmost. This lightness of foot, originally renowned for its graceful movements akin to wisps of smoke, had now lost its charm in his frantic escape. He no longer cared whether his form was graceful or if he resembled a fleeting shadow. All he desired was for his skill to live up to his identity and to become swifter. In the soft moonlight, his figure was faint and elusive, nearly indistinguishable unless one focused closely. However, compared to the figure pursuing him, his melee Shanglu step held no merit. Lin Chuzhou's pursuit, executed under the moonlight, exuded an effortless elegance, truly embodying the grace of riding the wind and traversing the moonlit path. The moonlight draped like a fine veil, his silhouette appeared shrouded in a gossamer glow, ethereal and enchanting. As Xiang Gongzi approached a fork in the road, Lin Chuzhou, struck by inspiration, lightly tapped his foot and transformed into a shadow of the moon, swiftly crossing a considerable distance with the breeze. In the moonlight, he unleashed the ultimate technique of the pursuing wind and moon step along with the Tsanglong Sandai fist's crashing waves. This marked the second river-level ultimate technique he had comprehended. This wind-spirit moon shadow, as the pinnacle of the pursuing wind and moon step, possessed remarkable power, allowing him to cover several miles in the blink of an eye. He effortlessly positioned himself in front of Xiang Gongzi. Standing at the fork in the road moments later, when Xiang Gongzi arrived, his expression had morphed into one of despair, resembling a bitter melon. Clearly, in the realm of lightness of foot, he had been thoroughly outmatched. Who truly was more suited to be a flower thief? Xiang Gongzi, left with no choice, could only change direction to continue his flight. Once, twice, thrice, after Lin Chuzhou had intercepted him and forced him to alter his course 7 or 8 times. Xiang Gongzi could bear it no longer. He abruptly halted, resignedly exclaiming, "What exactly do you want?" At this point, they had already reached the outskirts of the Sihai prefecture. Advancing further would mean entering the territory of the Jinwu division. Although Xiang Gongzi was not overly fearful of being wanted by the Jinwu division, he was not foolish enough to walk into their grasp. It was only due to Lin Chuzhou's relentless pursuit that he had ended up here in a panic. What do I want? Naturally, to take you into custody. Lin Chuzhou produced the silver badge of the Jinwu division, waving it before him with a smile. I forgot to introduce myself. I happen to be a silver medal captor of the Jinwu division. Currently hard at work. Damn. Xiang Gongzi finally understood the situation, letting out a cry before turning to flee. Unfortunately, despite his quick reaction, his overall strength was still far inferior to Lin Chuzhou's. With a resounding thud, Lin Chuzhou flicked his fingers, unleashing the furious Thunder Finger, a surge of energy striking Xiang Gongzi's back from a distance. The Thunder Finger was not renowned for its devastating lethality, yet as a river-level martial art, even the weakest among them was more than sufficient to deal with a 6th-grade martial artist like Xiang Gongzi. Approaching the fallen figure, Lin Chuzhou nodded in satisfaction. Do you know why I pushed you this way? Simply because I couldn't be bothered to carry you the whole way. I am Lin Chuzhou's grasp. Xiang Gongzi, having completely lost his ability to resist, felt tears welling up. Had he truly been under the control of his adversary all along? All his frantic escape efforts had been in vain. This damned silver medal captor of the Jinwu division was nothing but a shepherd driving sheep into a pen.asa fat sheep. Xiang Gongzi still refused to accept his fate. Struggling, he attempted to persuade Lin Chuzhou. Young hero, I see you are young yet skilled. However, relying solely on martial prowess in the Jianghu is insufficient. Our Shanglu sect possesses renowned skills in the art of fragrance making. I wonder if you might be interested. Lin Chuzhou scoffed dismissively, laughing derisively. Is it the fragrance mixed in the liquor? What use is that? Not even I could be entranced by it. In truth, Lin Chuzhou's words were somewhat bullying. As a 6th-grade martial artist, Xiang Gongzi's concocted melee xiang had indeed overwhelmed everyone in the inn, including the formidable young Qingxue, who was also a 6th-grade fighter. However, as a 5th-grade martial artist, Lin Chuzhou's innate energy granted him a strong resistance to such substances. With a portion of the essence of the Sea King coursing through his veins, most poisons had long since lost their efficacy against him, yet, the ever-persistent young Master Xiang did not relent. Exclaiming, Hero, your martial prowess is unparalleled, and thus you remain unperturbed. However, it could be employed against others, such as mortal enemies or the fair maiden you admire. A mere sprinkle of seductive fragrance could render them utterly ensnared. Wouldn't it be a simple task? As he spoke, the excitement nearly made him forget his own precarious situation. However, he was soon doused with a bucket of cold water as Lin Chuzhou scoffed, retorting, You claim my martial skills are unrivaled, so why not simply strike down the foes with a single blow instead of indulging in all this nonsense? With no more words to exchange, Lin Chuzhou disregarded young Master Xiang and dragged him toward the Sea High Prefecture's Town Martial Division. Chapter 57. Officer Li. At the Sea High Prefecture's Town Martial Division, a training ground was filled with numerous officers lined up in formation. Lin Chuzhou was among them. It had been 3 days since he had apprehended young Master Xiang. During this time, the other officers merely instructed him to wait for the return of their superior before formally processing his entry into the division. This was an unavoidable circumstance, as upon his arrival, the highest-ranking officer present was merely a silver badge officer. Several golden badge officers, along with the divine officer from the province, were out on assignments. The only familiar face, Officer Lu, was also away on duty. Thus Lin Chuzhou could only languidly wait in the Sea High Prefecture's Town Martial Division. He observed the silver badge officers diligently practicing their martial skills daily, showcasing their earnest dedication. Meanwhile, Lin Chuzhou, who had been idly lounging in his room for 3 days without even starting his duties, had already drawn the disdain of many officers. His youth and imminent promotion to silver badge officer had already sparked envy. Yet this fellow, who had not even fully matured, was lazily shirking even his daily training. Many silver badge officers watched him with cold disdain, merely waiting for the divine officer and the golden badge officers to return to witness his misfortune. They had all endured considerable hardship to attain their silver badges, and naturally they held little regard for someone who arrived as one without the requisite effort. Today was the day of the divine officer and the golden badge officer's return. As had been previously announced by the Swift Falcon, greetings, esteemed officers. The assembled officers stood tall, their voices resonating in unison. The training ground was soon graced by the arrival of 3 golden badge officers soaring through the air. Following closely behind was a figure charging like a rampaging bull, exuding a presence that seemed to surpass even the golden badge officers. None other than the officer Lin Chuzhou recognized, Officer Lu. Fallen, commanded one of the golden badge officers, as Officer Lu swiftly joined the ranks beside Lin Chuzhou. Brother Lin, you have finally arrived. Officer Lu grinned, sharing a knowing smile. Silence. the divine officer approaches. The golden badge officers at the front of the formation coldly admonished the crowd. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A tempest enveloped the skies, forming a colossal whirlwind. Lin Chujiao's heart raced as he turned his gaze skyward, his senses heightened, though he had sensed the formidable presence of the 3 golden badge officers earlier. He remained calm, however, at this moment. The overwhelming aura descending from above made him acutely aware of one undeniable truth. The divine officers of the martial division wielded tremendous power. The oppressive sensation they emitted was reminiscent of the master warriors he had encountered in a simulated exercise. It was evident that the divine officers of the martial division surpassed even the 4th-tier martial artists. From within the tempest, a figure descended gracefully, stepping upon the swirling winds. As the gale ceased, the figure became clearer, appearing to be in their 40s. Their countenance was cold, and wherever their gaze fell, the very air seemed to still. We have met the divine officer. Your arduous journey is appreciated. The officers exclaimed in unison, familiar with the routine. Lin Chujiao, blending into the ranks, felt a sense of disorientation. Were these truly the formidable officers that struck fear into the hearts of many in the martial world? They appeared more like sycophants. The divine officer's gaze swept across the ranks, landing on the 3 golden badge officers, causing a frown to form on their lips. Isn't there supposed to be 4 golden badge officers in Xi High Prefecture? Where is the 4th? Reporting to Officer Li. Officer Jun has been on assignment for half a month. By my calculations, they should be returning soon, one of the golden badge officers replied, steeling himself for the inquiry. Wait, Jun, a flicker of surprise crossed Officer Li's cold visage. Isn't your golden badge officer named Jun Shenye? Indeed, how would you know? So it was her. She had been reassigned to Xi High Prefecture. Officer Li nodded, his expression softening. Very well, let it be. Before he could finish, a cool voice resonated from outside the martial division. Who seeks me? This voice, though cold, bore a resonant strength that stirred the hearts of those who heard it. As the voice echoed, a figure clad in crimson approached swiftly. In mere strides, the individual crossed vast distances to the center of the training ground. Lin Chujiao's gaze was inevitably drawn to this newcomer. She appeared to be only slightly older than him, donned in a flowing scarlet ensemble, her attire billowing like flames. As a woman, her features were indeed striking, yet her expression remained devoid of emotion, rendering her somewhat wooden. However, what captivated attention more was the imposing black spear slung over her shoulder, from which dripped a viscous, azure fluid, pooling on the ground. The dark crimson blood signified the identity of the being at the spear's end, clearly. It belonged to a sea creature, or perhaps a half-sea being. With a resounding thud, the red-clad woman hurled the massive non-human body to the ground, causing even Lin Chujiao, who stood at a distance, to feel the tremor. Jun Shenye, do not tarry. Greet Officer Li, a golden badge officer barked, momentarily stunned by her gaze, rendering him speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into the earth. Unable to bear the shame of appearing so inadequate before Officer Li and the other officers, little Jun, it is you I wish to meet. Officer Li, his icy demeanor thawing into a gentle smile, left the 3 golden badge officers in a state of astonishment. Accompanying Officer Li on his assignment, even for just a few short days, had made them acutely aware that the title of the cold-faced divine officer was not merely a facade. Yet, to witness the cold-faced officer exhibit such warmth towards the equally stoic Jun Shenye was truly astonishing. Little Jun, the sea creature you hunted, judging by its physical characteristics, seems to possess traces of dragon blood. Its strength likely approaching that of weaker sea kings, strength approaching that of a sea king. The 3 golden badge officers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock. They understood that during this assignment with Officer Li, they had encountered a sea creature warrior themselves. Despite being significantly stronger than an average warrior, Officer Li had remarked that this particular sea creature would never ascend to the rank of Sea King due to its weak foundation. Officer Li had sought to test their mettle, urging them to collaborate against that sea creature warrior. Ultimately they barely triumphed, and without Officer Li's timely intervention, the formidable sea creature would have escaped with only minor injuries. Given this, they felt utterly humiliated before Officer Li. Yet now, Jun Shenye had single-handedly slain a sea creature warrior even stronger than the one they had faced. How could this not astonish them? Was the newly appointed golden badge officer Jun Shenye truly that formidable? Perhaps, indeed, this sea creature warrior was significantly stronger than those I previously hunted. Jun Shenye remarked, her attention fixed solely on Officer Li. If there is nothing else, I shall return to freshen up and rest. I have not slept in several days while pursuing this sea creature warrior. Jun Shenye, Officer Li is still present. What manner of attitude is this? Before Officer Li could respond to Jun Shenya, the chief Golden Badge officer of Si High Prefecture interjected. Within the martial division, Golden Badge officers held considerable status, but to adopt a dismissive demeanor before a divine officer was tantamount to courting disaster. Officer Li's warm smile remained unperturbed, yet Jun Shenya furrowed her brow. Yes, there's something else. It is not a matter of great urgency, Officer Li replied with a gentle smile. Little Jun, unless you are in a particular hurry, you might as well lend an ear. Jun Shenya glanced at Officer Li and then at the three Golden Badge officers. After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately decided not to leave immediately, instead standing her ground with her spear. The chief Golden Badge officer of Si High Prefecture broke into a cold sweat, finally exhaling in relief. If Jun Shenya truly wished to disregard the divine officer, he would have found himself at a loss. For should she show disrespect, he would bear the brunt of the blame for failing to maintain discipline among the Golden Badge officers. The annual examination for the martial officials of various prefectures and counties is fast approaching. At this critical juncture, leaving a negative impression on the esteemed Inspector Li would undoubtedly lead to significant repercussions. The sudden assignment of an inspector is particularly unwelcome. Wait a moment, isn't there a rumor that a Silver Badge inspector will also be transferred to Sanjiang County? With this thought, the Gold Badge inspector of the Si High Prefecture cast a sidelong glance at the Silver Badge inspector Lu, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of resentment. Had it not been for Lu's relentless advocacy before Inspector Li, the latter would scarcely have taken note of the appointment of a mere Silver Badge inspector. Although Lu was only a Silver Badge inspector, he hailed from the Banshan sect, which enjoyed a favorable rapport with the martial officials. Thus, Inspector Li's demeanor towards Lu was relatively amiable, despite his lower rank. In the ranks, sensing the gaze of the Gold Badge inspector, Lu promptly pointed to Lin Shujiao beside him, returning the look with a radiant smile. Indeed, it was a source of great satisfaction for the Gold Badge inspector to have discovered such an exceptional talent for the Si High Prefecture's martial officials. The Gold Badge inspector internally lamented. Rendered utterly speechless, it was evident that the joys and sorrows of humanity could not be shared. Everyone is aware of the situation concerning the Sea tribe, although neither side has escalated to open conflict. Being proactive in devising a response plan is an urgent necessity for the Si High Prefecture. Inspector Li initiated some pleasantries before turning his attention to Lin Shujiao beside Lu. There is another matter. According to Lu, regarding the Sea tribe situation, a young brother has contributed significantly and is interested in joining our martial officials. I am inclined to offer him a Silver Badge position. Do any of you have objections? Chapter 58, Gold Badge. Jun Shenya. In the training arena, numerous inspectors exchanged glances, ultimately raising their voices in unison under the leadership of the Gold Badge inspector. We have no objections, we defer to the decision of the esteemed inspector. It was no jest. The formidable gaze of the inspector swept across the room, instilling apprehension in anyone daring to voice dissent. Satisfied, Inspector Li nodded and addressed Lin Shujiao within the ranks. Step forward. Let everyone meet you and become acquainted. In truth, Lin Shujiao had been at the Si High Prefecture's martial officials for a few days, while he was not yet familiar with the inspectors remaining behind. He was not entirely a stranger. Nevertheless, he stepped forward. Despite the immense pressure from the formidable Inspector Li, his understanding of the simulated process reassured him that there was no animosity directed at him from this individual. As long as he followed the simulated process steadily and refrained from reckless actions, his safety was assured. After making his presence known before several Gold Badge inspectors, Inspector Li waved, and a Silver Badge fell into his hand. This signified that, from this moment forth, Lin Shujiao was officially a Silver Badge inspector of the martial officials. Work diligently, a storm is brewing, and this is your golden opportunity for advancement. Any Silver Badge inspector who can slay 3 Sea tribe warriors will be promoted to Gold Badge without hesitation. The Gold Badge inspectors present exchanged knowing smiles. Inspector Li had painted a grand vision. This young man had just become a Silver Badge inspector, and with the annual examination approaching, whether he could survive and retain his Silver Badge was still uncertain. Yet, Inspector Li spoke of promotion to Gold Badge as though it were a mere formality. As for the other Silver Badge inspectors, they did not take Inspector Li's lofty promises seriously. Slaying 3 Sea tribe warriors was no small feat. Even the Gold Badge inspectors found it challenging, let alone the Silver Badge inspectors. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. None dared to express them before Inspector Li. You do not yet have a Gold Badge inspector under your guidance. Do you, little Jun? This new Silver Badge inspector shall be assigned to you, if you have no objections, Inspector Li said with a smile. Actually, I do have objections. The moment the words escaped her lips, She was met with immediate rebuttal, causing Inspector Lee's smile to falter. Despite his good temper, the repeated disregard shown by Jun Shanye before other inspectors was beginning to strain his composure. "What objections do you have?" Inspector Lee's tone carried a hint of irritation. Each gold badge inspector was required to mentor 6 silver badge inspectors. Did she truly have a full complement? The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Turning to the chief inspector of the Sihai Prefecture, "How many silver badge inspectors does she currently have under her command?" The chief inspector, inwardly sighing, cast a subtle glance at Jun Shenya before responding candidly. "Reporting to you, sir, Jun currently has no silver badge inspectors under her command. What is going on? Are you all taking advantage of her recent arrival and neglecting to assign her personnel?" Inspector Lee's expression shifted, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. Pressing down upon the chief inspector of the Sihai Prefecture, the latter felt as though a colossal mountain was weighing upon him, nearly causing him to kneel in submission. Struggling to maintain composure, sweat trickled down his brow. "Esteemed inspector, you overstate the matter. I would never harbor such dark intentions. It is merely that Jun is unwilling. Indeed, it is my own choice. I am sufficient on my own." Jun Shenya remarked coolly, casting a disdainful glance at the gathered inspectors. "Let us speak candidly. Among the silver badge inspectors here, which of them can truly assist me?" Inspector Lee observed Jun Shenya and then surveyed the other inspectors standing in formation. Momentarily silenced, Jun Shenya's assertion held a modicum of truth. Given her prowess, the task she undertook would undoubtedly be of a high degree of difficulty and peril. In such circumstances, ordinary silver badge inspectors would be ill-equipped to provide meaningful assistance. If they were to intervene, they would either be mere bystanders or meet with untimely demise. Among those present, only her fellow gold badge inspectors would be of any real help. However, since they were all gold badge inspectors, it was reasonable to assume that they would not assist her. "Little June, while you do raise a valid point, this has been a long-standing regulation established since the inception of the martial officials. You should adhere to it. Even if you do not wish to take on the full complement of 6 silver badge inspectors, you must at least accept one. How do you intend to participate in the upcoming annual examination otherwise?" The famously stern Inspector Lee surprisingly did not express annoyance but instead engaged in this lengthy discourse with Jun Shenya. The other gold badge inspectors from the Sihai Prefecture lowered their heads, unwilling to meet Inspector Lee's gaze at that moment. However, it was evident that they all understood one thing. The recently transferred Jun Shenya evidently shared a close relationship with Inspector Lee, otherwise, he would not regard her with such favor. At least one? Jun Shenya's gaze swept across the silver badge inspectors, and as her eyes traversed the group, each silver badge inspector instinctively lowered their heads. In truth, these silver badge inspectors were typically assigned to other gold badge inspectors. If selected by Jun Shenya, they would be transferred from their original gold badge supervisor to her command. Regardless of the circumstances, this would not provide a pleasant experience. The awkwardness of encountering their former superior would be a mild inconvenience. Given the apparent discord between Jun Shenya and the other 3 gold badge inspectors, those who found themselves under her command would likely be caught in a most uncomfortable position. Essentially, this was the prevailing sentiment among the silver badge inspectors. Thus Jun Shenya found herself unable to identify a single silver badge inspector who would willingly align with her. As her gaze settled on Lin Chujiao, she paused for a moment and nodded slightly. "I apologize for the inconvenience of being new. It will be you. Are you willing?" Under the scrutinizing gaze of Inspector Lee, Lin Chujiao could only smile and nod in agreement. Consequently, a warm smile returned to Inspector Lee's face. This may well have been the most frequent occasion for the cold-faced inspector to smile in his life. With the thorny issue of Jun Shenya resolved, Inspector Lee's mood visibly brightened. He looked at the assembled inspectors and cheerfully nodded. "Indeed, today marks our monthly gold badge martial display. I trust the silver badge inspectors are eager to begin. I shall not take up more of your time. Please proceed promptly, for I have significant tasks to assign afterward." With that, Inspector Lee stepped aside with a beaming smile. The cold-faced inspector had transformed into a genial one, leaving the gold badge inspectors somewhat taken aback. The chief inspector of the Sihai Prefecture turned his gaze toward the other 2 gold badge inspectors. The 2, exchanging knowing glances, stepped forward into the open space. "Old Zhu, let us commence." "Very well, oldie, do take care not to embarrass me too much before everyone." That remains to be seen. As they spoke, the 2 gold badge inspectors sprang into action. Gold badge Zhu pointed his long sword skyward, and suddenly the air in the entire training arena became saturated with moisture, as if countless fine raindrops were cascading from the heavens. Stirring feelings of melancholy within the hearts of those present, spring rain sword intent, it is indeed the spring rain sword intent of Gold Badge Zhu. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Chujiao's heart quivered. The so-called spring rain sword intent was the manifestation of the ambition cultivated within Zhu as a fourth-tier warrior. Though he had encountered it numerous times within the simulated process, it had not contributed to his own enlightenment. Yet at that moment, witnessing it in the real world, he felt a vague sensation stirring within him, one that yearned for expression. Chapter 59, the fist intent surging waves as Gold Badge Zhu's spring rain sword intent began to reveal its power. Another Gold Badge inspector, unwilling to be outdone, unveiled his own ambition. Gold Badge, he wielded a long sword as well. With a thrust of his sword to the ground, a thin layer of frost suddenly formed on the earth, causing the temperature of the training arena to plummet. An involuntary chill swept through the hearts of the onlookers. Lin Chujiao had no need to speculate. Other Silver Badge inspectors were already raising their voices in excitement. Autumn Frost Sword Intent. What a remarkable Autumn Frost Sword Intent it is. Both champions hail from the same sect and excel in the identical seasonal swordsmanship. However, one has comprehended the Spring Rain Sword Intent, while the other has grasped the Autumn Frost Sword Intent. Today, it remains uncertain whether a victor can be determined. It is difficult to say. I suspect it will end in a stalemate, as it has in the past. The numerous officers engaged in lively discussions, while Lin Chujiao was already immersed in the duel between the two champions. Experiencing the clash of two distinct spirits at such proximity was an exceedingly rare opportunity for him. Within his chest, subtle threads of something akin to that spirit began to emerge. It was evident that this was the essence and inspiration kindled by witnessing the two champions in combat. In his mind, the sound of tides began to resonate faintly. Lin Chujiao understood that the flicker of inspiration he was experiencing was undoubtedly connected to the Tsunlung San Dai Fist, a martial art he had been focusing on mastering. Earlier, during his encounter with the Ban Hai people, he had successfully manifested the initial form of fist intent. At this moment, true fist intent flowed through him like a river, seamlessly integrating with his being. Centered around Lin Chujiao, the sound of surging tides gradually rose from low to high. The first to notice the change in the arena was the strongest officer present, Li Shinbiyu. In the next instant, Jun Xianye also sensed it. Her gaze fell upon Lin Chujiao, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Inspiration. The two champions fought with zeal, yet neither truly sought to bring about each other's demise. So they retreated, satisfied with their performances. They believed that their display would certainly not bring disgrace to the Si Haifu's martial division. Their eyes turned to Li Shinbu, hoping to catch a glimmer of approval on his face. However, they were met with disappointment. Li Shinbu was not dissatisfied with their performance. In fact, his gaze had not lingered on them at all. Following Li Shinbu's line of sight, they beheld the young man who had just been promoted to Silver Badge Officer. It was commendable for someone so young to achieve the rank of Silver Badge Officer, yet Li Shinbu, a person of great stature, had encountered countless youthful prodigies. How could he possibly regard this young man with any elevated esteem? Oh, as they directed their gaze, the two champions were momentarily taken aback. They finally comprehended why Li Shinbu was focused on that youth. Surrounding the young man, a surge of azure energy roared mightily, infused with strands of extraordinary power, elevating this energy to an entirely new level. In an instant, the two felt as though they were standing by a great river, witnessing the fierce tide crashing towards them. Inspiration, they echoed Jun Shenya's astonished exclamation. Before them stood Lin Chujiao, newly appointed Silver Badge Officer, who in that moment had grasped the essence within him, transcending the barrier between the 4th and 5th ranks. Although this nascent inspiration still bore a certain immaturity, there was no doubt that Lin Chujiao had indeed become a 4th-rank martial artist. When he introduced himself earlier, how old did he say he was? 18 years old, and already a 4th-rank martial artist? A glance at Jun Xianye, who, despite her youth, had already attained 4th rank, left the two champions feeling utterly bewildered by the world around them. Excellent, excellent. Li Shinbu clapped his hands in laughter, praising the spirit of martial arts at Si Haifu. Indeed, today's exhibition had birthed a 4th-rank inspiration, and the two champions were to be credited for it. Today had been a succession of fortuitous events. Li Shinbu had entirely forgotten his stoic persona as the cold-faced officer. Smiling more widely than anyone else, Xiao Lu, you truly are a harbinger of fortune. Merely recommending someone resulted in the emergence of a 4th-rank martial artist with genuine spirit. Among the crowd, Lu, the Silver Badge Officer, unexpectedly praised, found himself momentarily at a loss. Having experienced the events in Sanjiang County, he was well aware of Lin Chujiao's prowess. He surmised that it would not be long before Lin Chujiao cultivated his spirit and broke through to become a 4th-rank martial artist. Therefore, establishing a good relationship with him seemed a surefire investment, yet, he had not anticipated that merely having just attained the silver badge Lin Chujiao would directly achieve a breakthrough. Lin Chujiao, however, had little time to spare for others. In that moment, his spirit surged, feeling as though the energy within him was akin to a mountain of firewood ignited, yearning to burst forth. With a mighty punch, that Songlong Sandai fist activated. And the sound of the tides grew ever clearer. Xiao Zhu assist him, but take care not to injure anyone. Being seasoned, Li Shinbu understood the impulsive nature that often accompanied the initial emergence of inspiration. He thoughtfully arranged for a temporary sparring partner for Lin Chujiao. Regardless of his inner thoughts, the designated champion Yizhu approached Lin Chujiao with a friendly smile. Xiao Lin, I am here to help you practice. When inspiration first arises, do not suppress it, as it will hinder future development. Yizhu gracefully twirled his longsword, pointing it skyward, evoking the melancholic feeling of spring rain once more. In response to Lin Chujiao, who had comprehended the essence, he naturally opted to employ his own spring rain sword intent. Come, Xiao Lin, unleash your full strength without fear of harming me. The three levels of spirit are worlds apart. If you confine your heart, you may forever remain at the spirit as thin as a thread stage. At this moment, Lin Chujiao had no time to dwell on anything else. He felt the fervor of his spirit swelling. And before him lay the bothersome melancholy of spring rain, inciting an urge to shatter it with a single punch. With this thought in mind, he acted. Lin Chujiao unleashed a punch, allowing the spirit within him to unfurl. The fully formed fist intent surging forth with an unstoppable tide of power. Boom, a total of 3 levels of strength. Although he did not employ the ultimate move of crashing waves, the seemingly ordinary punch possessed a might far surpassing that of his previous signature move. Zhu, initially intending to hold back, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming fist intent, causing his heart to tremble in fear. In that instant, he felt as though he stood before a colossal wave crashing down. And even invoking the spring rain sword intent to its utmost could not stem its advance. All notions of spring rain and melancholy became mere jokes before such overwhelming might. This was undoubtedly the second level of spirit, pressure of mountains and rivers. At that critical moment, Zhu found himself inexplicably contemplating why Lin Chujiao, having just awakened his spirit, could leap directly over the spirit as thin as a thread phase and manifest his spirit at the pressure of mountains and rivers level. None of it mattered anymore. Before the towering wave, Zhu felt like a decrepit boat, devoid of any hope for salvation. Wait, his exclamation was swallowed by the surging fist intent, unable to escape. He could only hope that Lin Chujiao would restrain himself. Yet, as it was Lin Chujiao's first time invoking fist intent, it was an exuberant moment, and how could he possibly hold back, just as Zhu was about to be engulfed by the torrent of fist intent? A fiery force surged forth, intercepting it. Boom, amidst the deafening roar, Zhu was sent flying, and a crimson figure took his place, standing before Lin Chujiao. The black spear in her hand pierced through the realm of fist intent, warping the air around it, and an overwhelming heat enveloped the arena. The spear intent, wildfire, was met with applause from Li Shinbu. Li Shinbu recognized the fist technique Lin Chujiao employed as the Songlong Sandai fist, presumably acquired at the weapon forging tower. When Lin Chujiao unleashed his punch, he gathered the moisture in the air, enhancing the environment to suit that Songlong Sandai fist, thus amplifying its power. As long as the fist intent continued to rise, there would come a day when a true wave would accompany his punch. For now, merely altering the environment would significantly enhance the martial art's potency. However, the tidal environment created by Lin Chujiao's fist intent was effortlessly shattered by Jun Shanya's wildfire spear intent. It seemed her spear intent had already reached the final stage, pressure reaching the heavens, mere steps away from transformation. Li Shinbu's gaze flickered, observing the abundant moisture rising within the arena, and he nodded inwardly. Meanwhile, Lin Chujiao keenly felt the intensity of the moment. On the surface, it appeared unremarkable, yet only by facing the spear intent did he understand that while the opponent's spear intent was formless, it was nearly indistinguishable from a true wildfire. The almost endless spear intent enveloped him, imparting a sensation akin to being surrounded by raging flames. Jun Shanya's performance pleased Li Shinbu, yet Lin Chujiao's display astonished him equally. The moment of inspiration's first emergence had reached the pressure of mountains and rivers level, truly rare. What is the name of this fist intent? Faced with Li Shinbu's inquiry, Lin Chujiao gazed at Jun Shenya standing with her spear, then silently felt the surging spirit within him. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "Let this fist intent be called Surging Waves." Chapter 60, No Regrets. Surging Waves, what a splendid name! Li Shinbu marveled in admiration within the arena. But Sanlong 3-stack fist fundamentally belongs to the category of masculine martial arts, and your surging waves fist technique has further amplified its virile characteristics to their zenith, exuding an indomitable spirit that suggests an unwavering advance and an ability to conquer all obstacles. As for the assessment of the renowned Inspector Lee, Lin Chujiao could only maintain a smile. Very well, let us conclude today's golden medal demonstration here. Pay close attention to the forthcoming tasks. Inspector Lee did not linger on Lin Chujiao, swiftly transitioning to the main topic. The two clans of humans and sea creatures have enjoyed a long-standing peace, yet recently, the coastal waters have seen an uptick in the presence of the aquatic race. I will visit the major sects and request their assistance in purging the oceanic territories. As he spoke, Inspector Lee's gaze fell upon the many officers present, his expression growing gravely serious, however, as members of the Jinwu division. We ought to set an example for the various sects, demonstrating to them that the righteousness of humankind is paramount. The Jinwu division is not merely an entity that hides behind the scenes waving banners. Yes, we shall comply with your orders, Inspector. The numerous officers responded in unison. Satisfied, Inspector Lee nodded and began to assign tasks. Zhu Jinbai, you will lead a team responsible for the western waters of the Four Seas. He Jinbai, you are in charge of the southern region. As for you, Xiao Jun, before he could finish, Jun Xianya interjected, stating, I shall proceed to the eastern Dragon Bay. I previously hunted down a sea creature war general there. Yet I sense the presence of another quasi-sea king. Do you have confidence in confronting this quasi-sea king? Inspector Lee squinted at Jun Xianya. Jun Xianya replied, I will return to rest for a bit and set off in 2 days. Inspector Lee sighed inwardly, having grown accustomed to her capriciousness, yet his gaze shifted to Lin Chujiao, adding, very well, take him along. His current strength is no less than that of an ordinary golden medal officer and should prove helpful to you. This time, Jun Xianye refrained from saying much, casting a glance at Lin Chujiao before turning to leave. A cool, crisp voice floated back from the departing Jun Xianye, I shall seek you in 2 days for our departure together. Clearly, having witnessed Lin Chujiao's mastery of the surging waves fist, Jun Xianye had already acknowledged his prowess. As Jun Xianye departed, Inspector Lee's gaze lingered on Lin Chujiao, infused with a sense of earnest expectation. You are doing well. Continue to exert yourself, for I sense we shall meet again soon. As his words settled, the whirlwind abruptly stirred, and amidst the furious gusts, Inspector Lee stepped forth, distancing himself from the Jinwu division of the Four Seas. It seems, as he mentioned, he was off to liaise with other sections after Inspector Lee's departure. The other officers regarded Lin Chujiao with undisguised envy. They comprehended the underlying meaning in Inspector Lee's words. The notion of meeting again soon implied that Lin Chujiao would soon ascend to the rank of Golden Medal Officer. At which point they would reunite. Having cultivated a spirit of ambition, Lin Chujiao had already reached the threshold of a Golden Medal Officer. All that remained was the requisite merits. As Inspector Lee exited, Luin Bai stepped forward from the ranks, clapping Lin Chujiao on the shoulder, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Brother Lin, you are remarkable, your future is boundless. In truth, during their time in Sanjiang County, their relationship had hardly been intimate. However, upon Lin Chujiao's arrival at the Four Seas and his subsequent elevation to Silver Medal Officer, Luin Bai felt an immediate closeness between them, especially since Lin Chujiao was the one he had introduced to the Jinwu division of the Four Seas. Naturally, he felt elated by Lin Chujiao's success. Brother Lin, come, I shall take you to arrange your accommodations and claim your benefits. Before Lin Chujiao could decline, Luin Bai had already moved ahead, leaving Lin Chujiao no choice but to follow. Watching the two depart, the 3 Golden Medal officers exchanged glances, momentarily engulfed in an unspoken silence. Particularly, the chief officer of the Four Seas was filled with an inexplicable melancholy, difficult to dispel. 1 Jun Xianya was already a considerable burden. Now, with the arrival of Lin Chujiao, the situation felt precarious. Jun Xianya was a transferred officer with formidable strength. Although the chief officer ostensibly oversaw the Jinwu division of the Four Seas, he had no means to contend with Jun Xianya. Adopting a strategy of willful ignorance, and now, with Lin Chujiao, who had just become a Silver Medal Officer yet had developed a robust spirit, it appeared he could rival even Zhu Jinbai. Any discerning eye could see that the young Lin Chujiao undoubtedly had a limitless future ahead and would eventually become a Golden Medal Officer, rendering him far beyond the status of an ordinary Silver Medal Officer. Yet, that oblivious Luin Bai hailed from the Banshan sect, while his strength indeed only matched that of a Silver Medal Officer. Given his ties to the sect, as long as Luin Bai did not incinerate the Jinwu division of the Four Seas, the Golden Medal Chief Officer would find it challenging to cause him trouble. Previously, he had been dispatched to the coastal borders to avoid scrutiny. However, with the aquatic race stirring once more, Liu Bai inadvertently stumbled upon their significant scheme, thus accruing substantial merit during a prior mission. It was evident that Inspector Li had valued Liu Bai, allowing a mere silver medal officer to accompany him. The chief officer of the Four Seas, increasingly vexed by the situation, let out a long sigh. His eyes vacant as they gazed into the distance. This position as chief officer of the Four Seas truly felt devoid of purpose. Meanwhile, Liu Bai had already led Lin Shujiao further along. Brother Lin, upon achieving the rank of silver medal, you will be entitled to a residence in the city of the Four Seas. I have already selected a fine location next to my own abode. Liu Bai rambled on, guiding Lin Shujiao into the armory of the Jinwu division of the Four Seas. Lin Shujiao could only shake his head in resignation. Sometimes, excessive chatter is not a virtue. Who knows how many times he had endured Liu Bai's incessant prattle. In truth, everything Liu Bai mentioned was information Lin Shujiao was already well aware of, yet, at this moment, he felt compelled to feign the astonishment of a newcomer. Wow, one can actually receive a residence in the city, how wonderful! The forced display of excitement from Lin Shujiao lacked any authenticity. Liu Bai, oblivious, turned to a burly man in the armory, saying, "Iron Brother, please provide my brother Lin with the finest weapon available." The man referred to as Iron Brother glanced at Lin Shujiao, chuckling lightly. A fresh face. Has the division recruited new talent? Of course, old Liu personally introduced him. Inspector Li handpicked him. Liu Bai did not hide his pride. Impressive. Iron Brother enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, inspecting Lin Shujiao's silver waist badge before inquiring, "What sort of weapon does this new silver medal officer wish to see?" To his surprise, Lin Shujiao exhibited no interest even in casting a glance, shaking his head and turning away. "No, it's unnecessary." His words instantly transformed Iron Brother's expression. "What's this? The new silver medal officer looks down upon the weapons crafted by our 100 Refinement sect?" He sneered, gesturing at the myriad weapons in the armory. Though these weapons may not grace the divine weapons ranking, each one is forged through countless trials, especially utilizing our 100 Refinement sect's refinement technique, far surpassing ordinary blades. Even silver medal officers can only claim one with their waist badge. Lin Shujiao, already anticipating his irritation, chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I do not disdain the weapons forged by the 100 Refinement sect. It is simply that I genuinely find these weapons unsuitable for my USE. In his previous simulations, he had already tested this. Frankly speaking, most of the weapons in this armory are of inferior quality compared to the Cold Moon Saber he once possessed. However, while the Cold Moon Saber greatly enhances true energy, its benefits regarding the elemental aura are minimal, especially now that Lin Shujiao has cultivated a robust spirit. When his spirit surges, these weapons would likely shatter under the strain. Who would foolishly carry a weapon that would splinter upon its first use?" Upon hearing Lin Shujiao's words, Liu Bai recalled that his companion was indeed a fourth-grade martial artist with a cultivated spirit. It was likely that these ordinary weapons for silver medal officers were genuinely ill-suited for him. He glanced sideways and leaned closer to Iron Brother, whispering, "Old Iron, what about the weapons in the inner vault?" "Don't even think about it." Iron Brother brusquely shook off Liu Bai's arm, exclaiming, "Weapons in the inner vault have a chance of making it onto the weapon ranking. Only golden medal officers are permitted to choose from there." "Are you two golden medal officers?" Liu Bai remained unfazed, continuing his verbal assault. "Rules are dead, but people are alive. My brother here will soon become a golden medal officer anyway. Leaving the weapons in the inner vault to gather dust is a waste. It is better to let him use them and cultivate a bond with the weapons beforehand." Iron Brother coldly laughed, stating, "One day, I too shall become a master blacksmith. Why doesn't my old and decrepit master simply hand over the sect leader position to me? In a word, if you want me to give your friend access to the inner vault, then have that old fossil relinquish the sect leader position, otherwise forget it." Clearly the two had reached an impasse. Not even a shred of courtesy, Liu Bai regarded Iron Brother with a somber tone. With a scoff, the Iron Brother retorted, "You have no face to speak of." As the argument between the two escalated toward an irretrievable state, Lin Shujiao hurriedly intervened to mediate. He stepped forward and inquired, "I have heard that voluntarily relinquishing the choice of weaponry can earn one an opportunity for forging. Is that true?" This information, of course, was gleaned from their previous simulations. The Iron Brother nodded at first, then curled his lip. "While that may be the case, what good materials could a mere silver badge officer procure? The final product might even be inferior to what is already in the outer store. I advise you to simply choose a ready-made weapon instead." Lin Shujiao shook his head. "Do not concern yourself with whether I can acquire good materials. What if I do find some, yet your skills are insufficient to forge them? Ha, the Iron Brother scanned the two with a disdainful glance, chuckling coldly. No wonder you two are together, you're both equally rude and quite intolerable. Seeing Lin Shujiao's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, the Iron Brother snorted and said, "Rest assured, should you truly find extraordinary materials and I am unable to forge them, I shall swallow my pride and bow to the old master, begging him to assist you. Is that a promise?" "A promise indeed," the Iron Brother, appearing displeased, added, "You always look down on the weapons in my outer store. You must show me, what exactly do you possess that makes you so disdainful of my crafted weapons? Do you truly wish to see? Of course, are you certain you regret it? Need I even say it? Very well." Lin Shujiao shrugged and replied, "You asked for it, so don't blame me later." As he spoke, Lin Shujiao flicked his fingers. A bang, a dull thunderclap resounded, and a long sword prominently displayed in the outer store shattered into tiny iron fragments, both blade and sheath disintegrating in an instant. The shards flew in all directions, littering the ground. In the Iron Brother's bewildered expression, Lin Shujiao had already taken flight alongside Luin Pai, leaving the weapon store behind. A moment later, a wretched wail echoed from within the weapon store. Chapter 61, A Surge to the Sky. After departing from the weapon store, Luin Pai expressed his curiosity. "Brother Lin, have you prepared some rare forging materials? No wonder you look down on the weapons in the outer store. Given your strength, they indeed seem somewhat lacking." Lin Shujiao smiled softly and shook his head. "Not yet, but I should have some in the future." Upon hearing this, Luin Pai could only sigh helplessly within. This brother Lin was still too young, he had no idea just how coveted rare forging materials were. He recalled a time when a piece of celestial lapis lazuli emerged, stirring up quite a storm in the martial world. Ultimately, that celestial lapis was acquired by a master martial artist, forged into a weapon, and remains on the divine weapon list to this day. Thus, Lin Shujiao's optimism regarding acquiring rare forging materials was evidently overly optimistic. However, Luin Pai chose not to enlighten him. After all, a youth is often accompanied by dreams. Who knows what might come to pass? As Luin Pai observed the change in expression from worry to relief on Lin Shujiao's face, it was clear to him what the latter was pondering. Yet, Lin Shujiao did not provide any further explanations. Matters concerning the simulator were not to be divulged to outsiders. At that moment, he had no pressing tasks within the Jinwu division and merely awaited the summons of Jun Qianye. The things he was destined to possess were likely still patiently awaiting him ahead. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Luin Pai, Lin Shujiao soon commenced a new round of simulations, consuming 500 simulation coins. He initiated the process. Upon attaining the status of a 4th-grade martial artist, the consumption of the simulator had correspondingly increased. At 18, he had already become a 4th-grade martial artist brimming with ambition. And he was also a silver badge officer in the Jinwu division. After several simulations, Lin Shujiao's spirit had reached its current peak. Within the simulation, Lin Shujiao could not conjure insights out of thin air. However, once he grasped an insight in the real world, he could enter the simulation to refine that already comprehended insight. Insights are categorized into 3 realms based on their intensity. When first comprehended, the insight typically manifests as wisps of energy, termed the breath as a silken thread realm. With diligent practice, these wisps will gradually strengthen, achieving the pressure of mountains and rivers realm, perhaps due to the accumulation of experience. Lin Shujiao's insight, upon its initial comprehension, transcended the breath as a silken thread realm and directly reached the 2nd level, the pressure of mountains and rivers. Each level of insight presents significant challenges to surpass, and the disparity in strength between the levels is substantial. Lin Shujiao's ability to outshine Zhu Jinbai on the day of the Golden Badge martial arts competition, despite merely having grasped insight, was already sufficient to astonish many. However, after multiple simulations throughout the day, his spirit had swelled to the surge to the sky realm. Lin Shujiao estimated that with his current level of insight, should he unleash that Sanglong threefold fist, the 3 golden badge officers in the Sihai prefecture would likely be utterly insufficient to contend with him. As for the other golden badge officer, Jun Qianye, his spear intent was equally formidable. Only through combat could one determine the stronger of the two. However, the black long spear wielded by Jun Qianye was a fearsome weapon listed among the divine armaments, providing a notable boost to his combat prowess. As for Lin Shujiao, being unarmed and lacking a suitable weapon, he would likely suffer a considerable disadvantage unless he could swiftly acquire a good weapon or comprehend a wider variety of insights to enhance his overall combat capabilities. In truth, there are no strict limitations on the types of insights a 4th-grade martial artist can comprehend. Gaining new insights is already challenging. Once acquired, it requires immense time and energy to elevate them to higher levels. The time and energy of martial artists are ultimately finite, and most fourth-grade martial artists will only specialize in a single insight throughout their lives, yet, for Lin Chujiao, who possessed a simulator, this issue was certainly not a concern. Thus, another day passed without any notable developments. As the second day dawned, before Lin Chujiao could await Jun Shanya's arrival, a thunderous knock reverberated at the door of his residence. It was Lu Yinpai. This fellow rushed into Lin Chujiao's abode, excitement plastered across his face. Brother Lin, great news. What news? Although already aware of the details, Lin Chujiao feigned ignorance, questioning him. Is it possible that I might one day develop a split personality at this rate? This morning's latest ranking update reveals that you have made the list, securing the 44th position on the innate rankings, surpassing the 45th place of Yang Qingxue. Lin Chujiao maintained a calm demeanor. Devoid of any surprise, now I understand. Brother Lin, prior to arriving at the Sihai Prefecture, you accomplished quite the feat by rescuing the enchanting heroine of the Rouge List from the notorious flower thief, Xiang Gongzi. Lu Yinpai exclaimed animatedly, his enthusiasm growing. I can already sense that the Jinwu division of our Sihai Prefecture is about to witness a legendary tale. Lin Chujiao, uninterested, strode directly toward the door. Lu Yinpai followed closely. Continuing his incessant chatter. Don't rush, the heroine and her master are currently in the reception hall, enjoying tea. They won't be leaving anytime soon. Lin Chujiao merely pressed forward, mentally tuning out Lu Yinpai's incessant remarks. Indeed, Yang Qingxue had come, accompanied by her master from Bishi Piki. Furthermore, their visit to the Jinwu division was specifically for him. Together with Lu Yinpai, they quickly arrived at the reception hall of the Jinwu division. As they approached, Lin Chujiao could already hear the ongoing conversation. With the esteemed arrival of the Peak Master, I assume it is not merely for tea. What is the true purpose of your visit? Will you not share it with me? Phone. Despite having joined the Jinwu division not long ago, Lin Chujiao's acute senses quickly discerned the identity of the speaker. It was none other than Feng Wonen, the Golden Badge chief officer of the Jinwu division. The individual conversing with him was evidently the master of the heroine, Yang Qingxue. Since that is the case, I shall not keep it hidden. I have heard that the flower thief, Xiang Gongzi, has already fallen into your division's net. Might I be granted the privilege to meet the officer who captured him? Peak Master, you are remarkably well informed. Feng Wonen smiled. To be honest, I only learned about this matter recently. I had no idea the Peak Master was already so well acquainted. How could I possess such abilities? I merely relied on the latest updated rankings from this morning to glean some insight. Ah, I see. Feng Wonen pondered for a moment and instructed his subordinates to summon Lin Yinpai. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice rang out from outside the reception hall. I have arrived. Chapter 62. Quite awkward with the sudden exclamation echoing from outside the reception hall, a figure appeared before the eyes of everyone present. It was Lin Chujiao, who had rushed from his residence. Feng Wonen, the chief officer, was somewhat taken aback by his abrupt entrance, yet he appeared pleased that the situation could be resolved so conveniently, though he held the title of chief officer in the Jinwu division. The Peak Master before him was also a leader of his own sect. Li Shinbu might choose to disregard the so-called leaders of these small and medium sects, yet he cannot. As long as the requests are not excessively burdensome, he is willing to extend a modicum of courtesy. Lin Chujiam's gaze also fell upon the two individuals from Bu Peak. A young woman, radiant and striking, is none other than Yang Qingxue, whom he had encountered at the Jianghai Inn. At this moment, she is regarding him with a rather unfriendly countenance. The other individual, equally alluring yet significantly older than Yang Qingxue, is the Peak Master of Bu Peak, her mentor. However, the two of them, standing close together, appear less like a master and disciple and more akin to siblings. Are you Lin Xiaxia? The Peak Master inquired, her face illuminating with a warm and amicable smile upon seeing Lin Chujiam. Truly a remarkable hero. No wonder you have achieved the rank of Silver Medal Enforcer at such a tender age and effortlessly apprehended the elusive Xiang Gongzi. At the sight of Lin Chujiam, the expression on Peak Master Zhou's face radiated with vibrant warmth and friendliness, starkly contrasting the cold demeanor of Yang Qingxue standing behind her. Yet, as Lin Chujiam observed Peak Master Zhou, his eyes instinctively narrowed slightly. Although her attitude was commendable, and she was a renowned leader of a sect, Lin Chujiam felt an unshakable sense of unease. This vague, peculiar sensation lingered persistently in his mind, refusing to dissipate. He did not perceive this as a mere figment of his imagination. As a martial artist's prowess increases, the instinctive awareness of certain subtleties becomes increasingly acute. It is said that at higher levels of cultivation, some martial artists can even evade life-threatening dangers through a fleeting whim. In previous simulations, he had passed by their door thrice, deeming an encounter with the two from Bu Peak a mere waste of time, opting instead to follow Jun Qianni to Along Bay for fieldwork. Indeed, at first glance, Peak Master Zhou appeared to be merely a fourth-grade martial artist, her strength comparable to that of Chief Enforcer Feng Wunan, far from reaching the level of Li Shenbu. Logically, such a standard should pose no challenge to Lin Chujiam's current abilities. Even in a confrontation, he would only need to exert himself minimally, which would still be considered a show of respect towards his opponent. However, upon this close and genuine interaction, Lin Chujiam sensed a subtle yet undeniable threat emanating from her. It seemed that the Peak Master of Bu possessed abilities that transcended her outward appearance. It appeared that a simulation specifically targeting Zhou, the Master of Bu Peak, would be necessary upon his return. Since he had already encountered her, he could not overlook the various possibilities associated with her. Lin Chujiam was not one to engage in unprepared battles. With this thought in mind, Lin Chujiam refrained from drawing too near. Instead, addressing her from a distance, "Peak Master Zhou, what brings you to seek me, Qingxue?" the Peak Master called out, prompting Yang Qingxue to reluctantly step forward and respectfully bow to Lin Chujiam. "Thank you, Lin Xiaoxia, for your great kindness. I have no means to repay you." And then, the crowd, including the recently arrived Luin Bai, excitedly observed the unfolding scene. However, it was not quite as they had envisioned. The young and formidable Lin Bai had not received the expected gratitude but rather a gesture of submission. Even Chief Enforcer Feng Wunan let out a long sigh, a touch of inexplicable disappointment settling in his heart. Had it not been for Lin Xiaoxia's assistance, my disciple's fate would have been dire. To express my gratitude, I wish to bestow upon you the Bu fragment, hoping Lin Xiaoxia might fulfill a small request of my disciple, the Bu fragment. Chief Enforcer Feng Wunan suddenly sat up straight, gripping his teacup with such force that it shattered with a loud crack. Realizing his display was somewhat impolite, he quickly offered an awkward smile. Nevertheless, his curiosity remained insatiable. "Peak Master, is this Bu fragment a portion of your sect's Bu secret scroll?" Indeed, the Peak Master nodded gravely, letting out a sigh. "Since the great upheaval a century ago, the Bu secret scroll has been reduced to mere fragments, and our sect has not produced any martial artists above the third grade since. It is a lamentable situation." Feng Wunan nodded in shared sorrow and added, "Even so, the Bu fragment is a coveted treasure among martial artists. Your sect can stand tall among others with this scroll." The Peak Master accepted Feng Wunan's flattery with a calm smile. Meanwhile, Luin Bai could hardly contain his eagerness, blurting out his question, "Chief Enforcer, what makes the Bu secret scroll so powerful?" Feng Wunan glanced at him, explaining, "You practice external martial arts, so you may not understand. The Bu secret scroll is not an internal cultivation method, but it is far more beneficial than many internal manuals." "Why is that?" "Martial artists' internal cultivation, regardless of its nature, be it yang or yin, can inflict some degree of harm to their internal meridians. Over time, this can lead to stagnation, creating what we commonly refer to as a bottleneck." Luin Bai was taken aback. "So this Bu secret scroll can help break through that bottleneck?" "Not just that," Feng Wunan lamented. In addition to clearing meridians and aiding in breakthroughs, the Bu secret scroll can also nourish the meridians, strengthening them to accommodate even more potent internal energy, thereby significantly enhancing the martial art's efficacy. Lin Chujiam blinked, harboring some skepticism towards Chief Enforcer Feng Wunan's assertions. Could the Bu secret scroll truly be so formidable? Bu Peak, without a master-level martial artist, could genuinely safeguard such a treasure. Luin Bai evidently shared the same doubts, directly voicing, "If the Bu secret scroll is so powerful, wouldn't everyone come to seize it? How could Bu Peak possibly protect it?" Such inquiries were undeniably impolite. However, given his usual brash persona, Luin Bai's words could be interpreted as candidness, easily excused. Feng Wunan shot him a disapproving glare before turning to Peak Master Zhou with an awkward smile. The Peak Master, unfazed, responded with a serene smile, "It is merely the legacy of our forebears, as several esteemed predecessors have been quite protective of our sect." Lin Chujiam then understood, Bu Peak was evidently well connected. Clearly, the ancestors of Bu Peak had forged strong alliances with some formidable figures, while those ancestors had passed on, their influential connections remained, providing Bu Peak with substantial backing. If it was merely a matter of enhancing one's proficiency, Lin Chujiam would hardly be interested. With his simulator as a catalyst, he had little use for anything else. However, if it could amplify the power of martial arts, it would indeed be worth acquiring. He then turned to Yang Qingxue and inquired, "What is the small request you wish to make, Miss Yang?" He placed emphasis on the word small, clearly wary of her making exorbitant demands. Lin Chujiam's demeanor appeared rather miserly. Chief Enforcer Feng Wanan, observing the scene, could not help but feel another wave of embarrassment wash over him. The two silver medal enforcers, Luin Bai and Lin Bai, seemed intent on exhausting his supply of awkward moments. Chapter 63, Is this what you call taking it easy? In the reception hall of the 4C's Bureau of the Town Marshal Division, Yang Qingxue, the eldest disciple of Bu Peak, approached Lin Shijian. To his surprise, she slowly drew her sword, pointing it directly at him. Before Lin Shijian could process the situation, Luin Bai became anxious. "Hey, miss, are you feeling alright?" Luin Bai posed a soul-searching question. "Lin brother captured that scoundrel Xiang Gongzi. Sparing you from an embarrassing predicament, shouldn't you be grateful instead of drawing your sword against him?" Chief Enforcer Feng Wanan again found himself in an awkward position, chuckling uneasily, while Peak Master Zhou chuckled softly. "Do not fret, this is merely my disciple's frustration. She feels her skills were rendered ineffective by the villainous seductive charms, causing her to harbor resentment. She ought to direct her ire at that Xiang Gongzi. Not Lin brother. Oh right, Xiang Gongzi is currently imprisoned in the Town Marshal Division thanks to Lin brother. Luin Bai completely disregarded the pointed glances Chief Enforcer Feng Wanan was shooting his way. Continuing to voice his concerns, Peak Master Zhou showed no signs of irritation, responding calmly, "Due to the incident at the Jianghayan, the martial community has deemed my disciple lacking in strength. Naturally, she is eager to prove herself. This is only human nature. I hope you can forgive her." Yang Qingxue glanced at her master before turning to Lin Shijian, stating earnestly, "If you manage to apprehend Xiang Gongzi, then if I can defeat you, it would naturally prove my strength is sufficient to handle him." Lin Shijian was perplexed by Yang Qingxue's logic. Observing the increasingly frantic expressions of Chief Enforcer Feng Wanan, he smiled and asked, "Why do you believe you can certainly defeat me?" The moment those words left his mouth, not only did the color drain from Chief Enforcer Feng Wanan's face, but even Peak Master Zhou, who had maintained a calm demeanor, appeared taken aback. Lin Bai seemed to be showing no regard for decorum, his words lacking any semblance of courtesy. Yang Qingxue's face flushed with humiliation, clearly feeling a sense of indignation. With a light snort, she trembled her long sword in hand and addressed Lin Shijian. "Enough with the idle chatter, reveal your weapon. You rank 44th, while I am 45th, I refuse to believe there exists an insurmountable chasm between us." As Yang Qingxue's words left her lips, Luin Bai beside her cast a glance at Lin Shijian, his face betraying an irrepressible smirk. It was evident that if this valiant woman persisted, she would soon find herself in dire straits. The 44th position on the innate ranking was merely the Jiwu Tower's estimation of Lin Shijian's strength during his capture of young Master Xiang Gai in addition to various martial arts manuals and weapon elixirs. The Jiwu Tower also updated its myriad rankings monthly, which were a source of much discussion among the martial world. To obtain reliable news on these updates, the Jiwu Tower surely had spies stationed throughout the realm. However, it was clear that their information had a certain lag. The strength Lin Xiong exhibited while apprehending young Master Xiang was worlds apart from the prowess he now displayed before the valiant Yang Qingxue. During the gold medal demonstration, Lin Xiong had cultivated a fierce spirit and ascended to the rank of a 4th-grade martial artist, a fact that the Jiwu Tower had evidently yet to learn. Regardless of how high the innate ranking was, it ultimately pertained to a mere 5th-grade martial artist. Faced with Lin Xiong, now a 4th-grade martial artist, there was evidently no possibility other than being thoroughly outmatched. The Grand Catcher Feng Wanan had clearly realized this as well. Though anxious within, he maintained a facade of calm, turning to Lin Shijian with a genial smile. "We are all children of the martial world. Lin Bai, remember to keep it light, lest we harm our camaraderie." Lin Shijian smiled in understanding, recognizing the Grand Catcher's intent to allow for a lenient match, sparing Yang Qingxue from a humiliating defeat. Allowing a 4th-grade martial artist to go easy on a 5th-grade martial artist was entirely feasible. The Grand Catcher Feng Wanan, in his efforts to maintain a cordial relationship between the Jinwu Division and the Bishi Peak sect, was clearly quite concerned. Thus, Lin Shijian nodded in agreement, his thoughts shifting to the Bishi Peak's Master Zhou beside him. "Senior Zhou, having heard of the formidable nature of the Bishi Remnant Scroll, I am greatly intrigued. Might I indulge in a glimpse of its contents?" Goodness! As soon as the words left his mouth, Luin Bai couldn't help but want to give Lin Xiong a thumbs up. Clearly, Lin Xiong's thoughts aligned perfectly with his own. Their intentions were simple, born from a genuine concern. What if during their duel, Yang Qingxue lost face, and Master Zhou, displeased, decided to withhold the promised Bishi Remnant Scroll? That would indeed be a grave loss. It must be noted that both were rather narrow-minded in their perspectives. The Grand Catcher Feng Wanan turned pale with dread. It was one thing for the brash Luin Bai to act in such a manner, but how could the seemingly refined Lin Bai speak so recklessly? At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Master Zhou's composure. At least she had not erupted in anger thus far. However, Master Zhou's grace surpassed even his expectations. With a gentle smile, she produced a secret scroll and tossed it lightly into Lin Shujiam's hands. No worries, since I have promised, this remnant scroll is naturally yours. However, Lin Xiaxia, you must agree to one condition: this Bishi remnant scroll is to be studied solely by you and not shared with others. Lin Shujiam tucked the Bishi remnant scroll into his robes with satisfaction, nodding. Rest assured, senior, I shall not disclose it. To acquire what seemed to be an exceptional secret scroll filled him with immense joy. Yet, just as Master Zhou tossed the Bishi remnant scroll, he sensed a peculiar fluctuation. Clearly, his prior suspicions had not been unfounded. Master Zhou harbored some underlying issue. However, the specifics eluded his understanding for the moment. Now that I have obtained the scroll, it is time to make my move. Lin Shujiam pondered as Yang Qingxue, having grown impatient, urged once more. Very well, as you wish. Where is your weapon? My weapon is here. With that, Lin Shujiam extended his right hand, curling his index finger as if to snap it before Yang Qingxue. This is my weapon, you may proceed. Such arrogance. Clearly incensed by this dismissive treatment, Yang Qingxue declared. If that is the case, do not blame me. With a cold snort, she thrust her long sword forward, which unfurled like a sheet of azure water. Excellent, the Grand Catcher phoned one and clapped in admiration. This must be your sex azure water sword technique. Although Yang Xiaxia has yet to reach the level of intent, under the enhancement of the Bishi remnant scroll, her power is already exceedingly formidable. The Grand Catcher praised her excessively. Master Zhou chuckled and shook her head, adding, however, my junior does possess some talent with this azure water sword technique. After the incident at the Jianghayan, she experienced a moment of clarity and achieved significant breakthroughs. Had the Jiwu Tower been more astute, her ranking would surely reflect her true capabilities. Indeed, Luin Pai, observing the Grand Catcher's efforts to maintain appearances, couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Does the esteemed Yang Xiaoxia's progress imply that our Lin Xiong remains stagnant? Grand Catcher, are you not aware of the folly in excessive praise? The higher you elevate someone now, the harder they will fall when faced with defeat. Such an abrupt shift from elation to despair, what grudge or grievance could you possibly harbor? In the arena, Yang Qingxue, frustrated after a prolonged struggle, grew increasingly irate. She relentlessly attacked with her long sword, yet Lin Shujiam refrained from countering, relying solely on his agile lightness skills to circle around her, evading her strikes with ease. No, I can attack too. Lin Shujiam glanced at Grand Catcher phone one and before redirecting his focus back to Yang Qingxue, the Grand Catcher had suggested he go easy. After evading for so long, it was time to conclude this farce. Watch closely, I will strike back. So it shall be. Who fears? Boom! A deep resonant sound reverberated throughout the hall. Crack! Simultaneously, the sound of a sword shattering echoed. Lin Shujiam's curled finger snapped forth, and Yang Qingxue's long sword broke in half, leaving her staring in disbelief at the remaining piece in her hand, her once flushed face now pale as paper. Seated, the Grand Catcher covered his face in despair. You asked for leniency, yet you unleashed scalding water instead. After dodging for so long, you shatter their weapon in one blow. Is this your idea of going easy? Luin Pai nodded vigorously, his expression one of vindication. Thunderfinger, Master Zhou was visibly shaken, realizing the immense power in his strike. Among fifth-grade martial artists, none could compare to this strength. Lin Xiong had acted recklessly. Hearing this, Luin Pai scoffed. None can compare among the fifth grade. Master Zhou, your perspective is rather limited. Although merely a fifth-grade martial artist myself, supported by the Manchan sect, I harbor little fear of the Bishi peak. Very well, indeed. The Grand Catcher phone one and clapped his hands in a flurry, laughing heartily. An exquisite sword technique, unparalleled energy. What a thrilling and evenly matched duel. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Clearly, the Grand Catcher's desperate attempts to salvage the situation elicited little enthusiasm from the onlookers. Phone one felt utterly drained. Indeed, the role of a Grand Catcher in a prominent establishment was far from easy. Fortunately, the awkwardness did not linger for long. A cool voice broke through the tension. Lin Pai, it is time to depart. Are you prepared? As the cool voice resonated, a fiery aura surged forth, and a crimson figure strode into the hall. There is an unsettling energy within you. What exactly are you?